Hashtag Chapter 1. The Idiot. Beihai, don't blame Sister Lee. It's been 8 years, and I'm human too. This loneliness, who can resist it? At the stove, Yang Li looked at the white powder she had obtained from the village doctor. Her pretty face flushed red, her chest heaving violently. Shaking off her thoughts, Yang Li smoothed her hair, pocketed the powder, and her bright, watery eyes searched around. But she couldn't find Wang Beihai anywhere. This silly Beihai. Where did he run off to again? It was late afternoon, and the villagers were busy cooking. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a group of children surrounded the dull-witted Wang Beihai, laughing and occasionally throwing small stones at him. See, I told you he's an idiot. One of the slightly older boys lifted a lump of cow dung with a stick and threw it at Wang Beihai, who didn't dodge, letting the dung land on him and then giving the children a foolish smile. Abba, abba, abba. Haha, big idiot, big idiot. Seeing Wang Beihai's appearance, the children all laughed and imitated him, and soon cow dung covered Wang Beihai from head to toe. Go home, you little rascals. Just as the crowd was having fun, Yang Li rushed over with a broom, chased the children away, and turned to see Wang Beihai covered in cow dung, torn between laughter and tears. Abba, abba. Seeing Yang Li, Wang Beihai immediately jumped up and instinctively ran into her arms, but Yang Li quickly pushed him away with the broom. You silly boy, you stink. You're going to make your sister Lee smell bad. Go home and wash up. I've cooked your favorite noodles today. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately started dancing with joy, looking like a 3-year-old child. AI, what a curse. Looking at Wang Beihai in front of her, Yang Li couldn't help but shake her head. Wang Beihai was the child of the Wang family next door. Their life was originally quite happy, but when Wang Beihai was 10, a sudden misfortune struck the Wang family overnight, and all their family members mysteriously died. Wang Beihai had hidden in the cellar and thus survived, but his mind became muddled. Since then, the villagers all said Wang Beihai was a cursed star, and they kept their distance from him. Only Yang Li, seeing his plight and remembering the kindness of Wang Beihai's father, took him in. Yang Li's husband also passed away in a car accident that year, so the two of them lived together, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Li reminisced as she walked, and before she knew it, she was home. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she poked Wang Beihai with the broom. Hurry up and wash, you stink, and you won't get any noodles if you don't. Abba, abba. Hearing that he might not get noodles, Wang Beihai panicked and, without caring about Yang Li in front of him, started laughing foolishly and took off his clothes. In a blink, he was standing in front of Yang Li in just his underwear. Ah, what are you doing? Yang Li's face turned red, and she quickly covered her eyes, but her gaze peeked through her fingers at Wang Beihai's body. Abba, abba. Wang Beihai chuckled and ran into the bathroom, and only when the sound of water came did Yang Li lower her hands. I didn't expect him to grow so big. Yang Li's chest heaved, and her face turned even redder. She reached into her pocket and took out the white powder, her heart racing. This stuff was originally used to stimulate the village livestock, but many people also use it to boost their own pleasure. A small amount is harmless. Yang Li thought carefully about what the old doctor had said, her face turning even redder. Beihai, don't blame Sister Lee. The men in the village are all full of ulterior motives. They all want my body. You're the only one I can trust in the village, and you won't talk about it, so it saves the villagers from gossip. Today, just help Sister Lee out. Yang Li's heart was itching with desire, and just then, Wang Beihai walked out of the bathroom, only wrapped in a towel. His physique was indeed quite good, making Yang Li lose her focus for a moment. Come, Beihai, today's noodles, eat them in Sister Lee's room. Yang Li blushed slightly, pulling Wang Beihai into the room and locking the door. After all, no man had entered this room in 8 years. Yang Li placed the noodles on a small table and then poured a bowl of old wine. While Wang Beihai wasn't paying attention, she poured the powder into it. Come, Beihai, you're not a child anymore. Today, try Sister Lee's wine. Yang Li smiled and handed the bowl to Wang Beihai. Abba, abba. Wang Beihai sniffed the wine and immediately shook his head, then started wolfing down the noodles. Yang Li frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp, her face instantly turning red. Drink it for me. After another gulp of wine, Yang Li was slightly tipsy. Seeing Wang Beihai unmoved, she immediately shouted angrily and handed him the wine mixed with the powder. Seeing Yang Li angry, Wang Beihai flinched and started gulping down the wine. How is it, Beihai? What do you feel? As soon as Wang Beihai finished drinking, Yang Li excitedly leaned in to observe his changes, deliberately unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of her blouse. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yang Li was enjoying herself, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who is it? Knocking on my door at this late hour. What bad luck. Disturbed in her pleasure, Yang Li frowned unhappily and went to the door. As soon as she opened it, a whiff of alcohol hit her, and she saw a burly man standing there, who was none other than the village bully, Chun Chao. Slut, you look really pretty today. Chun Chao squinted his eyes, seeing Yang Li's ample chest, his eyes glowing with greed. Chun Chao? What are you doing in my house? Get out. Yang Li's drunkenness instantly faded, and she quickly pulled her clothes together. This man was a notorious bully in the village, always coveting her. Drunk and showing up at her door at this hour, it couldn't be for anything good. Thinking of this, Yang Li tried to close the door. But at that moment, Chun Chao suddenly jumped in, grabbing Yang Li. Damn it, bitch. You dare tell me to get out? You think you're too good for me. With that, Chun Chao pushed Yang Li onto a pile of straw, fearing her screams would attract villagers, and quickly covered her mouth with his large hand. Yang Li struggled, but her strength was no match for Chun Chao, and after a few rounds, Chun Chao seized the opportunity. There was a tearing sound as Yang Li's clothes were ripped open, revealing her undergarments. You pretentious bitch, acting all high and mighty in public, but wearing something so sexy underneath. Little slut, you must be so lonely. Let me show you some love today. With one hand over Yang Li's mouth, Chun Chao's other hand went to undo his belt. Abba, Abba. At that moment, Wang Beihai inside the house heard the commotion and came out to check. Seeing Yang Li being mistreated, he got angry and clenched his fists, rushing towards Chun Chao. Chun Chao was slightly startled, then sneered, picking up a brick and throwing it at Wang Beihai, who didn't know how to dodge. The brick hit his forehead, and he fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Heh, silly Beihai. Wait until I'm done with this bitch, then I'll deal with you. Chun Chao chuckled and continued to undo his belt. But halfway through, Abba, Abba. Wang Beihai got up again, quickly approaching Chun Chao, seemingly oblivious to the blood on his head. Fuck, Beihai's like a bull, so tough. Chun Chao cursed, slapping Yang Li hard across the face. Yang Li groaned and passed out. Chun Chao stood up, picked up a wooden stick, and swung it down on Wang Beihai's head. Wang Beihai groaned and fell heavily to the ground. Himph, now you're quiet. With that, Chun Chao's eyes glowed greedily as he looked at Yang Li. It's not convenient here. Let me carry you inside and see how I deal with you, you slut. With that, Chun Chao carried Yang Li into the house, threw her onto the bed, and, fearing someone might interrupt, locked the door from the inside. Only after completing all this did he hastily remove his clothes and slowly approach the unconscious Yang Li. At that moment, the fresh blood from Wang Beihai's forehead flowed down his cheek and dripped onto the jade pendant at his chest. The pendant vibrated slightly, then transformed into a streak of green light that shot into Wang Beihai's head. #### Chapter 2 Village Bully's Naked Run. 5,000 years have passed, and I have finally awaited the descendant of the king. In Wang Beihai's chaotic mind, an old voice suddenly resounded, I am Ling Yuan, the foremost general under the king. Blessed with the king's legacy, I attained enlightenment and spent my life in valorous battles, excelling in both medicine and martial arts. Before ascending, I left a trace of my divine consciousness in a jade pendant, which can only be unlocked by the king's bloodline. Now that it is unlocked, I shall pass on the king's methods of cultivation in medicine and martial arts to you. I hope you will diligently practice and restore the king's glory, holding the sun and moon in your grasp, treading upon the stars, and rescuing countless lives from the abyss. With the words fading, Wang Beihai's once chaotic mind became clear, and his closed eyes suddenly snapped open. At that moment, inside the room, Chun Xiao was already completely naked, his dirty hands caressing Yang Li's skin, his eyes burning with lust. "Slut, today I'm going to enjoy you thoroughly." Chun Xiao licked his lips and reached out to remove Yang Li's skirt. Bang! Just then, a loud crash echoed, and the locked door flew to the side of the wall. Chun Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see Wang Beihai standing at the door, his head covered in blood, his cold eyes resembling those of a bloodthirsty beast. "You just won't stop, will you?" Chun Xiao cursed, glancing around and then lifting a small table beside him, charging towards Wang Beihai. "Ruining my fun. Let's see if your head is harder than this table." With that, Chun Xiao swung the table down forcefully. However, Wang Beihai neither dodged nor evaded. Slowly extending his right hand, he grabbed forward, and the table Chun Xiao swung came to an immediate halt in midair, unable to move an inch. Bang! Before Chun Xiao could react, Wang Beihai kicked out with a seemingly light movement. The kick landed on Chun Xiao, whose face instantly turned pale. His grip on the table loosened, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Wow, how could he be so powerful? Wang Beihai looked at his foot. If he hadn't held back, he might have killed Chun Xiao. Ouch, it hurts so much. Chun Xiao clutched his stomach, cowering by the wall, bewildered as he looked at Wang Beihai. This Beihai was vastly different from the fool he had known before. "Stupid Beihai, today I'm the unlucky one. Let me go, and I promise I won't bother you." Chun Xiao glanced at Yang Li on the bed, his eyes filled with reluctance, but his heart was set on retreat. "Let you go?" Wang Beihai wiped the blood from his head, covered Yang Li with a blanket, and then smiled at Chun Xiao. "If not for my good fortune, I'd be dead by now, and Sister Li would have been defiled. Do you think I should let you go?" Chun Xiao's heart skipped a beat, realizing this Beihai had been feigning stupidity. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stupid Beihai, don't be ungrateful. My uncle is the village head. Mess with me." But before he could finish, Wang Beihai's fist loomed large in his vision, and another bang echoed. Chun Xiao was instantly dazed, his nose bleeding like a little snake. "You thought I was a fool, huh?" Wang Beihai's anger surged as he mounted Chun Xiao, raining punch after punch. "Your uncle is the village head, huh? You wanted to defile Sister Li, huh? Village bully, huh?" After a few minutes, Chun Xiao was battered and bruised, looking like a pig's head. Wang Beihai smirked, pretending to catch his breath. Chun Xiao seized the opportunity, struggling with all his might to break free, fleeing the room without even grabbing his clothes. "Humph, letting you escape like that would be too much of an insult to me." Wang Beihai smiled, ensuring Yang Li was safe before swiftly chasing after Chun Xiao, shouting as he ran, "Help! Someone's naked!" In an instant, the usually quiet village was ablaze with lights as people rushed to their doors. Even the children watching cartoons came running out. Under the lights, a stark white figure was seen sprinting frantically, with the fool Wang Beihai chasing behind, creating a striking scene. "Piggy, Piggy, Sun Wukong chasing Piggy." The children giggled. "Oh, a fool chasing a pervert, this is a first. Hey, that pervert looks familiar. Isn't it the village bully Chun Xiao? Ha ha ha." The villagers were in an uproar. Wang Beihai deliberately chased Chun Xiao, circling the village entirely, with Chun Xiao running naked the entire way. Only when they reached the village entrance did Wang Beihai stop, babbling "ABA, ABA," as he returned, while the curious villagers flocked to the entrance with flashlights. "Stupid Beihai, I'm going to make you pay." A good distance away, Wang Beihai heard Chun Xiao's roar and smirked. Having received Ling Yuan's legacy, Wang Beihai's physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, and he had also acquired extraordinary skills. If Chun Xiao dared to cause trouble again, Wang Beihai wouldn't mind giving him another lesson. Thinking this, Wang Beihai soon returned home, gently approaching the bed where Yang Li was still unconscious, evidently having taken a heavy blow from Chun Xiao's slap. Seeing Yang Li's swollen face, Wang Beihai felt a pang of heartache. He gently touched her forehead, and Yang Li let out a soft moan, slowly opening her eyes. Scoundrel, stay away from me. Upon waking, seeing a man sitting beside her, Yang Li's heart tightened, and she grabbed something to throw at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dodged and quickly hugged Yang Li. It's all right, Sister Li, it's me, Beihai. The bad guy has been chased away. Beihai. Yang Li's body trembled, and she stopped struggling, hugging Wang Beihai tightly and sobbing into his chest, clearly having been greatly frightened. It's okay, Sister Li, the bad guy won't dare to hurt you again. Wang Beihai tenderly stroked Yang Li's head. After a long while, Yang Li stopped crying, looking at Wang Beihai with teary eyes. Hey Beihai, you're not a fool anymore? Haha, maybe being beaten by that scoundrel knocked some sense into me. I should thank him. Why thank him? If not for you, I'd have been ruined. I wish I could kill him. Now that you're back to normal, it's a blessing from heaven. Are you all right? Yang Li's gaze softened as she spoke, feeling a long-lost sense of security in Wang Beihai's embrace. I'm fine, Sister Li. I'm as tough as nails. Wang Beihai patted his chest, glancing at Yang Li. But Sister Li, your figure is really something. Hearing this, Yang Li remembered her shirt had been torn by Chen Chao, leaving her practically naked. Her face turned crimson as she punched Wang Beihai. You rascal, just recovered and you're already a pervert. Get out of here. Wang Beihai chuckled and backed out. Oh, Beihai. Wang Beihai had just reached the door when Yang Li called out, Don't call me sister anymore. We're almost 10 years apart. Call me aunt from now on. I'm used to it. Let's keep calling you sister. Wang Beihai smiled and ran back to his room. The next day, the villagers were abuzz with the events of the previous night, while Chen Chao had left the village early with the village head. Wang Beihai also got up early, visiting Yang Li's room to check on her. She was still asleep, her pretty face not only bruised but also sporting dark circles under her eyes. Wang Beihai felt a surge of concern, his eyes darting to the snow cream on the table, instantly feeling a glimmer of hope. He grabbed the snow cream and rushed out the door. Soon, Wang Beihai returned from the field outside the door with a few wild herbs. Windbell grass, yulon bud. Who would have thought they're everywhere here? Wang Beihai was pleasantly surprised. To others, these might be mere weeds, but to him, with the medical legacy, they were potent elixirs when properly prepared. I should probably go up the mountain sometime. Maybe I can find other spiritual herbs. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Beihai fetched a clay pot for brewing medicine, trimmed the wild herbs, retaining only the middle 3 inches, and placed them into the pot. He added clean water to brew the medicinal juice, then tossed the snow cream he had brought into the pot to mix with the juice. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. It's done. Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy. He fetched a small box, carefully scooped out the glistening ointment, and packed it away. Seeing that Yang Li was still asleep, Wang Beihai decided to follow the methods from the legacy and sat cross-legged in the courtyard to cultivate. You rascal, how can you be so carefree? After a long while, Yang Li finally awoke, standing at the door with a grumpy look, watching the serene Wang Beihai, feeling utterly helpless. There was never anything to worry about. Wang Beihai ceased his cultivation, grinned at Yang Li, and handed her a small box from his pocket. Sister Li, this is the beauty cream I made for you this morning. A gentle rub not only whitens, but also promotes blood circulation and dissipates bruises. Go on, go on. In just one day, you've learned to boast. Yang Li feigned disgust and opened the box, immediately inhaling the fragrant aroma. Yang Li was slightly stunned, unconsciously applying a bit of the ointment to her bruises. As the cream spread evenly, the bruises on her face vanished, and not only that, but even the dark circles disappeared, and her skin became a few shades fairer. Oh my, did you really make this? How did you do it? Yang Li widened her eyes, staring at Wang Beihai in disbelief. It's just snow cream with a few additions. Wang Beihai casually replied. Come on, tell Sister Li, what did you add? Are there any side effects? Yang Li's eyes fixed on Wang Beihai, as this beauty cream was nothing short of a second spring for women. Nothing much, no side effects. Wang Beihai scratched his head, clearly not expecting Yang Li to be so excited, then pointed to a few weeds by the door. See, just added those few weeds. Yang Li's eyes widened. I've read books, don't try to fool me. This stuff works better than any skincare set I've ever used. If we sell it to rich ladies in the city, we'll definitely get rich. Is it really that good? Wang Beihai was taken aback. After all, this was something he had concocted on the fly, and there were countless more potent recipes in the legacy's memories. Looking around the impoverished home, Wang Beihai immediately thought of a plan to get rich. Guess it's time to find an opportunity to head to the city. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the village entrance. ##### Chapter 3. A needle to prolong life. Quick, find the best doctor in your village for me. Beside the old pagoda tree at the village entrance, several Hummer off-road vehicles were parked. Around the vehicles, a few burly men in camouflage uniforms surrounded a petite girl. The leader, drenched in sweat, was anxiously shouting for a doctor while constantly scolding his subordinates. You useless bunch, what are you good for? I told you to protect the young lady, and this is how you do it. Brother Lin, it's not our fault. You know how the young lady is. She doesn't like us following her wherever she goes. As soon as we take our eyes off her, she runs off on her own. Besides, Wulong Mountain is notorious for its venomous snakes. It's normal for the young lady to get bitten by a snake. Enough! The leader snapped before the man could finish his complaint. Negligence is negligence. There's no excuse. The priority now is to save the young lady. Going to the hospital is out of the question. This is the only village in Wulong Mountain. Let's hope the village doctor can save the young lady. If anything happens to her, not just you, even I won't be able to bear it. With that, the man continued his search for a doctor. The girl's complexion was becoming increasingly pallid. By the time Wang Beihai and Yang Li arrived, the village entrance was already crowded with people. Old man, is there no doctor in your village? The man, having shouted for a while without anyone responding, grew furious and grabbed an elderly man standing nearby, interrogating him harshly. The old man, never having experienced such a scare, trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak a word. Get lost, you useless old fool. The man, seeing the old man's state, pushed him aside in anger and then took out 2 bundles of cash from the car. Whoever can cure the young lady can have this money. Seeing the cash in the man's hand, everyone was tempted. In Wulong Village, even working without eating or drinking for a year might not earn as much. Under the heavy reward, a brave soul emerged. An old gentleman wearing glasses wobbled out, who was the village's traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The old herbalist approached the man with a flattering smile, but the man ignored him, merely waving his hand. The burly men around the girl immediately made way for the herbalist. Wang Beihai took the opportunity to peek inside. He saw the girl lying on the ground, dressed in camouflage with delicate features, though the face paint made it hard to discern her true appearance. On her fair arm, there were 2 small holes, surrounded by a dark purple hue. This is Wubu snake venom. With just a glance, Wang Beihai had his diagnosis. The old herbalist, after examining the girl, also shook his head and stepped back. How is it, old man? Can you cure her? The man was anxious, but the herbalist shook his head. She was bitten by a Wubu snake here. Without antivenom within half an hour, she's as good as dead. I can do nothing. Damn it, you worthless quack. Hearing the hopelessness of the situation, the man became enraged and slapped the herbalist across the face, knocking him to the ground. How can you do that? Yang Li couldn't help but shout in anger, drawing everyone's attention. That's how I am. What are you going to do about it? The man frowned and walked straight towards Yang Li, but Wang Beihai stepped forward first, blocking Yang Li with a cold glare. We're trying to help you, and you can't just hit people like that. With Wang Beihai's protection, Yang Li felt more secure, and the villagers began to criticize the man. Seeing the situation, the man roared, I'll tell you bumpkins, The girl lying there is the daughter of the richest man in the county, Ruying. If anything happens to her, you all will pay with your lives. Humph, big talk. Wang Beihai smirked. Money doesn't make you special. In broad daylight, what can you do to us? With that statement, the man was momentarily speechless, and Wang Beihai's words attracted the villagers' attention. Isn't that the village idiot? How come he seems so composed? The villagers looked curiously at Wang Beihai, and the man stared coldly at him. Bei, do you know who you're talking to? Heh, not interested. Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively. But I know this. If you don't treat your young lady soon, she'll die from the poison within 10 minutes. The man was taken aback and raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you think you have a solution? Naturally, but... Wang Beihai glanced at the herbalist and then pointed at him, continuing, you need to apologize to him. As soon as Wang Beihai said this, a chorus of boos erupted around him. Everyone in the village knew that Wang Beihai was an idiot and couldn't possibly know how to treat the girl. On the other hand, the man seemed intrigued. All right, I accept your condition. If you can't cure the young lady, your whole village will suffer. After saying this, the man was straightforward and apologized to the old man, handing him a few banknotes. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, thinking the man was quite straightforward. The villagers, however, panicked and rushed to the man. No, boss, Bei is just an idiot. You can't let him treat her. He's just a fool. He doesn't know medicine. Idiot, don't mess around. If you kill her, we'll all be in trouble. Everyone spoke out, clearly worried that Wang Beihai would drag them all down. Only Yang Li looked confidently at Wang Beihai. Ignoring the villagers' words, Wang Beihai walked straight to the herbalist, asking for a silver needle. Then, he approached the girl, and the medical knowledge in his mind surged forth. Help her sit up. Wang Beihai's expression was grave. The girl was already suffering from the poison spreading through her heart. If they delayed any longer, even a god would be helpless. Hearing this, the man waved his hand, and a few burly men carefully helped the girl sit up. Wang Beihai squinted slightly, aimed at the girl's chest, and swiftly inserted and withdrew the silver needle. Ugh! The unconscious girl immediately vomited a pool of black blood, and her pained expression eased slightly. The man quickly stepped forward to check on her. Seeing her breathing become more regular, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Impressive, Brother Bei. The man slapped Wang Beihai on the shoulder, his previous aggression completely gone. Don't celebrate too soon. This needle is just to prolong her life, not to detoxify. She has 3 days left, enough time for you to take her back and inject the antivenom. Remember, don't remove the needle, or the poison will rebound, rendering the antivenom useless. The man was slightly stunned, then gratefully grasped Wang Beihai's hands, signaling his subordinates to hand over 2 bundles of cash. Impressive, Brother Bei. Never thought such a remote place would have someone like you. Earlier, I, Lin Feng, was blind and offended you. These 20,000 yuan are the medical fee. If the young lady can be saved, I will personally come to thank you. With that, he handed the cash to Wang Beihai along with a business card. Without further ado, he instructed his men to carry the girl to the car. In an instant, they sped off towards the city. Let's go, Sister Li. I'm hungry. Wang Beihai weighed the cash in his hand and gave Yang Li a look. The two of them walked back calmly, leaving the villagers in an uproar. Is this still our village idiot? TSK, such medical skills, the Wang family is going to prosper. After all, he's our nephew. Should we borrow some money? Heaven bless, our Wulong village is going to produce a dragon. An hour later, at the First People's Hospital of Longquan County, the girl was rushed into the emergency room. Lin Feng and his men anxiously waited outside. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, surrounded by bodyguards, walked quickly over. Mr. Run. Lin Feng immediately bowed respectfully. Slap. Ren Yunfei pushed his glasses and slapped Lin Feng across the face. Useless, what are you good for? With so many of you, you couldn't even protect Ninger. It's not Brother Lin's fault. It was the young lady who insisted on going into the mountains to explore. Seeing Lin Feng being slapped, a burly man next to him shouted angrily. Slap. Ren Yunfei directly slapped the man across the face. Who do you think you are? Did I ask you to speak? Get lost. You're all fired starting today. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then bit his lip and bowed deeply to Ren Yunfei. Take care, Mr. Ren. It's true that we were at fault about the young lady's incident, but I must remind you, don't remove the silver needle from her chest before the antivenom arrives. Himph, are you teaching me how to do my job? Ren Yunfei snorted coldly and walked into the ward with his men. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only sigh and leave with his subordinates. Inside the ward, Ren Yunfei's daughter, Ren Yuning, was still unconscious. Ren Yunfei looked at his daughter with heartache and soon noticed the silver needle on her chest. Remembering Lin Feng's words, he frowned. Emph, just a trick from some country bumpkin. A mere silver needle, what can it do? With that, Ren Yunfei disdainfully smirked and reached out to remove the needle. However, the moment he pulled it out, the unconscious Ren Yuning immediately winced in pain and started convulsing. Ren Yunfei panicked instantly, ordering his men to call the doctor while he dialed Lin Feng's number. Meanwhile, in Wulong village, Wang Beihai had just finished his meal and walked into the courtyard when a commotion of footsteps approached. Looking outside, he saw Chen Chao with a bandage around his head, followed by over 20 thugs, clearly here for revenge. Wang Beihai, you brat, come out here and face me. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, signaling Yang Li to stay inside, while he himself went to the corner, picked up a brick, and walked out. Hashtag Chapter 4. The Insane Brick. Hee hee, little brat, I told you, I wouldn't let you off the hook. At the entrance of Yang Li's house, Chen Chao waved the iron rod in his hand, smirking at Wang Beihai. You were pretty tough yesterday, weren't you? Today, let's see if your brick is more powerful or our 20-plus iron rods. With a swish, all the young hooligans behind Chen Chao simultaneously pulled out their iron rods. Who are you? Wang Beihai pretended to be confused, scratching his head, then suddenly acted as if he had realized something. Oh, I see now. It's the pervert who went streaking yesterday. Sorry, with the bandages on your head, I didn't recognize you at first. Wang Beihai's words instantly infuriated Chen Chao, causing him to explode with rage. The young hooligans behind him struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red. Damn it, stop laughing. Chen Chao roared, pointing his iron rod at Wang Beihai. You stinking Beihai, last night I was just careless and fell into your trap. Today, I'll see where you can run to. Saying this, he charged forward with the iron rod. Sorry, I never thought of running. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, meeting Chen Chao's iron rod head-on. With a swift sidestep, he closed in on Chen Chao, dodged the rod, and then swung his brick, sending Chen Chao flying backward, the bandages on his head instantly turning red. The group of hooligans froze on the spot. They knew Chen Chao's capabilities, and seeing him knocked back in a single exchange was truly shocking, especially since his opponent was just a newly adult Beihai. Damn it, I called you here to watch a show? Chen Chao roared when he saw everyone frozen. Get out there and finish him off. The hooligans snapped back to reality and charged at Wang Beihai, shouting curses. Instead of fearing them, Wang Beihai showed a delighted expression. So many people, perfect for testing my strength. With that, Wang Beihai charged into the crowd, swinging his brick. In an instant, the sounds of iron rods clashing and people screaming filled the air. Chen Chao watched triumphantly. I'll see if you can die this time, you brat. After dealing with you, I'll go inside and take care of Yang Li, that slut. As he thought this, Chen Chao couldn't help but laugh. But then, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and several figures flew past him. Turning to look, Chen Chao's eyes widened in shock. The figures flying out were the very helpers he had called, now lying on the ground with bloodied heads, wailing in pain. Chen Chao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly looked ahead, only to be startled. Wang Beihai was smiling calmly, dodging the iron rods with ease. No matter how hard they attacked, Wang Beihai could always evade their strikes and then retaliate with a brick. Left, right, up, down. Wang Beihai seemed to be in high spirits, humming as he fought. The battle became almost comical. None of the 20-plus men could even touch Wang Beihai, who instead was hitting them with his brick, making them howl in pain. After about 10 minutes, Wang Beihai finally stopped. Chen Xiao and his gang were no longer as arrogant as they had been. They all covered their heads, seeing Wang Beihai's brick as if it were a bomb. Is this even human? Chen Xiao stood there in shock. Just 10 minutes ago, he had planned how to kill Wang Beihai and how to torment Yang Li. Now, he found himself in such a predicament. How is it, nephew? Are the men I found for you good? Go easy, don't kill that Beihai. At that moment, a figure waved and ran towards them from a distance, laughing loudly as he approached. Chen Xiao's face turned ashen when he heard the voice. The approaching man was none other than his uncle, Chen Biao, the village chief of Wulong village. These hooligans had been called by Chen Biao to help him. Oh, more accomplices. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and, before Chen Biao could get close, charged at him with the brick. Chen Biao, seeing Wang Beihai approach, wasn't concerned. In his mind, Wang Beihai was already lying on the ground. Bang! In a few breaths, Wang Beihai reached Chen Biao, and before the latter could react, a brick smashed into his fat face, sending him sprawling to the ground, spitting out blood and a few teeth. Damn it, how dare you? I'm the village chief. Chen Biao roared at Wang Beihai. Village your grandma's leg. The village chief I met 10 years ago didn't look like you. Wang Beihai said seriously, then smashed another brick down. Ouch, I really am the village chief, I really am. Chen Biao couldn't withstand Wang Beihai's bricks, rolling on the ground like a meatball, hugging his head. Liar. The village chief is a good person. He wouldn't do dirty things. Wang Beihai continued, then smashed another brick down. Ouch, I really am the village chief, Grandpa. I'm sorry, stop hitting me, I won't dare again. Chen Biao kept begging for mercy, and Wang Beihai finally stood up. Chen Biao felt reborn and quickly scrambled to his feet, fleeing without looking back at Chen Xiao and the others. He really is the village chief. That running posture is quite unique. Wang Beihai dusted off his clothes and turned to look at Chen Xiao, deliberately flipping the brick in his hand. Chen Xiao and the others shivered, their legs going weak, and they knelt down. Scram. If you come bother me and sisterly again, it won't be just a brick. Wang Beihai's smile vanished, his eyes filled with killing intent. The group felt a huge relief and fled, while Wang Beihai approached Chen Xiao, patting his shoulder. Go to, and remember to change your pants. Chen Xiao looked down and saw his crotch was wet. He had actually peed himself in fear. Without looking back, he ran away. Phew, that was truly satisfying. Wang Beihai tossed the brick aside, shaking his hand. He was clearly satisfied with his performance today. With just the first layer of the Hao Yinjingqi Ju, my body is already like Superman's. If I reach the great perfection stage, I'll be unstoppable. Moreover, according to the inherited knowledge, the first layer of Hao Yinjingqi is just the threshold. I need to hurry up with my cultivation to see the later stages. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai frowned. But the inheritance said that after the first layer, each subsequent layer requires spiritual herbs for assistance in addition to cultivation. But although spiritual herbs can be found in the mountains, the chances of obtaining them are too low. If I buy them from the market, I don't know what the price would be. My current money is far from enough. I need to find a way to make some money and also help Sister Li. Wang Beihai pondered, thinking of the beauty cream he made this morning. His eyes lit up. If this stuff really sells as well as Sister Li said, it might be worth considering. But how to sell it? Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, worrying about the sales route, when suddenly a shout came from behind. Wang Beihai turned to see Lin Feng waving and walking quickly towards him, accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged man. Yo, back so soon? The blood serum shouldn't have such a strong effect, right? Wang Beihai smiled as the two approached. Lin Feng looked embarrassed, while the middle-aged man beside him disdainfully glanced at Wang Beihai and then said indifferently, Is it you who saved my daughter? Chapter 5. The Bet. Your daughter? Wang Beihai frowned. Ah, damn it, I forgot to introduce. Before Ren Yunfei could speak, Lin Feng slapped his head and said with a smile, Wang brother, this is our county's richest man, Ren Yunfei. The girl you saved this morning is his daughter. I see. Wang Beihai smiled thoughtfully and then extended his hand towards Ren Yunfei. Humph. Ren Yunfei snorted coldly and pushed Wang Beihai's hand away. Lin Feng, I thought you had really encountered some great master, but it turns out to be just a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair. I'm really disappointed in you. After saying that, Ren Yunfei turned around and shook his head, about to leave. Wait. At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, his face stern. You didn't pull out the needle, did you? Upon hearing this, Ren Yunfei immediately stopped in his tracks, while Lin Feng looked at Wang Beihai helplessly and nodded. Foolish. Wang Beihai scolded and then said anxiously, hurry up and take me there, or it will be too late to save her. As a healer with a benevolent heart, if Wang Beihai hadn't intervened, that would be fine. But since the needle was inserted by him, he naturally had to take full responsibility if something went wrong. Get lost? Who do you think you are? Another Hua Tuo reincarnated? What makes you think you can cure my daughter? Ren Yunfei said irritably, then pointed his finger at Wang Beihai. By the way, if anything happens to my daughter, you'd better be prepared. With that, Ren Yunfei waved his hand and strode away, while Lin Feng looked at Wang Beihai helplessly and also left. Wang Beihai glanced at Ren Yunfei's back, his mouth curling into a smirk. Then he darted into the house, asked Yang Li for the beauty cream, and followed after them. Mr. Run, isn't this a bit too much? After all, the poison in the young lady. As they reached the village entrance, Lin Feng's words were cut short by Ren Yunfei's cold gaze, forcing him to swallow the rest. I've already invited the best doctor in Jiangnan to treat Ninger. Once she's cured, I'll settle accounts with you and that country bumpkin. Ren Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, about to instruct the driver to start the car. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and Wang Beihai appeared beside Ren Yunfei in a blink, so fast that even Lin Feng didn't react in time. What do you want, you bumpkin? Ren Yunfei was stunned for a few seconds before quickly calming down and looking impatiently at Wang Beihai. Nothing much, just want to make a bet with Mr. Run. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, showing a rather annoying expression. I don't have time to play with you, get off. Ren Yunfei's tone carried a hint of anger. Mr. Run, wait. I bet that only I can cure Miss Ren's poison. Do you dare to bet? Wang Beihai looked at Ren Yunfei playfully but spoke with a firm tone. You? Ren Yunfei was first stunned, then burst into laughter. I've never seen such a confident country bumpkin before. How could a frog at the bottom of a well, like you know the methods and equipment outside? What makes you qualified to bet with me? I may not have any qualifications, but I still have to say, only I can cure the young lady's poison. If you don't take me along, it might be too late to come back for me. Wang Beihai's tone remained calm, but Ren Yunfei began to hesitate, as one could never be too careful. Mr. Ran, in my opinion, you should take Wang brother along just in case. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to advise. After pondering for a moment, Ren Yunfei nodded. All right, tell me, how do you want to bet? It's simple. Wang Beihai smirked and nodded at Lin Feng. If someone else cures the young lady, I have nothing to say and will accept any punishment. If I cure her, Mr. Run must agree to one condition. What condition? Ren Yunfei raised an eyebrow. It's simple. Wang Beihai said, taking out the beauty cream from his pocket. If I really save the young lady, Mr. Ren only needs to help promote my homemade beauty cream. Upon hearing this, everyone in the car cast curious glances, and upon seeing the snow cream in Wang Beihai's hand, they burst into laughter, looking at him as if he were a fool. Ren Yunfei covered his face, taking a full minute to recover before saying with a smile, Isn't that just a broken snow cream? No wonder you're a frog at the bottom of a well. Fine, if you really have that ability, I'll help you. With that, Ren Yunfei waved his hand, and they hurried to the city. An hour later, at the First People's Hospital of the county, Wang Beihai saw Ren Yunfei's daughter, Ren Yuning, lying on the bed, barely breathing, and immediately frowned. Need to quickly insert needles to stabilize the pulse, otherwise, the poison will attack the heart, and even a god will be hard-pressed to save her. Hemph shallow. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, a contemptuous laugh came from behind, followed by an elderly man with a youthful appearance and wearing a white coat appearing in front of them. The situation of Miss Ruying is such that traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture is clearly of little use. Young man, I advise you to go back to farming. The old man stroked his beard, deliberately putting on an air of superiority. Dr. Li, you've finally arrived. Seeing the old man, Ren Yunfei became excited, and the surrounding nurses and doctors also cast admiring glances, except for Wang Beihai, who frowned. You don't even know who he is? Lin Feng, seeing Wang Beihai's expression, looked at him in surprise. No, who is this guy? Wang Beihai shook his head and said seriously. He is the most famous doctor in the Jiangnan region, one of the 4 renowned medical experts in the entire Xinzhou, Dr. Li Zhenshi, the divine doctor. This time, Mr. Ren spent a lot of money to invite him. As he spoke, Lin Feng nudged Wang Beihai. Honestly, Wang brother, you shouldn't have made this bet. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked and said softly, I said, only I can cure this poison. While the two were talking, Dr. Li had already skillfully examined Ren Yuning and then looked at Ren Yunfei, saying earnestly, the poison in Miss Ruying has invaded her organs. The best solution now is to change her blood. Change blood? Ren Yunfei was shocked and then asked, what are the chances of success? 20%, Dr. Li answered without hesitation and then continued, in this situation, I am the only one in the entire Xinzhou who can save your daughter's life. Upon hearing this, Ren Yunfei and the others fell into deep thought. You're wrong. I have 100% chance of curing Miss Ren. While Ren Yunfei was pondering, Wang Beihai suddenly stepped forward with a smile. You brat, how dare you spout nonsense about matters of life and death? Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Dr. Li became furious. In the medical world, he was like the ceiling, and when had he ever been questioned like this? You brat, letting you come here is already my limit. If you dare to joke with my daughter's life, I won't let you off. Ren Yunfei also looked angrily at Wang Beihai and then nodded to Dr. Li. Go ahead, I trust you, Dr. Li. Dr. Li nodded and then waved his hand. An assistant quickly took out a vial of medicine from the medical box on his back and handed it to Dr. Li. This is a powerful antibiotic developed by my team, which can enhance Miss Ren's resistance and prolong the treatment time. Dr. Li glanced at Ren Yunfei and then injected the medicine into Ren Yuning's body. Indeed, Ren Yuning's complexion immediately improved. Ren Yunfei's eyes lit up in delight, while Wang Beihai frowned and muttered, Antibiotics. It's bad. Half a minute later, Wang Beihai's pupils constricted, and he dashed to Ren Yuning's side, grabbing her wrist. In less than a breath, Wang Beihai's face darkened as he looked coldly at Dr. Li and said, You're not saving her. You're harming her. Nonsense? Dr. Li Zhenshi was about to retort when Ren Yuning, who had shown some signs of improvement, suddenly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Her entire body then began to display a faint purple hue, and her breath became extremely weak. Chapter 6, A Masterstroke of Healing. How could this happen? Faced with the sudden turn of events, Li Zhenshi and Ren Yunfei's faces turned pale almost simultaneously. You bastard! What did you do to my daughter? Ren Yunfei rushed to Wang Beihai and grabbed his collar, shouting loudly. It wasn't me who did anything. Miss Ren's condition is all thanks to Dr. Li. The snake venom had already spread throughout her body, and then she was given antibiotics on top of that. Wang Beihai calmly pushed Ren Yunfei's hand away, then flicked his finger, inserting a silver needle into Ren Yuning's chest, which alleviated some of her pain. The toxins in Miss Ren's body have mutated. At her current state, even a slight bump could be fatal. How do you plan to perform a blood transfusion, Dr. Li? Wang Beihai tilted his head, smirking at Li Zhenshi. You! Li Zhenshi glared, his old face turning red with frustration. With over 60 years of medical practice, he had never made such a mistake. For a moment, confronted with Wang Beihai's questioning, Li Zhenshi was at a loss for words. Enough, Stop dawdling. If you want to save your daughter, go get me a proper set of silver needles. Impossible. Even if we gathered the 4 greatest doctors of our land, Miss Ren's condition might still be beyond saving. What can a country bumpkin like you do? Li Junshi shook his head continuously, watching the weak fluctuations on the heart monitor. Mr. Ren, don't blame me for not warning you, but in 15 minutes, even I won't be able to do anything. Seeing that Ren Yunfei remained unresponsive, Wang Beihai coldly stated this. Ren Yunfei glanced at his daughter, who was barely clinging to life on the hospital bed, then gritted his teeth and said to a bodyguard, "Quick, find a set of silver needles." 2 minutes later, the bodyguard returned, panting, holding a leather roll. He wiped his sweat and handed the leather to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai opened it to find various sizes of silver needles inside. He smiled knowingly, picked up a needle, and was about to insert it. Wait. At that moment, Ren Yunfei suddenly shouted, then gritted his teeth and said, "Although I don't have much hope in you, if you can save Ninger's life, I'm willing to give you all my wealth." Hearing this, everyone gasped. Ren Yunfei was the richest man in Longquan County. His wealth was unimaginable. No need. Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "Just remember what you promised me." With that, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and reopened them, and everyone felt a dramatic change in his aura. His gaze was like the stars, piercing through everything. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Wang Beihai flicked his hand, and 9 identical silver needles flew out, accurately piercing into 9 acupoints on Ren Yuning's body. Immediately, Ren Yuning, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up and vomited a pool of black blood. The light purple hue on her body began to fade, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. Retrieve. Seeing this, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the 9 needles turned into 9 streaks of silver light, flying back into his grasp. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. "It's done." Wang Beihai clapped his hands and returned the needles to the leather roll. "Is it really done?" Ren Yunfei rubbed his eyes and looked at his daughter on the bed. The girl who had been on the brink of death moments ago now breathed evenly with a normal complexion. "Quick, check her condition." Li Junshi instructed his assistant to examine Ren Yuning, while staring intently at Wang Beihai. "Miracle. It's a miracle." Shortly after, Li Junshi's assistant exclaimed in astonishment. This person was nearly dead, and just a few needle jabs from this country boy cured her? It's a miracle, truly a miracle. With the confirmation, Ren Yunfei finally relaxed, staggering a few steps and almost falling to the ground, but Lin Feng caught him in time. "Brother Wang, I'm sorry, it's my fault for underestimating you." Ren Yunfei looked at Wang Beihai and knelt down abruptly. "Mr. Run, this is unnecessary." Wang Beihai quickly helped Ren Yunfei up, smiling, "But don't forget our bet." "Haha, of course." Ren Yunfei paused, then laughed heartily, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. "You saved my daughter. From now on you're my brother. Your business is my business. If you need anything, just ask." "Then I won't be polite." Wang Beihai smiled. With Ren Yunfei's help, breaking into the market should be much easier. What kind of acupuncture technique is this? While Wang Beihai and Ren Yunfei were chatting happily, Li Junshi stepped forward, looking at Wang Beihai with interest and respect, his previous arrogance completely gone. 9 revolutions rebirth needle, Wang Beihai answered without much thought. After all, similar acupuncture techniques were numerous in his inherited knowledge. Indeed, Li Junshi's eyes welled up with tears, his body trembling with excitement. "I never thought I would see such a divine technique in my lifetime." The 9 revolutions rebirth needle, it's a technique only mentioned in legends. To witness it today, I have no regrets in life. Seeing Li Junshi's reaction, Wang Beihai was deeply moved. He thought, this old man, though somewhat arrogant, was genuinely passionate about medicine. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Wang Beihai blurted out on a whim. Li Junshi was stunned, then bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Li Junshi's bow not only shocked Wang Beihai, but also stunned everyone present. This was a renowned doctor in the land, now acknowledging Wang Beihai as his master. Wang Beihai's status was now beyond question. Dr. Li, what are you doing? Get up. Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. He had just said it casually, not expecting the old man to take it seriously. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Li Zhanshi, in a crucial moment, resorted to playing the stubborn card. For years, his medical skills had stagnated, and only today, seeing Wang Beihai's acupuncture, did he suddenly comprehend. With such a great opportunity before him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. All right, I agree. Wang Beihai covered his face and shook his head, then said, Well, Mr. Run, your daughter should wake up soon. I'm hungry. Can I go grab a bite to eat? As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Yuning on the bed let out a groan. Ren Yunfei and Li Zhanshi hurried to check on her. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai quickly pulled Lin Feng and dashed out of the ward. Chapter 7. The Greater Yang Rejuvenation Wine. The next day, before dawn had even broken, Wang Beihai dragged a groggy Lin Feng to the market, where they bought a variety of wild vegetables and 2 jin of baijiu, Chinese liquor. I say, Brother Wang, you dragged me out so early in the morning, not just to have a couple of drinks, right? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, clearly puzzled by Wang Beihai's actions. Wang Beihai, however, seemed uninterested in answering. He turned back to Lin Feng and asked, evasively, Can I borrow your kitchen? Sure. Go ahead. Lin Feng scratched his head, even more confused. Could it be that Wang Beihai had a habit of cooking breakfast himself? Half an hour later, in Lin Feng's home, Wang Beihai meticulously selected a small portion of the vegetables they had bought and threw them into a pot. Then, to Lin Feng's astonishment, he poured all the 2 jin of baijiu into the pot. Brother Wang, what are you up to? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Boiling vegetables and baijiu was an unusual practice. I'm brewing wine. Wang Beihai glanced at the wine in the pot, slowly covered it, and then looked calmly at Lin Feng. My goodness, wine isn't brewed like this, Lin Feng said, laughing and crying at the same time. Besides, if you want to drink, just drink it. Why add all these things to it? Didn't you tell me yesterday that the most profitable business now is tobacco and alcohol? I'm brewing wine to make money, Wang Beihai said seriously. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Brother Wang, although tobacco and alcohol are profitable, with your brewing method, what kind of wine can you make? A good one. Wang Beihai rubbed his chin. After Lin Feng mentioned the tobacco and alcohol business while they were eating yesterday, Wang Beihai pondered all night and searched through the inherited recipes before deciding to brew the Greater Yang Rejuvenation Wine. The reason for brewing this wine was simple. Firstly, the ingredients were easy to find. Secondly, as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 men are deficient, and this wine's effect was exactly what men needed the most. Wang Beihai stood by the pot for a full hour, until a hint of wine fragrance wafted out. He then nodded, pointed a finger at the pot, and infused a wisp of spiritual energy into it. 10 minutes later, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. It's done. He turned off the fire, lifted the lid, and immediately, a refreshing wine fragrance filled the air. Lin Feng, who had just changed his clothes, smelled the aroma and appeared in front of Wang Beihai in a flash. Wow, what kind of wine is this? It smells so good. Lin Feng looked at Wang Beihai with a dazed expression. Want to try? Wang Beihai scooped out a small cup with a ladle and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially refused, but the aroma was too enticing. After a moment's hesitation, he took the cup and drank it. Great wine. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, Lin Feng exclaimed loudly, his eyes shining. This is the best wine I've ever had. Did you really brew this with those things? Yes. Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, eagerly waiting. It should be about time. What should be about time? Before Lin Feng could finish his question, he felt a surge of heat spread from his lower abdomen throughout his body, turning his face red instantly. Damn, I'm dying. Lin Feng didn't have time to think and grabbed the car keys beside him, rushing out the door. It's done. Seeing Lin Feng's panicked departure, Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly. In his memory, the Greater Yang Rejuvenation Wine not only strengthened the body but also had the most significant effect, strengthening the kidneys. Thinking this, Wang Beihai found 2 mineral water bottles and carefully filled them with the wine. Can I make a fortune? It all depends on you. Wang Beihai shook the bottles and then went to the balcony to practice breathing with the rising sun. 2 hours passed in a flash. Until a door creaked, Wang Beihai woke up from his meditation, turning to see Lin Feng standing at the door, full of energy. You rascal! Lin Feng dashed to Wang Beihai, lifting him up with a strong embrace. My goodness, this medicinal wine is amazing. Lin Feng excitedly hugged Wang Beihai. Not only did it make me stronger, but I also felt no fatigue afterward. Instead, I was full of energy. The taste, the effect, it's incredible. As he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and quickly put Wang Beihai down, rushing to the kitchen to search for the wine but found nothing. Brother Wang, where's the wine? Lin Feng looked at Wang Beihai with eager eyes. Here. Wang Beihai smiled, taking out 2 bottles from his pocket. Lin Feng stared at the full bottles, his mouth watering. Sell this wine to me. I'll give you 5,000 per bottle, Lin Feng said, taking out a stack of cash from a drawer and handing it to Wang Beihai. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai shook his head. What, not enough? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. No. Wang Beihai smiled. I have other uses for this wine. If you want, I'll give you a bottle another day. What could you possibly use it for? Lin Feng looked at the wine bottles unwillingly. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Lin Feng took out his phone and saw it was Yunfei calling. He quickly answered the call, and a minute later, he hung up and turned to Wang Beihai. Congratulations, Miss Ren's health has returned to normal. Imichim. Wang Beihai nodded, not showing much surprise. To him, this was just as expected. Mr. Ren said he's having dinner with friends at the Imperial Hotel this afternoon, and you should come too. He said it's a chance to promote your snowflower cream. Lin Feng said, looking at Wang Beihai with envy. Mr. Ren's friends are all rich and powerful. I've been with Mr. Ren for so many years, but I've never had the honor of dining with him. I saved his daughter. Wang Beihai smiled, then touched the medicinal wine in his pocket. That afternoon at 5 o'clock, at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. I say, Brother Wang, are you really going to the banquet dressed like this? Lin Feng looked Wang Beihai up and down. He was wearing patched, cropped pants and a faded t-shirt, looking like a typical peasant. Should I take you to buy a set? Lin Feng said with a wry smile. After all, those dining with Ren Yunfei were either wealthy businessmen or high-ranking officials, and Wang Beihai's attire was quite out of place. No need. I'm comfortable in this. Wang Beihai shook his head, firmly refusing. All right. Seeing Wang Beihai's stubbornness, Lin Feng didn't say more. He checked his watch and then led Wang Beihai into the hotel, directly to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Soon, the elevator arrived, and a long corridor appeared before them. Lin Feng waved and said, Go ahead. You need special permission to go up here. Walk to the end of the corridor, and someone will open the door for you. Wang Beihai curiously looked at the corridor as he stepped out of the elevator. Oh, and don't forget my wine, Lin Feng said, and the elevator doors closed. Wang Beihai smiled, his foot tapping, and he arrived at the end of the corridor, where there was indeed a door. Before he could think, the door creaked open. Chapter 8. A Grand Display of Skills. Wang Beihai eyed the slightly ajar door, slipped his hand into his pocket to feel the 2 bottles of wine, and then took a deep breath before pushing the door open and stepping inside. In an instant, the dazzling sunlight pierced through, causing Wang Beihai to squint his eyes, which then widened in astonishment. Before him lay an open-air swimming pool, surrounded by numerous potted plants. Further ahead stood a pavilion for shade. Wow, this must be incredibly wealthy, Wang Beihai thought as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Such luxurious decoration was something he had only seen on television. Ha ha, you've arrived, Brother Wang. A hearty laugh rang out from not far away. Wang Beihai turned to see Ren Yunfei waving at him from a tea table, accompanied by several others whose attire indicated significant status. Mr. Ren, Wang Beihai smiled and approached, but before he could speak, a cold snort sounded beside him. I say, Mr. Ren, when did the top floor of my Dihao Hotel turn into a marketplace? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just waltz in? A fat man, weighing over 200 pounds, sitting beside Ren Yunfei, twisted his gold ring and looked at Ren Yunfei with displeasure. Louis Hung, Ren Yunfei frowned. He's the guest I mentioned, the one who saved my daughter's life. Humph, what does that have to do with me? Louis Hung disdainfully glanced at Wang Beihai. He saved your daughter, not mine. You know, this top floor has a status restriction. Letting him in like this is like lowering our status. After Louis Hung spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ren Yunfei's face darkened. After a moment's thought, he clenched his teeth and pulled Wang Beihai to the front. No matter what, he saved my daughter, which makes him my brother. Is that status enough? The words stunned the others present. Ren Yunfei was a man of considerable standing. Anyone who could be his brother naturally wasn't simple. Barely, Louis Hung, seeing Ren Yunfei's firm stance, waved dismissively and turned his head away, not even glancing at Wang Beihai. Come, Beihai, let me introduce you to these gentlemen, Ren Yunfei said with a wry smile, pointing at Louis Hung. This fat man is Louis Hung, the chairman of the Dihao Group, with countless hotels and clubs under his name. Don't let his appearance fool you. He's actually the most loyal. Mr. Liu, hello. Wang Beihai smiled and extended his hand, but Louis Hung merely grunted without turning his head or extending his hand. Ren Yunfei then led Wang Beihai to a tall, thin middle-aged man and continued, he's Zhang Shuming, the leader of the real estate industry in Longquan County. Most of the properties in our county are under his control. Mr. Zhang, hello. Wang Beihai still extended his hand. Zhang Shuming didn't shake hands, but nodded at Wang Beihai. Finally, Ren Yunfei turned to a young man sitting in the center and introduced solemnly. This gentleman is no small figure. He's the first son of Longquan County, the only son of the county party secretary, Zhu Lingji. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes slightly. There was an old saying that businessmen couldn't compare to officials. No wonder this young man, despite his age, occupied the main seat. As Wang Beihai thought this, he habitually extended his hand to greet, but Zhu Lingji blocked it with a smile, looking playfully at Wang Beihai. You're not qualified to shake hands with me, but I like making friends, Zhu Lingji said, laughing. I've heard you have excellent medical skills, enough to save a dying Miss Ren. I don't know if it's true or not, but why don't you show me a trick? If what you say is true, I'll acknowledge you as my friend. With that, Zhu Lingji pushed Wang Beihai's hand back. Ren Yunfei's eyebrows relaxed. He was just wondering how to ease the awkwardness. Since the first son had spoken, he was naturally willing. As for Wang Beihai's medical skills, Ren Yunfei had seen them himself and had confidence in them. Brother Wang, show us your skills. Ren Yunfei patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. Wang Beihai's mouth curled slightly. He knew this was his chance. He nodded, took out the medicinal wine from his pocket, and placed it in front of everyone. What's this? Zhu Lingji raised an eyebrow, and the others looked at it curiously. It's a good thing, Mr. Zhu. Wang Beihai smiled. The wine in this bottle can cure your congenital impotence. That's it. The others, except Zhu Lingji, all darkened their faces. They had long heard that the first son was congenitally impotent, but no one had dared to say it so openly, as it was a blow to his dignity. Sure enough, Zhu Lingji's face darkened as he coldly said, Well, Mr. Run, you certainly have good tactics. To get me to accept your friend, you even told him about this. Ren Yunfei quickly waved his hands. Mr. Zhu, you've misunderstood. I've never mentioned this to anyone. I swear on all my assets, I really haven't. Seeing Ren Yunfei's earnest expression, Zhu Lingji hesitated for a few seconds before looking curiously at Wang Beihai. Then how did you know? It's simple. When Mr. Zhu touched my hand, I naturally knew your health condition. Wang Beihai smiled. Ha, ridiculous. Louis Hung couldn't sit still anymore. Even with all your skills, can you surpass modern technology? Touching a hand to know someone's health? Why not just fly? With that, Louis Hung stood up to leave. Wait, Wang Beihai said. Then with a flash, he appeared in front of Louis Hung, gently pushing him back into his seat. What are you doing, punk? Louis Hung, enraged, was about to strike. But Wang Beihai shook his head slowly. High blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, none are missing. As for that aspect, 2 minutes is the limit. Tiskate SK and Mr. Liu, if you don't lose that weight, it's going to be very troublesome. At these words, Liu Yiheng's face turned pale, and he retracted his fist, muttering to himself, I've never told anyone about my short duration. Could this punk really have that ability? Nevertheless, pride was still important. Liu Yiheng coughed twice. Just saying it doesn't count. Guessing right once or twice isn't much of a skill. If you really have the ability today, cure our illnesses. If you really do, I'll call you brother, and you'll be my big brother from now on. With that, Liu Yiheng patted his belly and looked disdainfully at Wang Beihai. Is that all? Easy, Wang Beihai smiled, opened the wine bottle, and poured 2 small cups, handing them to Zhu Lingji and Liu Yiheng. Drink it. What is this? Are you kidding me? We're talking seriously here. Who has time to drink? Liu Yiheng, seeing Wang Beihai so calm, was instantly irritated. Wait. At that moment, Zhu Lingji took the cup, sniffed it, and his eyes lit up. What kind of wine is this? Drink and you'll know, Wang Beihai smiled. Zhu Lingji looked curiously at the cup, then raised it and drank it in one gulp. Good wine, truly good wine. Zhu Lingji licked his lips in satisfaction. Seeing this, Liu Yiheng also drank the wine, and his small eyes widened in surprise. Wait, this feeling, could it be? At that moment, Zhu Lingji suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement as he looked down at his lower body. Almost simultaneously, Liu Yiheng also stood up, his face flushed. Quick, Yiheng, arrange something. Zhu Lingji patted Liu Yiheng's shoulder. Liu Yiheng immediately took out his phone, dialing as he pulled Zhu Lingji into the elevator and rushed downstairs. Chapter 9. The Priceless Medicinal Wine. What's going on here? Seeing Liu Yiheng and Zhu Lingji leave in such a manner, even Ren Yunfei, who was usually composed, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Zhang Shuming, on the other hand, stared fixedly at the remaining wine in the bottle, swallowing his saliva in mouthfuls. It's just the effect of the medicinal wine, Wang Beihai said with a smile, continuing, judging by this, they won't be back for at least an hour. How about this, Run? I'll tell you about this beauty cream first. With that, Wang Beihai took out the beauty cream from his pocket and handed it to Ren Yunfei. Ren Yunfei, however, waved his hand and turned to look at Wang Beihai, asking, Does this wine have any side effects? No side effects at all, Wang Beihai said, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the beauty cream in his hand. If there are no side effects, then what's the point of the beauty cream? Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Ren Yunfei stood up immediately, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the wine on the table. Can I try this wine? Brother Bei, can I try it too? Seeing Ren Yunfei speak up, Zhang Shuming also chimed in. Of course, Wang Beihai replied with a smile, pouring 2 glasses and handing them to the 2 men. Ren Yunfei and Zhang Shuming exchanged a glance, then downed the wine in one go. Within 2 minutes, Ren Yunfei and Zhang Shuming were red-faced and ran downstairs. Seeing this, Wang Beihai wasn't in a hurry. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat leisurely at the tea table, sipping it. An hour later, Liu Yiheng and Zhu Lingji finally returned, their faces beaming with joy. Not only did they show no signs of fatigue, but they also looked full of energy. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, both men were filled with gratitude, their eyes brimming with tears. What's your name? Zhu Lingji took a deep breath and approached Wang Beihai, asking seriously. I'm Wang Beihai. All right, great kindness need not be thanked. Beihai, from now on, you are my brother Zhu Lingji's friend. From today onwards, if you ever encounter any trouble in Longquan County, just mention my name. Saying this, Zhu Lingji picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Hearing this, Wang Beihai merely nodded with a smile, but Liu Yiheng widened his eyes. After all, although they were friends with Zhu Lingji, they were far from being brothers. To become the brother of the first young master was something many people dreamed of. Thinking of this, Liu Yiheng blinked his small eyes and then ran directly to Wang Beihai, picking up a cup of tea and drinking it down. Beihai, no, it should be Brother Hai. I am convinced, completely convinced. I admit defeat. From now on, you are my elder brother, and I am your younger brother. In the future, you are Brother Hai, and if there's anything you need from your younger brother, just say the word. Really? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Really? Ruying blinked and then said, this elder brother, there's just one thing I want to ask. I knew it, Wang Beihai said with a smile and shook his head. What is it? This, I just want to know, how much does Brother Hai sell this wine for? Ruying said, his eyes fixed on the wine bottle on the table, glowing with greed. Well, Lu Fatty, you're quite the schemer. At that moment, a voice came from behind, and Ren Yunfei and Zheng Shuming walked over, full of energy. Get lost. How is Brother Bei scheming? Ruying cursed his bad luck and impatiently waved his hand. Such a good thing. You want to keep it all to yourself. What else would you call that? Ren Yunfei shook his head. He had personally experienced the effects of the wine and, as a businessman, naturally knew the business opportunity it presented. Go on. Who's as cunning as you, old fox? Ruying said with disdain. Before he could finish, Zheng Shuming, who had been silent all along, directly extended 2 fingers. 20,000. I'll buy this wine. All right, old Zheng, so generous. Seeing Zheng Shuming's offer, Ruying naturally wouldn't back down, continuing, 30,000. I'll take it. I'll offer 50,000, Ren Yunfei said, nodding at Wang Beihai. I'll offer 100,000. At that moment, Zhu Lingji, who had been silent, spoke up. This wine is of great significance to me. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Can you all make way for me? Upon hearing this, Ren Yunfei and the others could only smile wryly. After all, with the first young master speaking, no one wanted to offend him, and a price of 100,000 was already sky high. Seeing no one speak, Zhu Lingji nodded, then took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Beihai. Here, there's exactly 100,000 inside. This price should be enough to buy your wine, right? Yes, Wang Beihai said, blinking repeatedly at the card in his hand, as if in a dream. He had originally estimated the wine would sell for about 20,000, but instead, it fetched a sky-high price. Brother Beihai, can this wine be mass-produced? At that moment, Ren Yunfei reacted and looked at Wang Beihai expectantly, the others also looking at him with anticipation. Yes. Wang Beihai nodded. That's good. As soon as Wang Beihai spoke, Ruying excitedly patted his thigh and said, if this wine can be mass-produced, why don't we open a winery? Once it's produced, it will definitely be a huge profit. Fatty's right. Ren Yunfei pushed his glasses. The efficacy and taste of this wine far surpass all other wines on the market. If it can be mass-produced, it can definitely dominate the wine market of Longquan County and even the entire Jiangnan region in a short time. If the marketing is done well, capturing the market of the entire Xinzhou is not impossible. Wang Beihai was excited by the words of the few men. Although he knew nothing about business, from Ren Yunfei and the others' conversation, he understood the potential profit of the wine. What should we do? Wang Beihai calmed down his excitement and asked, how about this? You provide the recipe for the wine, and we provide the funds. Let's partner up to open a winery. Once the wine is produced, we'll package it uniformly, set a fixed price, first put out advertisements to build the reputation, and then occupy the market with its taste and efficacy. Ren Yunfei said, grabbing a piece of paper and quickly analyzing the situation. Wang Beihai listened with shining eyes. As for the price, let's set it at 60,000 per bottle. 60,000? Isn't that too expensive? Upon hearing Ren Yunfei's pricing, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. After all, in Wulong village, 60,000 was the income of a normal family for 3 years. Hey, for those who need it, this wine is priceless. 60,000, not expensive, Ruying said, shaking his big belly, then took out a bank card and handed it to Wang Beihai. Then it settled. This is 500,000, my investment. Seeing Ruying taking out money, Ren Yunfei didn't hesitate either, also handing out a bank card. There's also 500,000 here, my investment as well. Zheng Shuming and Zhu Lingji, seeing this, naturally didn't lag behind, each giving Wang Beihai 200,000. This? Wang Beihai held the several bank cards in his hands. Even though he was usually composed, his hands couldn't help but tremble. In just a few hours, he had gone from a penniless poor man to a millionaire. Haha, no need to be surprised. When the profits come in, the returns will be much more than this, Ren Yunfei said with a laugh, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. By the way, where should we build the winery? At that moment, Lu Yihong raised the key question. For the winery, there are a few plots of land in the city that are quite good, Zhang Shuming said, stroking his chin and thinking. Right, the winery, Wang Beihai muttered, looking out the window where the view was filled with skyscrapers and bustling streets. In an instant, he thought of his own Wulong village, which was decades behind in development. His heart set, he slowly said, how about we build the winery in Wulong village? Hashtag chapter 10. Plotting mischief. Wulong village? Upon hearing this name, Ren Yunfei and the others all looked puzzled. What place is that? I've never heard of it. Lu Yihong squinted his small eyes, straining to think. That's my home, Wang Beihai chuckled. Your home? Ren Yunfei was taken aback, immediately understanding Wang Beihai's intentions. Yes, it's a small village not far from the county town, Wang Beihai said, pointing in the distance. Wulong village, I think I've heard of it somewhere, Zhu Lingji rubbed his chin. Looking in the direction Wang Beihai pointed, deep in thought. Right, there is such a village, Zhu Lingji suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Not long ago, I heard my father mention it. It's a village that the government has long planned as a key area for poverty alleviation, but due to poor transportation, the plan has been temporarily suspended. Saying this, Zhu Lingji looked at Wang Beihai in surprise. I didn't expect such a remote and impoverished place to have someone like you, Beihai. I must visit sometime. Upon hearing about the government's poverty alleviation plan, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. Zhu Xiao, if we build the winery in Wulong village, wouldn't that count as helping the village out of poverty? Of course it would, Zhu Lingji patted his chest, and then looked at Wang Beihai, frowning. It would be good for Wulong village, but those 10 kilometers of mountain roads are no joke. To build the winery there, the first thing we need to do is to fix the roads. Zhu Xiao is right. At this moment, Zhang Shuming, who had been silent, spoke up. According to the current market prices, building a 10-kilometer standard two-lane highway, after deducting government subsidies, would cost at least 10 million yuan. And that's just for a cement road. If we want to pave it with asphalt, the cost would multiply several times. That means, before building the winery, we must invest at least 20 million yuan for the roads. Ren Yunfei frowned upon hearing Zhang Shuming's words, realizing that this amount of money was no small matter. I admit, building the winery in Wulong village, I do have some personal motives. Seeing the difficulties on their faces, Wang Beihai stood up. As you all know, Wulong village has seen little development over the years. My intention to build the winery there is indeed to drive the village's economy, but mostly because the village has the raw materials I need for brewing and in abundance. Saying this, Wang Beihai glanced at the others, and indeed, their expressions softened slightly. Then, he continued, of course, I will find a way to raise the money for the roads, but I need some time. If you all trust me, Wang Beihai, then let's do this together. If you don't trust me, I won't force it. I trust you. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Zhu Lingji stood up. I'll talk to my dad about the road construction. This is part of the poverty alleviation plan. The county should strongly support it. Zhu Lingji said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder, his eyes full of trust. He wouldn't forget that it was Wang Beihai who gave him a second chance at life. Haha, look at you guys, just money. Is it really that hard? At this moment, Lu Yihong also stood up, patting his belly, taking out his phone and tapping a few times, then said, Brother Hai, I'm not very educated, but I trust you. I just transferred another 500,000 to that card, for the road construction. Haha, compared to the fat man, I guess my vision is small. Ren Yunfei shook his head. Wang Beihai saved his daughter. What reason did he have not to trust him? Saying this, Ren Yunfei also took out his phone and transferred 500,000 to the card. I'll contact the construction team, Zhang Shuming said expressionlessly, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Thank you all. Wang Beihai looked at them gratefully, holding back tears as he bowed deeply to everyone. Hey, Brother Hai, what are you doing? We're all waiting for you to lead us to make big money. Ruying jokingly helped Wang Beihai up, then said, "It's rare to be so happy today. We're not leaving until we're drunk." With that, Ruying led Wang Beihai and the others to the elevator and down to the first floor of the hotel, to the room known as the Heavenly Number 1. Looking at the sumptuous feast on the table, Wang Beihai's stomach let out a growl. The others laughed and sat down to eat. "Damn, Lu Fatty, what kind of wine is this? It's awful." Zhu Lingji took a sip from his glass and spat it out immediately. "Nonsense, this is the real Mutai. You don't know wine, don't ruin it," Ruying said, taking a sip himself, then frowned and spat it out, picking up the bottle and looking at it for a long time before slapping his head and saying, "I get it. It must be because we drank Brother Hai's wine that we find this one so bad." "Haha, I think so too. Looks like our medicinal wine business is going to make a killing." Ren Yunfei also laughed, reminiscing about the taste of the great Yang Restoration wine, feeling a sense of longing. "Haha, exaggerated. Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, then felt a slight pain in his stomach, so he asked about the location of the restroom and hurried out. A few minutes later, in the bathroom, Wang Beihai, holding his stomach, walked to the sink, smiling bitterly. "Guess even good stuff can't be eaten too much. Yagu, don't worry, the girl has been drugged by us. She's in the restroom now." At that moment, a familiar voice entered Wang Beihai's ears. He looked over and saw Chen Biao and Chan Chao talking triumphantly on the phone. "Don't worry, Yagu. We've given her a double dose of the drug. Once she comes out of the restroom, we'll send her to your room." After saying this, Chen Biao and Chen Chao walked towards the sink, apparently waiting for something. At that moment, a flushing sound came from the women's restroom, followed by a tall woman stepping out. Through the crack in the door, Wang Beihai saw the woman's appearance and was stunned. The woman was dressed in a black chong sam, her exquisite figure accentuated to the extreme. Her long black hair reached her waist, her snow-white neck adorned with an exquisitely delicate face, and her icy aura made her seem like a lotus fairy emerging from the water. Could Qin Chao and his gang's target be her? Wang Beihai was startled, looking closely indeed. The woman's eyes were showing signs of disorientation. And at that moment, Chen Chao stepped forward and wrapped his arm around the woman's shoulder, who did not resist at all. Seeing this, Chen Biao happily stroked the woman's face, then led Chen Chao and the woman out. "Humph, let's see what you're up to," Wang Beihai frowned, silently following the two, soon seeing them get into the elevator with the woman. Wang Beihai waved his hand, casting a mark on the woman, then watched as the elevator went up and stopped on the 18th floor. Wang Beihai was determined, heading to the stairwell, his feet moving swiftly, and in an instant, he was on the 18th floor. Following the mark's guidance, he soon stopped at room 1888. #### Chapter 11. Hero Saves the Beauty. Wang Beihai stood at the door, his eyes half closed, and the voices inside the room suddenly became clear. "Hee brother ya. We've brought the beauty for you." Inside the room, Chen Biao and his accomplice gently placed the woman on the sofa. Then, they both turned to the bald man next to the sofa, smiling obsequiously. Very good. You've done well." The bald man nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the woman. "As long as Brother Ya is pleased," Chen Biao said, taking out a cigar from his pocket and handing it over. Then he continued, "Brother Ya, we've drugged this girl heavily. You can enjoy her as much as you like. But about the favor you promised me earlier? Huh? Are you doubting me?" The bald man snorted coldly and put down the cigar in his hand. No. Chen Biao panicked immediately and quickly said, "I just wanted to remind Brother Ye to be careful of that Bazi. That Bazi seems to have some martial arts training and is quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat." "Humph." The bald man sneered disdainfully. "He's just a fool from the village. No matter how skilled his fists and feet are, can he defeat our black gold society?" "You're right, Brother Ye." Hearing this, Chen Biao breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll finish my business first, then help you deal with that Bazi. You two can get lost now." The bald man impatiently waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the woman on the sofa, swallowing hard. Seeing this, Chen Biao nudged Chen Chao, who was standing beside him in a daze, and the two turned to leave. As they reached the door and opened it, they saw a face they were all too familiar with. "How did you get here?" Chun Biao's heart tightened, and Chun Chao instinctively took a few steps back. Wang Beihai looked at the two with a dark expression and sneered, "I thought you two had reformed, but I didn't expect you to stoop so low just to deal with me. If I don't cripple you both today, I won't be called Wang Beihai." With that, Wang Beihai rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Seeing this, Chun Biao hurriedly ran into the room and shouted, "Brother Ya, save me!" The bald man, who was already undressing and about to make his move, lost his interest upon hearing Chun Biao's shout and turned around, slapping Chun Biao across the face. "What the hell are you shouting about? Stop making a ruckus." Chun Biao covered his face, not daring to breathe a word, only pointing at the door and whispering, "He's the one we mentioned. He's come looking for trouble." Then, Chun Biao rolled his eyes and added, "He also said to hand this girl over to him, or else he'll make you pay." Sure enough, upon hearing this, the bald man became furious. He strode to the door, pulling Chin Chao behind him, and without a word, threw a punch at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and dodged to the side, just in time to avoid the man's punch. "Motherf asterisk cur Basie, I didn't come looking for you, but you came to me." The bald man grinned viciously at Wang Beihai. "Do you know who I am?" "Not interested," Wang Beihai said, glancing into the room. Fortunately, the woman was still fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, as this incident was caused by himself. If it had implicated others, Wang Beihai would have been devastated. "Bastard! You dare to be distracted at a time like this." Seeing that Wang Beihai didn't even look at him, the bald man became even angrier and threw another punch. "Get lost," Wang Beihai said impatiently, then kicked out fiercely, sending the bald man flying to the side. Taking the opportunity, Wang Beihai darted into the room. The woman, apparently affected by the drug, had a flushed, delicate face and her eyes were becoming hazy. "This is bad." Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Just as he was about to treat her, he heard a roar from behind. The bald man picked up a table and swung it at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai had no time to think and hurriedly picked up the woman, dodging to the side. As Wang Beihai stood firm, ready to strike back, the woman suddenly kissed Wang Beihai on the lips. The soft sensation from his lips sent an indescribable heat rising from his abdomen. Wang Beihai shuddered and, for a moment, forgot to retaliate. F***CK peasant, you dare touch Wang Dalong's woman? You're dead today, Basie. The bald man, seeing the intimacy between the two, exploded with fury. Wang Dalong put down the table, took out a sharp dagger from a coat behind the door, and lunged at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, ready to kick him away, but the woman, at that moment, stretched out her leg and entangled Wang Beihai's foot. In a hurry, Wang Beihai had to jump sideways with the woman in his arms, landing heavily on the ground. Even so, the woman's clothes at the waist were slashed by the dagger, revealing her tender skin. Wang Beihai seized the chance to tap the woman's forehead, causing her to instantly lose consciousness. But before he could catch his breath, Wang Dalong attacked again. "You're asking for it." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, reached out, and grabbed Wang Dalong's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. With a slight increase in strength, Wang Dalong let out a scream, and the dagger fell to the ground. "Basie, let go of my hand quickly. I'm the manager of the Black Cliff Club, and I have the Black Gold Society behind me. Anger me, and not only you, but also your relatives and friends will be implicated." Wang Dalong threatened Wang Beihai viciously, but instead of letting go, Wang Beihai increased the pressure on his hand. "Touch my relatives, my brothers?" Wang Beihai said coldly, exerting force. With a snap, Wang Dalong's wrist was broken. Immediately, screams echoed throughout the 18th floor. Chin Chao and Chen Biao hid in the corner, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, footsteps approached, and several security personnel rushed into the room, followed by Louis Hong and others. Seeing the scene inside, Louis Hong and the others were stunned. "What happened, Brother Hai?" Louis Hong hurried forward to ask. Nothing much. Quickly send this woman to the hospital. She's been drugged and needs to have her stomach pumped. Hearing this, Ruying's face turned pale. He quickly called 2 security guards to take the woman to the hospital. As they passed by the door, Zhu Lingji's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman, then quickly returned to normal. At that moment, Ruying kicked Wang Dalong in the abdomen, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain. Motherf asterisk cur. You little bastards dare to cause trouble in my hotel, Ruying said angrily, then kicked Qin Biao and the others at the door, feeling a bit relieved. Brother Hai, today it's thanks to you. If that woman had really had an accident in my hotel, I wouldn't be able to keep it open, Ruying said, hugging Wang Beihai gratefully. You're welcome. Wang Beihai struggled out of Ruying's embrace and looked at Wang Dalong and the others coldly, asking, how should we deal with them? Don't worry, I've already called the police. Zhu Lingji shook his phone. Ha ha ha, call the police? With just you few? You think you can catch me? I'm with the Black Gold Society. Be smart and let me go. Wang Dalong laughed loudly. Black Gold Society. Hearing this, Ruying and the others frowned. What is the Black Gold Society? Wang Beihai looked puzzled. Ruying was about to explain when Zhu Lingji laughed. Ha ha ha, what a Black Gold Society. Zhu Lingji slowly walked up to Wang Dalong and said, normally, we might let you off, but today you've picked the wrong person. If the Black Gold Society knows that the girl you drugged is Ling's precious granddaughter, do you think they'll still protect you? Hearing this, Wang Dalong's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 12. Ling Ruying. 20 minutes later, Wang Dalong, Qin Biao, and Chun Chao were seated in a police car and taken away. Who is Ling's granddaughter? And what is the Black Gold Association? Seeing the police car drive off, Wang Beihai immediately voiced his question. Zhu Lingji chuckled but remained silent, while Ren Yunfei suddenly shuddered. Are you saying that the woman who was drugged is the little granddaughter the Ling family is looking for? Indeed, Zhu Lingji nodded, causing Ren Yunfei and the others to be taken aback. It seems the Black Gold Association has bitten off more than they can chew this time. Ren Yunfei exhaled deeply, appearing considerably relieved. What exactly is going on? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. Let's go upstairs to talk. Zhu Lingji smiled, and the group returned to the rooftop tea room. Lu Peng, this time you really have to thank Beihai properly. As soon as they sat down, Zhu Lingji gave Ruying a meaningful glance. Ruying immediately understood and hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Wang Beihai. Brother Hai, today's kindness is beyond repayment. If there's ever anything you need from me in the future, just say the word. Even if it's to have me give birth to a monkey, I wouldn't hesitate. As Ruying spoke, he bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. Come on, let's get to the point. What's the background of this woman? Wang Beihai shook his head, glancing at the others, who indeed looked filled with awe. Brother Hai, you might not know, but across the entire nation, there are 32 provinces and 108 counties. Divided by the Longmian River, it's further split into the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, and we are in the Jiangnan region. Ruying took a sip of tea and continued, we're not too clear about the situation in Jiangbei, but here in the Jiangnan region, there's the saying of one association and 4 families. One association and 4 families? Wang Beihai frowned, as he had never heard of this before. This association is the Black Gold Association. Ren Yunfei picked up where Ruying left off. The Black Gold Association can be considered the largest underground force in the entire Jiangnan region. Their trading venues are spread across the Jiangnan area, with many casinos and clubs, and they've always been arrogant and overbearing. I see. At this, Wang Beihai understood. No wonder Wang Dalong was so arrogant earlier, and why Ren Yunfei and the others were so tense when mentioning the Black Gold Association. So, who are the 4 families? Wang Beihai continued to ask. The 4 families of Jiangnan are the Li, Su, Shao, and Ling families. They are the largest 4 families in the Jiangnan region, each with extremely strong foundations. They are almost involved in all enterprises in the Jiangnan area. That powerful. How do you compare? Wang Beihai stroked his chin with interest. In front of the 4 great families, My little fortune wouldn't even fill a gap in their teeth. Ren Yunfei shook his head with a wry smile. And just recently, the Ling family's granddaughter ran away from home, and coincidentally, it was you who saved her just now. At this moment, Zhu Lingji slowly stood up, looking at Wang Beihai with excitement. Do you know what this means? Wang Beihai shrugged, his mind filled with the soft warmth of the woman's lips, not caring much about anything else. This means it's a great opportunity for you to get to know the Ling family, Zhu Lingji said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder forcefully, bringing him back to reality. Forget it, forget it. Wang Beihai shook his head. We're not from the same world, no need to force it. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhu Lingji curiously. By the way, how did you know she was the Ling family's granddaughter? Ren Yunfei and the others also looked over with curiosity. Well, we were classmates in high school, and I once pursued her, Zhu Lingji said frankly. The group immediately became interested, chatting back and forth. As night fell, Wang Beihai tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the woman's breathtaking beauty and that warm kiss. After a night of struggling, as soon as dawn broke, Lu Yihong and the others sent messages urging Wang Beihai to seize the opportunity. After some mental struggle, Wang Beihai finally made a decision. On his way to the hospital, he also bought a flower and some fruit. According to the information provided by Zhu Lingji, Wang Beihai quickly arrived at the woman's ward. However, there were already several burly men in suits standing outside the ward, clearly there to protect her. No wonder they are one of the four great families. Their actions are indeed swift. Wang Beihai thought to himself as he approached with his gifts. Halt, what are you here for? Before Wang Beihai could even get close to the ward, a bodyguard stopped him. I'm just here to check on the woman I saved yesterday, Wang Beihai replied with a smile. You have 3 seconds to leave, or you'll be dealt with, the bodyguard said coldly, pulling out a baton from his waist. You. Wang Beihai glared, then waved his hand. Forget it, he said, turning to leave. Let him in. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from inside the ward. Miss, the bodyguard began, but the voice interrupted again. I said, let him in. Yes, miss, the bodyguard replied, giving Wang Beihai an annoyed look. The lady wants you to go in, but be on your best behavior. With that, he also gave Wang Beihai a pat-down search. Wang Beihai glanced at the bodyguard, then pushed open the door to the ward. To his surprise, the woman was not lying in bed but sitting on the balcony, her long hair cascading down, her delicate hand propping up her chin as she gazed out the window at the sky. The rising sun cast its light on her, making her look like an angel. So beautiful, Wang Beihai murmured, unable to help himself. What's so beautiful? The woman turned her head, her eyebrows knitting together. You? No, it's that tree. That tree is so beautiful, Wang Beihai stammered, pointing at the tree outside the window, flustered by her gaze. You're quite amusing, the woman chuckled, walking towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai instinctively took a step back, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot. As the woman approached, she was nearly face to face with Wang Beihai, her faint fragrance filling his nostrils, making him feel almost breathless. Am I beautiful? The woman whispered in Wang Beihai's ear. Yes, beautiful, Wang Beihai managed to say, his hands trembling as he handed her the flower and fruit. Here, I didn't know what to bring for a visit, so I just got a few things. You're really something, the woman laughed again, looking at Wang Beihai with interest. I wonder if you're really that naive or just pretending. Suddenly, her expression changed. So, how much do you want? How much for what? Taken aback by the abrupt change, Wang Beihai didn't react immediately, feeling the temperature in the room drop. Although I was drugged yesterday, I still remember some things. How much will it take for you to forget what happened yesterday? The woman said, taking out a black card from her clothes and handing it to Wang Beihai. 2 million, is that enough? Wang Beihai frowned, feeling a strange sense of disappointment. No need, I'm not short of money, he said, placing the items on the ground and turning to leave. Wait, 5 million, the woman said, unwilling to give up. But Wang Beihai still showed no intention of stopping. Wait, What's your name? At these words, Wang Beihai did stop, turning around to see the woman looking at him with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misjudged you. Thank you for what happened yesterday, she said, picking up the items Wang Beihai had brought. I'm Wang Beihai, thank you for understanding, he replied. I'm Ling Ruying, thank you, she said, giving a warm smile, though Wang Beihai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Well, as long as you're fine, Wang Beihai said, turning to open the door. Just as he was about to do so, it seemed he remembered something, and he turned back to take a closer look at Ling Ruying before asking, Is there a close relative in your family who has been seriously ill and is not expected to live much longer? Chapter 13. Face Reading. How do you know? Ling Ruying was slightly taken aback, then her eyes turned wary. Speak. Who exactly are you? From the Su family or the Li family? Could it be that you're from the Black Gold Society? What are you talking about? Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly. Why is your suspicion so heavy for a young girl like you? Don't worry, I'm just a small farmer from Wulong village, with no ulterior motives. As he spoke, Wang Beihai winked at Ling Ruying. Ling Ruying scrutinized Wang Beihai carefully, and after a long while, she relaxed her guard slightly. If you're not from those major families, how do you know that my family member is seriously ill? Hey, to be honest, I don't have much else, but I do know how to read faces, Wang Beihai said, patting his chest. Really? Ling Ruying was half believing, half doubting. Really? Wang Beihai stepped forward 2 paces, took another close look at Ling Ruying, and then said, The person who is ill is not only in grave danger, but also very close to you. And haven't you been feeling extremely unlucky and out of luck lately? How can you tell that? As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ling Ruying was so shocked that she covered her mouth. A significant reason for her running away from home was to find someone who could save her grandfather. Little did she know that during these days of running away, Ling Ruying had suffered a lot. Just upon arriving in Longquan County, she lost her phone and wallet. When she wanted to borrow a phone at the Dihao Hotel, she happened to meet Wang Dalong and was drugged. Her misfortune was truly beyond measure. Suddenly, Ling Ruying seemed to remember something and rushed forward to grab Wang Beihai's hand. Since you can tell, you must have a way to break this curse, right? Wang Beihai wanted to refuse, as he had a lot of things to do. But when he glanced at Ling Ruying's pitiful and helpless eyes, he couldn't help but nod. Ling Ruying's eyes lit up instantly and she continued, Please, save my grandfather. He's my last family member. As she spoke, Ling Ruying's eyes reddened, and a few tears fell uncontrollably. Your last family member? Wang Beihai was slightly stunned. What about your parents? My parents took a flight to Russia for an inspection a year ago, and they vanished without a trace along with the plane on their way back, Ling Ruying said, her eyes gradually dimming. Grandpa is the one who loves me the most in the family. If Grandpa is gone, I won't have any reason to live. As she was speaking, Ling Ruying suddenly felt her shoulder grow heavy. Looking up, she saw Wang Beihai's hand on her shoulder, his eyes fixed on her, filled with warmth. You mustn't think that way. As long as they haven't been found, there's still hope. Besides, you've met me, which is fate. Your grandfather's life is not yet over. Do you really have the confidence to cure my grandfather? Ling Ruying asked, her face clearing up considerably. Yes, your grandfather is just afflicted by a curse. Ordinary medical techniques won't work. Thank you, Wang Beihai, Ling Ruying said, looking intently at Wang Beihai. She suddenly felt that besides his attire, his appearance was quite handsome. Wang Beihai felt itchy all over being stared at like that, so he shook his head and said, All right, let me first dispel the curse on you, or else you'll continue to be unlucky. Saying this, Wang Beihai took out a silver needle from his pocket, infused it with spiritual energy, and then looked at Ling Ruying. Whatever happens next, don't open your eyes or move. Okay. Ling Ruying hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly and closed her eyes tightly. Here it comes, Wang Beihai said, and directly pierced the silver needle into Ling Ruying's forehead. Instantly, a puff of black smoke flew out from the top of her head, darting around the room like it had a life of its own, emitting a series of mournful wails. Ling Ruying closed her eyes tightly, her whole body trembling nonstop. Suddenly, she heard Wang Beihai shout, "Extinguish!" Then the wailing ceased. "All right, open your eyes," Wang Beihai's voice came. Ling Ruying slowly opened her eyes, finding everything around her unchanged. "How do you feel? Any lighter?" Wang Beihai asked, patting Ling Ruying's shoulder with concern. "Feels like it really is much lighter." Ling Ruying shrugged, the previous heaviness indeed gone. "That's great. You must save my grandfather." Ling Ruying once again grabbed Wang Beihai's hand, looking at him as if he were a lifeline. Bang! At that moment, the door to the ward was violently pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a trench coat walked in. Seeing Ling Ruying and Wang Beihai's actions, he frowned. "Ruying, who is he?" "Uncle, why are you here?" Ling Ruying also frowned, looking at the man with disgust. "With something this big happening to you, how could I not come?" The man's eyes turned cold, then he asked, "I won't ask a third time. Who is he?" "He's the one I found, the one who can save Grandpa." "Nonsense, the old man is hanging on by a thread, and you're playing such a joke." The man snorted coldly, then said, "You should come back with me right now and stay away from these shady characters in the future." Without giving Ling Ruying any chance to speak, the man called in the bodyguards. The bodyguards obeyed and gestured for Wang Beihai to leave. "I'd like to see who dares. If I go back, he must come with me," Ling Ruying said, standing in front of Wang Beihai. The man coldly glanced at Wang Beihai and then said, "I'm saying this for the last time. Don't force me to act." After speaking, the man left by himself. "What should we do?" Ling Ruying muttered, clutching Wang Beihai's clothes. "Please," the bodyguard beside them also began to urge. "Give me your phone number." Wang Beihai suddenly patted Ling Ruying's shoulder and said with a smile, "The old man still has time. I need to go back and handle some things. Within 3 days, I'll come find you." "Really?" Ling Ruying looked at Wang Beihai and slowly let go of her hand. "Really?" Wang Beihai smiled and then found a pin, handing it to Ling Ruying. Ling Ruying took the pin and without hesitation wrote a string of numbers on Wang Beihai's hand. "All right, then I'll be off first." Wang Beihai glanced at the numbers on his hand and then smiled slightly at Ling Ruying. "Remember, always believe in hope." With that, Wang Beihai walked out of the ward. Ling Ruying watched Wang Beihai's departing back. Her heart stirred, a strange feeling quietly spreading. Chapter 14 by E. Stepping out of the hospital, Wang Beihai found a nearby mobile phone store, bought 2 phones, and got them SIM cards. Then, he pulled out a business card from his pocket, looked at the number on it, and dialed. Soon, Ren Yunfei's voice came through on the other end of the line. After a brief farewell to Ren Yunfei, Wang Beihai went to the bus station and boarded the bus back to Wulong Village. Although the journey was bumpy, Wang Beihai was filled with joy. Honestly, this trip not only broadened Wang Beihai's horizons but more importantly, opened up sales channels. This meant that as long as these connections remained, Wang Beihai would eventually help Wulong Village achieve complete poverty alleviation. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly, leaned his head against the seat, and fell into a contented sleep. 2 hours later, the bus finally swayed to a stop at the village entrance. Wang Beihai stretched, and as soon as he got off, several villagers surrounded him with smiles, especially the old village doctor, who kept thanking Wang Beihai and even handed him a tattered medical book. Wang Beihai felt shy but couldn't refuse the old doctor, so he accepted the book. At that moment, a villager rushed over, his eyes lighting up with joy when he saw Wang Beihai. "Beihai, you'd better hurry back. If you're late, Yangli might be in trouble." "What?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai was furious. Ignoring the villager's greetings, he dashed home at full speed. Meanwhile, at Yang Li's house, several villagers surrounded Yang Li in the courtyard, smirking at her. "Yang Li, after all, we are Beihai's relatives. What's wrong with asking him for help in our time of need?" Among them, a slightly plump middle-aged woman with a mole on her nose glared at Yang Li, her eyes almost devouring her. "Relatives?" Yang Li sneered, then glanced at the woman contemptuously. "Wang Tsuehua, do you even deserve that?" "Hey, How dare you talk to me like that? Wang Tsuehua was furious. What makes you think I don't deserve it? I'm Beihai's second aunt. I think it's you who doesn't deserve it. A widow clinging to Beihai. If you have no ulterior motives, who would believe it? The others accompanying Wang Tsuehua also began to chime in, accusing Yang Li. Enough, Yang Li shouted angrily. You all claim to be Beihai's relatives, but where were you when his family faced trouble? Where were you when Beihai was alone and suffering? Where were you when Beihai and I were bullied? After a series of questions, Wang Tsuehua and the others were left speechless, their faces flushed. Who cares about you, you shameless woman? Wang Tsuehua retorted, realizing she was in the wrong. I just wanted to borrow some money from Beihai. Today, since Beihai is not here, we decide. These 2,000 yuan, you have to give it, whether you want to or not. With that, Wang Tsuehua waved her hand, and the others rushed into Yang Li's house to start searching. Wang Tsuehua, do you even know the law? Yang Li tried to stop them but was held back by Wang Tsuehua. Shut up, you shameless woman. Wang Tsuehua sneered, pulling Yang Li close and slapping her. Yang Li's fair face instantly turned red and swollen. Stop. At that moment, a melodious voice came from the doorway. Wang Tsuehua turned to see a student-looking girl standing at Yang Li's door. Who do you think you are, girl, to meddle in my business? Wang Tsuehua scoffed, glaring at the girl. Be smart and scram, or you'll regret it. I'm Bai Yi, the newly appointed village secretary. Your actions are illegal. If you don't stop, I'll call the police. The girl pushed her glasses and took out her phone, looking serious. Wang Tsuehua laughed at Bai Yi's righteous demeanor. Girl, you think you can be a village secretary? Call the police? Go ahead, see if anyone comes. You. Bai Yi was furious, about to dial the police number when a hand suddenly stopped her. She turned to see a gaunt face. No need to call the police. I'll handle it, Wang Beihai said with a smile, then turned his cold gaze to Wang Tsuehua. Wang Tsuehua shivered under his gaze, quickly releasing Yang Li and smiling at Wang Beihai. Oh, isn't this my dear nephew? Do you remember me? I'm your second aunt. I even held you when you were little. Wang Beihai didn't respond but walked directly to Yang Li's side, looking at her swollen face with concern. Are you all right, Sister Li? I'm fine. Yang Li's eyes reddened as she hugged Wang Beihai, sobbing. You're back, that's all that matters. Found it, found it. A voice came from inside the house, followed by laughter. A few people carried out a stack of money, exactly 20,000 yuan. Nephew, since you've just recovered, your second aunt will hold on to this money for you. Wang Tsuehua said, noticing Wang Beihai's lack of reaction, thinking he wouldn't dare object. She puffed up her chest, signaling the others to come closer. Stop, Wang Beihai said calmly, and the ones holding the money froze in place. Nephew, what are you doing? Wang Tsuehua approached, displeased. Smack. With a crisp sound, Wang Tsuehua was knocked to the ground, her right cheek swelling high, and 2 teeth knocked out. This slap is for Sister Li, Wang Beihai said, shaking his hand. You. Wang Tsuehua, covering her face, looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, then sat on the ground, wailing. You ungrateful wretch, what spell has that vixen cast on you? I'm your second aunt. How dare you hit me? Someone, I can't live like this. From today on, you're not. Wang Beihai sighed, taking the 20,000 yuan and tossing it into Wang Tsuehua's hands. Take the money and leave. From now on, I, Wang Beihai, have nothing to do with any of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the frozen people regained their movement. Wang Tsuehua, seeing the 20,000 yuan in her hands, jumped up and, without even looking at Wang Beihai, hurried away with the others. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Beihai, are you all right? Yang Li approached to comfort him. I'm fine, but what about you, Sister Li? Your face. Wang Beihai said, taking out a beauty cream from his pocket and handing it to Yang Li. Her eyes lit up as she took it and applied it to her face. Thank you, Wang Beihai said, seeing Yang Li was all right, then turned to Bai Yi and thanked her. You're welcome. As the newly appointed village secretary, this is what I should do, Bai Yi said, patting her chest. Village secretary? Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai Yi. Chapter 15. Buying land and building a factory. Are you the new village secretary? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, and the woman in front of him seemed only a year or two older than himself. Her delicate skin didn't look like she could handle much work. Yes, why? Don't I look like it? Bai Yi pushed her glasses up and showed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Indeed, not very much. Wang Beihai scratched his head. Bai Yi snorted angrily and then directly placed the documents and appointment letter in front of Wang Beihai, who finally believed her. But believing was one thing. In Wang Beihai's mind, Bai Yi's image was more like a cute junior schoolmate rather than a village secretary. Don't look at me with such a suspicious gaze. Bai Yi glared at Wang Beihai angrily. I have many skills, but it's useless to tell you. I'm going back to the village committee. If you have any difficulties, remember to come to the village committee to find me. With that, Bai Yi collected her certificate and skipped away. What a strange person, Wang Beihai muttered, pulling his neck in. In the morning, Ren Yunfei had told him that Chun Biao was arrested, and the county would send a new village secretary. But Wang Beihai never expected the village secretary to be such a fragile girl. What? Are you smitten? Yang Li saw Wang Beihai staring out the door and said with a hint of jealousy. No, that's impossible. Wang Beihai quickly averted his gaze. Just kidding, Yang Li smiled and then pinched Wang Beihai, saying, But you, giving Wang Tsuehua such a large sum of 2,000 yuan, you're really generous, aren't you? Wang Beihai winced in pain and quickly broke free from Yang Li's grip, rubbing his waist for a while before looking at Yang Li with a smile. It's worth it to sever ties with such a person for 2,000 yuan. Don't worry, Sister Li, we're really going to get rich this time. As he spoke, Wang Beihai handed a new phone to Yang Li. Here, it's for you. Yang Li was slightly stunned and then exclaimed in surprise, This phone? I've seen it on TV. It's very expensive. How did you buy it? After saying that, Yang Li returned the phone to Wang Beihai. You've just recovered, and your family is in need of money right now. Return the phone quickly. My Nokia still works. Wang Beihai smiled and handed the phone back to Yang Li. Don't worry, Sister Li, look at this. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out several bank cards from his pocket. The money in these cards adds up to over 2 million yuan. How much? Yang Li's eyes widened instantly. Over 2 million. Ah. Hearing this figure, Yang Li let out a scream and fainted momentarily. After a while, Yang Li slowly regained consciousness and grabbed Wang Beihai's arm. Beihai, tell Sister Li, did you do something wrong? If you did, return the money quickly and seek leniency. Listen to Sister Li, we don't want dirty money. Yang Li's face was filled with worry. Wang Beihai felt warm inside and smiled. Don't worry, Sister Li, when have I ever done anything wrong? This money is clean. I earned it. Then, Wang Beihai recounted the general process of his trip to the city to Yang Li. Even so, Yang Li still couldn't believe that Wang Beihai had earned so much money in just a few days. All right, Sister Li, just enjoy it with peace of mind. From now on, I not only want to give you a good life, but I also want to make sure the people of Wulong village have a good life. Wang Beihai said, holding Yang Li's hand and asking, By the way, Sister Li, I want to buy the vacant land behind our house. How should I go about it? Buy land? What for? Yang Li was still in a daze. Of course, to build a winery. Oh, and we need to fix the road first. Wang Beihai said, stroking his chin. Build a factory? Fix the road? Yang Li shook her head in astonishment. All this requires a lot of money. Where did you get so much money? Hee, I have my ways. Sister Li, just tell me who to contact to buy the land. Buying land, of course, you have to go to the village committee. No, Beihai, we can't spend the money recklessly, Yang Li said, looking up, but Wang Beihai had already disappeared. At the Wulong village committee, Bai Yi struggled to open the dilapidated office door, and when she looked inside, her heart sank. The office was filled with dust and cobwebs, and the narrow space contained only a broken table standing alone. Forget it, I'll clean up tomorrow. Bai Yi shook her head and then found the dormitory according to the sign on the door. Opening it, she saw it was only slightly better than the office, with an extra bed. Ah, Bai Yi sighed, found a broom to clean up a bit, and finally had a place to stay. Then she carried her toiletries to the bathroom. With a little effort, the bathroom door fell down, startling Bai Yi. Fortunately, there was hot water inside, so Bai Yi propped up the door and began to take a bath. At that moment, Wang Beihai, humming a tune, also arrived at the village committee. After searching around, he couldn't find anyone. That's strange. Where did everyone go? Wang Beihai scratched his head, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. A sound of running water entered his ears. Found it. Wang Beihai was delighted and followed the sound to the bathroom. Sure enough, he heard someone taking a bath inside. Is anyone in there? Before Wang Beihai could finish, a scream came from inside the bathroom. Snake! Help! Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and without thinking, he pushed the door open. Sure enough, a 5-step snake was not far from the door. Be careful. Wang Beihai dashed forward, picked up Bai Yi in his arms, and kicked the snake out of the door with a swift kick. Are you okay? After confirming that the snake was gone, Wang Beihai put Bai Yi down. Ah, pervert! Bai Yi immediately screamed louder. Wang Beihai realized then that Bai Yi was not wearing any clothes, her snow-white body fully exposed to his view. So white. Wang Beihai murmured, his nose bleeding like a small snake. You're still looking, pervert. Seeing this, Bai Yi's face turned crimson, and after scolding him, she ran into the bathroom. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Wang Beihai wiped his nosebleed and quickly activated the Haotian positive energy to suppress the heat in his body. Himph, considering you saved me, it's even. Dressed, Bai Yi slowly walked up to Wang Beihai and glared at him. If you dare to spread this, you're dead. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret, Wang Beihai said, raising 3 fingers in an oath gesture, and Bai Yi's expression softened. So, what did you come to see me for? Bai Yi said, casually drying her hair. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, slightly changing his view of this woman, and then got straight to the point. I want to buy land to build a factory. Hashtag chapter 16. Recruiting talent. Buy land and build a factory? Bai Yi's eyes nearly popped out of her head upon hearing this. Yes, is there a problem? Wang Beihai said casually. Do you know how much it costs to build a factory, buddy? Bai Yi coughed and put on her large glasses, giving Wang Beihai a thorough once-over. She couldn't see him as the type to build a factory. I know. It's just a matter of 100 or 80,000. Wang Beihai dug his ear, unconcerned. 100 or 80,000. You make it sound so easy. Bai Yi glanced at Wang Beihai and said, I didn't expect you to be so young but so good at boasting. In this small village, the total money of the whole village wouldn't exceed 20,000. Where would you get 100,000? What's wrong with a small village? Can't a golden phoenix fly out of a small village? Wang Beihai looked displeased at Bai Yi, his previous good impression of her diminishing. All right, I'm just teasing you. Seeing Wang Beihai's angry look, Bai Yi smiled, her eyes narrowing. It was quite cute, actually. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback and then asked, What do you mean? Just tell me, will you sell the land or not? Oh, why are you in such a hurry? There's no need to be like this. Is this how you ask for help? Bai Yi pouted, disdainfully. Wang Beihai looked at Bai Yi's expression, momentarily forgetting what to say. Buy the land? Sure, as long as you sign a land purchase agreement and pay the money, Bai Yi said, her eyes rolling as she smiled. But the land purchase agreement is in the office, and the office is too dirty. I came here by car and I'm tired. Before she could finish, Wang Beihai understood her meaning and raised an eyebrow, saying, All right, wait for me. With that, Wang Beihai dashed out. This Beihai, he's quite interesting. Bai Yi smiled, taking out a set of clothes from her suitcase, then began to undress. Before she could finish changing, Wang Beihai suddenly burst in. This time, they came face to face, and Wang Beihai got a clear view, causing his nosebleed to gush out again. Ah, pervert, Get out. Bai Yi quickly pulled her clothes up and threw a shoe at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dodged the shoe and then quickly ran out. Wow, I didn't expect this bespectacled girl to have such a good figure. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, struggling to suppress the fire within him. It took him a full 2 minutes to stop the nosebleed. On the other hand, Bai Yi hurriedly put on her clothes, her chest heaving violently. She cursed inwardly, "This is really a ghost encounter. It's the first time in my life that a man has seen my body, and on the same day, he saw it twice." Thinking of this, Bai Yi covered her face with her hands, her face flushing all the way to her neck. Can I come in now?" Wang Beihai stood at the door, cautiously asking. Bai Yi tried to calm herself down. "Come in. What is it?" "Nothing. I just cleaned up. Can we sign the agreement now?" Wang Beihai pushed the door open and walked in, his head lowered. "So fast?" Bai Yi said incredulously, then pushed Wang Beihai aside and walked straight to the office. Sure enough, the office was now spotless. Bai Yi rubbed her eyes and looked at Wang Beihai with a look of disbelief. "How did you do that? Are you even human?" "Nonsense." Wang Beihai patted his head. "Absolutely genuine. Can we sign the agreement now, sis? You really don't know how to be romantic, not at all considerate of a lady." Bai Yi gave Wang Beihai a resentful look and then slowly walked back to her dormitory, returning to the office a while later with a few documents in hand. "First, sign the agreement, and then I'll take you to measure the area." Bai Yi handed the agreement to Wang Beihai and tied her hair up high, instantly giving off an efficient and capable impression. After signing the agreement and measuring the area, when they returned to the village committee, it was already noon. "All right, press your fingerprint here, pay the money, and you can start construction," Bai Yi said, handing the ink pad to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, watching Bai Yi's extremely familiar actions, which didn't seem like those of a newcomer. "Hurry up and press your fingerprint. Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me you don't have the money?" Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. "Yes, of course I do," Wang Beihai said, pressing his fingerprint and then taking out a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Bai Yi. "The money in this card should be enough to buy the land, and the extra can be used for repairing the village committee's house." "Really?" Bai Yi took the bank card with suspicion, though she still put it in the drawer, saying doubtfully, "Well, I'll keep it. By the way, by secretary, I have something else I'd like to ask you for help." Wang Beihai glanced at the broadcast in the courtyard and instantly came up with an idea. "Just call me Yi. By secretary sounds so old." Bai Yi glared at Wang Beihai and then said, "Do you want to use the village committee's broadcast? It hasn't been used for a long time. I don't know if it's broken. You can go check it out. If it works, use it." "How did you know?" Wang Beihai was startled. Bai Yi just smiled and said, "Guess," before dashing back to her dormitory. Strange. Wang Beihai frowned in confusion, but didn't delve deeper. He went straight to the broadcasting room and waved away the dust on the equipment. Wang Beihai plugged in the broadcast. Fortunately, the equipment still worked. So, Wang Beihai cleared his throat and announced into the microphone, "This is Wang Beihai. I plan to build a factory and roads in the village. Anyone who wants to make money, please come to the village committee to sign up." He repeated it several times before putting down the microphone, looking expectantly at the courtyard, but no one came for a long time. "What's going on? Don't people want to make money?" Wang Beihai scratched his head, thinking for a long time but still not knowing where the problem was. In fact, the villagers had indeed heard the broadcast, but they just laughed it off when they heard Wang Beihai's words. This Beihai must be crazy again. Building a factory, making money? Wang Tsuehua was eating melon seeds at home, laughing loudly with a few other women. Under the old locust tree, the old herbalist shook his head. He's gone mad again. In the fields, a woman planting rice also disdainfully laughed. "Make money with a fool? Are you crazy?" In an instant, the whole village was mocking Wang Beihai. Just when Wang Beihai was at a loss, Bai Yi entered the broadcasting room, snatching the microphone from Wang Beihai's hand and winking at him. "Learn from me, little brother." After that, Bai Yi announced into the microphone, "Dear villagers of Wulonggang, hello. I am the newly appointed village secretary. In the next few days, our village will undergo a major transformation. Anyone participating in the transformation plan will be rewarded with cash of 100. Sign-up location, the village committee. Limited quantity, first come first served. After speaking, Bai Yi threw the microphone back to Wang Beihai. Wait, you'll have to thank me later. Sure enough, not long after, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside, and the villagers of the village rushed into the courtyard, one after another. Hashtag chapter 17. The face slap. Where is he? Didn't he say there's money to be claimed? Why isn't he here? Wang Tsuehua scanned the surroundings with her eyes, but couldn't find the person from the broadcast, so she started cursing immediately. Seeing this, the villagers shook their heads in disappointment and prepared to leave. I said you have no manners, and you really don't. At that moment, Bai Yi walked out from the broadcasting room, with Wang Beihai following closely behind. Oh, I thought who it was, so it's you, girl. Wang Tsuehua disdainfully glanced at Bai Yi and then said, What do you mean by no manners? I think it's you who are deceiving everyone with money, and that's what's really rude. Everyone listen up, this woman is a fake. She first pretended to be the village secretary, and then colluded with Wang Beihai beside her, all for the purpose of swindling everyone's money. Everyone, don't be fooled. After Wang Tsuehua said that, the villagers began to point fingers at Bai Yi and Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned and was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Bai Yi. She's just a clown. There's no need to argue with her. It would only waste time. With that, Bai Yi smiled and walked straight to Wang Tsuehua, her eyes sharp, causing Wang Tsuehua to stagger and almost fall to the ground. What do you want? Wang Tsuehua asked angrily. I don't want anything. I just want to ask you. You said I'm a fake. Do you have any evidence? Yes, Tsuehua. Do you have any evidence? A man standing behind Wang Tsuehua asked weakly. You're itching for a beating, aren't you? Just wait until we get home. I'll teach you a lesson. Wang Tsuehua glared angrily at the man and then looked at Bai Yi. Our village head and village secretary have always been Chan Biao. The old village head has only been missing for a few days, and suddenly a little girl appears, saying she's the village secretary. What else could she be if not a fake? Hearing Wang Tsuehua's words, the villagers looked at Bai Yi with suspicion. Himph, got nothing to say now, huh? Seeing that Bai Yi remained silent, Wang Tsuehua became cocky and pointed her finger at Bai Yi's nose, saying, You say you're the village secretary, then show us the evidence. As you wish. Bai Yi chuckled coldly, walked to her dormitory, and soon came out carrying a briefcase. She then took out an appointment letter from the bag and handed it to Wang Tsuehua. This? Although Wang Tsuehua couldn't read, she recognized the red official seal. For a moment, her eyes darted around, not knowing what to say. So what if you're the village secretary? You can't collude with Wang Beihai to cheat everyone. Wang Tsuehua rolled her eyes and shifted the blame to Wang Beihai. Everyone in the village knows that Wang Beihai is a fool. Now you say he's going to lead us to make money. What else could this be but a scam? Besides, the 200,000 he had is long gone. What does he have to share with the villagers? After saying that, Wang Tsuehua glanced triumphantly at Wang Beihai, thinking, Let's see how you get out of this. How do you know I only had 200,000? Wang Beihai shook his head. He had originally considered family ties and didn't want to argue with Wang Tsuehua, but he didn't expect her to provoke him again and again. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai directly walked up to Wang Tsuehua, took out his bank cards and the newly signed land purchase agreement from his pocket. I've already bought the land, and we can start construction in a few days. As for the money, these cards add up to 2 million. Is that enough? Wang Tsuehua was stunned, and the villagers gasped. 2 million was like an astronomical number to them. Himph, you say there's 2 million in there, but there's 2 million? I could also say I have 100 million at home. Who knows if you're lying to everyone? This question stumped Wang Beihai. After all, there was no bank in the village, and how to prove that there was money in the cards was indeed a problem. I said it before, everyone who participates in building the winery will get 100 yuan, and you can collect it now. At that moment, Bai Yi took out several thick stacks of cash from her briefcase. Judging by the amount, there were at least 100,000. The villagers had never seen so much money before, and they immediately let out a gasp of surprise. They no longer cared whether there was money in Wang Beihai's cards or not, because the fact in front of them was more convincing than any words. Wang Tsuehua glared resentfully at Wang Beihai, her mouth opening to speak, but she found the villagers distancing themselves from her, regarding her with expressions of pity, including her own husband. Are these evidences enough? Bai Yi smiled at Wang Tsuehua. You win. Wang Tsuehua snorted coldly, her expression as if she had swallowed a fly, and then hurriedly dragged her husband away. Who exactly are you? At that moment, Wang Beihai asked coldly. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to do this? Bai Yi pouted. I've helped you a lot. I never said I wanted to open a winery, and how could a newly appointed village secretary casually take out so much money? Tell me, who exactly are you? Wang Beihai looked at Bai Yi with suspicion. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then said, I think we should first handle these villagers? Mentioning this, Wang Beihai remembered that there were still villagers present. He thought that Bai Yi wouldn't escape for the time being, so he started to address the villagers. Everyone, listen to me. Wang Beihai made a gesture to quiet everyone and then said, As you all know, our village has always been poor, but now, an opportunity has come. I plan to build a winery in the village, and then everyone can work in the winery. I'll pay you 100 yuan a day. Today's 100 yuan is a down payment for everyone's salary. Those who want to help can come forward to sign up and collect the money. After saying that, Wang Beihai quickly brought out a stool, a table, and prepared paper and pens from the office, making it look quite formal. Oh my, we're going to get rich. 100 yuan a day, that would be 3,000 a month. That's the money I earn in half a year. May the heavens bless us, our Wulong village is really going to rise. In an instant, the villagers were all excited, discussing and lining up in a hurry. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, I'll pay you back later. Wang Beihai looked at Bai Yi seriously. You'd better handle your own affairs first. Bai Yi smiled. The two of them started distributing money, and later, even Yang Li was dragged over by Wang Beihai to help. Oh my, are you crazy? 100 yuan a day for each person. How much money would you have to give out a day? Yang Li looked at Wang Beihai angrily. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Besides, who knows if your winery will even succeed? After learning about Wang Beihai's decision, Yang Li started to lecture him earnestly. Bai Yi watched the two of them, smiled slightly, and then quietly left. By the time the money was distributed, it was already evening. Wang Beihai suddenly remembered the incident at noon and wanted to find Bai Yi to ask for clarification, but after searching around, he couldn't find her. At that moment, Bai Yi was leisurely sitting under the pagoda tree at the village entrance, chatting on the phone with a playful smile on her lips. Don't worry, the plan is going very smoothly. Chapter 18. Planning. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wang Beihai was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, Wang Beihai sprang up from his bed, hastily dressed, and rushed to the village entrance. By then, quite a few villagers had already gathered around the Land Rover parked at the village entrance, murmuring among themselves. I reckon this car must cost at least several 100,000 yuan, right? This is a Land Rover, you uncultured peasant. I used to work outside, and my boss drove this exact model. With this configuration, it costs at least over 1,000,000 yuan to get it fully equipped. My goodness, over 1,000,000 yuan. Who are the people in this car? No matter who they are, we have to be smart and careful not to offend them. As the villagers chattered away, Wang Beihai dashed over in a hurry. Look, isn't that Beihai? Seeing him in such a rush, could the person in the car be his boss? Most likely. Beihai is really lucky to have found such a good boss. While a few speculated, Wang Beihai had already reached the car. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a plump man in a suit stepped out. Hey, it's been ages, Brother Hai. I've missed you so much, Lui Hong exclaimed, patting his belly and rushing forward to embrace Wang Beihai with great excitement. Come on, it's only been a day. What's the big deal? Wang Beihai pushed Lui Hong away disdainfully. This interaction left the villagers dumbfounded. The relationship between Wang Beihai and this man didn't seem like that of a boss and employee at all. I planned to come alone, but this fat guy insisted on tagging along, Zhang Shuming said with a smile as he stepped out of the car, followed by a burly middle-aged man. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Su Jiankuan. He specializes in construction, and he's handled many major government projects. Zhang Shuming introduced, and the middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Beihai shook it politely. Taking advantage of the handshake, Su Jiankuan leaned in and said with a smile, Brother Beihai, Lao Zheng told me about your wine. Maybe you can let me try it sometime? Haha, no problem at all. Wang Beihai laughed upon hearing this. Alright, let's not talk about that now. You've already bought the land, right? Take us to have a look, Lui Hong urged anxiously. Why are you so eager, you fat guy? Wang Beihai asked with surprise and amusement. He's just eager to get his hands on your magical wine, Zhang Shuming interjected, exposing Lui Hong. Ahem, Lao Zheng. Some things, you understand, there's no need to say them out loud. Lui Hong coughed awkwardly, his expression immediately amusing Wang Beihai. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the open space at the foot of the mountain. This place is not bad, Zhang Shuming remarked, grabbing a handful of soil from the ground. It's spacious enough, and the soil quality is good. It's indeed a great spot for building a factory. Lao Su, take a look and see if you can draft the planning diagram today. Su Jiankuan stroked his chin and then looked at Wang Beihai. Drafting the diagram is no big deal, but I'm curious about how Brother Beihai plans to lay out the factory. Wang Beihai thought for a moment and pointed to a spot not far ahead. There's nothing much, except that I want to build a medicinal field within the factory to grow medicinal herbs. This way, I won't have any issues with raw materials for my wine. Medicinal field? Lui Hong blinked, puzzled. With such a small area, how much medicine can you grow? Brother Hai, you need to mass-produce this medicinal wine. It's better to buy the herbs from suppliers. Su Jiankuan and Zhang Shuming nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Lui Hong's view. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways to ensure that the medicinal herbs are inexhaustible. Wang Beihai smiled. The inheritance he received included some marvelous formations. If he could set up a gathering formation beneath the medicinal field, the herbs could grow abundantly, and their effects would be several times better. This would save him the trouble of going into the mountains to collect herbs. Seeing Wang Beihai so confident, the others no longer argued. Any other requirements? Su Jiankuan asked while opening a briefcase he carried, revealing a set of sophisticated surveying instruments. Wang Beihai looked at the open space for a while and then said, No other requirements. The planning diagram is in your hands now. Su Jiankuan nodded and began to meticulously calculate using the instruments. At that moment, Yang Li rushed over. Today, Yang Li wore a white long dress, her black hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a mature charm. Who is this? Lui Hong stared at Yang Li, almost drooling. What are you looking at? Wang Beihai shook his head and playfully tapped Lui Hong's head. She's my sister. We grew up together. Don't you dare have any funny ideas, you fat guy. Your sister? Lui Hong looked Wang Beihai up and down. Doesn't look like it. Brother Hai, as they say, don't let good water flow to outsiders. If your sister isn't seeing anyone, maybe? Get lost. What are you thinking? Wang Beihai was both amused and exasperated. This Lui Hong was truly something else. In the meantime, Yang Li had reached Wang Beihai and curiously glanced at the group. I forgot to introduce them. This is Lui Hong. Just call him Fatty. This is Zhang Shuming, the big shot in the county's real estate. The one measuring is Su Jiankuan, a top figure in the construction industry. Wang Beihai pointed at each person as he introduced them to Yang Li. Finally, he pointed at Yang Li and said, This is Yang Li, my sister. Yang Li smiled at the group and then said to Wang Beihai, The villagers came to our house today. They said they received money and can't just sit idle. They asked what arrangements you have for them. With that, Yang Li gave Wang Beihai a reproachful look, considering the hefty sum spent. As it happens, there is something, Wang Beihai thought for a moment and then said, Tell the villagers to go up the mountain and help me pull some wild grass. The more, the better. Wild grass? You spend so much money just to have them pull wild grass for you? Yangli widened her eyes in disbelief. All right, Cicely, I have my reasons for the wild grass. Just do as I say, Wang Beihai said with a smile. Though puzzled, seeing Wang Beihai's insistence, Yangli had no choice but to leave. When the villagers heard the task was merely pulling grass, they got even more enthusiastic, grabbing hoes and baskets, humming tunes as they headed up the mountain. By midday, a pile of wild grass had accumulated at Wang Beihai's home. Wang Beihai and his friends returned home, had a simple meal, and then went back to the open space to continue measuring. By evening, Su Jianquan had finally completed the blueprint. Wang Beihai took the blueprint and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The blueprint not only marked all the data but also included soil analysis. This is just a rough draft. We still need to model it on the computer. If all goes well, we can start construction tomorrow. Su Jianquan smiled. That's great. By the way, could you help me drill a few small holes in these places? They don't need to be deep, about 3 meters will do. The diameter should be about the size of an egg, Wang Beihai said, marking several red dots on the blueprint. Chapter 19. The Black Market. Drill small holes? Su Jianquan blinked. Why all of a sudden do we need to drill some small holes? Just do as I say. I have my reasons, Wang Beihai said mysteriously, thinking that it's better not to let others know about certain things. Although Su Jianquan was puzzled, he still carefully examined the locations marked by Wang Beihai, which didn't affect the construction, so he nodded and agreed. Now that the location for the winery is settled, the only thing left is the road issue, Zhang Shuming said, taking out a map of Longquan County, with a section marked in red. Beihai, look, the red section is the originally planned highway, but due to financial constraints, the plan was shelved. Wang Beihai took the map and examined it closely. Indeed, the red section led straight to Wulong village. This time, Zhu Xiao inquired, and his father made it clear that with you leading, he will strongly support you. After all, the government has been paying great attention to poverty alleviation in recent years. This way, we can save a lot on the money. Hearing Zhang Shuming's words, Wang Beihai was delighted. That makes things easier. Sugu, I don't know much about the road construction, so I'll leave it all to you. Upon hearing this, Su Jianquan was taken aback. Anyone with half a brain knew that once the road construction project was secured, the profit margin would be substantial. Wang Beihai's gesture was undoubtedly offering him a huge opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Jianquan looked gratefully at Wang Beihai and said, Thank you. All right, Sugu. No need to be polite. Here's 2 million as an advance payment for the initial phase. I'll make up the rest for the road construction as soon as possible. Wang Beihai handed over the bank card to Su Jianquan. Holding the bank card, Su Jianquan felt a pang of guilt. To be honest, before meeting Wang Beihai, he had always thought that the idea of building a factory and constructing roads was just a joke Zhang Shuming had made. After arriving at Wulong village, Su Jianquan was even more convinced of his thoughts, until he met Wang Beihai, who made him realize his mistake. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Jianquan took a deep breath, pocketed the bank card, and then started calling to contact the construction team. During this break, Wang Beihai nudged Lu Yihong with his elbow. Yihong, do you know where to buy jade? Jade. Lu Yihong blinked his small eyes, suddenly interested. If you want to buy jade, you've come to the right person. Besides jade, I don't have any other hobbies. But Haigo, why are you suddenly interested in jade? I have my uses. Wang Beihai rolled his eyes. The points he marked on the blueprint for drilling were precisely the positions of the gathering chi array's eyes. The gathering chi array's effect was most pronounced when using jade as the eye. Additionally, Wang Beihai wanted to make some protective jade talismans, so he was urgently in need of jade. That's easy, Lu Yihong smiled. If Haigo likes jade, I can have someone deliver a couple of pieces. You don't need to spend money buying them. Thank you, but no need. I need quite a lot. Wang Beihai gratefully glanced at Lu Yihong. A lot. Lu Yihong blinked. If you need a lot, you can go to gamble on stones. Although the risk is quite high. What is gambling on stones? Wang Beihai looked puzzled. No way, Haigo? Your village is so closed off? Ruying looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, unaware that Wang Beihai had been an idiot for 8 years. Gambling on stones is simple. You buy raw stones at a low price and then cut them. If you cut out green jade, you profit. If not, your money buys you just an ordinary stone. Ruying patted his chest. In gambling on stones, I'm quite well known in Longquan County. If Haigu is interested, I can take you there tomorrow. Interesting. Sure, I'll go with you tomorrow. Wang Beihai smiled, thinking of his agreement with Ling Ruying. He then took out his phone to call her, but it kept showing the call was in progress. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Forget it. I'll talk about it when we get to the city. Afterward, Wang Beihai called Yang Li to help arrange accommodations for Su Jianquan and Zheng Shuming in the village, then informed them of his itinerary. By the time everything was done, it was late at night. Wang Beihai said goodbye to the others and went home to sleep. The next day, before dawn, Wang Beihai woke Ruying and they drove to the city, arriving just as the sun was rising. After having breakfast, Ruying drove Wang Beihai to a large market. Wang Beihai looked up and saw 2 big characters hanging at the entrance. Black Market. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, thinking the name was intriguing. Looking inside, he saw the market was already crowded despite it being early morning. Impressive, right? Ruying grinned with pride. Come on, Haigu, let me show you around. As they walked, Wang Beihai noticed that the black market not only sold raw stones, but also antiques and cultural relics. Hee, Haigu, this black market not only has jade but also many antiques. So half the people come here to gamble on stones, and the other half come to find bargains. As Ruying spoke, he scanned the surrounding stalls with his small eyes and kept shaking his head. Ah, the goods in the outer area of the black market are just SOSO, mostly high-quality fakes. If you want real good stuff, you have to go to the upscale area inside. After saying this, Ruying quickened his pace. Wang Beihai noticed that the further they went in, the fewer people there were. All right, Haigu, the upscale area is just ahead. The goods inside are much better than the ones out here, Ruying said, ready to head in. At that moment, Wang Beihai's thoughts stirred, and he stopped, then slowly walked to a corner stall, picking up a dagger covered in copper rust. Haigu, what are you doing? Ruying came over, glanced at the rusty dagger, and then frowned, whispering to Wang Beihai, this dagger is obviously fake. Haigu, don't get fooled. Oh! Wang Beihai let out a soft sound of surprise, and then looked at the old man running the stall. The old man's eyes were half closed, and he was curled up against the wall, paying no attention to Wang Beihai. Guess I was overthinking. Wang Beihai shook his head, about to put the dagger down. Suddenly, the dagger emitted a faint green light, and a burning sensation transferred from the dagger to Wang Beihai's hand. Wang Beihai was slightly startled, and the dozing old man suddenly opened his eyes. How much for this dagger? Feeling something peculiar, Wang Beihai asked. Haigu, it's just a fake. Why buy it? Seeing Wang Beihai was about to buy it, Ruying was anxious. Not for sale. The old man looked at Wang Beihai, and then waved his hand. Treasures are sentient. Since it has chosen you, it's yours. After saying this, the old man stood up, patted Wang Beihai's shoulder with profound meaning. Use it well, and don't stray from the right path. Then, the old man slowly walked towards the crowded area and soon disappeared into the crowd. Hashtag chapter 20, the treasure pavilion. Heh, this old man is really strange, Ruying muttered, blinking his eyes before chuckling. But with all sorts of people in the black market, even if this dagger is a fake, it's free, so it's not a loss. As he spoke, Ruying gestured for Wang Beihai to follow him further inside. Wang Beihai glanced in the direction the old man had disappeared, feeling a strange sense of familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen him before. Giving up on the thought, Wang Beihai shook his head, pocketed the dagger, and followed Ruying into the upscale area. As expected, there were no stalls here, only neatly arranged shops, each with exquisite wooden carvings at their entrances. Hey, Haigu, we've come at just the right time today, Ruying tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve. Wang Beihai turned to see a large LCD screen not far from the entrance, displaying bold letters. The Jade Stone Gambling Competition will begin in 30 minutes. Location: the third floor of the Treasure Pavilion. After reading it aloud, Wang Beihai looked at Lu Yihong with a puzzled expression. Jade Stone Gambling Competition? What's that? You don't know, do you? Lu Yihong patted his stomach, boasting proudly, this Jade Stone Gambling Competition is a periodic event held by the largest antique shop in Longquan County, the Treasure Pavilion. During the competition, many merchants bring out their best stones, which are naturally of higher quality than those outside. And the most important part, Miss Zhong from the Treasure Pavilion always makes an appearance. Lu Yihong's face took on an extremely lewd expression as he continued, TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about Miss Zhong's beauty and figure, he... All right, look at you, you're drooling. Wang Beihai shook his head, caring only about the jade stones and not at all interested in what the Zhong family's daughter looked like. There's only half an hour left. Haigu, let's hurry. Lu Yihong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and pulled Wang Beihai inside. A few minutes later, a majestic building came into view. From a distance, Wang Beihai could already feel the ancient aura of the building. He squinted, faintly seeing a wisp of purple mist surrounding the building, gathering wind and water, with purple energy from the east. What a fine place. The Zhong family must be extraordinary, Wang Beihai murmured. Lu Yihong widened his eyes in surprise at Wang Beihai. Haigu, you understand this? Wang Beihai merely smiled without answering. Lu Yihong continued, but you know, it's said that the Zhong family was originally just a small clan. But since the Treasure Pavilion was built, their fortunes have soared. In the antique business, if they say they're second, no one dares to claim first. As they spoke, a sudden kick flew from behind, landing hard on Lu Yihong's back. He stumbled, but Wang Beihai reacted quickly, turning to steady him. Hey, this fat guy didn't fall. You lost. Pay up. Wang Beihai frowned and looked up to see two well-dressed men behind them, laughing and looking at Lu Yihong with mocking eyes. Who are you? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, ready to step forward, but Lu Yihong held him back. Li Xiao Su Xiao, long time no see, Lu Yihong said with anger in his eyes, but forced a smile on his face. Humph, you fat bastard. You made me lose 10,000. One of the men said discontentedly, glaring at Lu Yihong. Yes, it's my fault. I'll compensate Su Xiao right now, Lu Yihong said, quickly pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to the man. That's more like it, the man said smugly. Now, slap yourself twice and I'll forgive you. You. Lu Yihong was momentarily stunned, his fists clenched tightly. What? Do you want to be like last time? The man said coldly, glancing at Lu Yihong. Upon hearing this, Lu Yihong deflated like a punctured balloon, gritted his teeth, and raised his hand to slap himself. But just then, Wang Beihai grabbed his hand and asked coldly, Who are they? Haigu, just leave it. We can't afford to provoke them, Lu Yihong hurriedly advised Wang Beihai. I don't care if we can afford it or not. You're my brother, and if they bully you, they have to pay the price. Wang Beihai's words warmed Lu Yihong's heart, while the two men on the opposite side laughed. This is interesting, Bazi. Do you know who you're talking to? Not interested, Wang Beihai frowned, his fist already clenched. Interesting. The man who had been tormenting Lu Yihong sneered, Listen carefully, I'm Su Wenxing, the eldest son of the Su family, and he's Li Yishuan, the eldest son of the Li family. After saying this, Su Wenxing laughed proudly. Now, do you know who you've offended? Kneel down and apologize to me, or else... But before he could finish, Wang Beihai's fist struck Su Wenxing's face. Su Wenxing let out a pained grunt and was sent flying several meters away. You dare hit me? I'll make you pay, Su Wenxing with a swollen face, scrambled to his feet and charged at Wang Beihai, only to be stopped by Li Yishuan. Why are you stopping me? Su Wenxing asked, puzzled. It would be beneath our status to act now, Li Yishuan said, deliberately glancing at the reflection from the upper floor of the treasure pavilion. Su Wenxing followed his gaze and saw the reflection. So we just let them go? Su Wenxing said unwillingly, having been hit for the first time in his life. Of course not. I have a way to embarrass them, Li Yixuan said with a sinister smile, then turned to Wang Beihai. Beizi, since you've already taken action, this matter won't be over so easily. The revenge of the 4 major families is something your fat friend here knows well. What do you want? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing that Li Yixuan was far more difficult to deal with than Su Wenqing. I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet, Li Yixuan said, revealing an extremely cunning smile. Since we're all here for gambling on stones, let's see who can pick the better raw stone. If you win, we let bygones be bygones. If you lose, you'll be at our mercy. How about it? Haigu, don't take the bet. Lui Hong immediately pulled Wang Beihai. Li Yixuan and Su Wenqing are both gambling experts, especially Li Yixuan. His eyes are sharp. Even some old players might not be as accurate as him. I'd rather kneel and apologize to them. You must not accept this bet. I was tricked by them last time, Lui Hong said, his eyes showing a trace of humiliation. Don't worry, I have a plan. Wang Beihai patted Lui Hong's hand. Where we fall, we'll rise again. With that, Wang Beihai looked at the 2 men and said calmly, I accept the bet. Chapter 21. Gambling on Stones. Haha, that's the spirit. Seeing Wang Beihai accept the wager, Li Yixuan laughed loudly, then let's meet inside. If you dare to run away halfway, don't blame us for being ruthless. After saying that, Li Yixuan and Su Wenqing walked into the treasure pavilion. I'm sorry, Haigu, I've implicated you, Lui Hong said guiltily, glancing at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, however, remained calm. It's fine. I've said it before, where I fall, I rise from there. With that, Wang Beihai patted Lui Hong on the shoulder and also entered the treasure pavilion. What do you think, Lao Lin? Who do you think will win this bet? On the top floor of the treasure pavilion, a middle-aged man with a spirited appearance slowly closed the window. Li Beizi from the Li family is still as cunning as ever, but compared to the one from the Su family, he's much better. The old man beside him poured a cup of tea and handed it to the man. The man smiled slightly. So, you're betting on Li Beizi from the Li family? Well, Li Beizi is cunning, but his skill in stone gambling is something even us old folks dare not compete with, let alone the other side, who is just an unknown young man, Lao Lin said, looking at the man in front of him. Could it be that you think that young man can win? Haha, Lao Lin, it's been a long time since we last gambled against each other. How about we make a bet today? The man said, finishing the tea in his cup and then fixing Lao Lin with a profound gaze. Heh, bet we bet. Who's afraid of whom? After hesitating for a moment, Lao Lin also accepted the wager. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai and Lui Hong had already arrived on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. Along the way, Wang Beihai saw countless ancient items, and on some of these relics, he even felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the space suddenly became more spacious. Wang Beihai looked around and saw that the entire venue was filled with all kinds of stones, each company's raw stones having a designated display area. Here, Haigu. At that moment, Lui Hong handed over a small flashlight. You can start selecting stones now. Each stone has a number, and except for certain stones that require auction, the rest can be traded if the price is right. We need to hurry, or the good ones will be picked by Li Yixuan and Su Wenqing, Lui Hong said, glancing around. Sure enough, the 2 of them were already studying stones. You go ahead and pick. I'll take a look first. Wang Beihai remained calm, and Lui Hong was momentarily stunned. After thinking it over, he realized it made sense. After all, Wang Beihai was a complete novice. Letting him pick would be worse than doing it himself. With that thought, Lui Hong shook his head and went to choose stones. Wang Beihai curiously looked around, each stone emitting varying degrees of spiritual energy fluctuations. Some were so small they were almost negligible, while others were as dazzling as the sun in Wang Beihai's eyes. Could it be that stones with strong fluctuations contain jade? Wang Beihai thought to himself and walked directly to a display stand, picking a small one from the pile of waste stones in the corner. Wang Beihai held the stone and slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, he felt a strong fluctuation from the stone. Where's the boss? I want to buy this stone. Wang Beihai looked around but didn't see anyone collecting money, so he shouted loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Pfft, you brat. You're not thinking of using this piece of junk to gamble with us, are you?" Su Wenxing laughed out loud when he saw the stone in Wang Beihai's hand. Li Yixuan frowned, glanced at the black stone in Wang Beihai's hand, and then relaxed. "Haigu, that scrap, you can't buy it." Lu Yihong also hurried over at that moment, seeing the raw stone in Wang Beihai's hand, feeling a wave of darkness before his eyes. "Give up, you can't win." Li Yixuan stepped forward, disappointed in Wang Beihai. "I thought you'd make the game a bit more interesting, but now it seems that gambling with you is just a waste of my time." "Wait, Li Daxia, are you afraid?" Wang Beihai shook the stone in his hand and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. The surrounding crowd, seeing the atmosphere, instantly became interested. After understanding the situation, they all began to mock Wang Beihai. Where did this brat come from? Li Daxia is the stone gambling king year after year, and you dare to gamble with him? I bet 100,000 that Li Daxia will completely crush him. What an ignorant brat. Just look at the stone in his hand. He's clearly a complete newbie, and he still dares to gamble? Get lost. This place isn't for you, brat. In an instant, everyone's target was Wang Beihai. Should we just leave, Haigu? Lu Yihong, seeing the situation, instantly panicked. Yihong, what punishment did they give you after you lost before? Wang Beihai remained calm. Let's not talk about it, Haigu, let's just... Lu Yihong still wanted to dissuade him, but Wang Beihai firmly pressed his hand on Lu Yihong's shoulder. Tell me. With just one word, Lu Yihong shivered and gritted his teeth. They made me kneel and lick their shoes. How could I, a man of 7 feet, do such a thing? So they beat me half to death and I lay in the hospital for several months. Good. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the two men. This bet must be made. If you lose, you will do to yourselves what you did to my friend back then. If I lose, I will submit to your will. This statement caused another uproar, and Su Wenxing laughed wildly. What a joke. Do you think we could lose? That's what you said. Don't regret it. Li Yixuan coldly looked at Wang Beihai, as if Wang Beihai was already his defeated opponent. This is interesting. Let me be the witness then. At that moment, a charming voice came, and everyone looked over. A graceful figure slowly approached. Wang Beihai felt a fragrant breeze pass by, and when he came to his senses, the woman was already standing in front of him. Wang Beihai could see the woman's appearance clearly and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Among all the people Wang Beihai had seen, except for Ling Ruying, everyone else paled in comparison. Unlike Ling Ruying, this woman gave off a mesmerizing aura, every move exuding charm. If Ling Ruying was a pure lotus untouched by worldly dust, then this woman was a peony in a garden of flowers. Zhong Momo, one of the 4 great beauties of Jiangnan, Lu Yihong's eyes were filled with tears as he leered at the woman in front of him. However, Zhong Momo remained unaffected. It's been a while, Momo. Li Yixuan quickly put on a fake smile, his love for Zhong Momo evident in his eyes. Thank you for your concern, Li Xiao, but calling me Momo is a bit too intimate. Please call me Miss Zhong in the future, Zhong Momo said. Li Yixuan's eyes instantly turned cold upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Even so, Wang Beihai caught the coldness in his eyes and immediately laughed, gently placing his hand on Zhong Momo's shoulder. Miss Zhong, thank you for your trouble. Chapter 22. Stone Cutting. Wang Beihai's slap not only stunned Zhong Momo but also shocked everyone present. It must be known that although Zhong Momo was one of the 4 great beauties of Jiangnan and had countless suitors, she was also notoriously known as the Ice Beauty. Many wealthy young masters had tried every means to win her favor, but none had succeeded, let alone physical contact. Indeed, Wang Beihai's slap drew murderous gazes from everyone, with Li Yixuan's killing intent even stronger. My friend, rest assured, I'm just curious, Zhong Momo finally responded after a full minute, stepping forward and distancing herself from Wang Beihai before giving him a slight smile. Haha, with Miss Zhong as the witness, I'm sure these 2 gentlemen won't renege on their bet, Wang Beihai said with a laugh, intentionally raising his voice. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Wenxing angrily retorted, Renege? Who do you think I am? If you really manage to get green out of that piece of junk, no matter the quality, I'll buy it for $1 million. Wow, as expected of young Master Su, so generous. With that rock, can there really be green? If it does, I'll eat my hat. Su Wenxing's words reignited everyone's anticipation, and even the shop owner shook his head at Wang Beihai's stone, saying, "Brother Bei, if you want that stone, I'll give it to you." Wang Beihai smiled faintly and then looked at Zhong Momo. "Is this bet valid?" "Yes," Zhong Momo replied with a smile, her eyes flickering as she clearly saw through Wang Beihai's ploy to provoke Su Wenxing and Li Yixuan. However, she couldn't understand why Wang Beihai was so confident that this waste material could produce green. Could I be wrong? Zhong Momo glanced at the stone in Wang Beihai's hand, shaking her head inwardly. "All right, since it's valid, let's open the stone now and see," Su Wenxing said, rubbing his hands together, eager to see Wang Beihai's humiliation. "Not so fast. This is the bet between you and me. The stone I bet with young Master Li, I haven't chosen yet," Wang Beihai said, handing the stone to Lu Yihong before walking directly to a raw stone the size of a basketball. "This one," Wang Beihai pointed at the stone casually. The crowd followed his gaze and then shook their heads. Although Wang Beihai's choice looked decent, it wasn't among the best in the room. "Brother Hai, maybe we should take a closer look," Lu Yihong nudged Wang Beihai, his voice lacking confidence. "No need. This one is enough to win against him," Wang Beihai said casually. In fact, in his perception, this stone not only emitted the strongest spiritual energy but also had a wisp of purple aura, indicating it wouldn't be bad. Humph, big talk. Li Yixuan, despite his calm demeanor, was also angered by Wang Beihai's choice. After speaking, Li Yixuan began to carefully select stones with a small flashlight. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. It was the first time they had seen Li Yixuan so serious. "Interesting. What's your name, friend? I don't recall seeing you before." Zhong Momo approached Wang Beihai and softly asked, her seductive voice making Wang Beihai's heart flutter. "I'm Wang Beihai, from the countryside." Wang Beihai unconsciously took a step back, his face turning slightly red. Seeing this, Zhong Momo was slightly taken aback. Normally, men looked at her with a sense of possessiveness, but Wang Beihai's eyes were as clear as water. For a moment, Zhong Momo became even more interested in Wang Beihai. 20 minutes later, after repeated confirmation, Li Yixuan finally stopped in front of a stone of excellent quality. Wang Beihai sensed it and said to Lu Yihong, "This one is pretty good, quite a decent stone." Lu Yihong immediately gave Wang Beihai a look, thinking this was more than just decent. It was outstanding. Thinking about the upcoming punishment, Lu Yihong felt as if he had swallowed a fly. "I've chosen this one," Li Yixuan said coldly, glancing at Wang Beihai before smiling at Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo nodded slightly and had the two stones carried to the stone-cutting room, while the others sat in the adjacent hall. After everyone took their seats, the screen in the hall lit up, showing the stone-cutting room. After some discussion, the stone Li Yixuan chose was first placed on the cutting machine. As the machine began to cut, everyone's hearts started to race. Lu Yihong clutched Wang Beihai's clothes, repeatedly muttering, "No green, no green." Finally, the machine stopped, and as the protective cover slowly opened, a splash of emerald green appeared before everyone's eyes. "Good heavens, this is top-grade ice jadeite. We're rich, we're rich." As expected of young Master Li, his choice is indeed extraordinary. Now let's see what Brother Bei does. Everyone talked among themselves, with some even offering a high price of 5 million to buy the stone. "It's your turn," Li Yixuan said to Wang Beihai, his eyes full of provocation and disdain. "It's my turn. Let's start with the smaller one," Wang Beihai said calmly, tossing the stone to Lu Yihong, who reluctantly handed it to the stone-cutting master. The master took the stone and immediately shook his head. Those watching the live stream also shook their heads, showing no hope for this stone. Soon, the stone was cut open, and everyone looked curiously at the cut surface, where a patch of green appeared beneath the dark stone. "Green, my goodness, it's green!" Lu Yihong exclaimed. slapping himself twice to confirm it wasn't a dream before happily lifting Wang Bei high, almost kissing him. This time, not only the audience but also the usually calm Li Yixuan was stunned, unable to believe the sight of the unremarkable stone. Impossible! How could there be green? This kind of waste material couldn't possibly produce green. Li Yixuan kept shaking his head, but even if he couldn't believe it, the truth was right in front of him, and he had to accept it. After the commotion, Wang Beihai's other stone was also placed on the cutting machine. This time, everyone held their breath, intently watching the machine. Luck, it must be luck, Su Wenxing said triumphantly, shaking his head. Even if your stone produces green, it certainly can't compare to young Master Li's ice jadeite. However, Su Wenxing's smile quickly faded as the stone was cut, revealing not green but purple, faintly tinged with a hint of crimson. Top-grade purple jade. The cut surface stunned even Zhong Momo, who gasped. The crowd hesitated for more than 10 seconds before erupting in a chorus of exclamations. Only Li Yixuan and Su Wenxing's faces were ashen. With the emergence of the purple jade, the top-grade ice jadeite instantly paled in comparison. The outcome was clear. Fulfill your promise, young masters. At that moment, Wang Beihai slowly approached the two, his face always wearing a calm smile. Chapter 23. The Appointment. Beizi, you're going too far, Su Wenxing said, his face turning a shade of green as he glared at Wang Beihai, his body instinctively taking a few steps back. Hee, I'm just here to fulfill my bet. How am I going too far? Wang Beihai chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Li Yixuan. I believe both of you, as young masters of two great families, still value your word, right? Li Yixuan clenched his fists, glancing at Zhong Momo, who had remained silent from the beginning, instead watching him with a mocking gaze. For a moment, Li Yixuan felt a stifling sense of frustration. He had never felt so helpless before in his life. Wenxing, give him the money. Li Yixuan gritted his teeth, instructing Su Wenxing to hand over a bank card to Lui Hong. Then, Li Yixuan looked at Wang Beihai coldly and said, "This million is for the stone. Our bet is settled." Li, you're quite calculating, Wang Beihai sneered. This is for the later bet. Did you forget the previous one? Should I ask Miss Zhong to remind you? Zhong Momo's eyes were fixed on Wang Beihai, completely giving up on pleading for Li Yixuan and Su Wenxing. Instead, she felt a growing interest in Wang Beihai. You bastard, don't push your luck. I'm the young master of the Su family, Su Wenxing snapped, seeing that Wang Beihai still wasn't backing down, his temper flaring up. Well, today I am pushing my luck. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, causing Su Wenxing to immediately shut his mouth in fear. So, are you going to kneel and lick our shoes, or should I break your limbs and send you to the hospital? Beizi, I admit you're strong, and we lost, we accept it. But more friends mean more paths. Why push it so hard? You should consider your friends too, Li Yixuan quickly retorted. Seeing that Wang Beihai was unmoved by threats or pleas, he decided to use Lui Hong as leverage. As expected, these words made Wang Beihai frown slightly, then he turned to look at Lui Hong. You decide. Hearing this, Lui Hong's face showed signs of difficulty. How he wished to take revenge for the past, but the power of the Su and Li families was enough to completely destroy his Dihao group. For a moment, Lui Hong was caught between two difficult choices. Don't worry, make a bold decision, I'm here. Seeing Lui Hong struggling to make a decision, Wang Beihai stepped forward, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Lui Hong was momentarily stunned. Then he realized that if he couldn't get past this hurdle, he would never be able to hold his head up in front of these two men again. With that in mind, Lui Hong gritted his teeth and said, Hi go easy. I'll help them contact the hospital. That's more like it, Wang Beihai smirked, then looked at Li Yixuan and Su Wenxing. You dare, you bastard. Su Wenxing's words were barely out when a shadow rushed towards him, followed by two crisp sounds. Su Wenxing collapsed to the ground, his limbs broken, not even having time to scream before he passed out. Seeing this, Li Yixuan realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and was ready to make a run for it. But Wang Beihai was already in front of him. Then came the same two crisp sounds, and Li Yishuan unwillingly passed out. "Sorry for the trouble, Miss Zhong," Wang Beihai said with a smile to Zhong Momo after everything was done, his demeanor as calm as if nothing had happened. "You're quite the enigma, Wang Xiao," Zhong Momo said, though surprised. She quickly adjusted her state and deliberately steered the conversation away from Li Yishuan and Su Wenxing. "I wonder how you plan to deal with this purple jade?" Just call me Beihai. Wang Xiao sounds too old-fashioned." Wang Beihai scratched his head, then looked at the newly unearthed purple jade. "Help me cut it into smaller pieces. No need for uniformity, just cut them into chunks." As soon as these words left Wang Beihai's mouth, Zhong Momo almost stumbled and fell. "Such good jade, you're just going to cut it like that?" Zhong Momo asked, puzzled. "Can't be helped, cutting it into chunks is mainly for my use," Wang Beihai chuckled. "Such good jade, cutting it is a pity." Zhong Momo rolled her eyes and then said, "How about this, Beihai? Sell this jade to me. Our treasure pavilion will give you 30 million, plus a pile of jade fragments. What do you think?" "All right," Wang Beihai thought for a moment, realizing that for setting up a gathering spirit array, other than spirit jade, other jade stones had the same effect. Instead of using the purple jade for the array, it was better to do a favor. "Great." Seeing Wang Beihai agree, Zhong Momo was so excited that she hugged him tightly, causing Wang Beihai to feel a soft embrace enveloping his entire face. Ahem. At that moment, a cough sounded, and Zhong Momo quickly let go of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai shook his head and looked towards the door, where a middle-aged man and an old man were slowly walking in. "Dad, why are you here?" Zhong Momo straightened her clothes and hurried to the man. "With such a lively show, how could I not come and see?" the man said, then turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. "Brother Bei, hello. I am the owner of Treasure Pavilion, Zhong Liang. I saw you have quite a knack for stone gambling. I wonder if you'd be willing to hang your name here as a consultant." As soon as Zhong Liang finished speaking, everyone was shocked. It was obvious that Zhong Liang was helping Wang Beihai. Having a name at Treasure Pavilion meant that the Su and Li families would not dare to act rashly on the surface at least. "Hurry up and agree, Haigo." Lu Yihang's face turned red with excitement, hurriedly pulling at Wang Beihai's clothes, urging him to agree. After all, many people wanted to connect with Treasure Pavilion, but couldn't find the way. To be personally invited by the pavilion master was even harder. Does being a consultant require frequent visits? Wang Beihai rubbed his chin. The most lacking thing for him now was time. "No, just come over occasionally for a cup of tea." Zhong Liang smiled with squinted eyes. "All right, I agree." As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Zhong Liang clapped his hands, and a sexy waitress walked over with a tray. The tray held a black and gold embossed card, which the waitress presented to Wang Beihai. "There are 35 million in the card, 30 million for the jade, and the remaining 5 million is your salary," Zhong Liang smiled. Wang Beihai naturally didn't hesitate, taking the card and stuffing it into his pocket, then bowing to Zhong Liang. "No merit for undeserved favors, Master Zhong. Thank you." After saying that, Wang Beihai whispered a few words into Lu Yihang's ear, then said to Zhong Liang, "Master Zhong, the rest of the matters will be handled with Lu Yihang. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With that, Wang Beihai walked downstairs without looking back. "Why don't you go see him off?" Zhong Liang glanced at Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo quickly chased after him, but by the time she reached the entrance of Treasure Pavilion, Wang Beihai was already out of sight. "Wang Beihai, interesting." Zhong Momo looked outside, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Chapter 24. Haiteng City. Stepping out of the black market, Wang Beihai pulled out his phone and dialed Ling Ruying's number. The call went through for a long time, but it was always busy. After half an hour, Ling Ruying finally called back. As soon as he picked up the phone, Wang Beihai heard the sound of sobbing on the other end. "Are you okay?" Wang Beihai asked gently. "Is that you?" Ling Ruying's voice became excited upon hearing Wang Beihai's voice. "Yes, it's me. How is your grandfather?" "My grandfather? He's not doing well." Ling Ruying's mood, which had been improving slightly, suddenly became gloomy again. "Give me the address. I'll come over." Wang Beihai knew the urgency from Ling Ruying's tone. "Beihai, you'd better not come." Ling Ruying hesitated for a moment, then said disappointedly, "My uncle won't let you see my grandfather. Give me the address." Wang Beihai ignored Ling Ruying's words and spoke more firmly. "Beihai." Ling Ruying wanted to say something more, but Wang Beihai interrupted her. "Give me the address, you can rest assured." "Thank you, Beihai." After a long pause, Ling Ruying said solemnly, and then hung up the phone. Half a minute later, Wang Beihai received a message from Ling Ruying with the address of the Ling family. Number 1 Haiteng City, Longling County. Wang Beihai glanced at the address and immediately frowned. He hadn't even fully explored Longquan County, let alone Longling County. For a moment, Wang Beihai regretted leaving Luihong behind. Just as Wang Beihai was considering whether to call Luihong back. "Beihai, where are you going?" A seductive voice reached Wang Beihai's ears, making him shiver. He turned around and bumped into Zhong Momo. Wang Beihai felt as if he had hit a soft cotton cushion, his whole body tingling. A whiff of perfume wafted by, and Wang Beihai suddenly came to his senses, quickly stepping out of Zhong Momo's embrace and taking a few steps back. His face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. On the other hand, Zhong Momo wasn't much better. Apart from her brother Zhong Liang, she had never had physical contact with any other man. Yet, within just one day, she had had intimate contact with Wang Beihai twice. I didn't expect you to be so serious just now." Zhong Momo patted her chest to calm herself down. Then her big eyes rolled and she pretended to be angry as she looked at Wang Beihai. No, I just, accidentally." Wang Beihai's face was red, desperately trying to explain but unable to articulate anything coherently. Pfft. Seeing Wang Beihai's flustered appearance, Zhong Momo couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. You've been pacing around here for a while. What's the matter?" Zhong Momo waved her hand and asked. "Right." Wang Beihai suddenly realized and then asked, "Miss Zhong, do you know where number 1 Haiteng City in Longling County is?" "Longling County isn't far from here, and number 1 Haiteng City. Isn't that the Ling family's mansion? Why are you going there?" Zhong Momo frowned and continued, "Just call me Momo from now on. I don't think you're much younger than me." "Thank you, Miss Zhong. I'm in a hurry, so I'll say goodbye for now." Wang Beihai laughed and was about to leave. Zhong Momo grabbed him. "How are you going to get there?" "By taxi." Wang Beihai blinked. "Aren't you in a hurry? People here usually drive. Taxis don't pass by here. You'd have to walk a long way to get one." What should I do then?" Upon hearing Zhong Momo's words, Wang Beihai looked down the road and indeed saw no taxis. "That's simple. I'll take you." Zhong Momo grinned, walked directly to a red Ferrari at the entrance, opened the door, and got in. The alluring curve stunned the passers-by. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Zhong Momo honked when she saw Wang Beihai was still standing there. Wang Beihai finally snapped out of it, hurried to the car, and after some effort, managed to get in. "First time, sorry." Wang Beihai smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Miss Zhong." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Beihai felt a chill at the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw Zhong Momo glaring at him coldly. "Remember, call me Momo from now on." With that, Zhong Momo stepped on the gas, and the car sped towards Longling County. At this moment, in the most luxurious villa at the heart of Haiteng City, Longling County, Ling Ruying tightly gripped her phone, looking at her grandfather, Ling Tianxi, who was on the verge of death on the sickbed, praying incessantly in her heart. "Is there no way?" In front of the bed, Ling Ruying's uncle, Ling Tianxi, looked at Li Zhenshi, who was shaking his head and sighing, and then his eyes flashed with excitement. "Alas, the old master's illness is strange. I've tried many times but can't find the cause, nor can I do anything about it." Li Zhenshi sighed. Since being admonished by Wang Beihai at the hospital, he had been diligently studying medicine. But facing Ling Tianxi's illness, he was still powerless. Suddenly, Li Zhenshi thought of Wang Beihai. "At this point, I'm afraid only my master can cure the old master." "Your master?" Ling Tianyu frowned. "I've never heard of him. If he can cure the old master, please ask the divine Dr. Li to bring him quickly. Alas, it's a pity. Li Zhenshi shook his head. My master is elusive, hard to find. Ling Ruying, with red eyes, listened to the conversation between the two men. Her mind filled with the image of Wang Beihai, and silently prayed in her heart. You can do it, right? Half an hour later, a red Ferrari entered Longling County. Soon, Zhong Momo drove Wang Beihai to a natural lake. Where is this? Wang Beihai widened his eyes. I'm going to Haiteng City, not sightseeing. Haiteng City is right there. Zhong Momo pouted unhappily and pointed her finger. Wang Beihai followed her direction and indeed saw several separate islands in the middle of the lake, with large and small villas on them. This is too rich. Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim. It was like a secluded paradise. But how do we get there? After the amazement, Wang Beihai frowned. Don't worry, Zhong Momo said, driving the car into the right tunnel, and the underwater scene instantly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. It was a lake tunnel. Wang Beihai curiously looked at everything around him. 10 minutes later, the car finally exited the tunnel and stopped in front of an island. All right, I can only take you this far. Zhong Momo glanced out the window. This island is number 1 Haiteng City. The security here is tight. I can't get in. It's okay, thank you, miss. Momo. Wang Beihai smiled at Zhong Momo and then took out his phone to make a call. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai hung up the phone, opened the car door, and got out. Wait. At that moment, Zhong Momo also got out and, after hesitating for a moment, said to Wang Beihai, I heard that the Ling family's old master is on his last legs. If you're here for that, you'd better not go in. Why? Wang Beihai frowned. The old master's illness is peculiar. Even Li Zhenshi can't do anything about it, let alone you. You'll only get yourself into trouble. Listen to me. I'll take you back. Zhong Momo said, her eyes revealing a trace of worry. I promised a friend. Even if I can't cure him, I have to keep my promise. Wang Beihai smiled at Zhong Momo. But still, thank you, Momo. Seeing Wang Beihai so insistent, Zhong Momo could only shake her head, then walked up to Wang Beihai, hugged him tightly, and said, Be careful inside. If something happens, take out the card my dad gave you. Beihai. At that moment, Ling Ruying, with a happy face, arrived at the entrance. Coincidentally, she just saw Wang Beihai and Zhong Momo hugging each other. Her joyful expression instantly sank. Chapter 25. The Ling Family's Crisis. Wang Beihai felt a warmth spread through his body as Zhong Momo embraced him. He was about to respond when he noticed Ling Ruying standing at the entrance, her expression darkening. Ruying. Wang Beihai quickly stepped back from Zhong Momo and greeted Ling Ruying, trying to dispel the awkwardness. Ling Ruying forced a smile, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. Beihai, thank you for coming. Of course, I promised you, Wang Beihai said earnestly. How is your grandfather? He's not good, Ling Ruying's voice trembled. The doctors can't find a cure. They say he might not make it through the night. Wang Beihai's heart sank. He had hoped to arrive sooner, but the unexpected delay had likely worsened Ling Tianqi's condition. Let's go see him. Ling Ruying nodded, leading Wang Beihai towards the main villa. As they walked, she couldn't help but glance at Zhong Momo, who was watching them with a concerned expression. Who's she? Ling Ruying asked quietly, her tone tinged with jealousy. Oh, that's Zhong Momo. She helped me get here, Wang Beihai explained. She's a friend. Ling Ruying nodded, though she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. She had always been confident in her relationship with Wang Beihai, but Zhong Momo's presence made her feel threatened. As they reached the villa, Ling Ruying led Wang Beihai to her grandfather's bedside. Ling Tianqi lay there, his face pale and drawn, barely breathing. The room was filled with the somber atmosphere of impending loss. Uncle Tianqi, this is Wang Beihai. He's a friend of mine and a skilled doctor, Ling Ruying introduced, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai with a skeptical eye. A friend? And a doctor? What kind of doctor are you? I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Wang Beihai replied calmly. Ling Tianxi scoffed. Traditional medicine? In this day and age, when even modern medicine can't save my father, what can you possibly do? Wang Beihai met Ling Tianxi's gaze without flinching. I understand your skepticism, but I assure you, I have my reasons for being here. Let me examine him. Ling Tianxi hesitated, looking at his father's frail form. He knew they had run out of options. Fine, but if you can't help, don't blame me for being harsh. Wang Beihai nodded and approached the bed. He took Ling Tianxi's wrist, feeling for his pulse. As he did, he closed his eyes, focusing on the subtle energies within the old man's body. His pulse is weak and erratic, Wang Beihai murmured. There's a blockage in his meridians, and his vital energy is almost depleted. Ling Ruying watched with bated breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She had brought Wang Beihai here on a desperate hope, and now she clung to that hope with everything she had. Wang Beihai reached into his bag and pulled out a small, intricately carved box. Inside were various needles, each one a different length and thickness. He selected a few and began to carefully insert them into Ling Tianxi's acupuncture points. As he worked, he could feel the resistance in Ling Tianxi's body. The blockage was stubborn, and the old man's energy was dangerously low. But Wang Beihai had faced challenges like this before. He focused on the flow of qi, guiding it through the blocked meridians, slowly but surely. Minutes felt like hours as Wang Beihai continued his work. Ling Ruying and Ling Tianxi watched in silence, their hopes and fears intertwined. Finally, Wang Beihai removed the last needle and stepped back, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's done, he said quietly, but he's not out of the woods yet. Ling Ruying rushed to her grandfather's side, her eyes filling with tears as she saw a slight improvement in his color. Thank you, Beihai. Thank you so much. Ling Tianxi, too, seemed to soften his stance. You've done more than we expected. If you can save my father, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Wang Beihai nodded, but his mind was already racing. He had cleared the immediate blockage, but Ling Tianxi's condition was still precarious. He needed more time and more resources to fully heal him. I'll need to return tomorrow with more supplies, Wang Beihai said, and I'll need your cooperation. Ling Tianxi nodded, a rare glimmer of hope in his eyes. Whatever you need, we'll provide. As Wang Beihai left the villa, he felt a sense of purpose. He had promised to help Ling Ruying, and he would do everything in his power to keep that promise. But as he walked back to the car, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much larger challenge. Chapter 25. Can be cured. Miss Ling. Seeing Ling Ruying arrive, Zhong Momo let go of Wang Beihai and quickly walked over to her, speaking before Wang Beihai could. It's better to meet in person than just hearing about someone. Miss Ling's aura truly surpasses all others. As she spoke, Zhong Momo extended her slender hand. Who are you? Ling Ruying furrowed her brows, but still reached out to shake Zhong Momo's hand. Zhong Momo smiled faintly. I'm Zhong Momo. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruying's pupils contracted sharply. She had heard this name quite a lot. You're Zhong Momo from Treasure Pavilion? Ling Ruying said as she scrutinized Zhong Momo closely, taking a full minute before she slowly spoke. I remember that our Ling family didn't invite anyone from Treasure Pavilion, did we? Miss Ling, you've misunderstood. I just happened to be passing by and brought Beihai here, Zhong Momo said, smiling slightly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai reflexively returned a small smile, only to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine. When he looked up, he saw Ling Ruying glaring coldly at him. By the way, Miss Ling, how is your grandfather's illness? Wang Beihai scratched his head, hurriedly changing the subject. Sure enough, as soon as the topic of Ling Tianyu's illness came up, Ling Ruying became anxious and rushed forward to grab Wang Beihai. Hurry, come with me. My grandfather is counting on you. After saying that, Ling Ruying pulled Wang Beihai into her car and sped off, leaving Zhong Momo behind, whether intentionally or not. Hee, Wang Beihai, what kind of man are you exactly? Zhong Momo looked in the direction they left, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. For some reason, Zhong Momo felt a vague interest in this man she had just met for the first time. There will be plenty of time in the future. Until we meet again. Zhong Momo's lips curled up as she swept her long black hair and then got into her car, driving into the tunnel. Not bad, in just a few days, you've hooked up with the great beauty Zhong. In the car, Ling Ruying glared at Wang Beihai, her words tinged with a hint of jealousy. What do you mean hooked up? We're just simple friends, and we just met for the first time today. Wang Beihai pouted, thinking this woman was really strange today. First meeting and she goes out of her way to send you here? And simple friends? All you men are liars. Ling Ruying said, pinching Wang Beihai hard on the waist. Wang Beihai winced in pain, feeling utterly wronged and unable to defend himself. We're here. I'll deal with you later. Now, let's go see my grandfather. Ling Ruying parked the car and looked anxiously towards the villa. Wang Beihai also got out of the car and glanced into the villa, immediately furrowing his brows. Strange, this house is nestled between mountains and by water, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding islands. Logically, anyone living here should be in good health and full of vitality. As he spoke, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were covered with a layer of purple light. Such strong, malevolent energy. Wang Beihai was slightly startled. Above the villa, a blood-red mist was howling fiercely, as if it could rush into the villa at any moment. What are you talking about, malevolent energy? Ling Ruying, seeing Wang Beihai muttering to himself at the door, asked in confusion. It's nothing. I know how to cure your grandfather, but time is urgent. Hurry and take me inside. Wang Beihai frowned. The red mist had formidable energy, and he wasn't sure if he could subdue it. Really? Ling Ruying's face lit up with excitement at these words. Can you really cure my grandfather? It can be cured. Wang Beihai looked at the innocent smile and made a silent vow in his heart that he would not tolerate such evil in this world. At that moment, Ling Ruying clapped her hands, and the villa's door slowly opened. The path from the door to the room was lined with burly bodyguards. Wang Beihai followed Ling Ruying into the living room, immediately sensing the even more intense malevolent energy in the room. Do you have any jade pendants or similar items in your house? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, to deal with such a malevolent entity, he needed external help. Jade talismans were a good choice. Jade pendants? Ling Ruying thought for a moment and didn't ask further. She then ran into her room and soon came out with several pieces of jade. These are some jade stones my father collected from gambling on stones. I don't know if they'll be useful. They'll be useful. Wang Beihai took the jade from Ling Ruying and infused them with spiritual energy, quickly inscribing talisman patterns in the jade. It's done. Wang Beihai was delighted and then said, Take me upstairs to see your grandfather. Okay. Ling Ruying nodded and led Wang Beihai upstairs. Just as they reached the door, a handsome young man suddenly stepped in front of Ling Ruying, blocking her path. Ling Ingjia, what are you doing? Ling Ruying's face darkened as she spoke angrily. Nothing much. I just didn't expect you to be such a person. During grandfather's illness, you ran away, causing trouble for us, and now, when grandfather is on the brink of death, you sneak out to find a man. Ling Ingjia said coldly, glancing at Wang Beihai before continuing. Ling Ruying, it's a shame grandfather loved you the most. If it were up to me, you should disappear from the Ling family just like your worthless parents. Bastard! Ling Ruying shouted angrily. Ling Ingjia, without hesitation, slapped Ling Ruying across the face. You're not fit to be part of the Ling family. What's going on, Ingjia? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a cold expression walked out of the room. This was Ling Ruying's uncle, Ling Tianxi. Nothing, father. I'm just helping the family clean up some trash. Ling Ingjia sneered, looking at Ling Ruying. Oh! Ling Tianxi glanced at her, then at Wang Beihai, and said coldly, Now that the old man is on his deathbed, is it time for any stray cat or dog to come in? Do they think the Ling family has fallen? Come, throw this trash out. As for the young lady, take her back to her room to reflect. Don't disturb the old man. Ling Tianxi said, and the bodyguards nearby moved towards Wang Beihai. Wait, uncle. I invited him to save grandfather. Ling Ruying covered her face and stood in front of Wang Beihai. What a joke. Even the 4 greatest doctors in the country couldn't cure grandfather's illness. How could this country bumpkin do it? Ling Yingjie scoffed disdainfully. Ling Tianxi also said disappointedly, Ruying, I didn't hold it against you for running away from the Ling family on your own. But now, at this critical moment, you're still making excuses for yourself. I guess I need to discipline you properly on behalf of my brother. As he spoke, Ling Tianxi raised his hand to slap Ling Ruying. At that moment, Wang Beihai let out a cold laugh and suddenly appeared in front of Ling Ruying, catching Ling Tianxi's hand. Sir, isn't this a bit too much? Wang Beihai looked up at Ling Tianxi, his eyes flashing with cold light. Chapter 26. Breaking the Curse with the 5 Elements. Beizi, do you know who you're talking to? Ling Tianxi glared coldly at Wang Beihai. I'm not interested in who you are, Wang Beihai retorted, shaking off Ling Tianxi's hand. But to unjustly accuse someone without cause, and even worse, a family member, is this really the way of the Ling family? You insolent brat, twisting words, Ling Tianxi snorted. You're just a mere youngster, thinking you can lecture me? No matter what I do, it's my family's business. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere. Guards, throw this brat out. Ling Tianxi waved his hand, and several burly bodyguards quickly surrounded them. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, shielding Ling Ruying behind him. In a blur of shadows, the bodyguards were already clutching their stomachs, lying on the ground. With just these few fish, it seems you're not enough. Wang Beihai chuckled before continuing. Miss Ling disregarded her own safety, running away from home to seek extraordinary people who could cure Grandpa Ling. Instead of praising her, you treat her like this. Aren't you afraid it will break Grandpa's heart? How do I know this slut didn't run off to meet you secretly? Ling Yingjie sneered from the side. Otherwise, why would you, a stranger, be so protective of her? Ling Yingjie, don't slander me, Ling Ruying retorted angrily. Am I slandering you? Then tell me, who is this country bumpkin, and why is he here? Ling Yingjie stepped forward, pressing the issue. He is the person I found to cure Grandpa. Ling Ruying hesitated before saying, and he is also my savior. Ha, what a joke, Ling Yingjie scoffed. Are you still my wise and clever sister? I don't care if he saved you, but look at him. Does he even seem capable of saving Grandpa? You're clearly just making excuses for yourself. Whether he can cure or not, I need to see for myself. You're blocking me like this. Could it be that you don't want Grandpa to recover? Wang Beihai questioned, sensing something fishy as Ling Tianxi still refused to let him in. Ling Tianxi's face darkened instantly. He waved his hand, and a dozen bodyguards downstairs rushed up. You want to die on your own. Don't blame me. The bodyguards immediately charged at Wang Beihai. You're asking for it. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with cold intent, ready to strike. Stop. At that moment, Li Zhenshi, full of anger, walked out of the room. The patient needs quiet. What are you all making a racket for? Halfway through his sentence, Li Zhenshi saw Wang Beihai and paused in surprise before rushing over, his face full of excitement. Master, how did you get here? This is great, Grandpa Ling is saved now, Li Zhenshi said, pulling Wang Beihai towards the room. Ling Yingjie quickly stepped forward to block him. Dr. Li, are you mistaken? Can this brat really cure? Li Zhenshi glared at Ling Yingjie. You lowly creature, looking down on people. Apart from my master, no one else can save your grandfather. Get out of the way. With that, Li Zhenshi kicked Ling Yingjie in the stomach, causing him to crouch down in pain. Ling Ruying followed Wang Beihai into the ward. As soon as they entered, Wang Beihai felt the room grow colder. His gaze then fell on Ling Tianyu, who lay on the bed, barely conscious, emaciated like a skeleton, mumbling incoherently. Wang Beihai frowned. Although Ling Tianyu's appearance was terrifying, the malevolent energy did not emanate from him. With this thought, Wang Beihai scanned the room, finally stopping at a katana on the desk. Wang Beihai blinked, his eyes instantly shrouded in purple. When he looked at the katana again, a dense malevolent aura was indeed emanating from it. How is it, Beihai? Can you save my grandfather? Ling Ruying asked worriedly. Yes, master. I'm truly at a loss with Grandpa Ling's condition. Li Zhenshi also looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. It can be cured, Wang Beihai nodded and then said, you all should leave first. No matter what sounds you hear, don't come in until I call you. Okay. Ling Ruying nodded without hesitation. Li Zhenshi, however, looked pleadingly. Master, let me watch, please. Wang Beihai, seeing the old man's expression, couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't mind, but the supernatural was too fantastical for ordinary people to be involved in. With this thought, Wang Beihai shook his head. No, I need to concentrate fully, and having someone around is not possible. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenshi's face showed disappointment. He then turned to the people in the room and said unhappily, Get out. What are you all standing around for? Don't affect my master's performance. In less than a minute, everyone in the room was driven out by Li Zhenshi. Ling Tianxi tried to approach but was blocked by Li Zhenshi. Didn't you hear? My master is treating the patient. If you disturb him, do you want to kill your father? No, Ling Tianxi, scolded into submission, looked at the room and said, I'm worried about my father. If you really care about your father, stay here. Besides, your father's condition, if he can be saved, it's a miracle. If not, it's normal. What are you worried about? Li Zhenshi glanced at Ling Tianxi, who blushed from the words. All right, let's see what this brat is capable of. With that, Ling Tianxi snorted coldly and sat down on the large sofa on the second floor. Inside the room, Wang Beihai took out jade stones infused with spiritual energy from his pocket and placed them in the four corners of the room in order. He then placed another jade stone on Ling Tianyu's chest. After completing everything, Wang Beihai activated the Haotian positive energy within him. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade stones in the room emitted 5 different colored lights. A virtual image of the 5 elements Bagua appeared on the ceiling directly above Ling Tianyu. Breaking the curse with the 5 elements, begin. Wang Beihai formed hand seals and shouted, and a shrill wail immediately sounded in the room. Those outside the room felt a chill down their spines upon hearing the wail. Ling Ruying clenched her small fists tightly, while Li Zhenshi struggled to suppress his urge to check on the situation. Hee, you lowly beings dare to ruin my plans. At that moment, the katana on the desk suddenly glowed red, and a red shadow flew out from it, abruptly attacking Wang Beihai. Get lost. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and the Haotian positive energy within him erupted. The red shadow immediately emitted a cloud of smoke, letting out a scream and retreating several steps, its crimson color fading. You brat, I am the spirit of the demon blade. I advise you not to meddle in my affairs, the red shadow growled viciously. Hemph, you evil spirits, how dare you harm others? Wang Beihai snorted coldly, stepping forward to swiftly attack the red shadow. The red shadow screamed again, completely losing its previous ferocity, fleeing in all directions under Wang Beihai's assault. You brat, even if I destroy my 1,000-year cultivation, I will kill you. Suddenly, the red shadow roared in fury. The katana on the desk shattered instantly, and its aura surged. Die! The red shadow shouted and disappeared from Wang Beihai's sight. By the time Wang Beihai reacted, a gash had already appeared on his chest. Enduring the pain, Wang Beihai retreated to the door and crushed a jade talisman, injecting its spiritual energy into the formation. The virtual image of the 5 elements Bagua on the ceiling instantly emitted dazzling light. The red shadow felt something was amiss and tried to escape, but the 4 corners of the room were surrounded by Wang Beihai's formation. As the virtual image descended, the red shadow continuously emitted mournful cries, but the sound grew fainter and fainter until the red shadow finally felt utter despair. Spare me, please, spare me. I'll give you anything you want, the red shadow began to plead with Wang Beihai. Not a chance, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then uttered a single word, extinguish. The slowly descending virtual image suddenly pressed down with force, and the red shadow dissipated instantly. The room regained its quiet. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wang Beihai walked to the bedside. Ling Tianyu, though still not opening his eyes, had a more even breath and a healthier complexion. Wang Beihai sighed in relief. All right, you can come in now. As soon as he spoke, Ling Ruying rushed into the room first. Seeing Ling Tianyu's condition, she covered her mouth and wept. Li Zhenshi and Ling Tianxi, who arrived shortly after, were also incredulous, their eyes wide with astonishment. Thank you, Beihai. Ling Ruying turned and hugged Wang Beihai tightly. Easy, it hurts, Wang Beihai said weakly. Ling Ruying quickly let go and looked down, only to see blood soaking Wang Beihai's chest. Your grandfather is fine now, Wang Beihai smiled faintly, his face turning pale instantly, and then his body slumped, passing out. Chapter 27. Difficulties. One day later, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes and gently reached out, touching a soft object. Miss Ling. Turning his head, Wang Beihai saw Ling Ruying sleeping with her head resting on the bed, obviously having dozed off. Wang Beihai's heart warmed as he saw Ling Ruying still asleep. He carefully got out of bed, gently lifted her onto the bed, and covered her with a blanket. After doing this, Wang Beihai stretched, then walked out of the room. At this moment, Ling Tianxi and Li Zhenshi and others were already waiting in the living room. Seeing Wang Beihai come out, Li Zhenshi was the first to rush up. Are you okay, master? You scared me to death yesterday, Li Zhenshi said, anxiously checking Wang Beihai's body. I'm fine, I won't die. Wang Beihai smiled, pulling his clothes to reveal his chest. The wound on his chest had already healed, leaving only a small scar. How is this possible? Li Zhenshi rubbed his eyes. Yesterday, I personally treated the wound. Although I used the best medicine, it couldn't have healed so well. Maybe I absorb it well. Seeing Li Zhenshi's serious expression, Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, afraid that Li Zhenshi would delve too deeply, so he made an excuse. That makes sense. Sure enough, Li Zhenshi felt it made sense and didn't dwell on the matter. Beihai, what exactly happened yesterday? What was that strange scream in the room? At this moment, Ling Yingjia, sitting on the sofa, stood up, his eyes coldly staring at Wang Beihai. Am I hearing things? Is this how the Ling family treats their savior? Wang Beihai sneered, feeling even more that Ling Tianxi and his son's actions were somewhat contradictory. The old man's condition has improved, but who else could have cured this illness that no one else could? It's too much of a coincidence that you came and cured it. It's hard for me not to suspect that this illness is connected to you. Ling Yingjia waved his hand, and several of his henchmen surrounded Wang Beihai. Ling Bei, my master saved your old man. Do you treat my master like this, not afraid of ruining the reputation of the old man Ling Tianyi? Li Zhenshi glared angrily at Ling Tianxi, who was sitting aside. Yingjia is right. At this moment, Ling Tianxi finished his tea and slowly stood up. My father's illness is indeed suspicious. It should be thoroughly investigated. After saying this, Ling Tianxi waved his hand, and several bodyguards instantly pounced on Wang Beihai. Stop! At this moment, a roar came from upstairs, and the bodyguards immediately stopped, looking up in panic. Ling Tianyi, pale-faced, stood on the second floor, his eyes filled with anger. Father, why are you down here? Ling Tianxi looked at Ling Tianyi, who had walked up to him, his eyes full of panic. You scoundrel! Ling Tianyi snorted coldly, directly slapping Ling Tianxi across the face. I may be sick, but I'm not muddle-headed. I know who wants to save me, and who wants to harm me, Ling Tianyi said, slowly walking up to Wang Beihai, examining him, then nodding in satisfaction and patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you have such skills and abilities. Brother Bei, you are quite impressive. You flatter me, old master. These are just minor tricks. Wang Beihai smiled, sensing a familiar aura from Ling Tianyi. After a closer feel, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. This is spiritual energy. Wang Beihai was shocked. Although the spiritual energy in Ling Tianyi was minimal, it was indeed present. Brother Bei, what are you thinking about? Seeing Wang Beihai lost in thought, Ling Tianyi shook him. No, I just think it's amazing that old master recovered so well in just one day. Haha, I just exercise often. Ling Tianyi laughed heartily, then glanced at Ling Yingjia. There was a misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Bei. After saying that, Ling Tianyi took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Beihai. Brother Bei, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Wang Beihai was taken aback, then took the bank card from Ling Tianyi, not asking about the amount, and directly put it in his pocket. Grandpa, you're finally awake. At this moment, Ling Ruying, still sleepy, walked out of the room and, seeing Ling Tianyi, happily rushed over and hugged him. Haha, my good granddaughter, Grandpa is fine. Ling Tianyi affectionately stroked Ling Ruying's hair, then looked at Wang Beihai. I've heard about your deeds. This time, Grandpa could recover thanks to Brother Bei you brought. Unfortunately, your father and mother are still missing. Otherwise, I would have handed over the Ling family's business to him while I was recovering. Ling Tianyi shook his head helplessly, and Ling Ruying's eyes also showed a hint of sadness. Dad, the Ling family's business is so vast. How can you make such a decision so early? At this moment, Ling Tianxi, dissatisfied, walked up to Ling Tianyi and continued. Moreover, during my elder brother's disappearance, I have been managing all of the Ling family's affairs. Such a sudden decision might cause public outrage. I'm not afraid of public outrage with my own business. Ling Tianyi snorted coldly. You have always been greedy since you were young. Such a vast fortune is not a good thing for you. Let's see. Ling Tianyi thought for a moment, then said, now that the Taihe group under the Ling family is just starting up, let's hand it over to Ruying to take full responsibility. This won't do, I disagree. Before Ling Tianyi finished speaking, Ling Tianxi shook his head in opposition. Although Taihe group is just starting up, it is also the most promising new force. Father, you know how much groundwork we laid to establish Taihe group. How can such an important enterprise be handed over to a girl? Yes, Grandpa, you're too biased. I'm your grandson. She can do it. So can I. Why should she be in charge? Ling Yingjia also stepped forward discontentedly. Just because Ruying saved my life? Ling Tianyi's eyes widened, his authority unspoken. If it weren't for Ruying, I wouldn't be standing here. This matter is decided. Father, you? Seeing Ling Tianyi so insistent, Ling Tianxi's eyes rolled. Then he said, Ruying can take over Taihe group, but she has to complete one task first to prove she has the ability. What task? Ling Ruying frowned. Everyone knows that the most neglected industry in the Ling family is the beauty industry. There are 2 beauty salons under the Ling family in Longquan County and Longling County, both basically facing closure. Ling Tianxi said, pulling Ling Yingjia to the front. Although the beauty salon is not a big industry, we can't give up on it easily. How about this? You 2 each take over a beauty salon, and in 3 months, whoever manages the beauty salon well will take over Taihe group. What do you think, Father? Ling Tianxi looked at Ling Tianyi. Ling Tianyi frowned, looking at Ling Ruying. Ruying, what do you think? I accept Uncle's suggestion. Ling Ruying's eyes sharpened. She indeed needed some opportunities to prove herself. Good, truly worthy of being my Ling Tianyi's granddaughter. Ling Tianyi laughed heartily. Then you stay in Longling, and let Yingjia take over in Longquan. Ling Tianyi obviously wanted Ling Ruying to stay in Longling, so he could take care of her, but Ling Ruying shook her head. I'll go to Longquan. Saying this, Ling Ruying glanced at Wang Beihai. I feel more at ease there. Chapter 28. The Dilemma. Ling Tianxiao looked at Ling Ruying in surprise, then glanced at Wang Beihai, immediately understanding Ling Ruying's choice. He laughed heartily and nodded, tacitly agreeing to her request. All right, Yingjia, you'll stay in Longling. Any objections? Ling Tianxiao asked. None at all. Staying in Longling is the best option, Ling Yingjia replied with a smile. With abundant resources at his disposal, revitalizing a small beauty salon like Xiaobei's would be a breeze. Good, then it's settled. After a month, We'll see who takes over the Taihe group project based on your abilities, Ling Tianxiao said, walking over to Wang Beihai and patting his shoulder. Brother Bei, I'm entrusting Ruying to you. Take good care of her. Wang Beihai felt there was more to Ling Tianxiao's words, but he couldn't refuse, so he just nodded with a smile. All right, since it's decided, you can make your arrangements. I'm tired, so I'm going to bed, Ling Tianxiao said, yawning as he headed upstairs. As soon as Ling Tianxiao left, Ling Yingjie walked up to Ling Ruying, looking at her with disdain. Heh, I advise you to give up. What's the point of a pampered young lady like you fighting for these things? Do you really think you can make the beauty salon work with this country bumpkin? What I do seems to be none of your business, Ling Ruying retorted coldly, glaring at Ling Yingjie. But you, if you don't work hard, be prepared to come back crying. With that, Ling Ruying took Wang Beihai's hand and walked out, with Li Zhenshi quickly following. Damn it, that bitch always acts so high and mighty. This time, I'll make sure she loses all face, Ling Yingjie muttered, fuming as he watched Ling Ruying leave, sweeping everything off the table in anger. At that moment, Ling Tianxi, who had been silent, shook his head. Is this really the time to be sulking? Don't forget, our goal is to secure Taihe Group. I'll assist you in secret here in Longling. As for Ling Ruying, isn't she popular with some powerful suitors? If they find out she has a boyfriend, do you think she'll be able to focus on her work? Hearing this, Ling Yingjie slapped his forehead and quickly took out his phone to make a call. Outside the villa, Ling Ruying took a deep breath. Finally out, I was about to suffocate in there. What, the air at home isn't good? Wang Beihai teased, seeing Ling Ruying's expression. No, it's just that uncle has always been against me since I was young. Now that my parents are missing, he's even worse. Today, I agreed just to keep my grandfather from being too hard on me. As for Taihe Group, it's not that important to me. Ling Ruying stretched comfortably, then looked at Wang Beihai. Thank you for helping my grandfather. As for what happens in Longquan County, we'll just have to see what fate has in store. Not necessarily, Wang Beihai smiled, taking out a small box from his pocket. Hey, master, what's this? It smells like it's mostly made of medicinal herbs, Li Zhenshi said, intrigued by the item in Wang Beihai's hand. Wang Beihai looked at the old man and couldn't help but shake his head. This is a beauty cream I made. It might help you. Is that all? Ling Ruying raised an eyebrow, took the beauty cream, looked at it, then shook her head disappointedly. This kind of cheap stuff is everywhere. People who go to beauty salons wouldn't look twice at this. She handed it back to Wang Beihai with a bitter smile. Wang Beihai didn't say anything, just quietly put the beauty cream away. Don't lose heart, there's always a way, Ling Ruying said, patting Wang Beihai and giving him a warm smile. Let's go, let's head to Longquan County first. With that, Ling Ruying got into a Porsche parked nearby, and after whispering something to Wang Beihai, Li Zhenshi returned to the villa. Come on, what's the matter? Have you grown tired of my Porsche after riding in a Ferrari? Ling Ruying frowned, seeing Wang Beihai still standing there. No, I was just wondering if your uncle might be involved in your parents' disappearance, Wang Beihai said, looking at the villa. From the moment he arrived at the Ling family, he felt something was off about Ling Tianxi. Probably not, Ling Ruying said indifferently, then fell silent. Forget it, let's go back first, Wang Beihai said, jumping into the car and gently touching Ling Ruying's hair, giving her a familiar smile. I said it before, I'll always be here for you. Ling Ruying blushed slightly, then glared at Wang Beihai and drove off with a stomp of the accelerator. At the same time, on the balcony of the villa, Ling Tianxi watched them leave, his gaze cold as he dialed a number. The plan has changed. Investigate a man named Wang Beihai. That evening, Wang Beihai and Ling Ruying arrived in Longquan County. Where should I drop you off? Ling Ruying asked, glancing at Wang Beihai. Not sure yet. Aren't you going to a beauty salon? I'll go with you and see if I can help, Wang Beihai said, leaning his head against the seat and smiling. You? What could you possibly help with? Ling Ruying said, though her face was full of smiles. After all, Part of the reason she chose to come to Longquan County was for Wang Beihai. As she spoke, Ling Ruying stepped on the gas, and the car sped through the towering buildings, eventually stopping in a relatively desolate commercial street. "We're here," Ling Ruying said, checking the address on her phone and getting out of the car. "This place?" Wang Beihai frowned as soon as he got out. The street was eerily quiet, with only a handful of businesses open. The few people visible on the street were mostly shop staff. "This place is tucked away in a back alley, and the exit direction is wrong. Doing business here would be difficult to succeed," Wang Beihai said in surprise. "I don't know how the Ling family decided to open a shop here. My grandfather doesn't seem like someone without vision," Wang Beihai asked curiously. "I'm not too sure either. I just remember that my uncle was in charge of this place at the time," Ling Ruying said, trying to recall her memories about the beauty salon. "Never mind, let's go in and take a look," Wang Beihai said, shaking his head and following Ling Ruying to the middle of the street. "This is it," Ling Ruying said, looking up at the lavishly decorated beauty salon and confirming the name before leading Wang Beihai inside. Chapter 29. Beauty Cream. The two walked through the opulent lobby and ascended to the second floor. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single soul. Strange, where did everyone go? Ling Ruying furrowed her brows. "Shoo," Wang Beihai signaled for silence, and then gently led Ling Ruying towards the end of the corridor. "Beihai, what are you doing?" Ling Ruying, being pulled by a boy for the first time, felt a bit shy and was about to say something when she heard a commotion coming from a nearby room. "What's going on?" Ling Ruying's eyes sharpened as she followed Wang Beihai to the door. The door was only slightly ajar, so Wang Beihai gently pushed it open a bit. Inside, they saw all the employees of the beauty salon gathered, playing mahjong and chatting, with piles of trash on the floor. "This is outrageous," Ling Ruying forcefully pushed the door open, glaring at the employees with anger. "Is this how you work? Where is your manager? Get out here." The employees were startled by the sudden intrusion and then sized up Ling Ruying, emitting a chorus of boos. "Who is this little brat? You've ruined my perfect hand of cards. What a bad omen." A fashionable middle-aged woman disdainfully glanced at Ling Ruying and spat a sunflower seed shell at her feet. "I'm the manager, so what do you want?" Wang Beihai glanced at the woman and indeed noticed a manager's badge pinned to her chest. Such a beautifully decorated beauty salon. "And this is how you manage it?" Ling Ruying questioned harshly. "Heh, who is this little girl?" The woman approached Ling Ruying, pushing her slightly. "I'm the boss here. I do as I please. If you're here to spend, I welcome you. If you're here to cause trouble, then sorry, please leave." With that, the woman waved her hand, and two uniformed security guards immediately approached. "Heh, you're in charge? When did my family's business become the domain of an outsider?" Ling Ruying coldly stared at the woman, revealing her identity. Hearing she was from the Ling family, the woman panicked and quickly changed her attitude 180 degrees. "I'm sorry, Miss Ling, I didn't recognize you earlier. My mistake, she said, slapping herself twice. "Miss Ling, it's all my fault. I failed to recognize you. Please don't take it to heart." "You're not worthy." Ling Ruying coldly glanced at the woman and then asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Wu Annie," the woman stuttered. "Good. Now give me the financial statements and customer information of the beauty salon in 2 minutes. Ling Ruying found a place to sit. Seeing Ling Ruying's stern look, Wu Annie didn't dare delay, quickly fetched the documents downstairs, and handed them to Ling Ruying in a matter of breaths. Ling Ruying skillfully flipped through the reports, soon furrowing her brows. In 1 year, the beauty salon's losses exceeded 60%, and customer attrition reached 90%. "Wu Annie, you're doing a great job as a manager." Ling Ruying coldly looked at Wu Annie, who shivered. "Miss Ling, this isn't my fault. In this location, there aren't many customers to begin with, and I've reported this to the Ling family before, but they never responded," Wu Annie said, looking wronged at Ling Ruying. "Many of our good employees and customers were poached by other beauty salons, and over time, the salon became deserted. Since the Ling family didn't care, we became lax." After hearing Wu Annie's explanation, Ling Ruying's brows furrowed even deeper. Normally, the Ling family wouldn't ignore their own businesses. What's urgent now? Wang Beihai came up and patted Ling Reng's shoulder. Don't dwell on the past. The priority is how to revive the beauty salon. Ling Ruying nodded and then sternly addressed the group in the room. I don't care about the reasons before, but from today onwards, I don't want to see similar situations. Those who want to leave can do so now. Those who choose to stay, let's start afresh and work hard from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, most of the people in the room left, and the few remaining looked at each other, hesitating. Miss Ling, just tell us what to do. Wu Annie, will support you first. Wu Annie stepped forward. Her words tinged with flattery, but it also bolstered the resolve of the remaining few. Yes, Miss Ling, tell us what to do. We'll stand by the beauty salon. The group in the room echoed in unison. Thank you. Ling Ruying was somewhat moved by the scene. After calming down, she continued, Wu Annie, you will remain the manager. First, tell me the current situation so I can decide what to do next. An hour later, Ling Ruying leaned back in her office chair, her slender hands massaging her temples, looking quite charming in her frustration. How is it? Any plans? Wang Beihai came forward to ask. Poor location, poor service, no products, no customers. The situation is worse than imagined. Ling Ruying gave a wry smile. I have an idea, Wang Beihai smiled. But you need to gather the customers we currently have and leave the rest to me. After saying this, Wang Beihai called Ren Yunfei and after a brief conversation, he bid farewell to Ling Ruying, reminding her before leaving, remember, gather the people and hand them over to me. I'll be back tomorrow. Though puzzled, Ling Ruying quickly followed Wang Beihai's instructions. 10 minutes later, at the Imperial Grand Hotel. Beihai, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Ren Yunfei sipped some tea, curiously looking at Wang Beihai. Yeah, Haigu, is there some big money-making plan? Lu Yihong also looked at Wang Beihai with anticipation. Not a money-making plan, but I need your help with something. Wang Beihai smiled and then briefly recounted the recent events to the two. Wow, you've hooked up with Ling Ruying. The two immediately gave him a thumbs up, with Lu Yihong looking even more admiring. Nonsense. Wang Beihai shook his head. I called you to ask where we can produce packaging for this. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out the beauty cream from his pocket. Planning to get into this? Ren Yunfei immediately recognized the beauty cream and, this time, he didn't question it, instead showing interest in the cream. Yeah, after all, it's for others to use. The packaging needs to be refined. Wang Beihai nodded. That's simple. When do you need it? Ren Yunfei smiled. I just happen to have a packaging factory under my name. That's great. Wang Beihai slapped his thigh and laughed. All right, this is on me then. Ren Yunfei took the beauty cream and then said, It's rare for us brothers to gather. Let's drink until dawn. With that, they called Zhu Lingji and drank until late into the night before finally retiring. Chapter 30. A Shot to Fame. The next day, before dawn, Wang Beihai and his companions were already up. Lu Yihong and Zhu Lingji rushed straight to the advertising company, while Ren Yunfei took the beauty cream to the packaging factory. Wang Beihai, however, leisurely had his breakfast, strolled around the city aimlessly, and only ambled towards the beauty salon around noon. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, he found the lobby already bustling with people. Wang Beihai surveyed the crowd and noticed that most of them were middle-aged women, dressed in luxurious attire, indicating their affluent status. Mr. Wang, you're finally here. Wu Annie hurried over, her voice tinged with anxiety. Please go upstairs quickly. Manager Ling is almost frantic with worry. All right, I'm going up now, Wang Beihai replied with a smile. Upon entering the office on the second floor, he was met with Ling Ruying's reproachful gaze. I've done as you said and called in the clients. You, on the other hand, kept them waiting all morning. If these clients leave, our beauty salon is truly doomed. Trust me, it's going to be fine, Wang Beihai said calmly, not showing any sign of urgency but instead sipping leisurely on tea. At a time like this, how can you still have the mood to drink tea? Ling Ruying shot him a glare, still unsure of what Wang Beihai was planning. Tell Wu Annie to inform everyone that any customer who visits today can experience our newly developed skincare product for free. After giving the order, Wang Beihai resumed his leisurely tea drinking. Is that all? And where do we have a new product, let alone one we developed ourselves? Ling Ruying raised an eyebrow in disdain, but midway through her words, she suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. You're not planning to use that beauty cream of yours, are you? Smart. Wang Beihai gave Ling Ruying a thumbs up with a smile. Ling Ruying felt a wave of dizziness, almost collapsing. Brother, this is no time for jokes. How could your snow cream possibly create a miracle? Ling Ruying asked, clinging to the last shred of hope. Wang Beihai remained composed. Don't worry, I'm not joking. We'll use that beauty cream. Trust me, a miracle will happen. Well, let's hope so, Ling Ruying sighed, covering her forehead in resignation. At this point, she had no choice but to trust Wang Beihai. Just then, Wang Beihai's phone rang. After answering, his face lit up with joy. Let's go. My friend is here. Wang Beihai patted Ling Ruying's shoulder and led her downstairs. At the same time, a black Audi stopped in front of the beauty salon. Although not a luxury car, the license plate with a string of 8s caught everyone's attention. Many of the wealthy women in the lobby recognized the car. Isn't that Ren Yunfei's car, the richest man in our county? Why is he here? Someone shouted in the lobby, causing an uproar. All eyes turned to the car. Sure enough, Ren Yunfei stepped out, holding a beautifully crafted small box. What's that? So exquisite. Something so delicately handled by Mr. Run must be a treasure. Could it be the newly developed skincare product? I must see what it is. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eyes on the box in Ren Yunfei's hands. Here they come. Wang Beihai and Ling Ruying emerged from the crowd. Today, Ling Ruying wore a black qipao, exuding an aura of elegance that stunned the onlookers. In contrast, Wang Beihai appeared ordinary. Haha, I didn't let you down, Ren Yunfei said, handing the box to Wang Beihai and nodding politely to Ling Ruying. Ling Ruying's smile, breathtakingly beautiful, left Ren Yunfei momentarily stunned. Everyone, please quiet down, Wang Beihai suddenly shouted, drawing surprised looks from the crowd. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Beihai began with a hint of apology, raising the box in his hand. To make it up to you, today any lady present can try our newly developed beauty cream for free. As he opened the box, a faint fragrance wafted into the air, causing the crowd to pause, then eagerly eyed the beauty cream in Wang Beihai's hands, though no one dared to step forward. Rest assured, this beauty cream contains no harmful substances, Ren Yunfei reassured, seeming to understand their hesitation. With Ren Yunfei's assurance, the crowd surged forward, clamoring to try the cream. Hey, is this stuff really effective? Ling Ruying nudged Wang Beihai, her voice lacking confidence. Relax, just watch. Wang Beihai smiled, inviting the first woman to try. The woman had numerous dark spots and a noticeable scar near her eye, her aged appearance quite disfigured. Seeing this, several people, including Ling Ruying, shook their heads. Such a condition would likely require extensive cosmetic surgery, let alone a small jar of ointment. This is going to be a disaster, Wu Annie sighed in resignation, while Ling Ruying closed her eyes. Only Ren Yunfei watched Wang Beihai with interest, as if anticipating something. I'm starting. Wang Beihai nodded to the woman, then evenly applied the beauty cream to her face. How does it feel? He asked after application. It feels cool and comfortable, the woman replied, her expression relaxing. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai had someone bring a basin of water. All right, wash your face and show everyone. The woman nodded and rinsed her face with water. The moment she looked up, the crowd erupted in excitement. Her spots had significantly faded, and even the scar and wrinkles around her eyes had vanished, making her look at least 10 years younger. This is impossible. Ling Ruying covered her mouth, her eyes filled with both astonishment and excitement as she looked at the beauty cream in Wang Beihai's hand. Take a look, ma'am. Wang Beihai said calmly, handing her a mirror. The woman looked into the mirror, and just one glance left her stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. The effectiveness of the beauty cream was self-evident. Next, Wang Beihai announced with a smile, leading to a frenzy of eager participants. After another dozen or so trials, the beauty cream was used up, and the results far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ren Yunfei, who had been prepared, was startled by the cream's efficacy. At that moment, Ren Yunfei recalled his initial mockery of Wang Beihai's beauty cream and felt a pang of regret. The value of this product was no less than that of the rejuvenating wine. With a meaningful glance at Wang Beihai, Ren Yunfei smiled and congratulated Ling Ruying. Congratulations, Miss Ling. With this beauty cream, your beauty salon is bound to thrive. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Ren, Ling Ruying replied politely, then excitedly hugged Wang Beihai, planting a passionate kiss on his cheek. Wang Beihai's face turned crimson. Before they could celebrate, the crowd began to rush to pre-order the beauty cream. Within half an hour, the advance payments reached 1 million. Beihai, thank you, Ling Ruying said, her heart racing as she watched the bustling scene in the lobby. Don't rush, this is just the beginning, Wang Beihai said with a slight smile. Sure enough, within a day, the miraculous effects of the beauty cream spread throughout Longquan County. Coupled with the advertising campaign, the Ling Shi Beauty Salon shot to fame in Longquan County. ##### Chapter 31. Transformation. 3 days later, Ling's beauty salon was bustling with customers, and the once desolate commercial street had become lively. Although the beauty cream had not yet gone into mass production, the orders had already reached an astonishing number. Ling Ruying sat in her office, staring at the financial report in her hands, feeling as if she were dreaming. Just a few days ago, the beauty salon was on the brink of closing, but now it had become the hottest spot in Longquan County, with revenues that had multiplied dozens of times. What's wrong? Not happy? Wang Beihai stood at the door, noticing Ling Ruying's expression, and couldn't help but smile. Which eye of yours saw that I'm not happy? Ling Ruying shot a glare at Wang Beihai, then rubbed her temples. The trend is good, but with such a huge demand, how are we going to deliver? If your production can't keep up, the beauty salon will close sooner or later. You don't need to worry about that. Wang Beihai's lips curved up. Over the past few days, he had sought advice from Ren Yunfei, and under Ren's guidance, Wang Beihai had developed an extraordinary business acumen. Now that the reputation and fame of the beauty cream are out, why should our vision be limited to this small beauty salon? We can establish our own brand and enter the cosmetics market. Hearing this, Ling Ruying was slightly taken aback, glancing at Wang Beihai in surprise, feeling as if he had changed. Isn't that too risky? Ling Ruying narrowed her eyes slightly. After all, our product is currently only the beauty cream. Isn't that too single? You said it yourself, that's just for now. Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled. Having only the beauty cream is naturally not enough, but at this stage, its effect has surpassed most cosmetics and skincare products. Now is the perfect time to establish our own brand. Let me think about it. Ling Ruying hesitated for a moment, then continued, After all, this is not a small matter. I still need to talk to my grandfather. No problem, take your time. I'll also head home for a week and deliver the beauty cream to you when I return. Wang Beihai smiled and was about to leave. Wait. Hearing that Wang Beihai was leaving, Ling Ruying's heart skipped a beat and she quickly called out to him. What's up? As Wang Beihai turned to speak, Ling Ruying rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Beihai. I'll wait for you to come back. Ling Ruying whispered into Wang Beihai's ear. Wang Beihai couldn't help but shiver, then felt a warmth in his heart as he patted Ling Ruying's back. Don't worry, call me if anything happens. With that, Wang Beihai turned and walked out of the beauty salon. Ren Yunfei and a few others were already waiting outside. Wang Beihai exchanged smiles with them and then got into the car, heading towards Wulong Village. An hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of Wulong Village. As soon as Wang Beihai got out of the car, he widened his eyes. In just a few days, the entrance of Wulong Village had been significantly expanded, and the previously bumpy yellow soil had been replaced with flat flagstones. Under the old pagoda tree, there were now many recreational and fitness facilities, and the dirt road leading into the village had been widened. How is it? Didn't expect this, did you? While Wang Beihai was still in shock, Zhu Lingji smiled and patted his shoulder. Wulong village was already in the poverty alleviation plan. I told my dad about your ideas, and he was thrilled. He immediately included Wulong village in the government's key planning, not only to help the village out of poverty, but also to turn it into Longquan County's first ecological tourism village. That's great. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zhu Lingji gratefully. Even a fool could tell that Zhu Lingji must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. By the way, let me introduce someone to you. Zhu Lingji smiled at Wang Beihai and then made a phone call. A few minutes later, a figure ran over, and Wang Beihai was stunned to see Bai Yi. Mr. Zhu, I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for the oversight. Bai Yi ran to the group and bowed to Zhu Lingji. No worries, no worries. Zhu Lingji smiled. You've been working hard these days. Do you know each other? Wang Beihai was puzzled, recalling previous events, and suddenly realized. Of course, if it weren't for Mr. Zhu's order, who would come to this small, run-down place? Look at how ten I've become. Bai Yi glanced at Wang Beihai, and although her words seemed to complain, there was no sign of disdain in her tone. Haha, Beihai, Bai Yi is a good friend of mine and is very capable in administration. I had her come to assist you earlier, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so I had her keep it a secret. Please don't take it to heart. Zhu Lingji patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, his eyes showing a hint of apology. Haha, what are you talking about? I should be thanking you. As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at Bai Yi, and the memory of the bathing scene flashed before his eyes, causing his face to redden. Bai Yi seemed to notice Wang Beihai's gaze and glared back fiercely. All right, Yi, how is the village's project going? Zhu Lingji sensed the tension and quickly changed the subject. The government's planning is already in progress, and the blueprint has been submitted. We're just waiting for the construction team to start. As for the winery and road construction, everything is on track. I believe the winery will be operational within a week. That fast. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was surprised and hurriedly ran towards the winery's direction, with Zhu Lingji and the others following closely. At the construction site of the winery, Yangli was handing out water to the workers, her fragrant sweat flowing down her forehead and onto her chest, a mesmerizing sight that drew sighs from the workers, truly a scenic spot on the construction site. At that moment, Yangli looked up and saw several figures running towards them from a distance. She immediately recognized Wang Beihai. Beihai, Beihai. Yangli happily waved at Wang Beihai, then put the water down and ran towards him. Wang Beihai also saw Yangli running towards him, and his pace quickened. Soon, the two collided. Yangli hugged Wang Beihai tightly, then pretended to be angry. You brat, have you forgotten about sisterly now that you have money? You've been wandering outside and don't even know where home is? Of course not, I'm back now. Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart, a unique warmth that he could only feel with Yangli. By the way, I heard from Yihong that you've made quite a few romantic connections in the city. With the Miss Xiong and Miss Ling, it seems they all have a soft spot for you. Yangli glared at Wang Beihai, who felt his scalp tingle. Just then, Lu Yihong and the others caught up, and Wang Beihai gave Lu Yihong a cold look. Lu Yihong sensed trouble and quickly said with a smile, "Let's go check out the construction site first." With that, he slipped away like greased lightning, so fast that even Wang Beihai didn't react in time. That fatty. Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly and followed. Arriving at the construction site, they saw that the previously empty land had been completely leveled, with a large factory occupying 2/3 of the space. An office building had also been built in front of the factory. On the side of the factory, a large piece of land had been reserved, clearly intended for planting medicinal herbs. The overall facilities had changed significantly compared to before. You're here. At that moment, Su Jinkuan walked over with a smile. Chapter 32, Setting the Array. Haha, as expected of the top engineer, in just a few short days, you've got my distillery looking quite impressive. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, extremely satisfied with the progress. Haha, Brother Wang, you flatter me. By the way, I've kept the openings you asked me to reserve, and I've prepared everything else. Take a look and see if there's anything else you're not satisfied with that needs modification. Su Jinkuan said, taking out the blueprints. Wang Beihai glanced at them briefly before nodding. All right, no need to change anything. I'm already quite satisfied with this. That's good. Su Jinkuan smiled. If there are no major changes, the distillery can be operational within 3 days at most. That would be great. Wang Beihai patted Su Jinkuan on the back, but Su Jinkuan showed a troubled expression. The distillery is almost ready, but the road construction? Go ahead and speak freely. Wang Beihai frowned, knowing that road construction was a top priority. It's nothing much, just a shortage of funds. You know, building roads is different from constructing buildings. The routes have already been planned, it's just a matter of money now, Su Jinkuan said with difficulty. Is that all? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and then took out a black gold card from his pocket, handing it to Su Jinkuan. There's 3 million in here. If it's not enough, just let me know. It's enough. It's enough. Su Jinkuan took the card with trembling hands. Only Wang Beihai could say something like that so casually. The others also showed expressions of surprise when they saw the black gold card. With Ren Yunfei and the others' experience, they naturally recognized the exclusive high-end VIP card of the Treasure Pavilion. Even they didn't have the qualifications to own such a black gold card. This Beihai is too monstrous. Ren Yunfei sighed, recalling the image of Wang Beihai they had just met a few weeks ago, his mouth curling into a wry smile. Zhu Lingji stood calmly beside him, his face occasionally showing a hint of envy. With these 3 million, the progress of the road construction can be greatly accelerated. At most, it will take half a year, at least 3 months, to get it done. That's great. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, and then turned to Yang Li. Sister Li, please arrange for all the workers to have dinner today, including everyone from the village who came to help. Yang Li hesitated slightly, but seeing Wang Beihai so happy, she smiled and nodded, going off to make the arrangements. That night, almost the entire Wulong village was immersed in a sea of joy and laughter. 2 days later, early morning, just as Wang Beihai woke up from his meditation, Su Jinkuan knocked on the door. It's done. The distillery is finished. As soon as Wang Beihai opened the door, he saw Su Jinkuan excitedly shouting at him. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart surged with excitement, and he followed Su Jinkuan to the distillery. Standing at the entrance of the distillery, Wang Beihai's heart was filled with excitement. Now, we're just missing the brewing equipment. After standing there for a long time, Wang Beihai smiled slightly and then looked at Su Jinkuan. These days have been tough for you. Today, all the workers can take a break, and you should rest too. Haha, it's not hard work. Su Jinkuan laughed. Speaking of which, I haven't been back to the city for a long time. Well, I'll go back today. Brother Wang, if there's anything, just call me. After saying that, Su Jinkuan took Wang Beihai around the distillery once more, pointing out the reserved openings, and after finishing everything, Su Jinkuan didn't stay any longer, directly boarding the construction team's vehicle and heading back to the city. As night fell, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the distillery. This person was none other than Wang Beihai. He saw Wang Beihai carrying a large sack, lightly stepping on the ground, effortlessly leaping over the 5-meter-high gate, and entering the factory. The timing is just right. Wang Beihai looked up at the moon, then reached into the large sack slung over his shoulder, pulling out several translucent jade stones. Beneath the moonlight, Wang Beihai's body trembled slightly, and the Haotian positive energy in his body instantly infused into the jade stones. Then, holding the jade stones imbued with spiritual power, Wang Beihai threw them into the pre-prepared small holes in sequence. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai had finally thrown jade stones into all the openings. Arriving in the courtyard of the distillery, he was already drenched in sweat, his face pale. I didn't expect this to be so exhausting. My spiritual energy is almost drained. Wang Beihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and then sat cross-legged, beginning to recover under the moonlight. An hour later, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, took out a larger jade stone from his embrace, and then extended his finger, carefully carving intricate patterns on the jade stone. This meticulous process took another full 2 hours. It's done. Wang Beihai looked at the jade stone in his hand, his pale face showing a faint smile. Immediately after, he threw the jade stone directly into the only pool in the distillery. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the spirit of all things, cycling endlessly, the 5 elements gathering spirit array, activate. As Wang Beihai chanted, he extended his finger, injecting a stream of spiritual energy into the pool. The previously calm water surface instantly began to churn, followed by a blinding white light shooting into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Then, the holes where the jade stones were thrown also emitted a faint white light. If viewed from the sky at this moment, those light spots corresponded exactly to the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, as well as the constellations. The array is complete. After a long while, Wang Beihai let out a low roar, and all the light spots on the ground dissipated. A rich spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire distillery. Finally done. Wang Beihai felt the spiritual energy, which was tens of times more concentrated than usual, and his heart filled with joy. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a surge of heat in his chest. What's going on? Wang Beihai abruptly opened his eyes and pulled open his clothes to see that the old dagger he had recently acquired was emitting a faint red glow. What exactly is this little thing? Wang Beihai frowned, and suddenly, the dagger seemed to come to life, floating up and hovering in front of Wang Beihai. Follow me. The dagger flashed with red light, and an ancient voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. What the hell? Before Wang Beihai could react, the dagger transformed into a red light and disappeared into the woods. What's going on? What exactly is this dagger? Wang Beihai was puzzled, but didn't think too much about it. He gritted his teeth, lightly stepped on the ground, and chased after it. In the night, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, darted swiftly through the woods. After an unknown amount of time, the red light flew directly into a deep pond. Wang Beihai followed closely behind and plunged into the water. Damn, how deep is this? As the surrounding light grew dimmer, Wang Beihai's astonishment grew. He had already descended for over 100 meters, yet the pond still seemed bottomless. At that moment, the dagger in front finally stopped. What is this? Wang Beihai pointed, and the surroundings instantly brightened. A huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Chapter 33, Red Dawn. This? Wang Beihai stared at the colossal figure before him, completely stunned. The creature in front of him was identical to the dragons described in ancient myths and legends. The same scales, the same whiskers, the same dragon horns. If not for the stone material covering its entire body, Wang Beihai would have almost believed it to be a real dragon. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Beihai mustered the courage to swim over. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Since he had come this far, there was no reason to return empty-handed. With this thought in mind, Wang Beihai swam up to the dagger. You little thing. Wang Beihai glanced at the dagger hovering in front of him, then reached out and grabbed it. However, before he could react, the dagger flashed with a red light and drove itself forcefully into the stone dragon's head, dragging Wang Beihai along. There was a clang, and sparks flew everywhere at the bottom of the pond. Despite the powerful strike, it only left a faint white mark on the stone sculpture surface. The dagger seemed dissatisfied and prepared to strike again, carrying Wang Beihai with it. Wang Beihai, however, was not having it. Damn it, am I going to be ordered around by this little broken knife? Thinking this, Wang Beihai exerted force and pulled the dagger back. At that moment, the dagger suddenly vibrated, its red light intensifying. Wang Beihai felt his spiritual energy being absorbed by the dagger. What's going on? Wang Beihai was startled and tried to let go, but the dagger seemed to be stuck to his hand, no matter how hard he tried to shake it off. As he watched his spiritual energy dwindling, Wang Beihai panicked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he was still underwater. Without spiritual energy, he would eventually suffocate. Just as he was thinking, the dagger stopped its movements. Now, it glowed with a blinding red light, growing larger in front of Wang Beihai until it transformed into a sharp sword. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded throughout the pond's bottom, followed by a tremor and a low dragon's roar. Wang Beihai felt his head grow heavy, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. You are merely an about-to-collapse spiritual vein. If you wish to rise again, you must become my sword spirit. If you still refuse, I shall strike you down now. What say you? In his hazy state, Wang Beihai seemed to hear an extremely arrogant voice, followed by another dragon's roar. Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself still at the bottom of the pond, but the water around him was now blocked by an invisible energy. Not far from him, a long sword hovered in the air. Wang Beihai approached and saw that the sword was about 3 feet long, with intricate patterns on its blade and a hilt adorned with 7 colored pearls and 9 colored jade. The edge of the sword gleamed like snow, emitting a chilling light. What a fine sword! Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The sword seemed to sense his admiration, emitting a hum before transforming into a red light and flying to Wang Beihai's side. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai reached out and grasped the sword, feeling an imperial aura surge through him immediately. Arise! Wang Beihai felt the sword in his hand weigh 1,000 pounds. He exerted force, his veins bulging on his neck. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, the sword vibrated, and a pure energy surged into Wang Beihai's body. Wang Beihai let out a low roar, his eyes seeming to contain dragons. The previous pressure dissipated instantly, and then an arrogant voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. I am Red Dawn, an ancient divine sword, upholding the path of the Emperor. Now, with the dragon spirit of the spiritual vein, I reshape my body. Since you are of imperial lineage, I now form a spiritual contract with you. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not tarnish my reputation. After saying this, the sword flashed and broke free from Wang Beihai's grasp. It then slashed, causing a drop of blood from Wang Beihai's finger to float up and merge with the sword. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, feeling a subtle connection with the sword in front of him. Come, sword. Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the sword indeed flew to his side. Wang Beihai looked closely and saw the words Red Dawn on the sword's blade. Who would have thought that the broken dagger I picked up at the black market had such a grand origin? Wang Beihai muttered softly. The sword seemed to sense his words, emitting an unhappy hum and pointing its tip at Wang Beihai's throat. Wang Beihai was startled by the chill and swallowed hard, then said, Retract? The sword immediately transformed into a red light and flew into Wang Beihai's body. Phew, quite the temper. Exhaling deeply, Wang Beihai began to survey his surroundings. The previously dimly lit pond bottom had grown darker, and the dragon head statue he had seen earlier had vanished without a trace. That's strange. Wang Beihai scratched his head, thinking of something, and quickly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to sense. Sure enough, he saw a small golden dragon in his dantian. This is the legendary spiritual vein. Wang Beihai examined the small dragon with joy. Legend has it that spiritual veins are born from the gathering of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It seems this spiritual vein is over 10,000 years old. With its enhancement, my cultivation speed will definitely advance further. Thinking this, Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly. He then leaped up and swam towards the surface. A few minutes later, he suddenly emerged from the pond. Looking up, it was already noon. I need to get back quickly. Wang Beihai furrowed his brow and lightly tapped the ground, darting swiftly through the forest. Soon, he arrived at the distillery. Meanwhile, at the distillery, Yang Li and the others were in a frenzy. They had woken up early to prepare for the distillery's opening ceremony, but after searching all around, they couldn't find the main character, Wang Beihai. Yang Li had called dozens of times, but the phone remained unreachable. In a hurry, she even mobilized the entire village to search, and just as everyone returned to the distillery, Wang Beihai appeared. What's going on? Sister Li, why are there so many people here? Wang Beihai leaped to the door, seeing Yang Li in a panic, and quickly approached to ask. Nothing, just looking for someone. Yang Li impatiently waved her hand, then suddenly froze and turned to look at Wang Beihai. You rascal, where have you been? Don't you know what day it is today? Do you know how many people are worried about you? If something happened to you, what would the villagers do, and what would I do? Yang Li's voice grew softer until she was sobbing. Hey, Sister Li, I'm fine. Wang Beihai didn't know how to comfort her, so he just reached out and stroked Yang Li's hair. Seeing her so worried, his heart warmed. Wow, Haigo, you're finally back. At that moment, Lui Hong waddled over with a big belly, giving Wang Beihai a hard slap on the back. What a great day, and you made the whole village look for you. Wang Beihai awkwardly smiled, then saw Ren Yunfei and a few others pulling out red cloth. Haha, the more the merrier. I don't know why, but the flowers and grass in the distillery bloomed overnight. This is a good omen. Ren Yunfei laughed and handed the red cloth to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took the cloth with a smile, thinking that the gathering spirit array must have taken effect. At that moment, Zhu Lingji and Su Jianquan also approached with gifts. All right, everyone's here. Let's unveil the banner. When the group reached the door, Ren Yunfei nudged Wang Beihai, signaling it was time. Wang Beihai's lips curled, and with a strong pull, the red cloth fell, revealing the sign, Tungfei Distillery. Immediately, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers echoed throughout Wulong Village. Hashtag Chapter 34. Returning to the black market. 3 days later, Tungfei Winery finally produced the first batch of Dahayang wine. As expected, this wine swept through the entire Longquan County's high-end liquor market and became a favorite gift among high-ranking officials. The orders for Dahayang wine soared, and Lui Hong and others also took time to rush to the winery to help. Seeing the gradually expanding market, even their experienced eyes couldn't help but be surprised. Great, this is really great. In the winery's office, Ren Yunfei hung up the phone and immediately showed an excited expression. Brothers, just now, Treasure Pavilion came with a message, directly pre-ordering 500 bottles of Dahayang wine. At the discounted price, just this batch alone, we can earn over 20 million. Wow, Treasure Pavilion is indeed very generous. Can they handle such a large quantity? Lui Hong said, his small eyes widening. Treasure Pavilion has branches all over the place. This much wine is nothing to them, Ren Yunfei smiled and continued. Besides, this also has something to do with Beihai. Don't forget, Beihai is now a named consultant for Treasure Pavilion. Yes, thanks to Beihai, we have such a profitable path. Zhu Lingji, sitting beside them, rarely laughed heartily, then picked up his teacup and looked at Wang Beihai. I knew I didn't misjudge you. After saying that, Ren Yunfei and the others also raised their teacups to toast Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, drained his teacup in one go, and instantly felt more energetic. Hey, you know, the water from Wulong Village is really different. Not only is it sweet to taste, but after drinking it, one feels refreshed. Lui Hong looked at his teacup, poured another cup, and drank it, still looking like he couldn't get enough. Yes, that's quite strange. Mentioning this, everyone noticed, while Wang Beihai just smiled without saying anything. Since the formation of the Gathering Spirit Array, even this spring water has been nourished by spiritual energy, naturally sweeter than ordinary spring water. Long-term consumption can strengthen the body, and the wine produced in the winery uses this spring water. Beihai, tell us, what's your next step? Seeing Wang Beihai smiling beside them, Ren Yunfei asked. Wang Beihai is no longer the same as before. His business acumen even amazed Ren Yunfei and the others. I want to create a new wine, a wine specifically for the masses. The efficacy can be lower, but the price must be affordable. When Wang Beihai said this, Ren Yunfei and the others became hesitant. The idea is good, but if the price difference is too big, even if the medicinal effect is slightly different, it might affect the market for high-end wines. Ren Yunfei frowned. Wang Beihai's idea was too risky, fearing a loss on both ends. Wang Beihai, however, was unconcerned. Don't worry about that. As for the efficacy, the wine for the masses will only have the effect of strengthening the body, and will only sell it in bulk. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Ren Yunfei even gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Wang Beihai's move was indeed brilliant. The powerful and wealthy care most about face. No matter how big the price difference, they wouldn't buy bulk wine for gifts. All right, let's settle on that. They all smiled at each other and agreed with Wang Beihai's idea. Well, I'll hand over the wine formula to Sister Li later. I'll also have to ask you all to handle the winery matters. You're leaving? Hearing Wang Beihai's intention, they became curious. Yes. Wang Beihai nodded. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Ling Ruying, and there was another more important reason for his decision to leave the village at this time. Since absorbing the energy of the spiritual vein a few days ago, Wang Beihai felt that the first level of his Haotian Zhengqi art was approaching perfection. Today, he felt the looseness of the bottleneck. This time, he was going to the black market to find medicinal materials to refine the pills needed for his breakthrough. Leaving again? What for? At that moment, Yang Li pushed open the office door, looking unhappy at Wang Beihai. Sister Li, I have something to do outside. Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li, feeling very guilty. After all, since he obtained the inheritance, he had spent less and less time with Yang Li. Is it because you have money now, and you disdain this place, disdain Sister Li? Yang Li pouted, complaining. Seeing this, Ren Yunfei and the others shrugged their shoulders and quietly slipped out of the office. All right, Sister Li, how could I be that kind of person? I really have something to do outside. Besides, even if I disdain myself, I wouldn't disdain you. Wang Beihai said, stepping forward to gently pat Yang Li's head, his eyes full of affection. Can you take me with you? Yang Li lowered her head, pondering for a long time, then looked up at Wang Beihai, her eyes full of pleading. This? Wang Beihai, seeing Yang Li's gaze, was momentarily troubled. He really didn't want to refuse Yang Li's request, but this time in the city, he didn't know how long it would take. Plus, with the grudges he had with Black Gold Society and the Li family's young master, Wang Beihai was afraid of accidents. Just take me with you. Sister Li hasn't been to the city for a long time. Yang Li grabbed Wang Beihai's hand, blinking her big eyes, and even started to act cute. How could Wang Beihai resist? In the end, he could only nod. All right, I'm afraid of you. If you want to go with me, you have to listen to me. Seeing Wang Beihai agree, Yang Li immediately nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. All right, you can come in now. Wang Beihai sighed, then said to the door. Ruying and the others immediately walked in with smiles. Ah, you. Yang Li realized then that Ruying and the others had been eavesdropping outside the door. Her face instantly turned red to her neck, and she shouted, disgusting, before covering her face and running away. All right, we'll leave it to you for the next few days. By the way, Yihong, the hotel still needs your help. Heh, who are we? Just go ahead and do your thing. Ruying laughed, and Ren Yunfei and the others also nodded, not asking what Wang Beihai was going to do. Well, thank you. Wang Beihai looked at them gratefully, then discussed the winery matters with them. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Wang Beihai set off for the city with Yang Li. On the way, Yang Li curiously looked around, her eyes occasionally revealing a trace of melancholy. After 2 hours, the car stopped at the entrance of the black market. We're here. Zhu Lingji smiled and said, really don't need me to go with you? No need. Wang Beihai waved his hand. You also have things to do. I'll just take a casual stroll. All right. Zhu Lingji shook his head. He indeed had some matters to attend to. All right, I'll contact you if I need anything. Wang Beihai said, pulling Yang Li out of the car. Zhu Lingji didn't waste time, waved to Wang Beihai, and then drove away. Where is this? Yang Li curiously looked at the large gate in front of her. It's interesting. There's actually a place called the Black Market. Yes, this is the Black Market. Wang Beihai raised the corner of his mouth, his mind involuntarily recalling a slender figure, then shook his head. Let's go, Sister Li. Saying that, Wang Beihai grabbed Yang Li's hand and walked into the black market. Chapter 35. The Dark Web. Wow, what kind of place is this? These things are all so interesting. Throughout the journey, Yang Li was like a curious child, constantly marveling at the items on the stalls around her. Wang Beihai watched Yang Li with a smile, feeling happy for no other reason than her happiness. At that moment, Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around, only to find everything normal behind him. What's going on? Was it just my imagination? Wang Beihai frowned. Just now, he felt like someone was watching him, but after turning around, he found nothing suspicious. Forget it. Let's head to the treasure pavilion first. Feeling uneasy, Wang Beihai pulled Yang Li along, and their pace unconsciously quickened. This Beihai guy is something. He's a tough nut to crack. After Wang Beihai and Yang Li walked away, several people stood up from a nearby stall. Mr. Tian Can, do you also find this Beihai guy suspicious? One of them, a young man, slowly removed his hat, revealing himself to be Li Yishuan, the eldest young master of the Li family. Yes. Next to Li Yishuan, an old man with a white beard nodded solemnly. This Beihai can sense my presence, which means he has some skills. But don't worry, young Master Li. Once he leaves the black market, I will surely tear him to pieces. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Tian Can, Li Yishuan said, revealing a cold smile. Wait, I find the woman with him quite intriguing. Please be gentle with her, Mr. Tian Can. She might be my toy. At that moment, another person on Li Yishuan's other side also removed his hat, revealing himself to be Su Wenqing, the eldest young master of the Su family. His eyes were fixed on the direction Yang Li had left, filled with lewdness. What's going on today? Halfway through their walk, Yang Li suddenly stopped and muttered softly. What's wrong, Sister Li? Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li with concern. Nothing. It's just that I keep feeling like someone is leering at me, and it's quite uncomfortable. Yang Li frowned, glancing around cautiously as she spoke. Don't worry, Sister Li. It must be because you haven't been to the city in a long time and aren't used to it. Wang Beihai comforted Yang Li, while his heart remained vigilant. Oh, isn't this our stone god? What brings you here? At that moment, Wang Beihai and Yang Li happened to arrive at the inner circle. As soon as they reached the entrance, a plump middle-aged man came forward with a smile. Stone god? Wang Beihai frowned, looking puzzled. Oh, you don't know, do you? Ever since you shined at the Gambling Stone event last time, everyone in our circle has revered you as the stone god. Before gambling, they must bow to you 3 times. The middle-aged man said, grabbing Wang Beihai's hand. Stone god, come to my shop and help me look at my stones. Thanks, but no need. I have something else to do. Wang Beihai struggled to free his hand and quickly found an excuse to pull Yang Li away. The distance from the entrance to the treasure pavilion was only about 100 meters, but Wang Beihai was held up by various merchants, taking nearly half an hour to reach the building. I didn't realize you had this talent. Yang Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Wang Beihai's disheveled appearance. Wang Beihai shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling quite troubled. Damn it, you think I want this? Fame brings trouble, just as pigs fear fat. As he thought this, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted into his nose. Then, a soft, alluring voice came, Beihai, you're finally here. In the next moment, a graceful figure rushed to Wang Beihai and embraced him tightly. Wang Beihai felt his mind go blank, momentarily forgetting to react. Yang Li, on the other hand, widened her eyes and said unhappily, Who are you? It's broad daylight, and you're hugging and holding hands like this? Aren't you ashamed? Ahem. Zhong Momo released Wang Beihai, coughed lightly, then looked at Yang Li, sizing her up before smiling. I'm sorry, sister. I haven't seen Beihai in a long time, so I couldn't control myself. Who are you calling sister? We don't even know who's older. Yang Li glared at Zhong Momo and then stepped forward, pulling Wang Beihai to her side. Beihai, these city beauties have deep schemes. You have to be careful. Sister Li, this is Miss Zhong from the Treasure Pavilion. Don't worry, she means no harm. Besides, we have nothing they could covet. The treasure pavilion is much wealthier than us. Wang Beihai shrugged helplessly. It was clear that Yang Li's jealousy was quite evident. Whoever she is, she doesn't seem like an easy one. Do you know what she's after? Yang Li snorted coldly, looking displeased at Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo smiled. It seems this beautiful lady has a deep misunderstanding of me. But no matter, please come in. My father has been waiting for you. With that, Zhong Momo gestured for them to enter, her every move exuding charm. All right, sisterly, let's go in. Wang Beihai smiled, pulling Yang Li inside, knowing that business was the priority. Following Zhong Momo, they passed through a grand hall and took the elevator straight to the top floor. As soon as they stepped out, a rich, antique atmosphere enveloped them. Looking around, everything from the beaded curtains to the tables and screens exuded a strong sense of age, clearly valuable antiques. Your father is quite impressive. Wang Beihai glanced at the surrounding items, unable to help but exclaim. These antiques were not placed randomly but according to the positions of the stars, subtly generating spiritual energy. Though this spiritual energy was not as strong as the one generated by his own formation, it was enough to prolong life and ensure longevity. Haha, Brother Wang, your eye for detail is still so sharp. Not only can you appraise jade, but you also seem to be well-versed in the art of Qi Min Dunjia. At that moment, Zhong Liang emerged from behind a screen with a smile. It's nothing, just a little knowledge. Such trivial skills wouldn't catch the eye of the pavilion master. Wang Beihai laughed, scratching his head. Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai and nodded approvingly. In this day and age, young people with your talents are rare. Apart from everything else, just your wine is enough for most people to chase after for a lifetime. Zhong Liang led them to a redwood tea table, gesturing for everyone to sit down. He calmly poured tea for Wang Beihai and Yang Li before slowly saying, "Tell me, you mentioned on the phone that you needed my help with something. What is it?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled and took out a piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to Zhong Liang. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want the pavilion master to help me find the herbs listed on this paper. As for the money, that's not a problem." "Oh, let me see." Zhong Liang took the paper with interest, glancing at it, and immediately frowned. "The other herbs are fine. We have them at the treasure pavilion. But the 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old Rehmannia roots, that's a bit difficult, unless... Unless what? Wang Beihai became excited at once. Zhong Liang took a sip of tea and then said calmly, "These two items are basically not found in the black market. Unless you go to a deeper level of the black market." "A deeper level?" Wang Beihai widened his eyes, curious. "What is that?" "The dark web?" Zhong Liang's eyes flashed with a gleam as he uttered the two words. Hashtag chapter 36, ambush. The dark web? Wang Beihai perked up instantly and asked eagerly, "What is this new and intriguing thing?" "Hee, don't be in such a hurry," Zhong Liang said, taking a sip of tea. He then waved his hand, and a beam of light projected onto a white screen behind him, displaying a black login interface. The entire interface was dark except for a white cursor blinking in the account field, giving it an eerie feel. Zhong Liang smiled slightly, picked up a small remote control from the side, and tapped the screen a few times. Soon, the projection showed a message indicating successful login. The screen then flickered slightly, and the dark backdrop began to brighten, revealing more content. Marketplace, auction house, bounties, bounty hunters. Wang Beihai browsed through the screen, asking, "What are all these?" Zhong Liang smiled but did not answer. He pointed forward and clicked on the bounty option. Immediately, a list of names and avatars appeared on the screen, each with a corresponding amount listed below. On the dark web, you can post information about anyone you want to kill. The amount listed below is the reward you need to offer. Once the bounty is posted, bounty hunters will come to eliminate the target for you. Zhong Liang explained, tapping the screen lightly and glancing at Wang Beihai with half-closed eyes. "Take a look. Who is this?" Wang Beihai looked up and saw his own face on the screen. "A bounty of 10 million? And it's been claimed by Mr. Tiancan? He furrowed his brows. I'm worth 10 million? I wonder who thinks so highly of me. And who is this Mr. Tiancan? Mr. Tiancan is a top-ranked bounty hunter. Those he targets usually don't end well. As for who posted the bounty on you, the dark web won't disclose that, Zhongliang said, suddenly looking at Wang Beihai. I can only say, you are in great danger. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. I'll face the enemy head-on and deal with any threats. Whether they can kill me or not, that's another matter. Mr. Zhong, tell me how to find the herbs. Well, Brother Wang, you might not know, but Mr. Tiancan is notoriously ruthless, Zhongliang said, surprised by Wang Beihai's calm demeanor. It's fine. I'll deal with him when he comes, Wang Beihai said with a smirk, his heart racing with excitement. He now found fighting so-called experts to be child's play. If he could encounter a few formidable foes, it might even help him make a breakthrough. Seeing Wang Beihai's composure, Zhongliang could only shake his head. If he knew what Wang Beihai was thinking, he might have called him a madman. All right, just be careful. If you really encounter him, come to the treasure pavilion. Here, he would still be wary. Zhongliang sighed and started swiping his finger on the screen again. Thank you, Wang Beihai said gratefully, then turned his attention to the screen. Zhongliang entered the dark web marketplace, and a plethora of items and prices appeared. 1,000-year-old ginseng, it's really here. Wang Beihai browsed for a while and found what he needed. His gaze moved down, but instead of a price, it read, Jiangbei Mo family, trade life for goods. What does that mean? Wang Beihai looked at Zhongliang in confusion. I'm not sure, but I've heard of the Jiangbei Mo family. They are said to be the overlords of the Jiangbei New City. Just being able to offer 1,000-year-old ginseng shows their deep reserves, Zhongliang said, frowning. The requirement was indeed peculiar. Thinking about it, Zhongliang swiped again and found another herb, 1,000-year-old glossy Ganoderma. Wang Beihai glanced at the price and felt relieved. Although expensive, it had a number, unlike the ginseng. Mr. Zhong, what are the requirements to enter the dark web? Wang Beihai asked urgently. Not only did the dark web have the herbs he needed, but seeing his 10 million bounty had given him an idea. There are no special requirements to enter the dark web. You just need a recommendation. If you want to join, I can help you now, Zhongliang said with a smile. He tapped the screen, and a registration window popped up. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Beihai's account was set up. Now you are a visitor on the dark web. If there's anything you can't buy, you can browse the marketplace. And if you have someone you want to kill, you can post a bounty, Zhongliang said jokingly, then waved his hand. An elderly man walked in, carrying a jade box. Mr. Lin, give it to him, Zhongliang said. The old man approached and handed the box to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took a whiff and looked shocked. What is this? The old man opened the box to reveal a pitch-black glossy Ganoderma, radiating energy that indicated its 1,000-year age. 1,000-year-old glossy Ganoderma? How did you get this? Wang Beihai looked at Zhongliang in disbelief. Zhongliang smiled. I've had it listed on the dark web for a long time. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. This statement left not only Wang Beihai but also Zhong Momo and the old man, Mr. Lin, in shock. After all, this was $1 million item. This isn't right, Mr. Zhong, Wang Beihai said, narrowing his eyes with a troubled expression. At that moment, Zhongliang finished his tea and walked over to Wang Beihai, patting his shoulder. Even the best things need the right person. This item is useless to me, so consider it a favor. If I ever need help, you'll assist me. With that, Zhongliang waved his hand. Mr. Lin and I have matters to discuss. Momo, see Mr. Wang out. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't stay any longer and thanked Zhongliang earnestly before leaving the room with Yang Li, following Zhong Momo. Is it worth it, young master? Mr. Lin spoke up after they left, his tone tinged with regret. The old master once prophesied that a chaotic era is approaching and turmoil will arise. If this Wang Beihai can help our family through this, a mere glossy Ganoderma is nothing, Zhongliang said, looking out the window, and we'll soon see just how capable he is. As they spoke, Wang Beihai and Yang Li had already reached the entrance of the treasure pavilion. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Beihai frowned. Ever since they arrived at the black market, he had felt a faint, lingering sense of danger. Combined with the bounty he saw on the dark web, it seemed he was being targeted. His eyes darted around, and he stopped, turning to Zhong Momo with a smile. Miss Momo, I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. Since you're familiar with this place, could you take Miss Li around? Oh. Zhong Momo raised an eyebrow, sensing something fishy, but only hesitated for a moment before smiling. Of course, I haven't had a chance to shop in a while. Can't you take me with you? Yang Li looked at Wang Beihai with weight. Sorry, Miss Li, this is really important. You go with Miss Zhong, and I promise I'll be back soon, Wang Beihai said, patting Yang Li's head. Really? Yang Li still looked unconvinced. Yes, Wang Beihai nodded, then turned and quickly ran off. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai exited the black market and casually walked into a nearby alley. Sure enough, shortly after entering the alley, Wang Beihai heard a series of faint footsteps. Who's there? Wang Beihai turned around to see an old man, thin and frail, walking unsteadily towards him. Sir, would you like to buy a lighter? The old man limped over to Wang Beihai, who frowned. Despite the old man's appearance, Wang Beihai could sense no killing intent from him. I'm sorry, I don't smoke. Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the old man's mouth twisted into a sinister grin, and he suddenly produced a dagger, thrusting it fiercely towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 37. The Elder Tian Can. The old man's movements were incredibly swift. The cold gleam of the dagger instantly reached Wang Beihai's eyes. Startled, Wang Beihai quickly shifted his footing and moved his body to narrowly dodge the old man's sneak attack. Even so, a small cut was left on his eye corner by the dagger. Seeing his first strike miss, the old man rolled away several times, creating distance between himself and Wang Beihai. His eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Beihai, licking the dagger with his tongue. You managed to dodge my attack. You're not bad. Are you Tian Can? Wang Beihai wiped the blood from his eye corner, looking at the old man with interest. Undoubtedly, this old man's skills were the most formidable he had encountered since receiving his inheritance. Hee Beihai, I didn't expect you to recognize me. For that, I'll make your death quick. With that, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he transformed into a blur, charging at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't dare to be careless. He moved his feet, and his form also became indistinct. In an instant, sparks flew in the alley. I didn't realize Beihai was so skilled. From a nearby high-rise building, Su Wenxing watched the battle in the alley through binoculars, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Li Yishuan sat beside him, his expression much calmer. Hey, do you think that old man Tian Can might get killed instead? Su Wenxing nudged Li Yishuan. Li Yishuan frowned slightly, then disdainfully smiled. Tian Can is a top 100 assassin on the dark web. Beihai is just a novice. How could he compare? Don't worry. Even if something unexpected happens, I have a backup plan. As he spoke, Li Yishuan clapped his hands. The man beside him, wearing sunglasses, swiftly opened a briefcase, revealing a lightweight sniper rifle. Who said only one person took the bounty? Li Yishuan smirked, revealing a sinister smile. You're something else. If I had your brains, I'd have inherited my family's business long ago, Su Wenxing said, looking sympathetically towards the alley. Too bad that beauty was left at the treasure pavilion by Beihai. All right, let's just watch the show. Li Yishuan waved his hand, and the man in sunglasses had already assembled the sniper rifle. Thank you, Li Yishuan said to the man, who didn't respond but immediately set up the rifle, aiming it at Wang Beihai in the alley. Meanwhile, in the alley, after another burst of sparks, Wang Beihai took a few steps back, steadying his posture. He looked disheveled, his clothes torn into strips, but his breath remained unchanged. On the other hand, Tian Can retreated over 10 steps before managing to steady himself. Although his appearance was calm, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his breath became erratic. Haha, that was exhilarating. Wang Beihai laughed. He needed such opponents to improve himself. Through the recent confrontation, he could feel that the Hao Tian true qi in his body had become more condensed. You brat, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. I misjudged you, but your luck ends here. Tian Can wiped the blood from his mouth and then roared, his clothes instantly bursting open. In Wang Beihai's astonished gaze, Tian Can's body swelled, transforming from a frail old man into a burly giant. Brat, come and take your life. Tian Can let out a sinister laugh, his speed increasing again. In a blink, he was before Wang Beihai, throwing a punch that exploded towards his face. This is bad. Wang Beihai reacted too late, inwardly cursing, and hurriedly blocked with both hands. The next moment, a loud bang echoed, and Wang Beihai was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing himself. Pfft. As soon as Wang Beihai stood up, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, feel it? The feeling of being dominated by fear? Tian Can laughed and launched another series of fierce attacks on Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai tried to dodge, but the alley was too narrow, and Tian Can's speed was too fast. Helplessly, he could only shield his chest with his hands, taking the attacks head-on. After a round of attacks, Wang Beihai's hands were bloodied and mangled, despite the nourishment of the Hao Tian true qi. The intense pain surged into Wang Beihai's mind. I've really dug myself into a hole this time. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes. Just as he was at a loss, suddenly he felt a warmth in his dantian. The small ya residing there seemed to come alive, and an incredibly pure energy instantly filled Wang Beihai's body. This is the power of the spiritual vein. Wang Beihai glanced at his injured hands, which were now recovering at a visible speed. You are my master, yet you let yourself be bullied by such a weakling. Truly disgraceful. At that moment, an arrogant voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Then, a red light shot out, transforming into a long sword that landed in Wang Beihai's hand. Qi Shao. Wang Beihai looked at the sword in his hand, his excitement causing him to shout loudly. Immediately, his aura surged, and the Hao Tian true qi technique temporarily broke through to the second level. What's going on with you, brat? Tian Can also notice the change in Wang Beihai, his eyes becoming wary. Now it's my turn. Wang Beihai smirked at Tian Can, lightly waving the sword in his hand. Instantly, a gust of wind rose, carrying sword qi that swept past Tian Can. Tian Can hurriedly shielded himself with his hands. After the wind subsided, he looked at his body but found no wounds, then burst into laughter. I thought you had some real skill, but it was just a bluff? However, before he finished, a hissing sound was heard, and countless tiny wounds suddenly split open. Tian Can let out a scream as blood gushed from the wounds, quickly staining him red. Pfft. Tian Can spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his legs cracking as he knelt to the ground, his tendons severed by the sword qi. That's too powerful. Wang Beihai blinked, and the Qi Shao sword in his hand transformed back into a red light and entered his body. You are a cultivator. Ha ha ha, I lost fairly. Tian Can mocked himself, looking at Wang Beihai, then spat out another mouthful of blood before collapsing, his breath barely detectable. Wang Beihai slowly approached Tian Can, gently pointing a finger, sending a surge of spiritual energy into Tian Can's body. Tian Can shuddered on the ground. Why are you saving me? Nothing, just thought you were a good opponent. Your life shouldn't end here. As Wang Beihai was about to move forward, suddenly, a flash of fire appeared from a nearby high-rise building, followed by a bullet flying straight towards his face. Chapter 38. Ruying International. Someone else? Wang Beihai's pupils contracted, and he quickly moved to the side, only to see another burst of fire and another bullet, as if pre-calculated, flew towards Wang Beihai's position with lightning speed. Be careful. At that moment, Tian Can, who was lying on the ground, shouted loudly, then slapped the ground fiercely with his hand, using the impact to instantly block in front of Wang Beihai. Two muffled sounds were heard, and two blood holes immediately appeared on Tian Can's body. The bullets pierced through Tian Can's body, and one of them also hit Wang Beihai's left shoulder. Both men groaned and fell to the ground. From a distant high-rise building, the sunglasses-wearing man blew on the muzzle of his gun, then swiftly disassembled the gun and placed it into a briefcase, his movements flowing like water. Good, very good. No wonder you're called Ruying, your marksmanship is truly divine, Su Wenxing said, applauding as he watched through a telescope the bodies lying in the alley. However, the sunglasses man remained cold and indifferent, only saying lightly, "Just remember to transfer the payment to me." After speaking, he left slowly. Tisk, what's with the arrogance? Su Wenxing felt a surge of displeasure watching Ruying's departing figure. All right, as long as the goal is achieved, if you really can't stand him, find an opportunity to take him down, Li Yishuan said with a faint smile, his eyes flashing with a cold light. While the two were talking in the alley, Wang Beihai painfully opened his eyes, struggling to move, but Tian Can pressed him down firmly. Don't move, the shooter should be Ruying, ranked above me. If he finds out we're still alive, he'll shoot again. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, then said, "Why did you save me?" Hee. Tian Can coughed lightly, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spewing out. You're my target, I don't want to be robbed. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't have this chance. As he spoke, Tian Can spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his breath becoming extremely weak. Forget it, don't talk anymore, I'll help you heal in a bit. Wang Beihai's eyes turned red. Although the person in front of him was an enemy, he was also a life-saving benefactor. No need. Tian Can sighed, then used all his strength to turn his body over, causing Wang Beihai to immediately stand up and inject spiritual energy into Tian Can's body. Even so, Tian Can could only maintain his last bit of consciousness, and his wounds showed no signs of healing. Don't waste your efforts. Ruying's bullets have already shattered my heart. I won't live long. Seeing true cultivators like you, I can die with peace of mind. Tian Can's voice grew weaker, until it was barely audible. At that moment, a distant siren sounded, and Wang Beihai glanced at Tian Can, who had already lost his life, before gritting his teeth and disappearing into the night with a few quick movements. The next day, the dark web quickly announced Tian Can's death, but Wang Beihai's bounty was still not taken down, and the difficulty of the task had been upgraded from easy to difficult. In front of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Yang Li was anxiously waiting, her eyes full of worry. Sisterly, it's cold outside. You should come in and wait. Zhong Momo walked over to Yang Li, and after a day of interaction, the relationship between the two women had improved significantly. No, I'll wait out here. Since Beihai left, I always feel uneasy. Yang Li's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Zhong Momo sighed, her beautiful eyes also showing concern. She had someone bring a chair, and she sat down with Yang Li to wait together. The two sat for a long time, attracting quite a few customers, but Wang Beihai's figure never appeared. Just as Yang Li was becoming increasingly worried, a tall and straight figure appeared in their sight. Wang Beihai slowly walked up to Yang Li. Today, he had specially changed into a suit and cut a clean buzz cut, instantly looking much more energetic. Sorry, Sister Li, I want to change my appearance and took a bit longer. Wang Beihai laughed foolishly. Yang Li finally reacted. You're Beihai? You brat. You didn't even call. Do you know how worried Sister Li was about you? After speaking, Yang Li hugged Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled gently, stroking Yang Li's hair. It's all right. I'm fine now, and there won't be any more trouble in the future. It's good that you're all right. Zhong Momo carefully examined Wang Beihai and then smiled. Indeed, people do need to dress well. With this new look, you've instantly become a male god. I wonder how many girls you'll charm when you go out. Miss Zhong, you flatter me. Wang Beihai smiled, then said, Thank you for taking care of Sister Li yesterday. I'll treat you to a meal another day. What are you talking about? Sister Li is also my sister. Zhong Momo frowned, feeling that Wang Beihai was a bit different today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. And, I've told you many times, just call me Momo. Got it. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and nodded. By the way, about the Shouwu, please thank Grandmaster Zhong for me. I have something to do first, and I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. After speaking, Wang Beihai left with Yang Li. Zhong Momo watched Wang Beihai's departing figure thoughtfully, and soon, a charming smile appeared on her face. There's no helping it. Children have to grow up. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai and Yang Li arrived at the Ling beauty salon. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Beihai was stunned. The once desolate commercial street had now become bustling. After a few steps, they saw Ling Ruying standing at the entrance of the beauty salon, looking around. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and walked over directly. Wang Beihai. Ling Ruying's eyes widened in disbelief as she examined Wang Beihai, and after a long time, she finally said, "Did you go under the knife? Come on, can you speak properly?" Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, then pulled Yang Li over. "This is Sister Li, whom I've always mentioned to you. Sister Li, this is Ling Ruying, my friend." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Beihai felt a chill. "So, Beihai, I see why you're so fond of the outside world. The outside world is indeed wonderful." Yang Li twisted Wang Beihai's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Ling Ruying watched, feeling uncomfortable herself, and her eyes towards Wang Beihai were filled with a bit more killing intent. Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel a headache and quickly changed the subject. "All right, Ruying, how is the preparation for the beauty cream going?" Hearing this, Ling Ruying could only glare at Wang Beihai, then led the two into the beauty salon. The once deserted beauty salon was now bustling with activity. Before coming to the city, Wang Beihai had worked overnight to produce a batch of beauty cream, but it was still in short supply. After some thought, Wang Beihai directly handed over the formula to Ling Ruying. Sure enough, after Ling Ruying showed the formula to Ling Tianxian immediately decided to build a factory for mass production. This time, they came to discuss the factory construction. Ling Ruying led the two to the office, and as soon as they sat down, she got straight to the point. "On the land side, my grandfather has already asked someone to handle it, and it should be ready for production soon. As for the product..." As she spoke, Ling Ruying blinked her big eyes at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, the beauty cream formula is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more good things." With Wang Beihai's assurance, Ling Ruying immediately relaxed, then said, "You contributed the most to this company, so it should also have a share for you. Therefore, you should also think about the name of the company." "So troublesome?" Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and casually said, "What's there to think about? I see in TV that skincare products are usually called something international. Let's just call it Ruying International." "Good. I like this name, it's settled." Ling Ruying immediately slammed the table, making the final decision. Wang Beihai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that his casual suggestion would be adopted, and even less so that Ruying International would become the world's most influential beauty company in the future. Chapter 39. Wang Beihai's Determination. 7 days later, in Wulong Village. Wang Beihai slowly sat up in bed and stretched lazily. Since returning from the county town, Wang Beihai had mostly spent his time in seclusion, practicing, apart from occasionally visiting the construction sites. Yang Li, Ren Yunfei, and others had been concerned about him and came to check on him, but he dismissed them with a few words. Unable to do anything else, they had to let Wang Beihai continue as he was. "It's about time," Wang Beihai thought, sitting cross-legged. He could feel the Haotian positive energy within him was already saturated, just a step away from the second layer. With the breakthrough pill, he could break through at any moment. The village's construction is on track, and the road construction has entered a mature phase. This is the perfect time to go to the Jiangbei family and get that 1,000-year ginseng. Wang Beihai clenched his fists, recalling the scene of Tiansan's death before his eyes. "After all, I'm still too weak," he lamented, his eyes showing a hint of self-reproach. The incident from last time had become an indelible scar in his heart. The Haotian positive energy technique is powerful, but what I truly lack is practical experience. Reflecting on the recent alley battle, Wang Beihai sighed. He had been too reliant on Haotian positive energy and neglected to hone himself. Without Qi Xiao and Tiansan's protection, he might have already become a ghost, bidding farewell to the world. At this thought, Wang Beihai tightened his fists. I need to find some masters to hone myself. With that, he opened the computer beside him. After witnessing the power of the dark web, Wang Beihai had bought a computer from Ruying and had by set up internet lines. Now, Wulong Village was fully networked, and many households had even upgraded their TVs. Wang Beihai logged into his dark web account and without hesitation, clicked into the bounty tasks. After a week of familiarity, he had a basic grasp of its operations. On the dark web, there was a special section for bounty hunters to register. Anyone could become a bounty hunter and accept bounty tasks. This was undoubtedly a good place for Wang Beihai to practice. After a few light taps on the keyboard, the screen displayed, "Congratulations, Neighbor Xiao Wang, for completing registration." The screen then flashed, showing a plethora of bounty tasks. On one side, a list of names was displayed, with a nickname, Shtou Luo, ranking first. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He had asked Zhong Liang, and the rankings here represented the rankings of hunters on the entire dark web. This Shtou Luo must be extraordinary. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickly scanned the bounty information, eventually stopping at a task near the top. Objective: protect the Xiao family's daughter. Reward: 100 million. Wang Beihai carefully read the bounty content, his eyes widening. 100 million. Could this Xiao family be the Xiao family of the four great families in Jiangnan? With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Wang Beihai thought, who's so bold as to target the Xiao family? Curious, he pondered for a moment, then with a smirk, accepted the task. As soon as he did, the system announcement immediately displayed, Hunter neighbor Xiao Wang has accepted the task to protect the Xiao family's daughter. Task reward: 100 million. Task level: S. At the same time, the Hunter public screen on the dark web exploded. Who is this neighbor Xiao Wang? So bold, daring to wade into the Xiao family's troubles. This guy must be a newbie, taking on an S-level difficulty task right away. Isn't he asking for death? This is going to be interesting. In an instant, the usually quiet public screen was flooded with messages. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, seeing the constantly changing dialogue boxes, all centered around him. He felt a chill and quickly went back to review the bounty tasks. Sure enough, he found a shocking message in the announcement section. Hunter Shtou Luo has accepted the task to assassinate the Xiao family's daughter. Task reward: 50 million. Task difficulty: S. Hee, this is getting interesting, Wang Beihai thought, realizing he had taken a stand against Shtou Luo. No wonder the Hunter public screen was so lively. In an instant, Wang Beihai felt unprecedented pressure. After the previous assassination attempt, he had a new understanding of the world. The world was vast, and practitioners were not limited to him alone. There were countless talented individuals like Tiancan. His own strength was unknown, but to protect those he cared about, he had to push himself to the limit. With this thought, Wang Beihai took a deep breath and revealed a determined smile. Even if the path ahead is full of thorns, what of it? Cut through them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Beihai felt his mind clear, a faint glow covering his eyes. He remained still for half an hour until he exhaled a breath of turbid air. The glow in his eyes dissipated, his vision clear and bright, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Could this be enlightenment? Wang Beihai felt his spirit become more profound, though his body remained unchanged. Phew, Wang Beihai exhaled, just as his phone rang. Picking it up, he immediately frowned. On the other end was an old voice. I'm from the Xiao family. Give me your location. I'll come to pick you up. So fast? Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback and, to make it easier for them to find him, gave the location of Lu Yihong's Dihao Hotel. After confirming the location, the other party hung up without further words. Here we go. Wang Beihai was full of excitement and quickly washed up, grabbed his clothes, and left the house. At that moment, Yang Li, Lu Yihong, and others were discussing the next steps in the courtyard. Seeing Wang Beihai emerge, they all showed happy expressions. "You're finally out, Brother Hai." Lui Hong immediately rushed to Wang Beihai, hugging him tightly. "You scared us to death these past few days." Everyone was worried sick. Wang Beihai was stunned, looking at everyone. Indeed, apart from joy, there was also concern in their eyes. "Sorry to worry you all," Wang Beihai said emotionally. Checking the time, he still had some time before the Xiao family's appointment. So, he sat down and had a good chat with them. He learned that the wine from his winery had already taken up half the market in Jiangnan, and the low-end wine had been successfully launched, far exceeding expectations. The early investments had basically been recouped. "That's great," Wang Beihai smiled. Enhancing his strength was important, but so was the economy. Suddenly, Wang Beihai looked at Lui Hong, a flash of light in his eyes. "Yihong, do you want to lose weight?" Chapter 40. Test. "Brother Hai, what do you mean by this?" Lui Hong blinked his small eyes, then a spark of excitement flashed in his gaze as he looked at Wang Beihai eagerly. "Brother Hai, do you have some great way to lose weight? Please tell me, if it really works, I'll bear you a child." "Get lost. Who wants you to bear a child?" Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, then playfully slapped Lui Hong on the shoulder. "There is a method, but it comes with conditions." "What conditions?" "I'll accept them all." Lui Hong looked at Wang Beihai anxiously. "To be honest, the burden this body brings is just too much." "That's what you said." Wang Beihai glanced at Lui Hong and continued, "First, you must guarantee not to touch any meat, including tobacco and alcohol, for a month." "Ah, this?" Lui Hong hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I won't eat meat." Wang Beihai smiled and continued, "Good. Secondly, you have to abstain from sex for a month." "Abstain from sex? No way, no way, no way." At this, Lui Hong's head shook rapidly. To abstain from sex was like asking for his life. "If that's not possible, then I can't help you. After all, losing 70 to 80 gene in a month is not that easy." Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, pretending to be regretful. Hearing this, Lui Hong's small eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed Wang Beihai's hand. "Brother Hai, 70 to 80 gene in a month? Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you?" Wang Beihai said, feeling both amused and exasperated. "All right, if that's the case, I'll be a monk for a month. When I, Brother Beihai, slim down like a bolt of lightning, those little sisters will be easy pickings," Lui Hong said, revealing a lewd smile, almost drooling. "All right, enough of this. You take good care of the winery for me these days. I have some business to attend to at the Xiao family's place. I don't know how long it will take." Wang Beihai shook his head and informed everyone of his plans. "You're going out again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Li was the first to be unhappy, her large eyes gazing at Wang Beihai with resentment. Last time it was the young lady of the Zhong family, the Ling family, and this time, is it some young lady of the Xiao family? That I can't say. Wang Beihai scratched his head awkwardly, thinking how accurate these women's sixth sense was. What's there to hide? You enjoy yourself outside, leaving the winery to us. Even a hands-off manager wouldn't do that. Yang Li crossed her arms, her words sharp but her eyes still carried a hint of worry. Seeing this, Wang Beihai gave a meaningful look to Ren Yunfei and the others beside him. They immediately understood and began to persuade Yang Li. All right. Yang Li could see through their act and waved her slender hand. "Stop acting. Beihai, go if you have to. Just be careful. Looking at Yang Li's worried gaze, Wang Beihai nodded solemnly, then gave a few more instructions before leaving in a hurry. An hour later, as Wang Beihai arrived at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel, his phone rang. As soon as Wang Beihai answered the call, a black Mercedes slowly stopped in front of him. "Are you little Wang from next door?" The window rolled down slowly, revealing an elderly man wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat, looking at Wang Beihai quietly. "Yes." Wang Beihai recognized the voice as the person who had been talking to him. The old man glanced at his watch and nodded. "Not bad, you're punctual. Get in the car." Wang Beihai glanced inside the car, finding no one else, then got in. The old man drove surprisingly fast. Soon, they left Longquan County. After another half hour, the old man left the main road and drove the car to a deserted manor. What's the meaning of this? Wang Beihai looked around, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Nothing much, I just have some doubts about your abilities. The old man said, getting out of the car. Wang Beihai immediately understood and followed suit. So, you don't trust me? You're overthinking it, sir. It's just that you're so young, and the young lady is the pearl of our Shao family. We must be cautious. As he spoke, the old man gestured for Wang Beihai to come forward, a formidable aura suddenly bursting from his body. Is this spiritual energy? Wang Beihai's eyes widened. The energy emanating from the old man was indeed spiritual energy, though much weaker than his own. Let's go then. Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile as he assumed a defensive stance. The old man suddenly let out a loud shout, his feet suddenly exerting force, and he instantly charged towards Wang Beihai, his fists swinging powerfully towards Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai was startled. The old man's speed was significantly faster than Tian Can's. In an instant, Wang Beihai transformed his fists into palms, gently tapping to dissipate the old man's punch. Not bad, the old man said indifferently, then launched another punch, this time with even greater force, the fist making a crackling sound as it cut through the air. Well done. Facing such an attack, Wang Beihai remained calm. He took a step back, instantly creating a few meters of distance, then stepped forward, gathering spiritual energy in his fist and directly smashing it towards the old man's fist. The fists of the two collided in midair with a metallic clang, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Both Wang Beihai and the old man took 3 steps back, quickly steadying themselves, and said in unison, again. Then, they clashed again with their fists. This time, the old man was clearly at a disadvantage, retreating dozens of steps before barely stabilizing his body. His sunglasses also fell to the ground. Haha, let's go again. Seeing this, Wang Beihai laughed loudly and threw another punch. The old man's eyes flashed with fear, then he hurriedly dodged to the side, barely evading Wang Beihai's punch. Again. Seeing that he missed, Wang Beihai shouted again, ready to throw another punch. But the old man waved his hand and quickly said, Enough, enough. No more? Is that enough? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, seemingly not satisfied. He looked at the old man and said, So, am I qualified? Barely. The old man nodded, walked to the car, opened the door for Wang Beihai, and gestured for him to get in. Get in the car, sir. There's still a ways to go. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and got in the car without hesitation. Old sir, what did you mean by barely? On the way, Wang Beihai suddenly asked. Nothing much. My name is Xiong Chumo, the butler of the Shao family. You can call me Uncle Xiong. The old man glanced at Wang Beihai, revealing a rare smile on his cold face, then continued, I didn't expect you to be so capable for your age. Among the younger generation in Jiangnan, few would be your match in martial arts. Given time, you will surely become a master. Alas, it's a pity you took this mission. As he spoke, Xiong Chumo's eyes showed a hint of regret. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. The bounty hunter, Shou Luo, a former member of the Zhongzhou Death Squad, who retired and later founded the internationally feared Poison Thorn Assassin Organization, is recognized as the king of assassins, a very dangerous man. Xiong Chumo said, his eyes showing a trace of awe. With his abilities, I wouldn't last a breath under his hands. You're quite good, but compared to him, you still have some distance to go. After speaking, Xiong Chumo glanced at Wang Beihai again and regretfully shook his head. Wang Beihai shrugged, his face calm, but inwardly he was excited. To encounter such an opponent was not necessarily a bad thing for him. After another 2 hours, Xiong Chumo said indifferently, We're here. Wang Beihai looked out the window and saw before him an ancient city gate, upon which were written 2 large characters, Shao City. Chapter 41. Shaolinger. Wow, this is so grand. Wang Beihai was curiously surveying everything around him, his heart filled with astonishment. Ever since they entered the city gate, everything, buildings, shops, and residences, was in a retro style, each identical to the next. Stepping into Shao City felt like traveling back in time to ancient times. Is this the Shao family's residence? While looking around, Wang Beihai asked. This is just Shao City. Xiong Chumo replied indifferently, finding an open space to park the car and then leading Wang Beihai out. Shao City is the most unique among the 32 counties in the Jiangnan district. As they walked, Xiong Chumo explained to Wang Beihai. Calculating from ancient times to the present, Shao City probably has a history of 1,000 years. Though the city isn't large, its historical traces are genuinely preserved here. And the Shao family has been the masters of Shao City for 1,000 years. As they spoke, Xiong Chumo led Wang Beihai to the bank of a river. On the other side of the river stood another city gate, with the words, Shao family, clearly inscribed above it. We're here. Xiong Chumo whistled, and the drawbridge across the river slowly descended. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he observed everything. Compared to the outside world, this place seemed like an entirely different realm. After crossing the drawbridge and entering the city gate, they were greeted by various sized mansions. These are the residences of the Shao family members. The size of the residence naturally differs based on their status and position. Xiong Chumo explained, noticing Wang Beihai's confusion. The city lord's mansion is ahead. Following Xiong Chumo's gesture, Wang Beihai saw an ancient mansion at the end of the road and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards, upon seeing Xiong Chumo, immediately saluted without further questioning. Xiong Chumo led Wang Beihai past the gatehouse and straight towards the main hall. Wang Beihai noticed that everything in the mansion was antique, even the flagstones beneath their feet, which were over 100 years old. Ha ha ha, Lao Xiong, you finally returned. How did it go? Did you bring the person? Before Wang Beihai could fully process his surroundings, a hearty laughter echoed from the main hall. A robust, white-haired elder strode out, followed by a vigorous middle-aged man. I did not fail in my mission. I've brought him back. Xiong Chumo respectfully saluted the elder and then pointed at Wang Beihai. This is Mr. Wang from next door, who took on the task. He has passed my tests. Oh, so young and capable of defeating you? The elder raised an eyebrow, sizing up Wang Beihai, then laughed and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Brother Bei. Wang Beihai hesitated, but still reached out to shake the elder's hand. In that instant, a tremendous force surged, as if trying to crush Wang Beihai's hand. Old man, testing me? Wang Beihai frowned, cursing inwardly, then channeled his spiritual energy into his hand. Indeed, within a minute, the elder's initially relaxed expression gradually grew serious, eventually turning red. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. I am Xiao Zhan, and I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Xiao Zhan laughed, releasing his grip, and Wang Beihai slowly let go of Xiao Zhan's hand. You truly have great skills, please, have a seat. With that, Xiao Zhan led Wang Beihai into the main hall, gesturing for him to sit down, then turned to the middle-aged man. Xiao Zhan, go and bring Linger out. Yes, father. The man nodded and quickly dashed out of the hall. May I know how to address you, sir? Xiao Zhan signaled for tea to be served and then asked. I am Wang. Wang Beihai took a sip of tea and replied indifferently. Mr. Wang, you must be aware of the difficulty of this mission? Xiao Zhan smiled, getting straight to the point. I am aware. Then, how much confidence do you have in this mission? After all, you'll be facing Xiao Luo. Xiao Zhan continued to ask. None. Wang Beihai shrugged, and Xiao Zhan was taken aback by this response. I have never met Xiao Luo, so I don't know his capabilities. Likewise, he hasn't seen my methods. If you ask me about my confidence, I truly have none. Wang Beihai spoke frankly, and Xiao Zhan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, just for that, I trust you with Linger. If you need any assistance or items during this time, feel free to ask and I, Xiao, will do my utmost to support you. As they spoke, Xiao Zhan re-entered the hall, followed by a 17 or 18-year-old girl. The girl had fair skin, a pure appearance, and sparkling eyes. She wore a blue and white cheongsam, her figure not as voluptuous as Yang Li and Zhong Momo but well-proportioned, especially her long, slender legs. Xiao Linger greets grandfather. The girl slowly approached Xiao Zhan, bowing slightly, her every move exuding an ancient charm. Upon seeing Xiao Linger, Xiao Zhan's face lit up with joy, and he affectionately gestured for her to sit beside him. Mr. Wang, this is my granddaughter and the only pearl of our Xiao family. Your mission is to protect her. Wang Beihai smiled at Xiao Linger and then asked, does Elder Xiao know who issued the bounty? Honestly, facing such a girl, no one could harbor ill intentions. Wang Beihai couldn't understand what kind of person could be so cruel. The Black Gold Association. Xiao Zhan didn't mince words and directly revealed the answer. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, as he hadn't expected the matter to be related to the Black Gold Association. Haha, Mr. Wang, there's no need to worry. The enmity between my Xiao family and the Black Gold Association has been brewing for a long time. Xiao Zhan laughed, seemingly unfazed by the Black Gold Association. Wang Beihai nodded, then questioned. When we entered earlier, I noticed the strict guard at the Xiao residence. In theory, Miss Xiao should be very safe. True, but Linger is going to Jiangbei University tomorrow. We tried to stop her, but she was insistent. Under such circumstances, we had no choice but to find someone to protect her, Xiao Zhan explained, glancing at Xiao Linger with affection. All right then. Wang Beihai shook his head in resignation. Judging from her appearance, it was hard to tell that Xiao Linger could be so stubborn. Haha, then I entrust Linger to you, Mr. Wang. Regarding your identity, I will have Lao Xiong handed over to you tomorrow morning. It's getting late now, let's have dinner together. With that, Xiao Zhan clapped his hands, and soon a table full of delicious dishes was set. As night fell, in the back courtyard of the Xiao residence. Dad, do we really have to let Linger take this risk? Xiao Zhan looked displeased as he asked Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. Linger's illness can only be cured by the Millennium Ginseng from the Mo family in Jiangbei. But that old man from the Mo family is eccentric. No matter how much money I offer, he won't sell it. I've already arranged for Linger to be in the same class as Mo Li's son. Whether she can get the ginseng depends on her own efforts. Hopefully, today's Mr. Wang can stop Xiao Luo, Xiao Zhan said, looking up at the sky, his expression suddenly looking much more haggard. Chapter 42. Going to University. The next morning, before the sky had even lightened, Wang Beihai was roused from his sleep by the Xiao family. Stretching lazily, Wang Beihai made his way to the Xiao family's main hall, where Xiao Zhan was giving Xiao Linger some final instructions, his face showing reluctance. You're here, Mr. Wang, Xiao Zhan greeted with a smile as Wang Beihai arrived. He then gave a subtle nod to Xiong Chumo, who immediately understood and handed Wang Beihai a student ID from his pocket. Wang Beihai glanced at the ID, noting the words Evergreen University written on it. Please don't mind, Mr. Wang. Linger is studying at Evergreen University. This is the only way to ensure her protection at all times, even if it means you have to be a student for a while, Xiao Zhan said apologetically. Wang Beihai, however, didn't mind. He thought, I've never been to university before, so I can enjoy the experience. In school, Linger will be in your care, Xiao Zhan continued, handing Wang Beihai a key. This is the key to a house I bought near the university. Mr. Xiong, the butler, will take you there. You'll attend classes during the day and return to the house at night. I'll also send more people to assist you. Living together? Cohabiting? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, realizing this would be the first time, apart from Yang Li, that he would share a living space with a girl. Is there a problem, Mr. Wang? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, and Xiao Linger also looked curiously at Wang Beihai. No. Wang Beihai took a deep breath to calm himself, then asked, When do we leave? Now, Xiao Zhan replied with a smile, leading Wang Beihai and the others out of the Xiao family's mansion. A dozen Xiao family bodyguards surrounded Xiao Linger in layers, fearing an attack. Wang Beihai glanced at the bodyguards and shook his head. Although they had some skill, their aura was too weak. Even if Tianqin were to come, these bodyguards wouldn't be able to withstand him. As they reached the parking lot of Xiao City, Wang Beihai headed towards the previous Mercedes when Xiong Chumo tossed him a set of keys. All these cars belong to the Xiao family. Choose whichever you like, Xiong Chumo said. Wang Beihai looked at the keys in his hand and then at the surrounding cars, his eyes widening. The least luxurious car among them was the Mercedes in front of him. I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive, Wang Beihai said with a wry smile. Can't drive? Xiao Zhan looked at Wang Beihai in surprise, then smiled. No matter, I'll have Linger teach you. Xiao Zhan nodded at Xiao Linger, who understood and took the keys from Wang Beihai, selecting one and pressing it. A nearby blue Bentley flashed its lights twice. Let's go, Mr. Clumsy. Xiao Linger winked at Wang Beihai, looking particularly charming in her school uniform. Wang Beihai shivered involuntarily, then smiled and followed her. I'm leaving now, Grandpa. Xiao Linger waved to Xiao Zhan before stepping on the gas and driving off. Go, and make sure to protect Miss Xiao well, Xiao Zhan commanded, and the bodyguards quickly got into their cars. Soon, over a dozen vehicles followed Xiao Linger out of Xiao City. At the same time, atop the city gate of Xiao City, a white-haired man lay lazily on the tiles, carving a wooden figurine with a small knife while yawning. A beautiful sculpture soon took shape in his hands. The man stretched, watching the departing vehicles, a smile curling his lips as he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of piercing blue irises that flashed with malevolence. So, this Bei Zi is the little Wang next door, a young lad, interesting, the man mused, applying slight pressure to the figurine, which burst into a red flame, turning to ashes in an instant. He then took out his phone, tapped a few times, and the screen turned into the dark web. After a few more taps, he put the phone back in his pocket. Let's make this game more interesting, he said, stretching widely before leaping off the city gate. Meanwhile, on the dark web's hunter community, a shocking message appeared on the public screen. Within 3 days, the Xiao family's daughter must be killed at Evergreen University. The message was posted by Xiao Luo, causing an uproar in the hunter community. Unaware of all this, Wang Beihai sat beside Xiao Linger, his eyes involuntarily studying her. With bright eyes and white teeth, long black hair cascading over her shoulders, Xiao Linger exuded an ancient, elegant beauty even in modern clothes and driving a car. Have you had enough? Xiao Linger frowned, clearly annoyed. Sorry, Wang Beihai realized his rudeness and quickly averted his gaze, adding subconsciously, you are really beautiful. Hearing this, Xiao Linger's face turned crimson, and she glared at Wang Beihai before huffing and turning back to concentrate on driving. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Beihai looked out the window. An hour later, Xiao Linger drove the car onto a ferry. We need to take a boat? Wang Beihai asked in surprise. Or do you plan to fly over? No sense of sight, Xiao Linger retorted, her face turning red again at the memory of Wang Beihai's earlier compliment. Wang Beihai scratched his head, realizing they were crossing the wide Yangtze River. He saw a large stone with bold characters inscribed, Dragon's Rest River. The other side should be the Jiangbei district, Wang Beihai thought, recalling what Lui Hong had said. He felt anticipation, as this was his first time in Jiangbei. More importantly, the Mo family resided in Jiangbei, and the 1,000-year ginseng was in their possession. As the ferry docked, Xiao Linger drove for another hour before stopping. We're here, Mr. Rogue, Xiao Linger said, sticking her tongue out before getting out of the car. Wang Beihai hurried to follow, seeing a grand gate standing proudly before them. A historical stone tablet beside it read, Evergreen University. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous about his first time at university. Let's go, Xiao Linger said, already running into the school gates. Wang Beihai smiled and followed. Chapter 43. The eldest young master of the Mo family. As Wang Beihai stepped into the school, he curiously took in everything around him. At first glance, it seemed no different from the outside, but upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a campus. Along the way, besides the neatly trimmed trees, the most eye-catching were the senior sisters wearing short skirts and long hair. So this is university. How wonderful, Wang Beihai murmured, rubbing his eyes as if he were in a garden of flowers. Lately, he found himself constantly staring at girls, especially beautiful ones. "Emph, you rascal. I'm not waiting for you," Xiaolinger said, her face turning red as she quickened her pace upon seeing Wang Beihai's behavior. Wang Beihai followed suit, showing a shy expression. The two walked along the road for 10 minutes, passing through an artificial lake, and soon they saw the teaching buildings. "Come on, Mr. Rascal, let's go find our homeroom teacher," Xiaolinger said, sticking her tongue out at Wang Beihai as they reached the foot of the teaching building. She then led him up the stairs with practiced ease. "I didn't realize you were so familiar with this place," Wang Beihai remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Duh, I'm already a student here. I'm just changing classes," Xiaolinger replied, shaking her braid and leading Wang Beihai into the office on the 3rd floor. "Sister, I'm here," Xiaolinger exclaimed upon entering, rushing to embrace the female teacher sitting at her desk. The teacher was startled but smiled upon recognizing Xiaolinger. "Oh, our little fairy is back," she said, then looked at Wang Beihai. "And in such a short time, you've brought a little boyfriend? What are you saying, sister?" Xiaolinger's face turned crimson as she pulled Wang Beihai over. "This is Mr. Wang, the person my dad mentioned." Then, pointing at the teacher, she added, "Mr. Rascal, this is my cousin Xiaomei, a famous goddess teacher at Chongqing University. You better not have any ideas about her." "Oh, stop it. You're being disrespectful," Xiaomei said, shaking her head and then scrutinizing Wang Beihai. "I didn't expect the person my uncle mentioned to be so young. Linger will be in your care, Mr. Wang." "You're too kind. I'll do my best," Wang Beihai replied with a smile, his gaze briefly sweeping over Xiaomei, causing him to inwardly gasp. Indeed, as Xiaolinger had said, Xiaomei was a beauty. Although not strikingly outstanding, every feature was perfectly proportioned, creating a harmonious and captivating appearance. "No wonder she's called the goddess teacher," Wang Beihai mused, only to have his gaze caught by Xiaolinger again. "You scoundrel, you really are having ideas about my cousin," Xiaolinger said, raising her hand to hit Wang Beihai, but Xiaomei stopped her. "All right, Linger, class is about to start. You and Mr. Wang should head to the classroom. It's on the 5th floor across from here. We'll talk more later." Xiaolinger reluctantly lowered her hand, glaring fiercely at Wang Beihai before leaving the office. "Children can be so immature. Please don't mind, Mr. Wang," Xiaomei said with a smile, then took off her glasses, her expression instantly turning cold. "But if you dare to have ideas about Linger, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Beihai shuddered, seeing Xiaomei transform completely. As he pondered, Xiaomei put her glasses back on, returning to her previous gentle demeanor. "Understood." Wang Beihai nodded and quickly left the office. Strange, there's something off about Xiaomei's aura, Wang Beihai thought, frowning as they walked to the classroom. Just now, when Xiaomei removed her glasses, he sensed a powerful and icy aura. This aura seemed to emanate from Xiaomei but didn't belong to her. After pondering, Wang Beihai couldn't figure it out. "Oh well, if there's a chance, I'll investigate further," he thought, shaking his head. Just then, he heard Xiaolinger's laughter and looked up to see the sign for medical class 2. Wang Beihai shrugged and entered the classroom, glancing around. Xiaolinger was chatting and laughing with a few girls, while the other students briefly looked at him before going back to their activities. No danger, Wang Beihai thought, settling into an empty seat. However, as soon as he sat down, the students in the classroom gave him surprised looks, and someone tugged at his shirt. Turning around, Wang Beihai saw a thin, bespectacled man timidly looking at him. "Are you new here, classmate?" the man whispered. "Yes," Wang Beihai nodded. "Then you better get up. That's a Mo Xiao's seat. He'll beat you if he sees you sitting there." Before Wang Beihai could respond, footsteps sounded at the door, and a figure strode into the classroom. Dressed in a white suit and sunglasses, the man had fairly standard features and was followed by a group of students, exuding an air of a boss. As soon as he entered, he glanced at Wang Beihai's seat, frowned, and then locked his gaze on Xiaolinger. "Oh, if it isn't Miss Xiao. What brings you to our class?" the man said, walking up to Wang Beihai's desk and placing his foot on it. "Hey, kid, do you know you're sitting in my seat?" No, Wang Beihai shrugged. Feeling his pride hurt, the man took off his sunglasses, glaring at Wang Beihai. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Sorry, don't know you, Wang Beihai said without looking up, causing Xiaolinger to giggle. Damn it, you made me look bad in front of my goddess, the man said coldly, waving his hand to signal his followers. They immediately surrounded Wang Beihai. Remember this, kid. I'm Emoli, the eldest young master of the Emo family. You're unlucky to run into me. From now on, if you see me in this school, get out of my way. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaolinger, hoping to regain some face. Sorry, your leg is in my way, Wang Beihai suddenly said, pushing Emoli's foot off the desk, causing him to lose balance and fall face first. Oh no, everyone gasped, looking at Wang Beihai with a mix of shock and amusement. You're done for, Emoli said, getting up with blood streaming from his nose. He angrily grabbed a chair and swung it at Wang Beihai. Noisy, Wang Beihai said, ready to act. Stop. A large hand swiftly grabbed the chair from behind. Chapter 44, Jealousy and Rivalry. Damn it. Who dares to pull me? Emoli cursed loudly and turned around to see a man with silver hair, draped in a trench coat, standing behind him with a smile. This classmate, fighting is not appropriate. The man smiled, opening his eyes to reveal bright blue irises, which immediately caused a chorus of screams from the girls in the classroom. Who the hell are you to interfere with my business? Emoli glared angrily. I am your new teacher. By the way, I don't like disobedient students, the man said, narrowing his eyes with a flash of killing intent, causing Emoli to freeze on the spot. At the same time, Wang Beihai, who was sitting in his seat, raised an eyebrow as if sensing something, and turned to look at the man. The man remained smiling, while Emoli, unusually, put down the stool in his hand and led a group of students to sit at the back of the classroom. The man nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward and giving Wang Beihai a meaningful look before smiling and saying, Hello, everyone. I am your new homeroom teacher. My name is Luo Xiao. Please take care of me. After saying that, he winked at Xiaolinger. No matter what, Xiaolinger was still a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and Luo Xiao's action made her blush with infatuation. The class ended in the blink of an eye. As soon as the bell rang, Luo Xiao had just stepped out of the classroom when Wang Beihai followed him. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai questioned Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao smiled and made a three-finger gesture towards Wang Beihai. In 3 days, I will definitely take Xiaolinger's life. You are Xiao Luo? Wang Beihai's pupils contracted sharply, and he was about to make a move. Xiao Luo made a stop gesture and smiled. Exposing oneself in public is not a wise move. After saying that, Xiao Luo turned and left gracefully. Wang Beihai thought carefully and realized he was too impulsive. His eyes followed Xiao Luo's retreating figure, filled with more vigilance. After all, a venomous snake that doesn't show its fangs is far more terrifying than a lion with a fierce appearance. Wang Beihai thought to himself and slowly returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Xiaolinger rushed over and patted Wang Beihai. How is it, Mr. Rogue? Isn't my charm great? Even a handsome man like Teacher Luo Xiao has to give me a wink. Don't be conceited. You might end up losing your life. Wang Beihai replied absent-mindedly, raising an eyebrow. Tisk, sour grapes. I'm not talking to you anymore, Mr. Rogue, Xiaolinger said, sticking her tongue out at Wang Beihai before returning to her seat. Their intimate actions were noticed by Emoli from behind. What about it, young Master Emo? Should we take care of him? A scruffy-looking boy next to Emoli stepped forward, ingratiatingly asking. Damn Basie, come here, you guys. Emoli glared fiercely at Wang Beihai, then waved his hand, calling a few classmates over, seeming to be instructing them on how to deal with Wang Beihai. Finally, the school bell rang for dismissal, and Wang Beihai instantly relaxed. Ever since confirming Xiao Luo's identity, Wang Beihai had been on high alert, even sensing a fly passing by Xiaolinger. The whole day had indeed consumed a lot of Wang Beihai's mental energy. Let's go home, Wang Beihai said to Xiaolinger as he approached her. Go home? I've made plans to go shopping with my friends. Xiaolinger glared at Wang Beihai. Not today. Wang Beihai frowned, whispering softly to Xiaolinger, "Luo Xiao is Xiao Luo, you're in great danger now, it's best not to wander around." "What?" Xiaolinger was first shocked, then covered her mouth and giggled. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Beihai was puzzled. "I'm laughing at you, you're such a fool." Xiaolinger blinked her big eyes, amusingly looking at Wang Beihai. Where would a killer show up so boldly in front of their target? "Are you jealous of teacher Luo Xiao?" After saying that, Xiaolinger laughed again and followed her friends out of the classroom. Wang Beihai was about to chase after her when the boys at the classroom door suddenly stood up, slamming the door shut, and a group of boys quickly surrounded him. "Basie, with that teacher around just now, you're not so lucky now," Emoli said, standing up from his seat and glaring fiercely at Wang Beihai. "You messing with me is one thing, but you also dare to flirt with my goddess. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be called Emoli." Wang Beihai ignored Emoli, his gaze fixed on the door, anxious about Xiaolinger's safety. "Move aside." Wang Beihai frowned, impatiently saying, "What, Basie, you're scared now?" Seeing this, Emoli immediately became cocky, and the students around him all started rubbing their fists and preparing for a fight. "I'm saying it again, move aside." Wang Beihai didn't want to hurt anyone, shouting again, "Damn it, you're dead and still acting tough," Emoli said, kicking directly at Wang Beihai. Without turning his head, Wang Beihai dodged the kick, then kicked out again, sending Emoli flying and crashing into the wall. Everyone was stunned. Emoli, clutching his chest, stood up from the ground, glaring at Wang Beihai and shouting, "Why are you all standing there? Get him. The one who hits the hardest can drive my car for a month." Sure enough, upon hearing this, several tall students howled and charged at Wang Beihai. "Get out of the way!" Wang Beihai roared, kicking out a few more times, sending the boys flying like Emoli. Taking advantage of the gap, Wang Beihai walked to the door and coldly said to the boy guarding it, "Move." The boy was so scared he shivered and quickly stepped aside. Wang Beihai opened the door and left without looking back. "Damn, Basie, you're finished." Emoli, in pain, clutched his chest and took out his phone. Meanwhile, Xiaolinger was strolling with a few good friends in the snack street of the university town when she vaguely heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she bumped into someone. I'm sorry. Xiaolinger hurriedly apologized, looking up to see Luo Xiao. "Teacher Luo Xiao, why are you here?" Xiaolinger's face instantly turned red. "Nothing, just coming to eat something. Be careful when walking in the future." Luo Xiao smiled gently. Xiaolinger and her friends were immediately captivated by the smile, nodding like chicks. "Oh, by the way, I'm new here and not familiar with the place. Why don't you show me some good food? I'll treat you," Luo Xiao said, smiling at Xiaolinger. Hearing this, Xiaolinger had no desire to refuse and directly led her friends and Luo Xiao to a restaurant to sit down. At that moment, Wang Beihai happened to walk to the restaurant entrance. Seeing the situation, his face turned green. Coincidentally, Luo Xiao also saw Wang Beihai, slowly raising his wine glass and smiling at him. "Isn't this our new classmate? Would you like to join us for a meal?" Chapter 45, Amulet. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a fire ignite within his heart and in his mind. He had already tormented Luo Xiao 1,000 times over. But thinking is one thing. After all, there were many people around. Exposing himself was one thing. But more importantly, he was afraid of harming the innocent, especially since Xiaolinger was sitting right next to Luo Xiao. Humph! At this thought, Wang Beihai let out a cold snort and unceremoniously sat down on the other side of Xiaolinger. "Linger, who is this?" Seeing Wang Beihai's actions, the group of girls immediately started gossiping. "Oh, he's my cousin." Xiaolinger's eyes darted around and quickly replied, "Cousin? Huh. He's quite handsome, and it's been so long, yet you haven't introduced him to us." A slightly plump girl complained, then winked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's heart raced, and his eyes flickered nervously. Haha, this classmate is quite cute indeed. At that moment, Luo Xiao smiled slightly, feigning disdain, and Xiaolinger and the others immediately burst into laughter. Wang Beihai's heart was filled with hatred. Seeing Luo Xiu's smug expression, he felt like rushing up and giving him 2 punches, but in this situation, he couldn't make a move. For a moment, Wang Beihai's face turned red with frustration, and he sat there looking grim, not touching his chopsticks even after the meal was over. Let's go. It's time to head back now. As they walked out of the restaurant, Wang Beihai couldn't wait to pull Xiaolinger out. Xiaolinger, though reluctant, nodded after seeing Wang Beihai's expression. Then I won't see you off. Luo Xiu's face remained smiling as he bid farewell to the group, then leaned close to Wang Beihai's ear and whispered softly, "Don't worry. I said 3 days, and it will only be 3 days. Don't be nervous. Enjoy yourself." After saying that, Luo Xiu patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and laughed loudly as he walked away. Wang Beihai's face turned ashen in an instant. He pulled Xiaolinger and quickly left, clearly quite enraged. As night fell, Xiaolinger had already fallen asleep, but Wang Beihai was still sitting in the living room, his eyes fixed on the jade pendant in his hand, carefully carving talisman patterns on it with a carving knife. Unlike the jade used for setting up the gathering spirit formation, the jade pendants in Wang Beihai's hands were all of uniform size, square in shape, and intricately engraved with patterns by Wang Beihai. Finally done. An hour later, Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then picked up the 3 jade pendants on the table. Under the light, the engraved patterns on the jade pendants could be clearly seen. Wang Beihai exerted a bit of force with his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy infused into the jade pendants, causing them to emit a faint glow. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, retracted the spiritual energy, and the jade pendants returned to their original state. With this amulet, it should be able to protect Xiaolinger. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, placing the jade pendants in his pocket. He had long wanted to make these, but there was never enough time. Now, he had no choice but to do it, especially since Xiao Luo himself had mentioned that the assassination would be in 3 days. Thinking about it, Wang Beihai decided not to sleep and sat cross-legged on the sofa to cultivate. The next day, on the way to school, "Here, take this." Wang Beihai called out to Xiaolinger and handed her a jade pendant. "What's this?" Xiaolinger glanced at the jade pendant and said with a smile, "This isn't something you bought from a street stall, is it? The quality of this jade is quite ordinary, don't get scammed." Saying that, Xiaolinger was about to return the jade pendant to Wang Beihai. "All right, I'm not interested in guys like you, don't waste your effort." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened and said, "What are you talking about? This jade pendant, you should keep it on you. Preferably find a string to hang it around your neck. Whether you're taking a bath or sleeping, don't take it off. It can save your life in critical moments." Xiaolinger burst into laughter upon hearing this. "You've been reading too many novels, haven't you? This small pendant can save my life?" As she spoke, Xiaolinger looked up and saw Wang Beihai's serious expression, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly changed her tone. All right, seeing that you're so thoughtful, I'll listen to you." Xiaolinger pouted and put the jade pendant in her bag. Then, the two of them jogged to the classroom, where they attended the morning classes but never saw Emoli. Xiaolinger asked around and found out that Emoli had been seriously injured and had returned to the Emo family for recuperation. "Mr. Rogue, you were too heavy-handed. Emoli is the young master of the Emo family, and we're in Jiangbei after all. Provoking him won't do us any good." After making inquiries, Xiaolinger learned about the conflict after school yesterday and immediately complained to Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately frowned. Although he had indeed made a move yesterday, he had deliberately controlled the intensity. How could Emoli have become seriously injured? There's something fishy about this. Wang Beihai stroked his chin and pulled Xiaolinger to the pavilion by the lake, urgently asking, "When did Emoli go home?" "I'm not too sure, but I heard that Emoli was taken home by his family overnight." Seeing the anxious expression of the Emo family, I guess the injury must be quite serious. "You really should have been more gentle with your blows." Xiaolinger pouted, but Wang Beihai shook his head. "No, someone else did it." "Ah, it wasn't you?" Xiaolinger immediately asked in surprise. "I know how I struck. It wasn't heavy enough to cause injury, let alone serious injury. And last night, I was with you the whole time. Someone else did it." Then who was it, and why did they hit Emoli? After Wang Beihai explained, Xiao Linger also realized something was amiss. It seems this person is targeting us. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and the image of Xiao Luo immediately appeared in his mind. For now, you shouldn't wander around. I'll be by your side at all times. Xiao Linger glanced at the serious Wang Beihai and surprisingly didn't object, instead nodding obediently. Meanwhile, in the Imo family manor in Jiangbei, in the Grand Hall, Emoli was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with an 4 drip attached to his hand, his breathing extremely weak. Mr. Imo, your son has multiple fractures all over his body, and his meridians have been shattered. Even if he recovers in the future, he won't be able to engage in strenuous activities. After examining Emoli's body, a doctor in a white coat shook his head and looked at Imo Yuan, who was standing not far away with a dark expression. Damn it! Imo Yuan's face darkened, and the marble ball in his hand was crushed to powder. Have you found out who did this to my son? Imo Yuan roared, and his subordinates immediately ran up, trembling. According to the young master's classmates, the young master was beaten by a boy in the afternoon. Saying that, the person handed over a photo, and the person in the photo was Wang Beihai. Imo Yuan took the photo, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Prepare. Tonight I want this Bei Z to be torn to pieces. Haha, you're not enough. At that moment, a laugh came from outside the house, and a figure appeared in front of Imo Yuan like a ghost. Who are you? Imo Yuan frowned, and a group of bodyguards immediately surrounded him. This Bei Z is a martial artist. With just your men, you can't do anything to him. The man explained calmly. Martial artist? Imo Yuan was startled and then looked at the person in front of him. Who exactly are you? Why should I believe you? Hee. The mysterious man chuckled, then took off his hat, revealing a head full of silver hair. Just because I am Xiao Luo? Chapter 46. The 3-Day Pact. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Beihai kept a close eye on Luo Xiao's every move. However, strangely enough, not only did Luo Xiao not appear, but even the Imo family members were nowhere to be seen. That's odd, Xiao Linger said, her brows furrowed in confusion at home. Given the Imo family's temperament, seeing Emoli beaten so badly, they should have come knocking by now. Could it be that we were wrong, and someone else did the beating? Impossible, Wang Beihai replied, also frowning. Luo Xiao's disappearance only confirmed his connection with the Imo family. The lack of any movement so far could only mean that Xiao Luo was waiting for today. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai took a deep breath, feeling a growing unease in his heart. This must be the calm before the storm. Seeing Wang Beihai's worried expression, Xiao Linger was momentarily stunned, then smiled and, unusually, patted his shoulder. Come on, it's not as scary as you make it out to be. Maybe Xiao Luo saw you protecting me and gave up? Thank you, Wang Beihai said, knowing Xiao Linger was trying to comfort him. He forced a smile in return. Let's go. We should head to class. That professor is notoriously strict. If we don't show up, we might fail. Xiao Linger stuck out her tongue at Wang Beihai, who was still lost in thought. She then took out the jade pendant hanging from her neck. Relax, I'm still wearing your talisman. Wang Beihai was taken aback, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was true. If even the person marked for assassination could be so optimistic, what was he worrying about? If things got tough, he could always run. This thought lightened his mood considerably. He stood up, smiled at Xiao Linger, and said thanks before heading out the door. The two of them hurried to the college classroom. Upon entering, they found the room empty. That's strange, Xiao Linger said, scratching her head and checking her phone. The schedule clearly says we have class here today. Be careful, Wang Beihai thought to himself, quickly shielding Xiao Linger and scanning the room with wary eyes. No need to look around. I had them move to another classroom for today's class, a familiar voice said at that moment. Turning, they saw Luo Xiao standing at the classroom door, his signature smile on his face. He's really here. Wang Beihai's expression immediately grew serious. Long time no see, Teacher Luo Xiao. Xiao Linger greeted Luo Xiao. Long time no see, Xiao Linger, Luo Xiao replied with a smile. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. Sure, Xiao Linger nodded, about to step forward when Wang Beihai grabbed her. Don't go near him. He's Xiao Luo. Xiao Linger was taken aback, then looked at Luo Xiao's smiling face and shook her head. You're being too paranoid. How could he be Xiao Luo? Heh, he's right. I am Xiao Luo. Luo Xiao revealed himself before Wang Beihai could explain. Xiao Linger's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Luo at the door. Miss Xiao, I told you. I'll take your life in 3 days. Now I'm here. Be a good girl and hand it over, will you? Xiao Luo's smile turned cold. That's impossible. Xiao Linger subconsciously took a few steps back. You're dreaming. That's no fun, Xiao Luo sneered, stepping forward slowly. Take another step, and don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Beihai stepped forward, his internal energy surging, releasing a terrifying aura. Feeling Wang Beihai's power, Xiao Luo stopped, his eyes flashing with surprise. Then a sinister smile crossed his face. The target is right here. What are you waiting for? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of footsteps sounded outside the classroom. Mo Yuan led dozens of black-clad men into the room. He's the one you're looking for. As agreed, I'll help you kill him, and you help me capture the girl, Xiao Luo said coldly. Seeing the situation turn bad, Wang Beihai grabbed Xiao Linger and ran towards the back door of the classroom. Want to run? Beihai, you hurt my son. Today is your last day. Mo Yuan waved his hand, and the men surged forward. At the same time, the back door suddenly opened, and several burly men rushed in. Get out of the way, Wang Beihai shouted, putting all his strength into a punch that sent the men at the back door flying. Seizing the moment, he pulled Xiao Linger and dashed out. Interesting, Xiao Luo chuckled, his figure darting forward like a phantom, blocking Wang Beihai's path. Go, Wang Beihai whispered in Xiao Linger's ear before charging at Xiao Luo. Xiao Linger was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes reddened as she ran downstairs quickly. Seeing this, Mo Yuan waved his hand. Whoever catches that girl gets 10,000. The men's eyes lit up, howling as they chased after Xiao Linger. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, a loud bang echoed as the locked door was violently shaken open. 2 figures flew out of the stairwell, clashing and then separating. Xiao Luo, you shouldn't be this weak, Wang Beihai said, frowning. Though neither had gained the upper hand, he hadn't yet given his all. So, little Wang, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare oppose me, Xiao Luo said, looking at Wang Beihai with a mocking smile. Aren't you worried about Xiao Linger? Heh, do you think you're the only one with backup? Wang Beihai smirked. At that moment, Xiao Linger was cornered in a schoolyard corner, dozens of men glaring menacingly at her. Just as she was about to be caught, Xiao Linger suddenly smirked, her helpless expression turning playful. About to die and still so arrogant? Mo Yuan stepped forward, coldly looking at Xiao Linger. Such a beautiful face, what a pity. With that, he waved his hand, and the men charged forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Linger, and an icy aura erupted. In a single breath, the men in front screamed and were sent flying. Anyone who dares to touch Linger today will die, the figure said coldly. Mo Yuan was stunned, looking closely to see a cold-eyed beauty standing in front of Xiao Linger. Cousin, you arrived just in time, Xiao Linger said with a smile, clapping her hands. More footsteps sounded, and behind Mo Yuan, dozens of Xiao family bodyguards appeared. Attack! Mo Yuan realized he'd walked into a trap, cursing inwardly. He waved his hand, and a fierce battle erupted. Chapter 47. The Fire Controller. Damn it! Who exactly are you people? Although Mo Yuan's side had the numerical advantage, after a fierce battle, they were already at a disadvantage. Mo Yuan was puzzled and, upon closer observation, couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Linger's side, though fewer in number, each person exuded a fierce aura, far surpassing Mo Yuan's men. No, you are all martial artists. Who exactly are you? After a moment of thought, Mo Yuan suddenly realized, narrowing his eyes at Xiao Linger. Among the few major families in the Jiangbei region, only a few can gather such a formidable team of martial artists. They have no grievances with my Mo family and wouldn't scheme against me. You are from the Jiangnan Xiao family. Xiao Linger and Xiao Mei were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure. Even so, Mo Yuan was already certain of the answer in his heart. Haha, well done, the Xiao family. For the sake of obtaining that Millennium Ginseng, you've resorted to any means. Mo Yuan seemed to have thought of something and burst into laughter. Seeing this, Xiao Linger's eyes immediately darkened. You are indeed the first person of the Mo family able to deduce so much just from speculation. However, it's a pity. Today, either hand over the Millennium Ginseng, or you stay here. You want me to stay? Mo Yuan disdainfully glanced at Xiao Linger and then laughed loudly. If it were the old man Xiao Zhan, I might still be wary, but just you, a wet behind the ears girl, is a joke? Do you really think my Mo family has no one? With that, Mo Yuan clapped his hands, and three burly men hidden among the crowd suddenly roared, their bodies instantly expanding, growing a full circle larger. The three men roared again, charging through the Xiao family's ranks with their bodies as weapons, causing the Xiao martial artists to be thrown into disarray and collapse. You're still too young to play with me. Mo Yuan smiled, pointing at Xiao Linger with his finger. A rampaging giant nodded, leaping forward with a single step, instantly appearing before Xiao Linger. Be careful, Linger. Seeing the giant's fist about to hit Xiao Linger, Xiao Mei immediately shouted, her speed instantly surging, appearing in front of Xiao Linger just before the fist struck, blocking it with both hands. A loud bang echoed, and Xiao Mei was sent flying several meters. Though uninjured, she was shaken by the punch and temporarily unable to move. Little girl, die. The giant laughed loudly, swinging his fist down towards Xiao Linger. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo were locked in a fierce battle, evenly matched. Xiao Luo's face always carried a smile, but every move was ruthless, targeting Wang Beihai's vital points. Wang Beihai dodged while searching for an opportunity to attack, but every time he found a flaw in Xiao Luo, a deadly attack would follow. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Hold on, I'm tired. How about a break? Just as the two were in the heat of the battle, Xiao Luo suddenly stepped back, signaling a pause. Who wants a break? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, though he remained vigilant, not attacking. Haha, your skills are beyond my expectations. Your martial prowess far exceeds your peers. If you weren't my opponent, perhaps we could even be brothers. Xiao Luo looked at Wang Beihai, the killing intent in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a hint of respect and regret. Go away. Who would want to be brothers with a despicable scoundrel like you? Wang Beihai frowned, speaking without reservation. Hey, how am I despicable? How am I a scoundrel? Xiao Luo immediately got flustered, pointing at Wang Beihai. I, Xiao Luo, have always acted with honor. Even my assassination was announced in advance. How did you see me as despicable? You conspired with the Mo family, severely injuring Mo Li, who had no connection to the matter. Isn't that despicable? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, giving Xiao Luo a disdainful look. You're supposed to be the leader of an assassin group, the top of the hunter list. You shame the title everyone gives you. Wait, the Mo family's young master's injury has nothing to do with me. I also heard the news and happened to want to use the Mo family. After all, with a burden like him, you can't fully exert your strength. Xiao Luo frowned, looking clearly wronged. Nothing to do with you? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, looking at Xiao Luo, doubts rising in his mind. Indeed, someone of Xiao Luo's caliber wouldn't need to do something so sordid. Just as the two were pondering, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a sensation, his expression immediately turning grim. The jade pendant is broken. Xiao Linger is in danger. With that, Wang Beihai was about to rush to Xiao Linger's aid, but Xiao Luo blocked his path with a flash. Hey, we haven't decided the winner yet, huh? Wanna run? Get out of the way. I don't have time for your nonsense. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and the righteous energy erupted, sending Xiao Luo flying. Well, so you've been hiding your strength. Xiao Luo excitedly looked at Wang Beihai, his smile brimming with fighting spirit. If you don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Beihai coldly glanced at Xiao Luo, waving his hand, the long sword Qishao instantly appearing in his grasp. Oh ho ho! Seeing Qishao, the fighting spirit in Xiao Luo's eyes turned into flames, and he leaped in front of Wang Beihai. If that's the case, I'll have to get serious, Xiao Luo said, his feet tapping the ground, his body slowly rising, his blue pupils turning crimson, a scorching aura bursting from his body. His hands spread apart, two balls of fire suddenly appearing in his palms. What is this? Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. There was a record in the inheritance that some extraordinary individuals could sense natural forces and use them for their own purposes, known as immortals. However, immortals were all those who had cultivated for 1,000 years and ascended. Seeing Xiao Luo's appearance now, Wang Beihai was filled with awe and more so, confusion. Hee, don't envy me. There are always some exceptionally gifted individuals who have an innate affinity with natural forces. This fire control ability, I was born with it, Xiao Luo said, opening his palm, a wisp of flame dancing nimbly between his fingers, as if alive. I don't know how you call us in your world, but in ours, people call us mutants, and I am a fire controller. Xiao Luo smiled slightly, clasping his hands together and then pulling them apart, a fiery sword instantly appearing in his grasp. Among those I've killed, only you have seen this state. Let me see it, little Wang from next door, your full strength. Don't let me down, Xiao Luo said, pointing the sword at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai exhaled deeply, giving up the idea of rescuing Xiaolinger, gripping Qishao tightly, and then with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Xiao Luo, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 48. Battle. Just 10 minutes ago, Mo Yuan's subordinates suddenly went berserk, with one of them even repelling Xiao Mei, who had come to protect Xiaolinger. As the burly man threw another punch towards Xiaolinger, she closed her eyes in despair, seeing the image of Wang Beihai flash through her mind. Mr. Rogue, where have you gone? A tear rolled down Xiaolinger's cheek, but after a long while, the expected pain did not come. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the man's fist stopped just 2 centimeters from her face. Upon closer inspection, she noticed an almost transparent barrier in front of her, completely surrounding her. It was this barrier that had blocked the man's attack. What's going on? Mo Yuan also noticed this strange scene. Xiaolinger's eyes darted, and she seemed to realize something, quickly pulling out the jade pendant Wang Beihai had previously given her. Indeed, the pendant was now emitting a faint light, identical to the barrier in front of her. It seems Mr. Rogue didn't lie to me. Xiaolinger gently touched the pendant, recalling Wang Beihai's words, and her eyes softened with gratitude and warmth. I don't believe this is real. At that moment, the burly man in front of Xiaolinger suddenly roared and threw another punch, which still couldn't harm her. This infuriated the man completely. With a ferocious expression, the man's fists rained down like a storm. Meanwhile, Xiaolinger noticed the light from the pendant in her hand was gradually fading, clearly unable to last much longer. Oh no, I need to find a way out, or I'll die here for sure. Xiaolinger surveyed her surroundings while keeping an eye on the pendant. As its light grew dimmer, she couldn't find any solution. Bang! At that moment, another loud noise echoed. Another burly man broke free from the Xiao family's encirclement and approached Xiaolinger. As for Xiao Mei, she was entangled by another man and couldn't extricate herself for the time being. What should I do? Xiaolinger's eyes showed a hint of anxiety. Just then, the pendant in her hand cracked into 2 pieces, and the barrier protecting her disappeared completely. Now let's see what you can do. The 2 burly men exchanged a glance, and then lunged at Xiaolinger with claws outstretched. You won't get away with this. Xiaolinger's eyes hardened as she took off the bracelet she was wearing. No, don't. Seeing this, Xiao Mei's face turned pale. Distracted, she was struck on the back by the man's palm, spitting out blood before collapsing to the ground, clearly suffering from internal injuries. At that moment, an aura even colder than Xiao Mei's suddenly emerged. A layer of frost covered the ground beneath everyone's feet. Xiao Linger's eyes turned icy, her body exuding a chilling aura. With a light flick of her finger, the two burly men in front of her instantly turned into ice sculptures. An ability user? Mo Yuan exclaimed in shock, his eyes showing fear for the first time. He hastily shouted, "You're ruthless, we're retreating." With that, Mo Yuan led the charge and fled, with the others following suit. At that moment, Xiao Linger let out a roar and began attacking those around her. "Quick, stop her, or we're all done for." Xiao Min weakly stood up, wiping the blood from her mouth, and then led the Xiao family members towards Xiao Linger. "Linger, wake up, it's me, Xiao Mei." Xiao Mei dodged Xiao Linger's attacks while anxiously calling out. Indeed, Xiao Linger's eyes regained a bit of clarity. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mei rushed forward and slipped the bracelet onto Xiao Linger's wrist. "Sister." Seeing the injured Xiao Mei before her, Xiao Linger's icy expression melted away, and then she fainted, collapsing into Xiao Mei's arms. "Let's hurry back. Remember, don't let anyone know about today's events." Xiao Mei glanced around. Fortunately, they had previously sent the students away, and the location was secluded. Although the battle was intense, it didn't attract the attention of the students. The only concern was the surrounding surveillance cameras, but these were minor issues for Xiao Mei. Within a few minutes, they had cleaned up the battlefield. Before leaving, Xiao Mei glanced at the rooftop in the distance, her eyes filled with a hint of regret. "Take care, Mr. Wang." With that, she led her subordinates away. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Wang Beihai's clothes were in tatters, his face blackened by flames, and his body was still steaming, clearly suffering considerable injuries. On the other hand, Xiao Luo's condition was not much better. His entire body was covered in fine cuts, his clothes torn into strips, and the fiery long sword in his hand had transformed into two. "Good lad, your strength could crush all martial artists in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. How did you cultivate at such a young age? You're a monster." Xiao Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes were also filled with a fierce battle spirit. Since receiving the inheritance, he had never fought so freely as he did today. He could even clearly feel the excitement of the red cloud sword in his hand. "You're not bad either, the #1 hunter, well deserved." "Haha, seriously, how about we become brothers?" Xiao Luo laughed heartily, looking at Wang Beihai with genuine eyes. "If you can take this move of mine, we'll be brothers." Wang Beihai also laughed heartily. For Xiao Luo, he felt a sense of mutual respect. Nevertheless, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he held the red cloud horizontally in front of him. This move was a sword technique he had recently learned from the memories of the red cloud. The technique consisted of 3 moves, and it was said that when mastered to its peak, a single light slash could split the heavens and break the void. The move Wang Beihai was about to use was the first of these, called Shattering Mountains and Rivers. As Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Luo, the Haotian energy in his body surged into the red cloud. With the infusion of spiritual power, the red cloud began to emit a dazzling red light. Seeing this, Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, a sense of crisis immediately surging in his heart. "All right, then let's try my move." Xiao Luo laughed loudly, sheathing his sword and clasping his hands together. Flames rapidly converged behind him, forming a massive red lotus. The lotus spun rapidly, its terrifying heat turning the surrounding railings red-hot. Finally, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swung his sword. A sword cry echoed, and a tangible sword aura fiercely struck towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo roared, and the lotus behind him suddenly rushed towards Wang Beihai. The sword aura and the red lotus collided in midair, causing a storm of sand and stones, making the mountains and rivers lose their color. Chapter 49. The Truth. What was that? Quick, look. What's happening over there? A massive flash of light streaked across the sky, causing students from Evergreen University to rush out of their classrooms. They watched the distant anomaly, pulling out their phones to record the terrifying moment while exclaiming in astonishment. After the storm subsided, the rooftop was now devoid of Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo's figures. In an instant, Evergreen University became a focal point of significant social attention due to the anomaly. Within an hour, the university's entrance was swarmed by news media. However, while Evergreen University was bustling with activity, on a small hill not far from the university, two shirtless figures sat on the ground in a pavilion, laughing at each other before downing their drinks in one go. Refreshing. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, despite the numerous burns on his body, his voice carrying no hint of pain. Xiao Luo, too, laughed heartily, his wounds still bleeding but unable to dampen his joy. Banquets with friends are never enough. Refreshing indeed. Xiao Luo took a sip of wine and pointed his finger at Wang Beihai. You, Beihai, are the only brother I've met since coming to this world. How does it feel? Quite an achievement, isn't it? Achievement, my foot? Wang Beihai waved his hand. His eyes slightly glazed with intoxication, and he chuckled. Who wants to be your brother? You're my enemy. No more, no more. Xiao Luo's eyes had already returned to their deep blue, and he shook his head. It was just a mission. I won't kill Xiaolinger. This challenge, I admit defeat. With that, Xiao Luo directly pulled out his phone. Soon, a message popped up on the dark web's bulletin board. Xiao Luo has abandoned the assassination mission. The mission has failed. Following this, the task to assassinate Xiaolinger was updated again, but no hunters took it up. Are you kidding me? Xiao Luo failed? There must be a conspiracy behind this. If you think there's a conspiracy, why don't you take it up? I'm not stupid. Even the top hunter, Xiao Luo, failed. I'm just a small fry. Don't toy with me. The forum exploded once more, and the bounty on Xiaolinger's assassination seemed to be neglected, with no one showing any interest. This reflected Xiao Luo's status among the hunters. Ding! Just as Xiao Luo declared his withdrawal from the mission, Wang Beihai's phone rang. Upon checking, he was stunned to see that his account had been credited with a full 100 million. Are you serious? Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Luo with confusion. For others, abandoning a mission might be common, but for someone of Xiao Luo's caliber, doing so would significantly diminish his standing among the hunters. What do you mean, serious? Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and continued. A mission is a mission. Failure is failure. I'm not short of money. I do as I please. With that, Xiao Luo stood up, picked up the wine bottle, and downed the rest of the wine. Just then, a gentle breeze blew through the mountains, lifting Xiao Luo's silvery hair. Wang Beihai couldn't help but be taken aback. Looking at Xiao Luo's figure, he saw a hint of loneliness and melancholy. What's your name? Suddenly, Xiao Luo turned to Wang Beihai and asked solemnly. Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate, directly revealing his real name. Haha, gold is easy to come by, but a true friend is hard to find. Wang Beihai, you are my only friend in this world. I look forward to our next meeting. Don't disappoint me. With that, the usually calm forest suddenly became windy. By the time Wang Beihai regained his senses, Xiao Luo had vanished. Hee, the mountains are high and the roads are long. We'll meet again in the rivers and lakes. Wang Beihai smiled, raised his wine bottle in the air, and drank it all in one go. Meanwhile, in an apartment near the university, Xiaolinger was wrapped in several layers of blankets in a bathtub filled with hot water, her body emanating a chilling cold, curled up and trembling incessantly. Quick, bring more blankets. Xiaomei stood by, her eyes filled with anxiety. She instructed her subordinates while covering Xiaolinger with more blankets. You silly girl, why are you so reckless? Xiaomei's eyes reddened as she spoke tremulously. The cold in your body is terrifying by nature. Releasing it so recklessly will cost you your life. Xiaomei held Xiaolinger's hand tightly, feeling the bone-chilling coldness transmitted through it, and tears streamed down her face. How is Linger? At that moment, a masked person walked in. If you had come any later, Linger might have been lost. Xiao Min looked up at the person, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. You know, this 1,000-year-old ginseng is as precious as my father's life. If I hadn't pretended to be severely injured, I wouldn't have been able to trick him into giving it up. Besides, I spent a lot of money bribing the doctor, and many of these injuries were self-inflicted. Was it easy for me? The person complained while slowly removing the mask, revealing himself to be Imoli, the eldest son of the Imo family. All right, stop rambling. Did you bring the ginseng? Xiaomin frowned, obviously despising Imoli to the core. Hey, think carefully. Right now, only I can save Linger. Watch your tone. Imoli sneered, taking out a jade box from his chest. Opening it, a ginseng root lay inside. Seeing the ginseng, Xiaomin immediately smiled and reached out to take the box. Imoli pulled the box back. Hey, we had an agreement. Once I give you the ginseng, Xiao Linger will be mine. First, give me the ginseng. Xiaomin frowned. If it weren't for the ginseng, she wouldn't even want to see Imoli. Given my distrust of you, you'd better sign this agreement first. Imoli sneered, pulling a prepared agreement out from his bosom. Bastard, you! Xiaomin stood up angrily, ready to curse, but Xiao Linger let out a painful cry. How about it, Miss Xiao? If you drag this on any longer, Linger might be gone. Bastard! Xiaomin gritted her teeth, glanced at the extremely pained Xiao Linger, and finally made up her mind, nodding to Imoli. All right, give me the agreement. Half a minute later, Xiaomin signed the agreement and handed it to Imoli. Imoli glanced at the agreement and immediately revealed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Imoli smiled and took out the jade box from his embrace. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, and a figure suddenly flashed by. By the time everyone regained their senses, both the jade box and the agreement in Imoli's hands had disappeared. TSK, your scheme is quite slick. Wang Beihai stood at the door, his eyes playfully examining everyone, and with a light wave of his hand, the agreement turned into fragments. Hashtag chapter 50, ginseng in hand. Mr. Wang? Why are you here? Xiao Mei's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she saw Wang Beihai standing at the door. Oh, if I hadn't come, wouldn't I have been treated like a fool? Wang Beihai chuckled and then turned his gaze to Imoli. You're quite a character. To deceive your father of his 1,000-year-old ginseng, you were even willing to injure yourself so badly. What I do is none of your business. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, Imoli's eyes burned with anger. Pointing at Wang Beihai, he shouted, You bastard, I don't care who you are. Return my Imo family's ginseng to me right now, or you won't leave Jiangbei today. With that, Imoli pulled out his phone and shook it threateningly. I've already sent a distress signal to my father when I entered. If you leave now with the ginseng, you might still make it. Otherwise, when he arrives, you won't have a chance to escape. You scoundrel, you set me up. Before Wang Beihai could respond, Xiaomin rushed over, grabbing Imoli by the collar. Clearly, Imoli had never intended to truly give the ginseng to Xiao Linger. Hee, Miss Xiao, you must understand this is not Jiangnan, this is Jiangbei. Imoli smirked, breaking free from Xiaomin's grasp and looking disdainfully at her. Your Xiao family's intentions were seen through by my father the moment Xiao Linger transferred to our class. The grand performance was just to catch you all in one net. Although there was a variable like him in between, it doesn't affect the final outcome. Imoli said, glancing at Wang Beihai. You bastard, I know you like Xiao Linger. If you return the ginseng to me now, after I've enjoyed it, I'll give Xiao Linger to you. You scoundrel, what did you say? Xiao Min was completely enraged, ready to strike. But as soon as she moved, her injuries flared up, causing excruciating pain in her chest, rendering her immobile. Smack. At that moment, Imoli suddenly sneered and slapped Xiao Min across the face. Do you know the phrase catching turtles in a jar? You are now the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Better listen to what I say to avoid further harm. Imoli said arrogantly, laughing out loud. At that moment, Wang Beihai also burst into laughter. Laughing when you're about to die? Imoli was puzzled. Haha, watching you dogs bite each other is quite amusing. Wang Beihai stopped laughing, revealing a cold gaze. Sorry, I am indeed the variable, but I'm not the turtle in the jar. As he spoke, the living room door suddenly exploded with a bang. Immediately after, A group of burly men stormed into the room, and before the Shao family could react, they were subdued one by one. Hee hee, Emoli, your plan of a self-inflicted injury and betrayal was quite good. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Emo Yuan walked in from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Emoli quickly went to his side and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to my father's keen insight." Then, pointing at Wang Beihai, Emoli said resentfully, "Father, there was a slight mishap. The ginseng was taken by this bastard." "What?" Upon hearing this, Emo Yuan's expression froze, and after glancing at the jade box in Wang Beihai's hand, he nearly stumbled. "Be careful, father." Emoli hurried to support him, but Emo Yuan slapped him instead. "You can't even handle such a small matter, you useless fool." Emo Yuan scolded, then coldly looked at Wang Beihai. "Young man, to escape from the hands of the Azura at your age, you do have some skills. If you were to act humbly and wait, you would surely become a renowned figure. There's no need to risk your life over a ginseng root." "Hee hee, that sounds nice." Wang Beihai sneered contemptuously. Emo Yuan's words were laced with hidden daggers, revealing his murderous intent in just a few sentences. "Mr. Emo, today I must have this ginseng. Name your price." Wang Beihai smiled as he tucked the jade box into his embrace, clearly not intending to return it. "You bastard, have you thought this through? I've said on the dark web that if you want the ginseng, you'll have to exchange it with your life." Emo Yuan said, emotionlessly waving his hand, and three burly men instantly charged forward. In the cramped room, Wang Beihai had no room to dodge. "Be careful, Mr. Rogue." At that moment, the icy Xiao Linger, barely able to hold herself up, managed to say. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, turning to look at the swaying Xiao Linger, then bent down and infused a stream of spiritual energy into her body. Xiao Linger's complexion immediately improved. Wang Beihai's bending down just happened to dodge the burly men's attack, but their subsequent attacks followed closely. "Get lost!" Wang Beihai roared, and the righteous energy within him erupted, the mere momentum forcing the attackers back. "Martial Lord?" Emo Yuan narrowed his eyes, exclaiming in surprise. The surrounding people gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Wang Beihai. It was common knowledge that in the martial path, progress required daily accumulation, and each stage was a significant leap. From the weakest martial artist to a martial master, it usually took a decade, and from a martial master to a martial lord, it took even longer. Ordinary people could spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold of a martial saint, but Wang Beihai was an exception, and he was so young, which was why everyone was so astonished. Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Beihai, seemingly regarding him as her lifeline. "What should we do?" Emoli panicked, looking at Emo Yuan, whose expression had turned extremely grim. "Martial Lord, I was blind before and offended you. Please forgive my transgressions." After some deliberation, Emo Yuan gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to bow. "However, this ginseng is a family heirloom of the Emo family. I hope the Lord will return it. Of course, if the Lord desires anything else, please feel free to ask." "Oh." Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what a martial lord was, but from Emo Yuan's reaction, it was clear his strength was extraordinary. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he slowly said, "The conditions are quite tempting, but I just like this ginseng. I'm short of a ginseng root for my chicken soup, and I don't need anything else." "You." Hearing this, Emo Yuan's face turned as dark as coal. Although the Lord is a martial lord, don't forget, there's always someone stronger. Such arrogance might lead you to a downfall. Emo Yuan said coldly. "Oh, so you're threatening me?" Wang Beihai sneered, turning to look at Emo Yuan, his eyes flashing with killing intent, causing Emo Yuan to shudder. "Himph, today I admit defeat. Since you, Brother Bei, want to walk such a narrow path, don't blame me, Emo Yuan, for being merciless. Time will tell, and one day you will regret it." With that, Emo Yuan waved his hand and quickly left with a group of burly men. "Thank you." Seeing Emo Yuan and his men leave, Xiaomin finally breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully looked at Wang Beihai. What happened before was indeed our fault for hiding things from you, but it was all my idea. You can punish me as you see fit. Then, looking at the barely conscious Linger, Xiaomin pleaded to Wang Beihai. Linger is innocent. Only you can save her now. I beg you, save her. I'm willing to do anything you ask. Really? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, bending down to look at Xiaomin, his face almost touching hers. Yes, Xiaomin blushed and nodded resolutely. As long as you save Linger. Remember, this is what the Xiao family owes me. Wang Beihai sneered, then concentrated spiritual energy in his palm and pressed it against Xiao Linger's chest. Chapter 51. Breakthrough. In just a few short minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Beihai's forehead. Seeing this, Xiaomei quickly said, Linger's condition requires the 1,000-year ginseng. Mr. Wang, please help Linger. No matter how much the ginseng costs, the Xiao family will compensate you. Shut up, Wang Beihai snapped, then said, Everyone, get out. But, Xiaomei was about to say something more, but Wang Beihai shot her a cold glare. If you want to save her, all of you get out. Seeing this, Xiaomei said no more and led everyone out of the bathroom. Leave this house. Wang Beihai was now drenched in sweat. In contrast, Xiao Linger's body began to emit a layer of mist, and her complexion started to improve. Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, seeing that the treatment was effective, and no longer asked anything, leading the Xiao family members out of the house. Seeing everyone leave, Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, tapped twice on Xiao Linger's chest, and then immediately withdrew his palm. This is crazy, Wang Beihai muttered, frowning as he looked at Xiao Linger, who was now covered in frost. What exactly is going on here? From the moment Wang Beihai touched Xiao Linger's body, he felt an extreme chill. This cold seemed to have a mind of its own, surging into Wang Beihai's body the moment they made contact, and it was continuously devouring his spiritual energy. No, if this continues, not only will I not be able to heal Xiao Linger, but I myself will be consumed by this cold. Wang Beihai shook his head and took out the 1,000-year ginseng from his pocket. The moment he opened the jade box, Wang Beihai was greeted by a strong medicinal aroma, and Xiao Linger's cold seemed to be afraid of this fragrance. At the instant the ginseng appeared, Wang Beihai could clearly feel that the cold on Xiao Linger's body had receded significantly. So that's why, Wang Beihai thought, looking at the 1,000-year ginseng in his hand. No wonder the Xiao family has been so keen on obtaining the 1,000-year ginseng. With this realization, Wang Beihai's resentment towards the Xiao family softened somewhat. Do I really have to give her the ginseng? Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Linger, then at the ginseng in his hand, his expression conflicted. The ginseng was not only crucial for his own breakthrough, but also essential for saving Xiao Linger. Just as Wang Beihai was struggling, a sudden movement in his dantian brought the voice of Qi Xiao back. Save others by first saving yourself? Wang Beihai suddenly understood, reaching into his pocket to pull out another jade box. Inside was a 1,000-year-old So Wu. If I can break through to the second level of the Hao Tianjing Qi Ju, I might have a way to save her, Wang Beihai thought, his eyes lighting up. He placed the two herbs together, and with a powerful wave of his hands, a golden spiritual energy enveloped the So Wu and ginseng. Carefully controlling the energy, he slowly melted the herbs into liquid, then merged the two liquids with his spiritual energy. This process lasted for a full hour. During this time, Xiaomin, standing outside the room, repeatedly wanted to break in, but thinking of Xiao Linger's life, she refrained, instead praying with clasped hands. It's done, Wang Beihai finally said, his eyes opening to reveal a snow-white pill in his hand. This is the breakthrough pill? Wang Beihai looked at the small pill in his hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. He had gone through a lot for this little thing. Now I'll try to break through to the second level. Hopefully it works. Wang Beihai inserted a few silver needles into Xiao Linger's body to maintain her life, then sat down on the floor, swallowing the pill without hesitation and beginning his cultivation. Within 3 minutes, Wang Beihai felt a scorching energy ignite in his dantian, spreading throughout his body with each breath. As the energy circulated, His body emitted a series of cracking sounds, and his skin gradually turned red. Ah! A sudden, piercing pain struck, causing Wang Beihai to scream in agony, nearly fainting. Damn it, I'm going for it. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, summoning the Hao Tianzheng Qi within him to repeatedly chongji the invisible barrier. After a full half hour, the pain finally subsided. Blood seeped out from under Wang Beihai's skin, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Then everything fell silent, and the blood gradually coagulated, forming a layer of blood crust on Wang Beihai's surface. Half an hour later, a faint crack sound was heard, and the blood crust began to show cracks. As the cracks multiplied, Wang Beihai started to move slowly. Soon, the blood crust fell off completely, and Wang Beihai stood up abruptly, looking at himself in the mirror with bright eyes. His originally dark skin had turned fair and tender, and his physique had become more robust. Wang Beihai had transformed into a handsome man. How did this happen? Wang Beihai touched his face, then closed his eyes, sensing that the Hao Tianzheng Qi in his dantian was much more condensed and abundant than before. This feels great. Wang Beihai moved his body, feeling an endless supply of strength within him. A light wave of his hand produced a sonic boom. Transformed and cleansed, it really works. Wang Beihai looked at his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. He had finally broken through to the second level of the Hao Tianzheng Qi Ju. Now, it's your turn. Wang Beihai turned his gaze to Xiaolinger. With the support of the silver needles and spiritual energy, Xiaolinger's condition was stable, but it wouldn't last long. Let's try this acupuncture technique. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. He waved his hand, and the silver needles in Xiaolinger's body flew back into his hand. Then, he took out 3 longer needles and, with a gentle force, accurately inserted them into 3 acupoints of Xiaolinger. At that moment, a blood-red line appeared on Xiaolinger's wrist, slowly extending along her veins until it covered her entire body. It's done. Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. This was an acupuncture technique he had only learned at the second level of the Hao Tianzheng Qi Ju, called the 3 talents through the abyss. Normally, as long as one wasn't dead, they would wake up once the red line dissipated. Now, Xiaolinger's awakening was just a matter of time. Thinking this, Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, feeling the weight lift from his heart. Just then, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, feeling an inexplicable heat rise from his dantian. What's happening? Ah! Wang Beihai screamed, rushing to the living room, struggling to suppress the agitation in his heart as he opened the door. Is it done? Xiaomei asked happily, stepping forward, but was startled by Wang Beihai's appearance. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was growling like a wild beast. Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you? Xiaomei asked uneasily. Quick, take Xiaolinger away. Leave here, get out. Wang Beihai said, immediately making way. He felt his body was engulfed by the heat, almost about to explode. Seeing this, Xiaomei no longer hesitated, immediately ordering someone to take Xiaolinger away. As Xiaomin turned to leave, Wang Beihai in the room let out a painful roar and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Xiaomin frowned, turning back to look at Wang Beihai, immediately realizing his need. After some thought, she stopped. Take the young lady back first, Xiaomin waved, signaling the others to leave, then took off her glasses and hair tie, resolutely entering the room. Wang Beihai instantly saw clarity. He took out another jade box from his pocket, and inside was a 1,000-year-old glossy ginseng. If I can break through to the second layer of the Hao Tianzheng Qi Ju, I might have a way to save her. With this thought, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. He placed the 2 medicinal herbs together, and with a powerful wave of his hands, a golden spiritual energy emerged from his body, enveloping the shouwu and ginseng. Wang Beihai carefully controlled the spiritual energy, using its unique warmth to slowly melt the shouwu, Polygonum multiflorum, and ginseng into liquid, then merging the 2 liquids with spiritual energy. This process lasted for a full hour. During this time, Xiaomin, standing outside the room, wanted to break in more than once, but thinking of Xiaolinger's life, she suppressed the urge, instead clasping her hands and praying continuously. It's done. Finally, After another 10 minutes or so, Wang Beihai's eyes opened, and a snow-white pill appeared in his hand. Is this the breakthrough pill? Wang Beihai looked at the small pill in his hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. He had gone through a lot of trouble for this little thing. Now, I'll try to break through to the second layer. Hopefully it works. Wang Beihai said, inserting a few silver needles into Xiao Linger's body to maintain her life, then sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowing the pill without hesitation, and began to meditate. Within 3 minutes, Wang Beihai felt a fiery energy ignite in his dantian, spreading throughout his body with each breath. As the energy circulated, Wang Beihai's body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his skin gradually turned red. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing pain struck, and Wang Beihai let out a painful cry, nearly fainting. Damn it, I'm going for it. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he 调动昊天正气，一遍又一遍地冲击那无形的屏障。After a full half hour, the pain finally subsided. Then, blood seeped out from beneath Wang Beihai's skin, staining his entire body, and everything fell into silence. The blood gradually coagulated, forming a layer of blood crust on Wang Beihai's body. Half an hour later, a faint crackling sound was heard as the blood-crusted layer began to show signs of splitting. As the cracks multiplied, Wang Beihai started to move slowly. Soon, the blood crust fell off entirely from Wang Beihai's body, and he abruptly stood up, looking at himself in the mirror, his eyes lighting up. His originally dark skin had turned fair, and his physique had become slightly more robust. Wang Beihai had transformed into a handsome man. How did this happen? Wang Beihai touched his face, then closed his eyes. He could vaguely feel that the Haotian Zhenqi in his dantian was much more condensed and powerful than before. This feels great. Wang Beihai moved his body, feeling an endless supply of strength within him. A light wave of his hand produced a sonic boom, a complete transformation, cleansing the meridians and bones. I never thought it would be true. Wang Beihai gazed at his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. He had finally succeeded in breaking through to the second layer of the Haotian Jingqi Ju. Next, it's your turn. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Wang Beihai turned his gaze to Xiao Linger. With the silver needles and spiritual energy support, Xiao Linger's condition was stable, but it wouldn't last long. Let's try this acupuncture technique. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and with a flick of his hand, the silver needles embedded in Xiao Linger's body flew back into his grasp. He then took out 3 longer silver needles and, with a slight exertion of force, precisely inserted them into 3 acupoints on Xiao Linger's body. At that moment, a blood-red line appeared on Xiao Linger's wrist, slowly extending along her meridians, eventually covering her entire body. It's done. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel relieved. This was an acupuncture technique he had comprehended only after reaching the second layer of the Haotian Jingqi Ju, called the 3 talents through the abyss. Normally, as long as one was not dead, they would wake up when the red line dissipated. Given the current situation, Xiao Linger's awakening was just a matter of time. With this thought, Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Just then, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, feeling an inexplicable heat rising from his dantian. What's happening? Ah! Wang Beihai roared and rushed into the living room, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him, and opened the door. Is it done? Xiaomei approached with joy to inquire, but upon seeing Wang Beihai's appearance, she was startled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was growling in his throat, resembling a frenzied beast. Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you? Xiaomei asked uneasily. Quick, take Xiao Linger away. Leave here, get out. Wang Beihai said, immediately making way. He felt his body enveloped by the heat, almost ready to explode. Quickly take the young lady away. Seeing this, Xiaomei no longer hesitated, immediately ordering someone to take Xiao Linger away. Just as Xiao Min turned to leave, Wang Beihai in the room let out a painful roar and collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Xiao Min frowned, turned back to look at Wang Beihai, and immediately sensed his need. After some thought, Xiao Min stopped. Take the young lady back first. Xiao Min waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave, then took off her glasses and hairband, resolutely stepping into the room. Chapter 52. Never betraying you, even against heaven. What are you doing back in here? Get out. Wang Beihai nearly lost his mind seeing Xiaomin return, his heart pounding with agitation as he shouted loudly in anger. I said, as long as you save Linger, I'm yours. Xiaomin smiled faintly, her eyes revealing a resolute determination. Now that you've put yourself in danger to save Linger, how can I stand idly by? If something happens to you today, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. As Xiaomin spoke, she turned and slowly closed the door. At that moment, she could almost hear Wang Beihai's heavy breathing. The instant Xiaomin closed the door, Wang Beihai could no longer control his body. He pounced on her like a wild beast, knocking her to the ground. Following a low growl from his throat, he tore off her clothes with a violent pull, exposing her snow-white body. Though my gown grows wider, I never regret. For you, I'd wear myself thin. A phrase suddenly flashed through Xiaomin's mind, followed by excruciating pain. She let out a soft cry, a tear slipping down the corner of her eye. The next day, it was not until noon that Wang Beihai woke from his slumber, stretching luxuriously, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Shaking his head, he reached out and touched something incredibly soft. Startled, he turned to see Xiaomei lying weakly beside him, covered only by a thin blanket. Xiaomei. A wave of emotion surged through him, and the events of the previous night instantly replayed in his mind. Thank you. He leaned in, tenderly lifting Xiaomei's hair to reveal her face, which was marked with exhaustion and tear stains. I'm such a beast. Wang Beihai cursed himself inwardly. At that moment, Xiaomei suddenly let out a soft cry, her delicate brows furrowing weakly as she said, It hurts. Wang Beihai was stunned, looking down to see a few petal-like bloodstains scattered on the pristine sheets. He was struck dumb. He hadn't expected Xiaomei to be a virgin. Recalling his hours of insatiable demands the previous day, he cursed himself again as a beast. Then, he quietly got out of bed and covered Xiaomei with his own blanket. After doing so, Wang Beihai went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on himself, his brows tightly knit, his face full of hesitation. 10 minutes later, he changed into fresh clothes and left the room. In the evening, Xiaomei slowly opened her eyes. She sighed softly, her beautiful eyes revealing fatigue and sadness, the pain in her lower body still intense. Xiaomei slowly sat up, glancing at the bruises on her arm and looking around the room, but Wang Beihai was nowhere to be seen, causing a pang of disappointment in her heart. It's better this way. Xiaomei forced a smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and then slowly got up, staggering to the living room. At that moment, a very familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. Wang Beihai was clumsily cooking in the kitchen, and by the bedroom door hung a set of luxurious clothes. Xiaomei's heart stirred. She covered her mouth, tears involuntarily falling. Wang Beihai's ears twitched, sensing something, and turned around just in time to see Xiaomei sobbing. You're awake? After a long mutual gaze, Wang Beihai smiled slightly, walking over to Xiaomei and gently lifting her up. What are you doing? Put me down. Xiaomei instinctively tried to struggle, but her strength was too weak. This movement only caused her bathrobe to slip off. Pervert, don't look. Xiaomei blushed, burying her head in Wang Beihai's chest. You're too weak right now, it's better not to move. Wang Beihai said, placing Xiaomei on the bed and carefully covering her with a blanket. I'm cooking, not sure what you like, so I made a bit of everything. Xiaomei glanced outside, indeed seeing a table full of various dishes. Don't do this. Xiaomei felt an overwhelming warmth, her expression suddenly changing as if she thought of something. Looking at Wang Beihai and saying, This was just an accident. You saved Linger, I saved you. From now on, we're even. What are you talking about? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, continuing, From now on, you're my woman, Wang Beihai's. Xiaomei forced back her emotions, feigning disdain. I'm engaged. my fiancé is a prominent young master from the capital. What right do you, a bounty hunter living off rewards, have to be with me? She waved her hand at Wang Beihai. Be realistic, it's impossible between us. From today on, we won't see each other again. No ties. With that, Xiao Mei turned away, closing her eyes, a tear rolling down to the corner of her mouth. Heh, what if I say no? Seeing this, Wang Beihai knew Xiao Mei didn't want to involve him, his tightly knit brows slowly relaxing, his eyes filled with tenderness. Don't be stubborn. The families in the capital are far more powerful than our 4 great clans. If they find out about this, it won't be good for either of us. Xiao Mei turned back, glaring at Wang Beihai angrily. The power of the capital families is beyond your imagination. Cutting off contact now is the best outcome. Do you understand? I don't, and I don't want to. Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly widened. Then he slowly took Xiao Mei's hand. All I know is, you're my woman, now and forever. Forget about the 4 great clans, the capital families. If they come, I'll beat them back. Why won't you listen? Xiao Mei glared at Wang Beihai, trying to pull her hand back but held firmly by him. There's no future for us like this. Humph, who says? At that moment, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, looking sincerely at Xiao Mei. Remember, my name is Wang Beihai. From today on, you're my woman, Wang Beihai's. No one can bully you. No one can tear us apart. If the Xiao family comes, I'll drive them back. If the capital families come, I'll crush them. Even if heaven itself tries to stop us, I'll pierce through the heavens. Xiao Mei stared at the man before her. When she saw the sincerity in Wang Beihai's eyes, she finally succumbed, no longer arguing, just nodding slightly, then leaning on Wang Beihai's chest, softly sobbing. In the Xiao family, our daughters are bound by parental decree and matchmaker's word from birth, destined to marry who we're told. Beihai, are you really not afraid? After a while, Xiao Mei looked up at Wang Beihai. Why should I be afraid? Wang Beihai brushed Xiao Mei's hair, kissing her on the forehead, then stood up slowly, saying, even if it means betraying heaven, I will never betray you. In that instant, Xiao Mei burst into tears. Chapter 53. The Unexpected. For an entire day, Wang Beihai and Xiao Min strolled around, dined, watched movies, and even admired the stars together at night. The two of them were almost completely immersed in their sweet world, and their feelings were rapidly deepening without them even realizing it. The next morning, while Wang Beihai was preparing breakfast, his phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, he saw that it was Ling Ruying calling. Wang Beihai frowned slightly before answering the call. Beihai, where have you been these past few days? Ruying International is officially opening tomorrow, and you're nowhere to be seen. Ling Ruying's slightly plaintive voice came through the phone. It's opening tomorrow? Wang Beihai was taken aback. After thinking it over, he realized that he had been away for quite some time. He then smiled and said, Got it. I'm in Jiangbei right now. I'll finish up here today and head back immediately. After a few more casual exchanges, Wang Beihai hung up the phone. Breakfast is ready. 10 minutes later, Wang Beihai brought the breakfast to the table and then rushed to the bathroom, wrapping his arms around Xiao Mei from behind as she was washing her face. What are you doing? Xiao Mei was slightly startled, feigning a struggle before glaring at Wang Beihai in the mirror with a smile. You rascal, why are you holding me? Nothing much, just calling you for breakfast. Wang Beihai chuckled, then gently kissed Xiao Mei's lips. Xiao Mei resisted for a moment before closing her eyes. As her bathrobe slipped off, the bathroom was filled with an aura of spring. 2 hours later, Xiao Mei lay lazily on the sofa, gazing affectionately at Wang Beihai and pretending to complain. It's all your fault. You? In the early morning, as she spoke, her face turned red. Look, the breakfast has gotten cold. If it's cold, I'll make it again. Wang Beihai walked over to Xiao Mei, kissed her forehead, and then said, I need to return to Jiangnan. Come with me. At this, Xiao Mei was taken aback, her eyes flashing with disappointment. Do you have to leave so urgently? Yes, there's something important in Jiangnan. Wang Beihai nodded. Then without hesitation, he briefly explained his situation with Ling Ruying. You won't mind, will you? After speaking, Wang Beihai glanced at Xiao Mei, worried that she might be upset. To his surprise, Xiao Mei let out a bitter laugh. You're like a firefly in the night. No matter how much you try to hide, you still glow. If others fall for you, there's nothing I can do about it. Nonsense. I'm just a small farmer from the countryside. What merit do I have to attract others? Wang Beihai's heart tightened as he sensed the helplessness in Xiao Mei's tone and quickly explained. I'm a woman, and I understand women the best. Xiao Mei shook her head, then smiled at Wang Beihai, extending her long legs to hook around his neck and pull him closer. Whether others love you or fall for you, that's their business. What I care about is your choices and actions. Mei. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned. The next moment, Xiao Mei's passionate lips pressed against his, and soon, the living room was filled with moans. In the afternoon, Wang Beihai took Xiao Mei to a high-end restaurant where they enjoyed a quiet candlelit dinner. As the sun set, they walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. A car to pick up Wang Beihai was already waiting outside the restaurant. You really won't come with me? Wang Beihai held Xiao Mei's hand, his eyes filled with reluctance. No, I still have classes at the university, and soon I have to return to the Xiao family. Xiao Mei looked down sadly, gripping Wang Beihai's hands tightly. Don't worry, once I finish my business, I'll come to the Xiao family to propose. I promised, and you will be my woman, Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's body trembled slightly. She then hugged Wang Beihai tightly for a full 10 minutes before slowly letting go. Go, don't keep others waiting. Take care of yourself. Wang Beihai nodded, got into the car, and as it started moving, he suddenly stuck his head out the window and shouted to Xiao Mei, wait for me. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Xiao Mei's eyes had already turned red. She placed her hand over her heart and whispered, take care, I'll wait for you. The next morning, in the center of Longquan County, a building was adorned with balloons. A row of luxury cars was parked outside the building. At this time, the area around the building was already crowded with people, and countless media reporters stood at the entrance, eagerly waiting. A month earlier, a skincare product called Beauty Cream had suddenly emerged, sweeping through the entire Jiangnan region's beauty market with its miraculous effects in a short period. Today, the producer of Beauty Cream, along with even more explosive products, announced the official establishment of Ruying International. What drove the media into a frenzy was that the founder of Ruying International was none other than Ling Ruying, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, one of the 4 major families, and the other shareholders were also of considerable stature. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, several luxury cars slowly drove up to the entrance of Ruying International. First to step out was the chairman of Dihao Group, Louis Hong, followed by Ren Yunfei, the richest man in Longquan County. Behind Ren Yunfei, Zhu Lingji, the first son of Longquan County, also emerged. Seeing their arrival, the reporters on the scene quickly picked up their cameras and notebooks, furiously writing their articles. In the midst of the commotion, Ling Ruying, wearing high heels and a black long dress, appeared in the crowd's view. Her exquisite makeup, cold aura, and slightly curled shoulder-length hair made her the focus of attention the moment she appeared. So beautiful. A murmur of admiration quickly spread through the crowd, even causing Louis Hong and the others to be momentarily stunned. Quick, take photos. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately raised their cameras to capture the scene. Ling Ruying smiled slightly, confidently stepping up to the entrance of the building. She glanced around but did not see Wang Beihai, so she frowned slightly. Where is he? Ling Ruying asked Ren Yunfei and the others. Beihai said he was preparing something. He told you to start first, and he'll be here soon. Ren Yunfei replied. Preparing what? So mysterious? Ling Ruying frowned but relaxed slightly upon learning that Wang Beihai had already returned. She then straightened her clothes and stepped onto the stage set up at the entrance, asking for silence through the microphone. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Hello everyone. I'm Ling Ruying, the chairman of Ruying International. Ling Ruying smiled, and a burst of applause erupted from the crowd. I'm very happy that everyone could come to the opening ceremony of Ruying International today. On behalf of Ruying International, I would like to thank... Before Ling Ruying could finish her speech, a rotten egg suddenly flew from the crowd and hit the ground at her feet. Ling Ruying was startled and almost fell, but Wang Beihai arrived just in time to support her from behind. What kind of nonsense is this beauty cream? What kind of nonsense is Ruying International? It's all a scam. My wife used your beauty cream and was completely disfigured. Look at what you've done to my wife. A man with a vulgar appearance suddenly shouted from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, seeing the man full of anger, accompanied by a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask, her face completely covered. As the man spoke, he dragged the woman onto the stage and removed her mask and sunglasses. A gasp of shock arose from the crowd. Hashtag Chapter 54. Reversal. No way. Is this even a human face? Upon seeing the woman's face, everyone present showed expressions of horror, some even vomiting. The woman's face was covered in acne, oozing with pus. How could this be? Seeing this, Ling Ruying also felt a wave of nausea and looked at Wang Beihai with questioning eyes. I don't know either, let's see what happens, Wang Beihai replied, furrowing his brows. He thought carefully and confirmed that the formula was not at fault. Just as Wang Beihai was pondering, several more women rushed up, screaming, their faces also covered in acne, just like the first woman. In an instant, the crowd below the stage began to stir. The previously expectant crowd's eyes turned angry, and a wave of curses came crashing down, including from wealthy ladies who had used the beauty cream before. You scoundrels, you cheats. On the stage, the man was crying and pointing at Ling Ruying and others, cursing loudly. Below the stage, a reporter suddenly stood up, thrusting the microphone in front of Ling Ruying and demanding harshly, Miss Ling, why did the beauty cream cause such symptoms? Were you aware of these side effects? Has your company's product undergone quality inspection? Is your company treating us consumers like fools, like vegetables to be harvested? Each question was sharp, hitting Ling Ruying's sore spots. Faced with these questions, Ling Ruying was completely stunned. To be honest, she knew nothing about the beauty cream, but the quality inspection had indeed been carried out. The beauty cream was truly a harmless product. Ling Ruying had no idea why such a thing would happen. For a moment, Ling Ruying stood there speechless, and the crowd below the stage cursed even more fiercely. At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward and said coldly, as a reporter, leading the rhythm without any evidence, where is your professional ethics? Or are you deliberately inciting public anger? This? Taken aback by Wang Beihai's question, the reporter immediately panicked, then quickly regained composure and said to Wang Beihai, it's clearly your problem, yet you threaten me. Businesses like yours shouldn't exist in this world. As he spoke, the reporter incited the crowd, and in an instant, Ruying International was besieged on all sides, becoming the object of public outrage. Please give me a minute, and I'll give you the truth, Wang Beihai shouted into the microphone, but the crowd's noise was too loud, and Wang Beihai's voice was quickly drowned out. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and then grabbed the hand of a nearby woman. What are you doing? The woman struggled free from Wang Beihai, her eyes showing a hint of panic. I understand now, Wang Beihai said with a smile of realization. In the instant he touched the woman's hand, he understood her physical condition. These people have all taken special drugs to become like this. It has nothing to do with the beauty cream. Wang Beihai smiled and then grabbed the hand of the troublemaking man, saying coldly, tell me, who sent you here? The man frantically tried to break free from Wang Beihai's grip. His expression panicked as he said, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't understand? Wang Beihai smirked. Fine, let me show you what the real beauty cream can do. After saying this, Wang Beihai went to the microphone, gathered his spiritual power in his throat, and softly said, quiet. In an instant, this sentence exploded in people's ears, and everyone was stunned. The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. All right, I believe everyone is very angry right now, Wang Beihai said, seizing the opportunity to wave his hand and speak into the microphone. First, I want to clarify one point. The quality of the beauty cream has passed the relevant department's quality inspection and absolutely has no side effects. As he spoke, Wang Beihai gave Ling Ruying a meaningful look. Ling Ruying immediately understood and hurriedly had Wu Annie bring out the certificate of compliance. Sure enough, upon seeing the certificate of compliance, many of the crowd regained their composure and began to quiet down. Seeing this, Wang Beihai continued, as for why some people were disfigured, I believe this must be someone deliberately framing Ruying International. So, here, I want to tell everyone that no matter who the mastermind behind this is, I will hold them accountable. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ren Yunfei and others stepped forward on the stage. Well said. This incident has already infringed on the Longquan County market. We will investigate this improper conduct to the end and severely punish the offenders. Zhu Lingji spoke first, and Ren Yunfei and others echoed in agreement. Seeing that everyone was supporting Ruying International, the previous doubts almost disappeared, and everyone unanimously believed that someone was deliberately framing them. Whoever is behind this framing is really shameless. Yes, to frame someone, they don't even care about their face. It's too ruthless. If we find this person, we must parade them through the streets. In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Ruying International, which had been condemned by everyone, suddenly became the innocent victim. All right, Wang Beihai made a gesture to silence everyone, then took out a small bottle from his pocket. Through the bottle, one could vaguely see the milky liquid inside. In fact, I also want to thank the mastermind behind this incident for allowing everyone to see the effects of our new product from Ruying International more directly. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, everyone's eyes lit up. The effect of the beauty cream was so outstanding. The new product would certainly not disappoint. In an instant, everyone was full of anticipation. Ling Ruying, standing beside Wang Beihai, looked at him with sparkling eyes. Come here. Wang Beihai turned around and called the disfigured women over. Seeing the women hesitating, Wang Beihai simply pulled the nearest woman over, poured a few drops of liquid from the bottle, and evenly applied it to the woman's face. How does it feel? After a few minutes, Wang Beihai slowly asked. It feels very cool. The previous itching and pain are gone, the woman said, touching her face and then suddenly froze. At that moment, Wang Beihai had someone bring a mirror, and the woman looked at herself in the mirror and screamed. All right, turn around and show everyone, Wang Beihai said with a smile. The woman slowly turned around, and the crowd below the stage couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, the woman's acne had faded significantly compared to before, as if she had undergone plastic surgery. Seeing this, the other women on the stage rushed forward, their eyes filled with an unconcealable desire as they looked at the bottle in Wang Beihai's hand. You got lucky this time, Wang Beihai glared at the woman, who immediately withdrew her gaze, then gritted her teeth and pointed at the man and the reporter beside her, saying, It's them. They gave us each 50,000 yuan to sabotage the opening ceremony today. They also said they would take us for plastic surgery after the job was done. You woman, don't spout nonsense. Hearing this, the man on the stage and the previously troublesome reporter immediately panicked, talking as they tried to slip away. However, at this moment, Ling Ruying waved her hand, and several bodyguards instantly subdued the two. All right, since the truth is out, I believe everyone is interested in what I have in my hand, right? Wang Beihai signaled the bodyguards to take the two away, then seized the opportunity to hold the bottle high. This is our new product from Ruying International, which will go into mass production after the opening ceremony. Everyone, please look forward to it. After saying this, Wang Beihai nodded to Ling Ruying, indicating for her to come on stage. You are the boss. You should give the opening speech, Wang Beihai said with a smile, handing the microphone to Ling Ruying. Ling Ruying's eyes sparkled as she nodded to Wang Beihai and then took the microphone, saying, I declare, Ruying International, officially established. In an instant, A wave of cheers came crashing down. Chapter 55. The First Village of Longquan. Finally over. I'm exhausted, Wang Beihai sighed as he saw off the last guest until the sun set. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the sofa in his office. I'm exhausted too, Lui Hong and a few others walked in one after another. Lui Hong plopped down, grabbed a bottle of water from the table, and took a big gulp. Haha, you fatty, just moving a few things. Is it really that tiring? Get lost. You don't understand. This is all because of Haigu, Lui Hong retorted. Because of me? How so? Wang Beihai looked confused. Isn't it because you said you'd help me lose weight? This month, I've been eating so blandly, and now I have to move things. Who would have the strength? Hearing this, Wang Beihai remembered he had indeed promised to help Lui Hong lose weight. All right, once I finish my current tasks, I'll help you lose weight. Don't worry, your efforts won't go to waste. Wang Beihai smiled, and Lui Hong immediately showed a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Ren Yunfei and Zhu Lingji sat to the side, watching Wang Beihai with smiles on their faces. What's up with you two? Did you win the lottery? You're smiling so happily, Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Nothing, we just feel lucky to have met you, Ren Yunfei said, stepping forward and patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Who would have thought that in just a few months, you'd go from being a penniless farmer to a renowned figure with two of the most promising companies in Longquan County? Old Ren, you're exaggerating. I just wanted to live a better life. To me, I'm still that farmer from the village. Haha, am I exaggerating? Zhu Lingji also walked over, smiling. Now, Feiyang Winery has become the leading industry in Longquan County, even the entire Jiangnan region. And today's newly established Ruying International, with your products, sweeping the market is just a matter of time. In a year at most, you'll become a true big shot in Longquan County, and we, thanks to you, will definitely rise to new heights. You might not know, but since meeting you, our lives have completely changed. You've shown us what a miracle is. We owe everything we have today to you. Zhu Lingji also patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. So, meeting you has been our good fortune. Wang Beihai, you're truly outstanding. When do you have time? My father wants to meet you. Your father? Wang Beihai's eyes widened. The current county party secretary? Yes, Zhu Lingji nodded and continued. He's always been amazed by your achievements and has wanted to meet you. This? Wang Beihai hesitated. Seeing this, Zhu Lingji smiled and said, Don't worry, he's a bit busy these days. I'll arrange a meeting when he has time. That sounds good, Wang Beihai nodded. Honestly, he wasn't quite ready yet. Enough of that, Beihai. When are you planning to return to Wulong Village? Ren Yunfei asked with a smile. Wulong Village. Wang Beihai squinted, calculating. He hadn't been back in quite some time. Tomorrow. We'll leave early. It's been too long since I've been back. I wonder how Sister Li and the others are doing. Haha, don't worry. They're doing much better than you think. I'll arrange the car for you. Ren Yunfei said mysteriously, There'll be a surprise, so be prepared. Haha, a surprise? What kind of surprise? Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, but Ren Yunfei just smiled without answering. I've got it out of them. Ling Ruying pushed the door open, her face dark. So fast? I thought those two were tough nuts to crack. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. What's the situation? Who was behind them? No one. They were just jealous and wanted to profit, Ling Ruying said coldly, then added, You've all worked hard today. Get some rest early. With that, Ling Ruying waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. Wang Beihai knew things weren't that simple, but seeing Ling Ruying's expression, he led the others out. Why do this? After everyone left, Ling Ruying lay back in her office chair, slowly opening her eyes, filled with coldness. She had indeed extracted the name of the mastermind from the morning troublemakers. It was her brother, Lingingjie. Bastards, useless fools, can't even do such a simple task? In a high-end club in Longling County, Lingingjie kicked over a bottle of foreign wine, shouting loudly. In front of him, a bespectacled middle-aged man knelt, his face full of fear. So much money, just to disrupt a grand opening ceremony? Is it that difficult? No, no, the bespectacled man said fearfully. Everything was going smoothly. Once the report came out, even if the beauty cream was miraculous, Ling Ruying would be doomed. Who knew a brat would suddenly appear and ruin everything? Emph. Incompetence is incompetence. Don't make excuses, Ling Ingje snorted. Then his eyes flashed with a murderous intent. This brat keeps ruining my plans. I'll make sure he pays. He glanced at the bespectacled man and said coldly, the 3 months are almost up. Now that Ruying International is established, it greatly affects me. No matter what means you use, within a month, I want to see Ruying International go bankrupt. Understood. The bespectacled man nodded. All right, you can leave. Ling Ingje waved his hand and said, let them in. Yes. The bespectacled man carefully exited the room. Soon after, a group of scantily clad women entered. The next day, Wang Beihai woke up early, called Xiao Mei, and then tried to call Ling Ruying. But after several attempts, her phone was off. Guess I'll have to talk to her later, Wang Beihai frowned, knowing Ling Ruying must have something on her mind. As he pondered, Ren Yunfei knocked on the door. After a quick wash, Wang Beihai followed Ren Yunfei to the car, heading towards Wulong village. Hey, old Ren, where are we going? As soon as they left the city, Wang Beihai noticed something was off and quickly asked. To Wulong village, Ren Yunfei smiled and continued. The road to Wulong village has been built, thanks to government support. It's now a highway. That's great. Wang Beihai's face lit up, then seeing the continuous stream of vehicles, he frowned again. But why are there so many cars? Are all these people going to Wulong village? Haha, you didn't know, did you? Ren Yunfei smiled and said, with government help, Wulong village has transformed. Although many facilities are still incomplete, it is now the first village of Longquan County, attracting many visitors. All this is thanks to you, Ren Yunfei laughed, and as they talked, the car had already exited the highway. From afar, Wang Beihai saw the big characters, Wulong village. Besides the old pagoda tree at the entrance, everything else had undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 56, Doubts. Wow, is this still Wulong village? Wang Beihai stepped out of the car, looking at the grand gate at the village entrance, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Walking into the village on the flagstone path, apart from the dilapidated houses of the villagers, everything else had changed, especially the school, which was no longer a rundown ancestral hall, but had transformed into a proper school with sports grounds and teaching buildings. How do you feel? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Ren Yunfei walked up with a smile. It's more like a shock, okay? This isn't just a change. It's a complete overhaul. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that this was the same dilapidated little village he once knew. There's no need to be so surprised. A few months ago, weren't you just a small farmer with nothing? Ren Yunfei patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder and said, that's true. Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, feeling a surge of gratitude. If it weren't for the jade pendant around his neck, he might have already been reincarnated. The voice during the inheritance mentioned that I am the descendant of the king. Who exactly is this king? And does it have anything to do with the murder of my entire family 8 years ago? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. With increasing strength, he began to ponder past events, feeling a vague sense of an invisible thread guiding him. Hey, isn't this Beihai? You're back. At that moment, the old herbalist whom Wang Beihai had once saved walked over. Upon confirming it was Wang Beihai, he ran into the village, shouting as he went, everyone, Wang Beihai is back. Soon, the villagers put down their work and rushed to the village entrance, looking at Wang Beihai with excitement. Such a grand reception even attracted tourists who had come to admire the scenery. Welcome home, Mr. Wang. Seeing that the crowd had gathered, the old herbalist waved his hand, and the villagers all shouted in unison, then bowed to Wang Beihai. What are you doing? Please get up. Wang Beihai was startled by the sudden scene and quickly went forward to help everyone up, his eyes reddening involuntarily. Uncle and aunties, what right do I have to deserve such a grand gesture from you? No, you deserve it. At that moment, the old herbalist stepped forward, looking at Wang Beihai with gratitude. You saved Wulong Village. Without you, there wouldn't be Wulong Village today. You don't know, since your winery started, many men who worked outside have returned to the village one after another, saying that the income here is no less than outside. And look at the school now. Students no longer have to worry about being blown by the wind or drenched by the rain, nor do they have to study by the light of kerosene lamps at night. Wulong Village has developed to this extent, and our ancestors can rest in peace. Wang Beihai, you are the great benefactor of our village. After saying this, the old herbalist bowed to Wang Beihai again, then raised his head as if thinking of something and continued. I heard from Mr. Ruying that you have superb medical skills. The medical book I gave you earlier is a family heirloom of mine. Unfortunately, my knowledge is shallow, and I could never fully comprehend it. I hope you can gain deep insights from it. I will. Wang Beihai nodded, suddenly remembering the medical book at home. At that moment, a familiar voice came, and Wang Beihai turned to see a fashionable woman running towards him from a distance. You stinky Bazi, do you even know how to come back? As the woman approached, Wang Beihai recognized her. Li Jie, it's been 3 days since we last met, and you should look at me with new eyes. Wang Beihai smiled. Today, Yang Li not only had her hair styled in big waves, but also improved her fashion sense, plus her makeup, greatly enhancing her image and demeanor, quite unlike a village woman. How dare you talk to me like that? Yang Li pretended to be angry and glanced at Wang Beihai, then said, I just dressed up a bit. Is that what you call dressing up? If you really dressed up, you'd probably mesmerize all the men in our village. Wang Beihai joked, making the villagers laugh. Stinky Bazi, a few days without me disciplining you, and you dare to make fun of me? Yang Li snorted and directly twisted Wang Beihai's ear. Ouch, it hurts. Wang Beihai pleaded for mercy, and Yang Li finally let go. Li Jie, I'm an adult, after all, and there are so many villagers here. Can you give me some face? Wang Beihai rubbed his ear, looking at Yang Li with a wronged expression. Humph, you're the one who talks too much. Yang Li glared at Wang Beihai and continued, It's good that you're back. There's a pile of documents in the factory waiting for you to sign. Documents? Wang Beihai frowned. You can handle these small matters. You wish. You're enjoying yourself, while we're suffering here. I'll tell you. I've made an appointment with Miss Zhong for shopping today. Deal with the documents yourself. Yang Li smiled and then shook her phone in front of Wang Beihai, showing the message from Zhong Momo. Oh, by the way. At that moment, Yang Li suddenly remembered something and continued, Come to the factory first. I have something to tell you. After saying this, she led Wang Beihai to the winery. The flying winery had expanded significantly compared to before, with additional staff dormitories, recreational areas, and even new equipment. As soon as they entered the winery, many workers from the village surrounded Wang Beihai, greeting him warmly. Not bad. Wang Beihai nodded, clearly satisfied with the current situation. I don't know why, but the plants and flowers in the winery grow better than outside. As they walked, Yang Li casually mentioned this, and Wang Beihai smiled inwardly, knowing it was the effect of the gathering spirit array. But he said, Maybe our winery is a feng shui treasure spot. I think so too. Yang Li nodded, not suspecting anything, then led Wang Beihai to the office. Beihai, take a look at this. Yang Li handed Wang Beihai a ledger. Wang Beihai opened it and soon narrowed his eyes. This ledger records all the villagers who have borrowed money. Yang Li stepped forward and slowly explained, My intention was to help the village more. It's understandable for villagers to borrow money for urgent matters, but look here. Saying this, Yang Li pointed to a name, Li Xiaofeng, and Wang Beihai looked at it, immediately recalling a slender figure. My childhood sweetheart? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Yang Li nodded. Wang Beihai suddenly remembered that Li Xiaofeng was 2 years younger than him. When his father was drunk, he had even betrothed Wang Beihai and Li Xiaofeng in a childhood engagement. Speaking of Li Xiaofeng, she was pitiful. Losing her mother at a young age, her family was impoverished, and her father was a gambling addict, making Li Xiaofeng's life even harder. The only thing Wang Beihai remembered was that Li Xiaofeng loved to come to his house when they were kids, sleeping in the same bed and under the same blanket. I remember her. What's happened to her now? Coming out of the memories, Wang Beihai continued to ask. Borrowing money happens often, but look at the amount and frequency of her borrowing. It's really strange. Yang Li pointed out the places where Li Xiaofeng had borrowed money. Wang Beihai looked and immediately frowned, calculating in his mind that Li Xiaofeng had borrowed 200,000 yuan from Yang Li in just 1 month. It is a bit abnormal. Wang Beihai nodded. At that moment, Yang Li's phone rang. It's Miss Zhong coming to pick me up. Do you want to come out and see? No, you guys go shopping. Wang Beihai waved his hand and then took out a card to give to Yang Li. Buy whatever you want. Don't be polite. TCH, I'm a salaried person. Who wants your money? Yang Li said that, but she quickly took the card. All right, I'm off to go shopping. You take your time with your work, Mr. Wang. Yang Li chuckled and then walked out of the office. Who did she learn that from? Wang Beihai covered his face and let out a wry laugh, then picked up the ledger on the desk, staring at Li Xiaofeng's name, deep in thought. Chapter 57. Borrowing Money. 2 days later, in the evening, Wang Beihai was at the winery, as usual, guiding villagers in planting medicinal herbs and brewing wine. Just then, Yang Li approached Wang Beihai, her face clouded with worry. What's wrong, Sister Li? Seeing Yang Li's unhappy expression, Wang Beihai quickly stepped forward to ask with concern. Li Xiaofeng is here, Yang Li said indifferently, and Wang Beihai immediately narrowed his eyes, putting down his work and wiping his hands on his pants. Let's go, take me to see her. With that, Wang Beihai and Yang Li walked to the office. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng was trembling in the office. Seeing Wang Beihai enter, she was startled and her expression became unnatural. Xiaofeng, you're here? Wang Beihai ignored Li Xiaofeng's unusual behavior and smiled as he poured a cup of water, handing it to her. Oh yes, I'm here. Li Xiaofeng took the water with trembling hands, her eyes avoiding direct contact with Wang Beihai. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been doing all these years? Wang Beihai continued to chat casually. I've been well, Li Xiaofeng said, pulling her sleeve down to cover the bruises on her arm. Beihai Gij. Li Xiaofeng glanced at Wang Beihai, hesitated for a few seconds, and then continued, It's really good to see you safe. After saying this, Li Xiaofeng quickly finished her water and turned to leave. Why did you come to see me today? As Li Xiaofeng hesitated at the door, Wang Beihai suddenly asked. Thud. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng suddenly turned around and knelt down forcefully. Beihai Gij, please help me. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Wang Beihai was stunned, and Yang Li also showed an unexpected expression. She hurried forward to help Li Xiaofeng up, but Li Xiaofeng broke free from Yang Li's grasp, kowtowed to Wang Beihai, and tearfully said, Beihai Gij, please help me. I really don't know what to do. Wang Beihai frowned and walked up to Li Xiaofeng. Stand up first, or I won't help you. Hearing this, Li Xiaofeng finally stood up. What exactly happened? Wang Beihai was puzzled. Although Li Xiaofeng's family was not well off, he remembered the little girl as being particularly cheerful and strong. If it wasn't something serious, she wouldn't beg like this. Li Xiaofeng hesitated slightly, then bit her lip and continued. My dad went gambling and owed someone money. They broke his leg, and the doctor said if he doesn't get treatment soon, he'll lose his leg. I came today to ask Beihai Gij for a loan. Li Xiaofeng's voice grew softer as she spoke. Her eyes also began to avoid Wang Beihai's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yang Li pursed her lips and frantically signaled to Wang Beihai. However, Wang Beihai paid no attention and directly asked, How much do you need? Li Xiaofeng clearly didn't expect Wang Beihai to agree so readily. She was stunned for 3 full seconds before stuttering, 10,000. What? 10,000? Yang Li took a deep breath, unbelievingly looking at Li Xiaofeng. Didn't you already borrow 20,000 before? You. Alright, no problem. Before Yang Li could finish, Wang Beihai smiled and without hesitation took out a large bundle of money from a drawer beside him, handing it to Li Xiaofeng. Holding the money in her arms, Li Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss. Take it back quickly to save your father. Be careful carrying so much money alone. Should I escort you back? Wang Beihai smiled and patted Li Xiaofeng's head. Li Xiaofeng immediately began to sob and then bowed to Wang Beihai. Thank you, Beihai Gij. I'll go back by myself. I'll find a way to repay you. With that, Li Xiaofeng ran off without looking back. Beihai, how could you be so foolish? She said the same thing last time she borrowed money. Including this 10,000, it's already 30,000. That's more than enough to treat a leg, even 2 legs. Why did you give her the money without asking more? Seeing Li Xiaofeng leave, Yang Li came up to complain. I know, Wang Beihai nodded with a smile. You know and still gave it to her? 10,000. This is no joke. Yang Li angrily glared at Wang Beihai. Her cheeks almost puffed out. Beihai, we are rich now, but we can't spend like this. Besides, you're repairing roads and building factories. We have to be frugal, Yang Li added thoughtfully. It's fine, Sister Li. Wang Beihai smiled and showed Yang Li the balance on the dark web. Yang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this game currency? Wang Beihai shook his head with a smile. This is real money, usable mine. Oh my. Yang Li covered her mouth, counted several times, and then exclaimed, This is 100 million. How did you get this? Yang Li took the phone, her hands trembling as she looked at the balance. She had never seen so much money, not even dared to dream of it. You take a look, Sister Li, Wang Beihai said with a smile, stretching lazily. Don't worry about other things. I'm going out for a walk. With that, Wang Beihai disappeared in a flash. As night fell, in the west of Wulong village, at Li Xiaofeng's home, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and greasy hair was lying on a dilapidated rattan sofa, surrounded by empty liquor bottles. This man was Li Xiaofeng's father, Li Ergo, a notorious gambler in the village. With a creak, the half-open door was pushed open, and Li Xiaofeng entered with 10,000 yuan in her arms. Back? Why so late today? Li Ergo didn't even look up, lazily asking. Yeah, Beihai Gij returned, so we talked a bit longer. Li Xiaofeng nodded, her eyes showing a hint of fear. That fool Beihai is back? How about the matter I asked you to handle? Li Ergo continued to ask. I borrowed it, Li Xiaofeng said, placing the money on the table beside her. Really? Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, the previously drunken Li Ergo suddenly sat up, rubbing his eyes hard as he looked at the money on the table. Ha ha, it's real, it's real. Li Ergo laughed and walked up to Li Xiaofeng, his eyes filled with greed. I didn't expect that fool Beihai to lend you the money so quickly. Including the previous loan, it's already 30,000. Do you think he's taken a liking to you? Ah, how could that be? Li Xiaofeng exclaimed, her face turning red under the dim light. You never know, Li Ergo said with a lewd smile. You're so young and pretty, rich people like you. As he spoke, Li Ergo stuck out his tongue and licked Li Xiaofeng's face. Chapter 58. The Demon. Ah! Li Xiaofeng let out a startled cry and instinctively tried to retreat, but was yanked back by Li Ergo. I'm your father. What are you afraid of? Your mother is gone, so you should take her place and serve me. Seeing Li Ergo's ferocious face, Li Xiaofeng's body trembled uncontrollably. Humph! But not yet. Li Ergo glanced at Li Xiaofeng. Nowadays, rich people like virgins. If I act rashly now, I'll lose out in the future. With that, Li Ergo snorted coldly, then swung his hand, sending Li Xiaofeng sprawling to the side. Slipping on the ground, she stumbled and fell heavily. I see, you two have quite a good relationship. With your bond, it shouldn't be hard to borrow another million or so from him. Li Ergo's eyes gleamed with cold laughter. Li Xiaofeng froze, then shook her head frantically. Why are you shaking your head? You're my daughter. Shouldn't you help me get money? Li Xiaofeng ignored Li Ergo's words and continued shaking her head. Damn it! I raised a good-for-nothing. Li Ergo's eyes flashed with malice as he grabbed a willow switch and lashed it fiercely at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng screamed, a bloody welt immediately appearing on her arm. Say, will you go? Will you go? Li Ergo repeated, his willow switch striking again and again. Li Xiaofeng bit her teeth tightly, her face growing paler, more and more welts appearing on her body. Finally, Li Ergo tired of beating her. Li Xiaofeng, in pain, slowly stood up, her eyes looking at Li Ergo with no trace of affection, only endless hatred. "You little brat, what are you glaring at?" Li Ergo took a swig of alcohol and gave Li Xiaofeng a loving smile. "Good girl, Xiaofeng. Listen to your dad. Help dad borrow some more, okay?" "No, not today. Not ever. You're not my father." Li Xiaofeng stepped back, shouting loudly, "You're a demon." Li Ergo was stunned. Then his loving expression turned vicious. He took a step forward, slapping Li Xiaofeng hard across the face. Li Xiaofeng, unable to withstand such a blow, let out a muffled groan and her head slammed into the wall. But Li Ergo didn't stop. He grabbed Li Xiaofeng's hair. "Fine, you won't go, huh? Then I'll deflower you and sell you to the casino for rich people to play with." As he spoke, Li Ergo licked Li Xiaofeng's face. In that instant, Li Xiaofeng was plunged into despair. All her hopes and dreams of home shattered, leaving only despair and tears. Under the dim light, Li Ergo was like a wild beast, savagely tearing at Li Xiaofeng's clothes. Li Xiaofeng struggled, but her small frame was no match for Li Ergo. "Ah!" With a scream, Li Ergo bit hard into Li Xiaofeng's shoulder, blood trickling down. "Demon, you're a demon." Li Xiaofeng cried out in despair, her voice nearly hoarse, but their home was in a secluded area with few neighbors, so even if the noise was loud, no one would come to check. Soon, Li Xiaofeng's clothes were torn to shreds, her barely developed body partially exposed to Li Ergo's view. Li Ergo's eyes turned red, losing all sense of reason and morality. Just as he was about to commit the crime, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes, and then a sharp pain in his chest sent him flying out, crashing through the door and landing heavily outside. Who dared to ruin my good deed?" Li Ergo coughed, spitting out blood. "Li Ergo, you're addicted to gambling, and I tolerated you using Xiaofeng to scam money, but I never thought you'd do something so beastly." Inside, Wang Beihai took off his coat and draped it over Li Xiaofeng, then gently tapped her forehead, causing her to pass out instantly. After doing this, Wang Beihai turned to look at Li Ergo, his eyes glowing red like a hellish demon. "Wang Beihai!" Li Ergo was stunned, then roared, "You little brat, you dare to hit me? For doing something so inhuman, hitting you is light." Wang Beihai said, clenching his fists and walking up to Li Ergo, punching him, sending him flying several meters with several teeth shattered. "Wait, kid, I'm Li Xiaofeng's father. How I discipline my daughter isn't your business." Li Ergo, covering his face, showed a hint of fear towards Wang Beihai's fists. "Father." Wang Beihai shook his head, "You're not worthy." With that, he flashed to Li Ergo and punched him, causing Li Ergo to scream and be knocked dizzy. Wait, big brother. I'm wrong, stop hitting me." Finally, Li Ergo staggered to his knees, begging for mercy. "As long as you don't hit me, I'll marry Xiaofeng to you, okay?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai kicked Li Ergo heavily to the ground. "Even now, you're still thinking of using Xiaofeng?" Then, Wang Beihai lifted Li Ergo. "You're not fit to be Xiaofeng's father. Get out of Wulong village. Don't let me see you again. Xiaofeng won't have anything to do with you anymore." After saying that, Wang Beihai threw Li Ergo aside and turned back into the house, picking up the unconscious Li Xiaofeng and walking over to Li Ergo. "Get out. Take the 100,000 on the table and disappear from Xiaofeng's life forever. If you dare to come back and harm Xiaofeng, your fate will be like this," Wang Beihai said, stomping lightly, causing a stone the size of a basin to shatter instantly. Li Ergo shuddered, then rushed into the house, grabbed the 100,000 yuan, and disappeared into the night without looking back. "Ah!" Wang Beihai sighed deeply, looking at Li Xiaofeng in his arms, feeling a pang of heartache. Judging from Li Ergo's behavior, Li Xiaofeng must have suffered a lot. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickened his pace, soon returning home with Li Xiaofeng. Carefully placing Li Xiaofeng on the bed, Wang Beihai coincidentally saw Yang Li returning home. Seeing Li Xiaofeng in such a state, Yang Li grabbed Wang Beihai and demanded an explanation. Wang Beihai didn't evade, telling the whole story. Inhuman beast. Yang Li clenched his fists throughout, growing angrier as he listened. When Wang Beihai finished, Yang Li rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and headed to settle the score with Li Ergo. Enough. Xiaofeng is the priority. Wang Beihai quickly stopped him. Yang Li calmed down, putting the kitchen knife aside and gently touching Li Xiaofeng's face. Xiaofeng is also a poor child. Thinking of previously misunderstanding Li Xiaofeng over borrowing money, Yang Li felt deep guilt. Let her live with us from now on. With the busy factory business, I just happen to need an assistant. Yang Li thought for a moment, looking at Wang Beihai. That's what I was thinking too. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Chapter 59. Reunion with Ren Yuning. Get out of the way. Don't touch me. A scream shattered the tranquility of Wang Beihai and Ling Ruying, followed by the sound of bottles shattering in the next room. Wang Beihai and Ling Ruying immediately stood up, their brows furrowing simultaneously. At that moment, the cursing from the next room resumed, with a particularly lewd voice saying, "Hee hee, I didn't expect the little girl to be so pretty, but her temper is quite fiery. Come, let Big Brother comfort you." Then, the previous female voice echoed again. "Get lost, disgusting creature. I am the daughter of the richest man, Ren Yunfei. If you dare touch me today, I will make sure you suffer unimaginably." Ren Yunfei's daughter? Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he recalled the woman he had once saved. Just a rich man. In front of our Black Gold Society, he's nothing. At that moment, the man's voice rang out again, followed by another crash of broken bottles. Black Gold Society? Wang Beihai frowned. I need to check this out. With that, Wang Beihai signaled for Ling Ruying to stay in the room while he stepped out. Pushing open the door to the next room, Wang Beihai saw several burly men menacingly approaching two young women cornered in the room. One of the girls, slightly younger, crouched on the ground, her eyes filled with fear. Ren Yuning. Wang Beihai recognized the woman confronting the men as Ren Yunfei's daughter. Today, Ren Yuning wore leather pants and a leather skirt, her face free of camouflage makeup, and upon closer inspection, she was indeed captivating. No wonder these men have impure thoughts. Wang Beihai thought to himself, then darted towards a man, pulling him aside with a single move, causing him to cry out in pain. What's going on? Noticing the commotion, the leader turned around. Seeing Wang Beihai and his fallen comrade, his face turning red with anger. "Beizi, you're tired of living, aren't you? Dare to provoke me?" The man shouted, then grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and with a swift kick, the bottle shattered instantly. "Not bad, some skill. No wonder you dare to interfere with Ghost Lord's business," the man said, waving his hand, and several burly men immediately surrounded Wang Beihai. Looking for death. Wang Beihai smirked, his eyes flashing with a cold light, then he charged into the crowd. After a series of smacks and cracks, the burly men collapsed to the ground. "Stinky Beizi, who the hell are you?" Ghost Lord narrowed his eyes, though surprised, his gaze remained composed. "I'm Wang Beihai. Your Black Gold Society has been trying to kill me, haven't you?" Wang Beihai smiled. Ghost Lord's eyes widened, then he burst into laughter. "Stinky Beizi, I thought who it was. To think I'd run into you here. You really chose the wrong path today." Ghost Lord's expression gradually grew vicious. "Beizi, it was you who got my brother thrown into prison. Today, I'll make you pay with your life." With that, Ghost Lord muttered incantations, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. Then, eerie wails filled the air as countless vengeful spirits screeched and lunged at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was momentarily startled, but was soon engulfed by the spirits. "Hee hee, now you know my power, right? I'll make you suffer beyond endurance," Ghost Lord gloated. But his smile quickly faded as a brilliant white light suddenly shone from within the swarm of spirits. The spirits let out a collective shriek and were incinerated by the light. Emerging from the darkness, Wang Beihai walked forward, enveloped in the radiant light like a divine being. Who are you? Ghost Lord's confidence crumbled, replaced by sheer panic. You're a heavenly master? Impossible. The heavenly masters were wiped out centuries ago. Who are you? Ghost Lord backed away until he was cornered, then fell to his knees and begged, "Spare me, great master, spare me. Humph, for your vile sorcery, I must bring you to justice today." Wang Beihai snorted, feeling his internal energy surge upon seeing Ghost Lord. He placed his palm on Ghost Lord's crown and shouted, sending a flash of white light through him. Ghost Lord's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. You killed him? Ruying, who had been watching, stepped forward, her eyes wide with shock. Such a man deserves to die, Wang Beihai said coldly, his first time taking a life. Well done. Such people don't deserve to live, Ruying surprisingly agreed. Are you Yunfei's daughter? Wang Beihai asked after a moment's hesitation. Yes, who are you? How do you know my identity? Ruying blinked, curious. I'm a friend of your father's. I've already called him. He should be here soon. Wang Beihai flicked his finger, igniting a purple flame that burned Ghost Lord's body to ashes. Wow, Ruying exclaimed, looking at Wang Beihai with admiration. What move was that? Can you teach me? No, Wang Beihai refused bluntly, then added, you shouldn't be in places like this at your age. With that, he vanished from the spot. Soon after, Yunfei arrived, frantic, and rushed to Ruying's side. Seeing her unharmed, he relaxed and ignored the fallen thugs, taking Ruying away. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai and Ling Ruying had left the bar. Walking under the neon lights, the atmosphere was harmonious. Beihai, thank you today, Ling Ruying suddenly said, stopping and looking at Wang Beihai with tender eyes. We're friends, no need to be so formal, Wang Beihai replied with a smile. Ling Ruying was momentarily stunned, then forced a smile. Just friends, huh? Before Wang Beihai could respond, a gust of wind made Ling Ruying shiver. Wang Beihai immediately took off his coat and draped it over her. It's cold, let's head back. Ling Ruying looked at the coat, her eyes complicated. Do you want to see me off? After some hesitation, Ling Ruying shook her head. My place isn't far, and I drove here. I'll go back on my own. With a determined look, she suddenly leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Wang Beihai's neck and kissing his forehead. Thanks for everything these days, she said before quickly running off. Wang Beihai touched his still warm forehead, his mind filled with Xiao Min's image. He sighed and scolded himself for being a beast. When he looked up again, Ling Ruying was gone. What is this woman thinking? Wang Beihai grumbled, then suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I left Hang behind. He rushed back to the bar. Chapter 60, The Weight Loss Plan. The next day, before the sky had even lightened, Wang Beihai and Ruying returned to the village. After parking the car, Wang Beihai looked at Ruying, who was still snoring heavily in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Throughout the night, Ruying had been either drinking with this beauty or that beauty, but no matter how he behaved, the beauties just didn't take a liking to him. By the time Wang Beihai returned to the bar, Ruying was already completely drunk. Helpless, Wang Beihai had to tinker with the car himself. After an hour of fiddling, he finally learned how to drive. You really should lose some weight, you fatso, Wang Beihai muttered as he carried Ruying to the dormitory at the distillery, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The weight of this fatty was no joke. As he thought about it, Wang Beihai glanced at Ruying, who was still snoring, and suddenly an idea struck him. He quickly dashed to the distillery's medicinal garden. Found it, Wang Beihai said with a smile, looking at the herbs in his hand. He then reached out, placing a few herbs in his palm and applying force. A sizzling sound followed. After a while, when he opened his hand, the herbs had turned into small pellets. It's done, Wang Beihai thought, his face lighting up with excitement. The second level of the Haoyan Zhengqi Ju is indeed powerful. Now I can refine ordinary pills with my bare hands. Wang Beihai chuckled and put the pellets away. At that moment, the sky began to lighten, and workers from the village started trickling into the factory. When they saw Wang Beihai, they were momentarily stunned before greeting him one by one. Just then, Yang Li also walked through the gate. Sisterly, Wang Beihai waved with a smile. Yang Li, upon seeing him, snorted and turned her head away, deliberately ignoring him as she walked by. Sisterly, wait up, Wang Beihai called out with a bitter smile, chasing after her. Sisterly, how's Xiaofeng? She's fine. With my care, she just needs to sleep it off, Yang Li replied indifferently, glancing at Wang Beihai. All right, sisterly, don't be mad, Wang Beihai said, noticing the dark circles under Yang Li's eyes, clearly from a sleepless night. He handed her a vial of beauty serum he had developed earlier. Sisterly, this is the new product from Ruying International. I developed it myself. The beauty and anti-aging effects are top-notch. Who cares? Yang Li snorted, but still took the serum. Her expression softened somewhat. Over the next few hours, Yang Li took Wang Beihai around the factory several times. Wang Beihai guided the villagers in their work, while also planning further improvements for the distillery. By noon, Lu Yihong finally stretched and walked out of the room. Yihong, come here, Wang Beihai called out when he saw Lu Yihong, waving his hand. Lu Yihong, without asking any questions, jogged over to Wang Beihai and squinted his small eyes. What's up, brother Hai? Nothing much, just showing you something good, Wang Beihai said mysteriously, then pulled out the small pellets. What's this? Lu Yihong picked up a pellet and scrutinized it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. This is a weight loss pill I specially made for you. Take one a day for a week, and I guarantee you'll see a different you, Wang Beihai said confidently. Lu Yihong looked doubtful. Can you really see results in a week? Aren't you just fooling me, brother Hai? Just take it. Do you think I'd want to kill you? Wang Beihai shot Lu Yihong an annoyed look, and Lu Yihong finally pocketed the pills. All right, you've got the internal medicine, but with your physique, just taking it internally won't be enough. To see quick results, you also need to do a set of specific exercises. With that, Wang Beihai dragged Lu Yihong to the garden of the distillery. Watch carefully. From now on, you'll practice this set of punches every morning. Wang Beihai then began to demonstrate, each punch powerful and forceful. Lu Yihong watched in awe as Wang Beihai's movements flowed smoothly, each move executed to perfection. Even someone as clueless as Lu Yihong was captivated. Finish? Wang Beihai finally exhaled, completing the set of punches. Understood it, Yihong? Wang Beihai asked. Lu Yihong stared blankly at Wang Beihai, momentarily forgetting to respond. Only when Wang Beihai called out again did Lu Yihong snap back to reality, blinking his small eyes and saying with a smile, "This is too difficult, brother Hai. Is there something that doesn't involve punching?" "No," Wang Beihai retorted, rolling his eyes. In truth, he had his reasons for making Lu Yihong practice the punches. The original form of this set was a punch technique called Hantian Quan from the Haotian Jingqi Ju. Taking into account Lu Yihong's condition, Wang Beihai had simplified the technique, spending days and nights to create a version that anyone could practice. Of course, practicing the punches could promote blood circulation, speed up metabolism, and indeed help with weight loss. But more importantly, after all that had happened, Wang Beihai had started to consider passing on his skills to others. "If you want to lose weight, you'd better master this set of punches," Wang Beihai said, tossing the pellets into Lu Yihong's hand before turning and walking away resolutely. Lu Yihong looked at his big belly, then at the pills in his hand, and his eyes filled with determination. 3 days later, before dawn, Wang Beihai arrived at the distillery as usual. Before even entering the gate, he heard heavy breathing coming from the courtyard. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and walked straight into the courtyard, where he saw a figure resembling a ball practicing the punches he had taught. This fatty, I underestimated him, Wang Beihai thought, his lips curling up. Though Lu Yihong's movements were clumsy and even a bit funny, they were still somewhat recognizable. And from a distance, Lu Yihong's figure seemed smaller than before. "Not bad, keep going. Squat a bit lower and punch with more force," Wang Beihai instructed. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Lu Yihong exerted even more effort, quickly finishing the moves and then running to Wang Beihai, grabbing his hand excitedly. It worked. It really worked. Brother Hai, you didn't lie to me. In just 3 days, I've lost 20 pounds. This is even more effective than liposuction. As he spoke, Ruying showed off his figure. All right, as long as it's effective, Wang Beihai said, genuinely happy to see Ruying's joy. And it seemed he had found another way to make money. You know, Brother Hai, ever since I started practicing the punches you taught, I feel more energetic, Ruying said, flexing his muscles. I've already told several friends about your weight loss pills. In a week, I bet these pills will be popular again. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Ruying was indeed a businessman. He had even thought of this step before Wang Beihai could mention it. Good, keep it up, Wang Beihai said, patting Ruying on the shoulder with a smile. Brother Beihai, a timid voice called out. Wang Beihai turned to see Li Xiaofeng. Chapter 61. Repaying the Debt. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Why aren't you resting at home? Wang Beihai walked over with a smile and gently patted Li Xiaofeng on the head. Immediately, Li Xiaofeng's health status appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. Looks like she's recovering well, he thought, giving Li Xiaofeng a friendly smile like an older brother. I'm sorry, Beihai Gij, Li Xiaofeng suddenly said, her eyes turning red as she hugged Wang Beihai tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback but then sighed, gently stroking Li Xiaofeng's head. Ruying watched this scene, feeling quite vexed. Geez, Beihai Gij's luck with women is too good. Why don't I have such luck? What did I lose out on? Ruying pondered, growing more and more frustrated until he snorted and started practicing his punches even harder. What's gotten into this fatty today? Why is he so intense? Wang Beihai glanced at Ruying, who was enthusiastically practicing, with a hint of surprise. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng stopped sobbing, lifting her head to look at Wang Beihai with red eyes, stuttering, Beihai Gij, I will definitely repay the 30,000 I owe you. She lowered her head deeply, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smiled. Indeed, 30,000 was not much to him, but to Li Xiaofeng, it was an astronomical figure. All right, but how do you plan to repay it? Wang Beihai thought for a moment, then smiled and pinned Li Xiaofeng against the wall. I will work in the city, and as soon as I have money, I'll send it to you, Li Xiaofeng said, blushing as she looked at Wang Beihai, who was only a fist's distance away. And if you can't repay it? Wang Beihai deliberately gave a fierce look. If I can't repay it, then I'll marry you and be your little wife, okay? Li Xiaofeng's expression grew tense, her voice getting softer. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's serious expression, he burst into laughter. Sorry, I don't like children. Wang Beihai shook his head with a smile. Li Xiaofeng's face turned bright red, and she retorted, Who's a child? Where am I small? Where are you small? Wang Beihai was momentarily stumped and unconsciously looked Li Xiaofeng up and down, his gaze naturally falling on her chest. Seeing Wang Beihai's gaze, Li Xiaofeng's face turned red, and she quickly covered her chest, shouting at Wang Beihai, You pervert, you're the one who's small, all over. With that, she covered her face and ran off, while Ruying in the distance burst into laughter, collapsing to the ground. What is this girl talking about? Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly. He had just wanted to tease Li Xiaofeng, but instead, he embarrassed himself. With that, he glared at Ruying and chased after Li Xiaofeng without another word. Li Xiaofeng had just run out of the winery and was tearing petals off a flower by the field, muttering to herself, How annoying, Beihai Gij thinks I'm small. She glanced at her chest, feeling a bit disappointed. What's wrong with being a little small? He promised to marry me when we were kids, now he doesn't count it. Xiaofeng, why are you here? I was about to take you to the factory to tell you something. Yang Li approached, interrupting Li Xiaofeng's brooding. Li Xiaofeng turned to see Yang Li's curvaceous figure and blushed, thinking, Li Jie's figure is so good, Beihai Gij must like this type. She glanced at her own chest again, feeling a surge of inferiority, her face turning even redder. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Yang Li asked with concern when she saw Li Xiaofeng's flushed face. No, nothing. Li Xiaofeng quickly shook her head. Don't overthink it. Let's go find Beihai. He won't leave you hanging, Yang Li said, looking at Li Xiaofeng with affection. Oh. Li Xiaofeng nodded and followed Yang Li back towards the winery. As they reached the entrance, they met Wang Beihai rushing out. Xiaofeng, Li Jia. Wang Beihai immediately ran over upon seeing the two. Xiaofeng, we didn't finish our conversation. Why did you run off? I was just joking, Wang Beihai said, scratching his head awkwardly. What did you do this time, you rascal? Yang Li glared at Wang Beihai, remembering Li Xiaofeng's earlier state, her eyes turning cold as she questioned, Did you bully Xiaofeng? No, I just made a little joke, Wang Beihai said innocently, but Yang Li wasn't buying it. She stepped forward and twisted Wang Beihai's ear. Wang Beihai winced in pain, pleading for mercy. Seeing this comical scene, Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll let you off this time. I mentioned earlier that Xiaofeng will be my assistant. Do you have any objections? Yang Li released her grip and looked coldly at Wang Beihai. Of course not. I was about to tell Xiaofeng about it, but she suddenly ran off. Wang Beihai rubbed his ear and then looked at Li Xiaofeng. With the busy affairs at the winery, Li Jia does need an assistant. If you don't mind, you can help Li Jia. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you, Wang Beihai said with a smile. Li Xiaofeng stood there in a daze, feeling as if Wang Beihai's smile was a ray of sunshine piercing through the darkness of her life. I'm willing, Li Xiaofeng came to her senses, holding back her tears and nodding. Wang Beihai and Yang Li exchanged smiles. That's settled then. You'll assist Li Jia in managing the winery. As for the salary, it'll be 10,000 a month, with 2 days off per week, and the year-end bonus will be the same as the villagers. Any objections? Wang Beihai smiled at Li Xiaofeng, who was stunned. 10,000 a month, that's a lot of money. No, Beihai Gij, I still owe you money. I can't take the salary, just provide me with food and lodging. That won't do. Yang Li patted Li Xiaofeng's shoulder and said with a smile, You must have a salary. As for the debt, how about this? You get 10,000 a month, and I'll deduct 5,000 from it for repaying the debt. What do you think? This? Li Xiaofeng still hesitated. Wang Beihai clapped his hands and said with a smile, Great idea. It's settled then. Li Jia, take Xiaofeng to familiarize herself with the winery environment. I'm tired and going to take a nap. Without giving the two a chance to speak, Wang Beihai darted off. By the time they came to their senses, Wang Beihai was already far away. Seeing Wang Beihai's retreating figure, Li Xiaofeng's tears finally flowed. Li Jia, thank you. Beihai Gij, thank you. Li Xiaofeng said gratefully. Silly child. Yang Li's eyes also reddened as she stroked Li Xiaofeng's head, gazing at Wang Beihai's back with affection. Chapter 62. The Book of No Words. Returning home, Wang Beihai stretched lazily, as usual, called Xiaomin, and the two indulged in sweet nothings over the phone for nearly an hour before Wang Beihai reluctantly hung up. What now? Wang Beihai scratched his head. Since returning to the village, he had led the resolution of some basic issues at the distillery, handed over the new product formula, and the materials required by Ruying International to Ling Ruying. Regarding village construction and road repairs, he had also provided ample funds. Thinking about it, Wang Beihai really had nothing to do. So boring. Wang Beihai complained, then waved his hand, and a strong gust of wind instantly blew away the cloth on the bed, revealing an old ancient book. This is the old doctor's medical book. Wang Beihai stepped forward, picked up the book, and pondered. The old doctor mentioned that this book has been passed down from his ancestors. This means it's quite old. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, then looked at the book in his hand, his curiosity piqued. Since there's nothing to do now, why not study it? With that thought, Wang Beihai opened the book. On the first page, Wang Beihai found the yellowed paper completely blank, not even a single punctuation mark. What the hell? Wang Beihai frowned, flipping through a few more pages, but they were still empty. This is supposed to be a family treasure? Wang Beihai patiently examined it thoroughly, but still found no words. Forget it. Maybe the old doctor was just trying to trick me. Wang Beihai shook his head, frustrated, and tossed the book aside, accidentally dropping it into the water jar beside the bed. Oh no, this water is for Sisterly to drink. Wang Beihai suddenly panicked and rushed to the water jar, only to find it completely dry. That's strange. I remember Sisterly filled it yesterday. Wang Beihai picked up the book, puzzled, but found it completely dry. How could this be? Wang Beihai looked at the book in his hand, then tossed it into a larger water jar outside the house. The book floated above the water, forming a small whirlpool, and within a second, all the water in the jar was absorbed by the book. What is this thing? Wang Beihai picked up the book again, examining it with spiritual energy, but still couldn't figure out its mystery. After staring at the book for a long time without understanding, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Since this book can absorb water, I wonder what would happen if it encounters fire? With that thought, Wang Beihai immediately started a fire in the yard, then looked at the book in his hand and threw it into the flames. Sure enough, just as the book was about to be consumed by the fire, it suddenly stopped in midair, and within a breath, the flames were absorbed. So powerful. Wang Beihai was shocked, then raised an eyebrow, thinking of the spiritual energy in his body. Let's try. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, placed his hand on the book, and with a thought, his spiritual energy surged out. This time, the ancient book first flashed with a white light, then fell silent. Looks like it can't absorb this spiritual energy. Wang Beihai laughed, about to retract his hand, but found the book sticking to it like a magnet. What's going on? Just as Wang Beihai was startled, the ancient book suddenly emitted a golden light, and Wang Beihai felt a powerful suction from the book, pulling his spiritual energy uncontrollably. Oh no! Wang Beihai tried everything to remove the book, but it was as if it were embedded in his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it off. Damn it! Give my spiritual energy back. Wang Beihai was in agony, trying to summon Qishao, but no matter how hard he tried, Qishao remained unseen. In the blink of an eye, most of Wang Beihai's spiritual energy was drained. Just as Wang Beihai was about to give up, the book stopped absorbing and floated away from his hand, hovering in the air, occasionally emitting golden light. Damn it! Wang Beihai, weak, stood up, ready to punch the book. Wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Wang Beihai's ear, and a flash of red light appeared, revealing Qishao before him. You unfaithful one, why are you only showing up now? Wang Beihai scolded harshly, but Qishao ignored him, instead bowing to the floating book. Because I'm more powerful than it. At that moment, another voice spoke, and the book emitted a golden light, transforming into a golden silhouette before Wang Beihai. Who are you? Wang Beihai, wary, looked at the silhouette, recovering his spiritual energy as he spoke. Hee, don't worry, I mean no harm. If I wanted you dead, I would have drained you dry earlier, and with your current spiritual energy, you can't hurt me. The silhouette seemed to read Wang Beihai's mind, advising with a laugh. Then who exactly are you? Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, his gaze even more vigilant. I have many names. The silhouette's voice grew ancient. I was born with the heavens and earth. Pengu named me Chaos. Then a woman with a human head and snake body named me the Book of Creation. Your ancestor Wang Shang called me the Divine Book, and later, people like to call me the Book of No Words. The silhouette sighed, continuing. I recorded everything in this world, but during the great battle between gods and demons 10,000 years ago, I was gravely injured by the demons, falling into a deep sleep until today, when I absorbed your spiritual energy and awakened. Why would I harm you? Wang Beihai, listening beside him, was already gaping in astonishment. You all keep mentioning Wang Shang as my ancestor. Who exactly is Wang Shang? Wang Beihai shook his head, full of questions about Wang Shang. The will of heaven cannot be revealed. You are still too weak. When you reach a certain level, everything will become clear. The silhouette sighed. Since I have awakened, it means the great battle between gods and demons is imminent. The heavenly curtain will open, and the chaotic world will rise. Whether this beautiful world can survive depends on you. Wait, what chaos, what gods and demons? I'm just a small farmer. I just want to live my simple life. Wang Beihai frowned, unwilling to think about these vague things. From the moment Qishao chose you, you were destined for greatness. Keep going, Wang Beihai. Whether you want to face it or not, you can't avoid it. This is your responsibility, your trial. With that, the silhouette flashed and transformed back into the ancient book, this time no longer yellowed, but with a golden border. Then, with a flash of golden light, the book followed Qishao into Wang Beihai's body. Chapter 63. The Hunyuan Technique. Hey, how did you get into my body? Get out now. Wang Beihai was initially stunned, then shouted a few times at his body, only to hear a lazy voice suddenly in his mind. I'm tired, just borrowing your body to rest. Your cultivation is too weak. Real strong ones have opened up worlds within themselves, unlike you who is squeezing me to death. Oh, I haven't complained about you, yet you're criticizing me? Wang Beihai frowned in dissatisfaction. If you're not happy, go find someone else. All right, back in the day, many strong ones fought bloody battles to get me. You, Beihai, are actually complaining. Fine, considering you woke me up, here's something good for you. As the heavenly book spoke, Wang Beihai felt a flash of golden light in his mind, and suddenly, a set of cultivation techniques appeared in his mind. Hunyuan technique? What's that? Wang Beihai frowned and asked. This is a method of cultivating the soul, coveted by countless great masters. Although the Haoyan Jingqi is also powerful, it only cultivates the body. This Hunyuan technique is a wondrous book for cultivating the soul. If it were in the past, it would surely attract the Dengduo of many strong ones. If you can cultivate this to its extreme, you can even achieve an immortal soul and an indestructible body. Today, I give this to you as rent. With that, the heavenly book yawned. Talking to you is so exhausting. I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. With that, Wang Beihai's mind returned to silence. Seriously, is this thing really that miraculous? Wang Beihai closed his eyes, half believing, half doubting, and sat cross-legged on the bed, starting to circulate the spiritual energy in his body according to the cultivation method in his mind. Gather spiritual energy at Baihui, Tianying, and Taiyang acupoints, using the spiritual energy as a guide to break through Lingtai and open the third eye. While murmuring, Wang Beihai followed the method to cultivate. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, turning pitch black. Instantly, everything in front of Wang Beihai turned into a burning ruin, with countless spirits wailing around him. Guard your mind, refine your heart. Seeing these spirits rushing towards him, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, and an invisible barrier indeed appeared in front of him, blocking all the spirits. Countless spirits wailed, repeatedly assaulting Wang Beihai's mental barrier. The feeling was like thousands of long needles piercing his brain, each impact making Wang Beihai's facial expression more pained. After hundreds of such impacts, Wang Beihai's face was already twisted beyond recognition. Finally, when numerous spirits rushed towards him again, Wang Beihai heard a sound of shattering, then opened his eyes, seeing all the spirits turn into dust. In an instant, what appeared in front of Wang Beihai transformed into a sky full of stars. Wang Beihai blinked, and the stars flew into his eyes. Then, he felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was in the vast universe. In the vast universe, Wang Beihai was as tiny as a speck of dust. At that moment, countless beams of light rushed towards Wang Beihai, soon weaving into a cocoon of light in front of him. After a while, a crack appeared on the cocoon. With time, more and more cracks appeared, and finally, with a soft sound, the cocoon suddenly shattered, revealing a baby-like spiritual entity in front of Wang Beihai. It's done. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he reached out to touch the spiritual entity. The entity seemed to sense Wang Beihai. Its eyes suddenly opened, then turned into a beam of light and rushed into Wang Beihai's mind. In an instant, the vast universe rapidly contracted, and then Wang Beihai, who was sitting on the bed, opened his eyes. The stars in his eyes dispersed, and Wang Beihai shook his head, feeling a clear mind. He closed his eyes slightly, and everything within dozens of meters instantly fell into his mind. It seems that guy didn't lie to me. Wang Beihai moved his limbs and stood up from the bed. After this cultivation, not only did he cultivate his spiritual entity, but his foundation after the previous breakthrough also became more stable. Gurgle. At that moment, Wang Beihai's stomach let out a growl. I'm actually hungry? Wang Beihai touched his stomach. Since cultivating the Haotianjingqi Ju, Wang Beihai could go 3 days without eating, but now he felt a hunger. Then, Wang Beihai looked up at the sky, realizing it was already sunset. It's so late, I have to hurry to the factory, or I won't even get dinner. Thinking this, Wang Beihai took a step and quickly ran towards the winery. However, just as he was about to reach the winery, Wang Beihai stopped. Wang Beihai looked around, then closed his eyes, and everything around him fell into his perception. Wind, cricket sounds, workers breathing, machinery operation, and a zither sound. Wang Beihai stopped at this point. There's no zither in the factory, so why is there a zither sound? And it's not coming from the factory. Wang Beihai frowned and looked towards the nearby woods, indeed seeing a figure on the treetop of a distant mountain. The person had long hair flowing, wearing a white robe, holding a zither with one hand, standing on one foot on the treetop, and leisurely plucking the zither strings with the other hand. Who is it? Wang Beihai was shocked, looked again, but found the person had disappeared from the spot. Wang Beihai closed his eyes and carefully sensed, but didn't hear any zither sound anymore. Strange, did I imagine it? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, sensed again, but still got no results. Just then, Yangli happened to come out and saw Wang Beihai, hurriedly calling him to dinner. Coincidentally, Wang Beihai's stomach growled again, so he had to go into the factory and eat. After dinner, Wang Beihai found an excuse to send Yangli away, then went up the mountain alone, heading straight to the place where he saw the person earlier. However, Wang Beihai searched several rounds around the place he saw earlier, but still found nothing until the moon rose. Suddenly, Wang Beihai looked up and saw silver light flickering on a treetop not far away. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai took a step and directly jumped onto the treetop. There was a delicate token hanging on the treetop. Wang Beihai walked over on the leaves, picked up the token, and examined it carefully. The token was diamond-shaped, with a large Wu character carved in the center. Under the moonlight, it emitted a cold, steely glow. It seems there really is someone here. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, put the token away, then looked around the terrain, and jumped down from the tree with a leap. No, that person could stand on one foot on the treetop. Their strength must be extraordinary. Now is the best time for Wulong village to change. Absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Thinking this, Wang Beihai jumped a few times and quickly went down the mountain. At that moment, on a farther mountaintop, a man in white robes watched Wang Beihai, who was as tiny as an ant, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Since it's the person the young master is looking for, why doesn't the young master meet him? At that moment, a maid beside him stepped forward and asked, "The time is not yet ripe." The man smiled faintly, then turned around with the maid, taking a few steps and disappearing into the night. Chapter 64. The Secretary's Request. The next day, Wang Beihai woke up early. After a simple morning workout, he directly went to the village committee office. With a leap, he jumped over the wall and made his way to Bai Yi's dormitory, knocking on the door. "Who is it? What's the big deal so early in the morning?" Bai Yi opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and said irritably, "Long time no see, Bai Secretary." Wang Beihai smiled at Bai Yi. Suddenly, Bai Yi remembered that she was only wearing her underwear and quickly woke up, glaring at Wang Beihai before hastily closing the door again. After about 10 minutes, Bai Yi finally came out fully dressed. "What's gotten into you? Why aren't you sleeping and coming here?" Bai Yi's cheeks were flushed red, and then she glanced at the still locked main door, instantly getting angry. "The main gate isn't even open. How did you get in?" "That's not important," Wang Beihai chuckled in response to her questioning and continued. By secretary, look, our village's construction is almost complete, and our reputation has spread far and wide. Won't more people come to visit and play in the future? Yes, what scheme are you plotting now? Bai Yi glanced at Wang Beihai, thinking how she ended up with such a troublesome person. Nothing much, Wang Beihai smiled. I just thought that with more people coming, there will inevitably be some emergencies. If there's no one to manage them, won't that lead to criticism? And while economic and sanitation issues are easy to solve, the security issue might not be so straightforward. That makes sense. Bai Yi nodded repeatedly in agreement with Wang Beihai's words. Indeed, security is a prerequisite for the smooth development of a place. So, what do you plan to do about it? Bai Yi pushed her glasses and looked curiously at Wang Beihai. It's simple, Wang Beihai smiled. I want to select 10 strong men from the village and train them under my guidance. If they follow my methods, within a month, we can definitely form a decent team. We can have them patrol in pairs, cross-checking each other, which not only solves security issues but also handles emergencies. That's a good idea, but won't 10 people be too few? Bai Yi's eyes lit up. She had heard from Zhu Lingji about Wang Beihai's skills, and with such a skilled person as their instructor, it would be impossible not to achieve results. 10 is enough, Wang Beihai smiled. He had spent the entire night simplifying his practice of the Haotian Zhengqi Ju. Even in its simplified form, it was far more effective than just practicing martial arts. All right, I'll help you notify them, Bai Yi nodded, and then her phone rang inside the room. Wait a moment, Bai Yi said, turning to run into the room to answer the call. Soon, Bai Yi came out with the phone, the screen showing Zhu Xiao's call. Wang Beihai immediately thought of Zhu Lingji and quickly took the phone. Brother Beihai, how have you been lately? Zhu Lingji asked with concern. Thanks to you. I've been bored to death these days, Wang Beihai chuckled. Then, Zhu Lingji's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Bored? Perfect. My father is coming back today, and I'm hosting a dinner at the Dihao Hotel this afternoon. I want you and Yi to come. Let's chat and have a good time. After saying that, Zhu Lingji hung up the phone. It's finally here. Wang Beihai handed the phone back to Bai Yi and sighed deeply, then said to Bai Yi, let's put the selection of people on hold for now. We have a dinner with the secretary later. I need to go back and change my clothes. With that, Wang Beihai jumped out of the wall with a leap. In the afternoon, Wang Beihai arrived at the Dihao Hotel in Bai Yi's car. As soon as they stepped into the private room, Zhu Lingji came up with a smile. Wang Beihai looked inside and saw only one middle-aged man, full of energy, sitting in the large private room. This is my dad, the county party secretary of Longquan County, Zhu Lingfeng. Zhu Lingji introduced Wang Beihai to the middle-aged man. Dad, this is the chairman of Feiyang Winery and a major shareholder of Ruying International, Wang Beihai. Zhu Lingfeng nodded, sizing up Wang Beihai from head to toe, then smiling approvingly. Not bad indeed. Heroes come from the young. You flatter me, uncle, Wang Beihai smiled, feeling a bit restrained in front of this county party secretary he had never met before. Haha, sit down, no need to be so formal. Zhu Lingfeng seemed to notice Wang Beihai's restraint and gestured for everyone to sit down. Today, we're just having a simple chat, getting to know each other. You don't have to treat me like a secretary, just think of me as Zhu Lingji's father, your uncle. As he spoke, Zhu Lingfeng gently patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. Wang Beihai felt much more relaxed and couldn't help but feel a bit of fondness for Zhu Lingfeng. Let's start serving the dishes. Zhu Lingfeng clapped his hands, and the waiters outside pushed the cart in to serve the dishes. To Wang Beihai's surprise, the large table was only set with the simplest 4 dishes and 1 soup, with no particularly extravagant dishes. Haha, brother Beihai, don't mind, I thought. With the current emphasis on frugality, we're only 4 people, and having too many dishes would be wasteful. So, I ordered a bit less, but don't worry if we run out, we can order more. Zhu Lingfeng looked at Wang Beihai without any reservation. Uncle, you jest. With a good secretary like you in Longquan County, how could we not develop? Wang Beihai stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhu Lingfeng. Well, I said, today we're just having a simple chat. No need for those formalities, Zhu Lingfeng said, picking up the teacup on the table. Speaking of contributions, you are the hero of Longquan County. Come, I'll toast you with tea. All right. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate and drank the tea in one gulp. I've heard about your story. In just half a year, from a penniless villager to a chairman who stands above others, you're indeed very capable. Zhu Lingfeng said, patting Wang Beihai again with a profound look. Among the younger generation in Jiangnan district, no one can match you. Even my son, compared to you, pales in comparison. Actually, I invited you here today with some intentions. First, I wanted to see what kind of person you are, and second, I have something I'd like to ask of you. As for the first point, I've seen it, and I'm very satisfied with you. In the future, if there's anything you need my help with, just say the word. As for the request, I only have one. Wang Beihai, you are outstanding, but the more outstanding a person is, the easier it is to lose themselves. This world is full of temptations, and one misstep can lead to a fall from grace. I don't ask for much, I just hope you never forget your original intentions. Zhu Lingfeng's earnest advice deeply moved Wang Beihai. At that moment, he felt a sudden clarity, as if he had gained enlightenment. Thank you. After a moment, Wang Beihai came back to his senses, bowing deeply to Zhu Lingfeng, his eyes clearer than before. Chapter 65. Wang Beihai's Decision. In the following time, Wang Beihai and Zhu Lingfeng and the others did not mention anything else. They chatted and laughed, completely without any gap, and the atmosphere was harmonious, just like a few brothers sitting together drinking and chatting. After leaving the hotel, Zhu Lingfeng said he had some things to attend to and quickly left with Zhu Lingji. Uncle Zhu is a good secretary who loves the country and its people. With him, Longquan County has a future, Wang Beihai said, looking at the distant car with a hint of relief in his eyes. I think you're not bad either, Bai said, smiling at Wang Beihai, and then asked, so, are you planning to go back now, or? No need, you go back first. I want to walk around alone. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand and walked away. What a strange person, Bai muttered to herself, thinking of matters in the village and not asking too much. Soon, she drove back to Wulong village. Wang Beihai walked alone on the streets of Longquan County, observing everything around him. Ever since hearing Zhu Lingfeng's words, Wang Beihai's mindset had changed again. Is it really right to just protect what I want to protect? He stopped, took out the jade amulet he had made earlier from his pocket. His original intention was to protect Yang Li from harm, but after the incident in Jiangbei, Wang Beihai realized that the power of the amulet was far from enough to protect anyone. I have the ability, so I can protect what I like, but in this vast world, how many are as fortunate as me? Wang Beihai looked at his hands and felt his own smallness and helplessness for the first time. I am not a hero, nor a deity. I cannot save everyone, nor protect everyone, but if necessary, I don't mind reducing their suffering and adding some warmth. But how should I do it? Wang Beihai frowned and slowly raised his head. Directly across from him was the Longquan County People's Hospital. Got it. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran towards the hospital. Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Li Zhenshi. Wang Beihai walked to the registration desk and said slowly. The nurse at the desk immediately looked up, glanced at Wang Beihai, then snorted disdainfully and said directly, Dr. Li is not here today. Come back another day. Next. Seeing the nurse's attitude, Wang Beihai frowned, and then looked up at the doctor's information for the day. The name Li Zhenshi was particularly prominent. So Wang Beihai lined up again, and when he reached the window, he repeated his previous words. Unexpectedly, the nurse glared at Wang Beihai and said impatiently, Who do you think Dr. Li is? Can you just see him whenever you want? Those who can get Dr. Li's appointment are either rich or noble. Look at you, do you deserve it? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was greatly shocked and asked coldly, Is there a hierarchy even in seeking medical treatment? Isn't saving lives and healing wounds a doctor's duty? Moreover, what if it's a critically ill patient in urgent need of treatment? Wouldn't they be delayed by you? Call Li Zhenshi down. Wang Beihai said with a black face, dissatisfied. Dr. Li's name is not something you can call directly. You can only get a regular appointment, like it or not, don't delay others from seeing the doctor. After the nurse said that, everyone began to criticize Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai looked at the crowd in surprise. He never expected that they would directly side with the hospital. Don't you want fair treatment? Wang Beihai asked the crowd angrily. Young man, don't make trouble. At that moment, an old man, sickly and frail, patted Wang Beihai. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. If you really want fairness, you have to find Dr. Li yourself. We all just want to get our illnesses treated. Although I also want to see Dr. Li, some things can't be changed. After saying that, the old man coughed a few times and wobbled back. Hurry up, if you're not seeing the doctor, others are waiting. If you cause more trouble, I'll call the security. The nurse glared at Wang Beihai. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slick hair and makeup walked up. What's going on here? The man asked the nurse accusingly. The nurse immediately lowered her head, pointing at Wang Beihai and whispered, Director, this guy wants to get Dr. Li's appointment, and I told him it's not possible, but he's causing a scene here. Oh. The man raised his eyebrows and then looked at Wang Beihai, smiling insincerely. I'm Lu Fulai, the director physician of this hospital. This brother, Dr. Li, rarely comes to our hospital for consultation, so the appointments were booked up a month ago. And to get Dr. Li's appointment, you have to pay 100,000. 100,000? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. 100,000 is enough to build a small house in Wulong village. Humph. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Lu Fulai immediately lost his smile. I thought you were some hidden rich person. Turns out you're just from a mountain village. Let me tell you, ordinary people need to pay 100,000 for an appointment, and for you low-class people, it's 200,000. No money, no treatment. Hee hee, what a low-class person. Wang Beihai's heart was filled with anger at this point, and he looked coldly at Lu Fulai's ugly face and laughed. Don't rural people have the right to medical treatment? What about the doctor's benevolence? Yet you wear colored glasses like this. Do you know how many families have been torn apart because they can't afford to see a doctor, and how many souls have been denied medication because they couldn't pay the medical fees? What are you yelling about? Seeing the crowd's emotions stirred up by Wang Beihai, Lu Fulai immediately lost his temper and shouted for security. Throw this country bumpkin out. With a wave of his hand, 2 security guards grabbed Wang Beihai's arms and started to drag him out. Stop, what are you doing? At that moment, Li Zhenshi shouted from upstairs, then came down with a female doctor. Master, you're finally here. Li Zhenshi was so excited to see Wang Beihai that he almost knelt down. Master? Everyone was shocked at the sight. Mr. Li, is this the northern divine doctor you mentioned to me? At that moment, the female doctor next to Li Zhenshi stepped forward and asked with a smile. Yes, he is my master, Wang Beihai. Saying that, Li Zhenshi pointed to the female doctor. Master, this is the director of the County People's Hospital, Shuejechi. Hello. Wang Beihai and Shuejechi nodded at each other and shook hands. This seemingly ordinary action actually scared Lu Fulai and the nurse beside them. What's going on here? After a brief exchange, Li Zhenshi looked at the 2 security guards and asked sternly. It was Director Lu who told us to do this, the security guard said tremblingly, looking at Lu Fulai. Lu Fulai's legs immediately went weak, and 2 words popped into his mind. It's over. Chapter 66. May all beings in the world be free from illness. What's going on, Director Lu? Shuejechi glanced at Lu Fulai, whose face instantly turned pale. With a quick turn of his eye, Lu Fulai dragged the young nurse over. President Xue, it's all her fault. She not only failed to guide Mr. Wang to register, but also insulted him. Even I was almost misled by her. As he spoke, Lu Fulai let go of the nurse and turned to ingratiate himself with Wang Beihai. Mr. Wang, I was misled earlier and spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Wang Beihai glanced at Lu Fulai but remained silent, only giving a contemptuous smile. Seeing this, Shuejechi guessed what had happened and turned her cold gaze to the young nurse, sternly questioning, Is that true? The young nurse, who had never seen such a scene, stood rooted to the spot, regretting her actions. I'm asking you a question. Seeing the nurse frozen in place, Shuejueqi raised her voice. Startled, the nurse hurriedly recounted the events. Well done, Director Liu, very well done. Upon hearing what Lu Fulai had done, Shuejueqi said through gritted teeth, You call yourself a chief physician, yet after all these years, have you forgotten the duty of a doctor? Hee. Knowing he couldn't escape today, Lu Fulai let out a loud laugh, revealing his ugly face. Shuejueqi, don't act so high and mighty. After all these years, don't you know what the situation in the hospital is like? We are a hospital, not a charity. We doctors are human, not gods. We have families to support. I ingratiate myself with the powerful and wealthy because I get what I want. If I were to cater to the poor, what would I get? They can't even afford to see a doctor, so why should I look at them with respect? As Lu Fulai spoke more passionately, his expression became almost maniacal. Wang Beihai and Li Zhenshi stood by, their faces heavy. Alas, you can leave. We don't need you here. At that moment, Shuejueqi sighed deeply and waved her hand at Lu Fulai. I may not be able to cater to everyone's feelings, but I know that from the moment I stepped into this hospital, I became a doctor. Saving lives and healing the wounded is my duty. In my eyes, there are only patients, no poor. Shuejueqi's gaze turned sharp as she coldly looked at Lu Fulai. You can leave now. And from today, I will issue a notice to all hospitals in Longquan County. I believe no hospital in Longquan can tolerate you. You are unworthy to be a doctor. As soon as Shuejueqi finished speaking, a round of applause erupted around them. The patients looked at Shuejueqi with excitement, as her words had touched their hearts. Fine, Shue. You have guts. One day, I'll make you regret this. Lu Fulai, his face pale, left a harsh remark before scurrying out of the hospital. And you. After dealing with Lu Fulai, Shuejueqi turned her gaze to the trembling nurse. Will you leave on your own, or do I have to force you out? The nurse's body stiffened slightly, then she softly said, I'll leave on my own. All right, go to finance and settle 3 months' salary. Reflect well, and strive to be a good nurse. Though Shuejueqi's words were cold, they sounded incredibly warm to the nurse's ears. I'm sorry you had to go through this. After handling everything, Shuejueqi turned to Wang Beihai, offering an apologetic smile. Haha, President Shue, you exaggerate. Wang Beihai laughed. Just Shuejueqi's words alone had earned his deep respect. The presence of such a pest in the hospital is my failure. I bear responsibility for this incident. Shuejueqi said with guilt. You've done well. At that moment, Wang Beihai and Li Zhenshi spoke in unison. Oh, by the way, Master, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me today? Seeing Shuejueqi still blaming herself, Li Zhenshi quickly changed the subject. Oh, nothing much. Just bored and thought I'd come chat with you. Wang Beihai said casually, but Li Zhenshi looked skeptical, thinking, with all the beauties around you, if you really came to chat with me, an old man, that would be strange. All right then, let's take a walk in the garden. Despite his thoughts, Li Zhenshi smiled and led Wang Beihai towards the hospital garden. Hey, President Shue, who exactly is that young man? It's the first time we've seen someone who commands such respect from Dr. Li. At that moment, a security guard asked. He's the future benefactor of our Longquan County. Shuejueqi watched Wang Beihai's back, her face showing a motherly smile. Master, now can you tell me, what did you come here for? Li Zhenshi led Wang Beihai to a pavilion in the garden, and finally couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's nothing much. Wang Beihai smiled and then asked, Li Zhenshi, as a healer, shouldn't we save lives and heal the wounded, regardless of wealth or poverty? Of course, that's a given. Li Zhenshi stroked his beard, looking puzzled at Wang Beihai. So, how do you think of my medical skills? Wang Beihai continued to ask. Li Zhenshi's eyes widened as he thumped his chest, saying seriously, Needless to say, I dare say that throughout the entire divine land, no one would dare claim to be second to you. Even if all 4 of us divine doctors were together, we wouldn't be your match. Oh, am I really that good? Wang Beihai felt a bit surprised, but Li Zhenshi nodded firmly. Then, what if I were to open a clinic? Wang Beihai asked further. Master, you want to open a clinic? Li Zhenshi's face lit up with excitement. Needless to say, with your medical skills, it would certainly be bustling with customers. No, no, no. Wang Beihai frowned and shook his head. What's wrong, master? Isn't that so? Li Zhenshi looked puzzled at Wang Beihai. If it's bustling, wouldn't that mean there are many sick people? As soon as Wang Beihai said this, Li Zhenshi froze, then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Beihai blinked. I, Li Zhenshi, have lived a lifetime. Yet I've been taught so many lessons by someone younger than me. May all beings in the world be free from illness. Why worry about dust on the medicine shelf? With such a compassionate heart, I am the one who has been impolite. Saying this, Li Zhenshi stood up and bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. For your kind heart, I will give you my clinic. Give it to me? Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. You have a clinic? Of course. Li Zhenshi thumped his chest and continued. After all, I am a renowned divine doctor. My clinic is in the heart of the city, called Xuanhuju. Although it's on the smaller side, it has all the necessary facilities. I just hope you won't find it beneath you. How could I possibly shanqi? Wang Beihai smiled. This saved him the trouble of choosing a location and renovating. When can you take me to see it? Right now. Li Zhenshi laughed loudly and led Wang Beihai out of the hospital. Hashtag Chapter 67. The Benevolent Hall. Li Zhenshi led Wang Beihai directly to the city center, passing through bustling streets, and after a turn, they arrived at a narrow alley. Wang Beihai looked at the slightly aged alley and couldn't help but feel surprised. Is your clinic here? He asked. Yes, Li Zhenshi replied, stopping and touching the surrounding walls with a nostalgic look in his eyes. This is where I grew up. Once, this place was very lively, but as Longquan County developed better and better, this place was gradually forgotten. Li Zhenshi glanced at the towering buildings around and continued. Initially, this area was planned for urban construction, but the older generation couldn't bear to leave, so it was left as an exception. Don't you think this place is a bit out of place compared to those skyscrapers? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly stunned and then smiled. It's rare to find such tranquility in the midst of a bustling city. This alley has its own unique charm. Hee, nowadays, only you young people would think that, Li Zhenshi said with a look of approval, continuing forward. Along the way, they saw elderly men and women sitting at their doorsteps chatting. Wang Beihai noticed that the residents of this alley were mostly elderly people and migrant workers. The older generation doesn't want to leave here, even though their children have bought houses outside. And the migrant workers come here for the cheap rent. Most people living here don't have much money, Li Zhenshi explained, seeming to understand Wang Beihai's curiosity. So, you opened your clinic here? Wang Beihai said with a smirk, intentionally. Hee, as you said, we medical practitioners have benevolence in our hearts. These people can't afford to go to the hospital. If I didn't open my clinic here, what would they do? Not all doctors are in it for money, especially since my roots are here, Li Zhenshi said, stopping and pointing ahead. That's my clinic up front. Wang Beihai looked in the direction pointed and saw an old two-story pavilion. A wooden sign hung above the door, inscribed with the words, Xuanhu Hall. Outside the door, a long line of people waited. Dr. Li is here. The crowd greeted Li Zhenshi warmly as he arrived. Li Zhenshi responded with smiles, showing no airs of a renowned doctor. Li Zhenshi led Wang Beihai into the pavilion. The interior was spacious. Wang Beihai glanced around and noticed only 3 people were busy, 1 doctor and 2 nurses. Seeing the long line outside, Wang Beihai frowned. With so many patients, 3 people are too few, aren't they? Not really. In today's world, how many people would willingly come to such a place? Li Zhenshi shook his head helplessly. Even the doctor inside is my apprentice. But now that you, master, are here, we can relax. No, I can't take over Xuanhu Hall. Wang Beihai thought for a moment and shook his head directly. Li Zhenshi was surprised. Why? Do you look down on this place, master? No. Wang Beihai shook his head. On the contrary, seeing your place, I have many thoughts. Have you ever thought about how many alleys like this, how many elderly people and migrant workers there are in this city? Your Xuanhu Hall is great, but too few people know about it. What I want to do is to ensure that all such people have a place to see a doctor. So, my clinic definitely can't be here. Instead, I want to open it where everyone knows and can find it. Master, you are truly a great benefactor. My perspective was too narrow, Li Zhenshi said excitedly, looking at Wang Beihai. Somehow, this young man, much younger than him, always brought him surprises. Let's open the clinic in the city center, Wang Beihai thought, and then asked Li Zhenshi, Mr. Li, I'll need your help with the procedures and documents for the clinic. Hee, serving the people is no trouble at all. When your clinic opens, I'll come to learn from you. Li Zhenshi agreed without hesitation, laughing heartily. By the way, can I take a turn at the clinic today? Wang Beihai suddenly said, glancing at the long line outside. Hearing this, Li Zhenshi was overjoyed. Of course, that's wonderful. He quickly went to the doctor's side, pulled him up, and then welcomed Wang Beihai with a smile. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate, sitting down directly and taking a deep breath before calling out, "Come in." This session lasted for 2 hours. After the last patient left satisfied, Wang Beihai stood up and stretched. Incredible, truly incredible. Li Zhenshi and his apprentice watched Wang Beihai's miraculous medical skills, amazed. From start to finish, Wang Beihai didn't use any auxiliary tools, just a light touch on the pulse to accurately diagnose and prescribe treatment. I always thought my medical skills were top-notch. Seeing you in action today, I realize how ignorant I was. What a shame about those so-called 4 great doctors. I'm ashamed, Li Zhenshi said, shaking his head. Wang Beihai walked over, patted his shoulder, and said slowly, "There's always more to learn." Then, with a wave of his hand, he disappeared into the night. I'm enlightened, Li Zhenshi thought, looking at the dark alley. The next day, Wang Beihai contacted Zhang Shuming early. Learning that Zhang Shuming had a shop for sale in the city center, Wang Beihai went directly to Zhang Shuming's property. Long time no see, Brother Hai. Zhang Shuming greeted excitedly upon seeing Wang Beihai. Yes, it's been a while. You're living quite well, Wang Beihai observed, noticing Zhang Shuming had gained weight in just a few months. Haha, it's all thanks to you. You wouldn't believe it, but the dividends from the winery are almost as much as one of my properties now, Zhang Shuming said, clearly grateful to Wang Beihai. That's great. By the way, how much is this shop? Wang Beihai pointed to the largest shop in the square. Don't talk about money. Just take it, Zhang Shuming said. Wang Beihai was stunned. The shop was at least 500 to 600 square meters and double-story. Hesitating, Zhang Shuming patted his shoulder. Compared to what you've given me, this is nothing. Just take it and use it. Thank you, Wang Beihai said, no longer hesitating. He then called Li Zhenshi to clarify the details and quickly started the work. A month later, all the equipment and decoration for the clinic were ready. With a burst of fireworks, Wang Beihai unveiled the red cloth on the signboard. The 3 characters, Jishir Hall, shone brightly. Hashtag Chapter 68. Retaliation from the Black Gold Society. On the first day of the opening of Jishitang, Wang Beihai hung up a sign for free medical consultations, offering his services to everyone at no cost. This grand gesture completely shocked the people of Longquan County. Countless people gathered outside Jishitang, creating a tight circle around the clinic. However, while the crowd was large, most people were there out of curiosity, and very few actually sought medical treatment. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Yang Li sat at the entrance of Jishitang, looking at the skeptical eyes of the crowd, feeling extremely anxious. Don't worry. Wang Beihai, on the other hand, sipped tea leisurely. How can I not worry? Yang Li shot an annoyed glance at Wang Beihai and continued. Why did you even open a clinic? Isn't the winery enough for you to handle? This is exhausting and risky. What if something goes wrong and you end up in trouble? Besides, everyone now goes to big hospitals. Who would come to such a small clinic? As Yang Li spoke, he glanced at the time. Look, it's already this late, and still no one has come. It's not that no one has come. It's that they don't dare to come. Wang Beihai chuckled, knowing that no one would believe that something good could fall from the sky. Then what should we do? The advertising was so loud, and if no one shows up, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Yang Li shook his head, while Wang Beihai continued to sip his tea unhurriedly. No need to rush. An hour quickly passed, and many of the onlookers had left. Just then, a commotion arose from a distance. Li Zhanshi, dressed in a white lab coat, led a group of elderly men and women to the entrance of Jishitang. Wang Beihai glanced at them. These were the patients he had cured a month ago. Li Zhanshi smiled at Wang Beihai and then clapped his hands. Several people immediately pulled off the red cloth in their hands, revealing a large banner. Everyone, I am Li Zhanshi. Today, I am not here to advertise but to express my gratitude. The doctor here at Jishitang, Dr. Wang, is my master. It was he who cured these patients that even I couldn't treat. As he spoke, the elderly men and women nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the crowd's suspicions lessened considerably. Finally, a middle-aged man with dull eyes stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and then walked straight into Jishitang. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Wang Beihai didn't even take his pulse. He directly took out a silver needle and pricked the man's back twice. Instantly, the man's fatigue vanished, and he became energetic. Too amazing, a true miracle worker. The man moved his arms, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he grabbed Wang Beihai's hand and repeatedly thanked him before leaving Jishitang contentedly. Seeing this, the crowd's defenses completely vanished, and they began to queue up at the door, eager to be treated. Wait, don't be fooled by him. At that moment, a menacing-looking man shouted, then had someone bring down a coffin from a car. This is the person who, despite not knowing any medicine, still goes around deceiving people. My wife took his medicine and passed away overnight. As he spoke, the man broke down in tears over the coffin. In an instant, the crowd, which had been eager to try, showed expressions of horror and quickly moved aside. Luckily, I moved fast. I didn't expect this man to be a fraud. And he calls himself Dr. Li? He's colluding with a fraud to deceive us. The crowd blocked the entrance of Jishitang, each person speaking angrily, as if they had a deep grudge against the clinic. Even Li Zhanshi was criticized by the crowd. Shut up. At that moment, Yang Li shouted angrily and walked out. You people, instead of looking at the facts before your eyes, believe in someone who suddenly appears. Isn't that laughable? Didn't he just cure a man right in front of you? Who can't pull off such a trick with hired actors? But my wife is truly dead. The man sneered, then opened the coffin. Indeed, inside lay a pale-faced female corpse. This made the crowd even angrier. Meanwhile, from a nearby high-rise, a man watched the scene with great interest, his face showing a cruel smile. Hee, this is the consequence of opposing our black gold society. Oh, it's about time to let the reporters and media in. I want his clinic to close on its first day. The man waved his hand, and an underling immediately ran off to carry out the order. By the way, I heard this Wang fellow has a winery and also has a stake in Ruying International. The man sneered again and continued, order our people to take care of these businesses in the next few days. Something's not right, master. At this moment, Li Zhanshi and his group had entered Jishitang. Seeing the agitated crowd outside, Li Zhanshi frowned. I haven't practiced medicine in a long time. Wang Beihai smiled. It was clear this was a frame-up. Then what should we do? If this continues, Jishitang is doomed. Li Zhanshi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Don't rush, wait a little longer. Wang Beihai glanced outside and then leisurely sipped his tea. Soon, a commotion arose as many reporters with cameras and notebooks rushed over, snapping photos of Jishitang. You all stay inside and watch. The show is about to begin. At that moment, Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he stood up and walked to the door. Are you the legendary Dr. Wang? How did you persuade Dr. Li to conspire with you? It's said that your true identity is just a farmer and that you never studied medicine. Is that true? What is your real purpose for doing this? As soon as he stepped out, the reporters swarmed him, bombarding him with question after question. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, took the microphone from a reporter, and said calmly, "Actually, that woman is not dead." "What?" The crowd was momentarily stunned by Wang Beihai's statement, but the man leaning over the coffin showed a hint of panic in his eyes. "I mean, the woman in the coffin is not dead. If necessary, I can save her." Wang Beihai repeated loudly. "You scoundrel, my wife is dead, and you're still joking like this." Seeing this, the man immediately berated Wang Beihai, trying to incite the crowd's anger. However, before the crowd could react, Wang Beihai had already appeared beside the coffin, touching the woman's forehead and then smiling. "Get away." The man pushed Wang Beihai away nervously, and the crowd quickly gathered around. Several people checked the woman and confirmed that she had no pulse or breath. Even Li Zhenshi examined her and eventually shook his head. "Look, so many people, including Dr. Li, say my wife is dead. You're clearly just making excuses." Seeing this, the man immediately turned the blame on Wang Beihai. Hee. At that moment, Wang Beihai chuckled, his body moving swiftly to the coffin. Before the man could react, Wang Beihai had already reached into the coffin and pulled out a steel needle. Chapter 69. Exposed. "What is this thing?" The crowd marveled at the steel needle in Wang Beihai's hand. "It's the turtle breathing technique." At that moment, Li Zhenshi's eyes lit up as he recognized the item. "I saw it in an ancient book. By inserting a steel needle into the acupoints at the back of the head, if done with precision, it can cause the person's brain to stop functioning, putting them into a state of suspended animation. In this state, all bodily functions cease, making them appear dead." As he spoke, Li Zhenshi stepped forward, ignoring the man's objections, and placed his hand on the female corpse's arm. Soon, he revealed a delighted smile. "I was right. This woman was clearly injected with a steel needle at the back of her head, causing a state of suspended animation. Her restored pulse is the best proof." As soon as Li Zhenshi finished speaking, the man's eyes darted, and he turned to flee, only to find Wang Beihai already in front of him. A slap rendered the man unconscious. At the same time, the woman in the coffin took a deep breath and suddenly sat up. "Who am I? Where am I?" The woman shook her head, glanced at the surrounding crowd, and her eyes filled with fear. "Don't be afraid, miss. Take a look. Do you recognize this person?" Wang Beihai stepped forward, gently patted the woman's back, and an invisible energy entered her body, calming her down. "No, I don't." The woman looked at the man lying on the ground and shook her head. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. Evidently, the woman had also been abducted. This realization filled him with anger. "Take them both to the clinic first," Wang Beihai said indifferently, then took out his phone to call the police before turning around and walking into the clinic without looking back. Seeing the crowd still standing in place, Li Zhenshi said directly, "What are you still looking at?" This man was clearly framing and slandering. "Now, even the supposedly dead have been revived by my master. What more do you have to worry about?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately reacted and rushed to the clinic to register. "Master Li, you handle the clinic. I'll interrogate him." As soon as Li Zhenshi entered the clinic, Wang Beihai approached, carrying the unconscious man. "Go ahead, I'll manage things here." Li Zhenshi nodded. Then, Wang Beihai dragged the man into the office. "Stop pretending, wake up." Wang Beihai threw the man onto the ground and turned to lock the office door. "Heh, I didn't expect you to have some skills. I underestimated you." The man chuckled, slowly stood up from the ground, and looked at Wang Beihai with cold eyes. Wang Beihai, upon hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. "Tell me, who sent you?" "Heh, I'm from the Black Gold Society." The man showed no fear and directly revealed his affiliation. Black Gold Society? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. After careful consideration, he realized that only the Black Gold Society would do such a thing. "Heh, you really went all out. To deal with a small farmer like me, you went through so much trouble. I'm almost embarrassed." Wang Beihai sneered, but the man burst out laughing as well. "What a joke. Do you think such a big operation is necessary for you? You should look at yourself in the mirror. This time, I was just careless, but you shouldn't have stayed alone with me. Forgot to tell you, I'm a top 100 hunter on the dark web. Meeting me today is your bad luck." With that, the man roared, his body rapidly expanding, and the ropes binding his hands were torn apart. "Haha, those who see me in this form are usually dead. Since you're about to die, I'll tell you one more thing. Not only your clinic, but also your winery and Ruying International will become targets of our Black Gold Society's revenge." After saying this, the man's body shook, instantly appearing in front of Wang Beihai, and then punched towards him. Facing the man's attack, Wang Beihai stood still until the fist was right in front of him. Then, he turned his head, and his cold gaze met the man's. The man's heart tightened, and he quickly withdrew his fist, then stomped the ground hard, creating distance between them. "What's going on?" The man was secretly shocked. He had a strong intuition that if he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been dead by now. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The man shook his head, glanced at the frail Wang Beihai, full of fighting spirit, but dared not attack rashly. "What's the matter?" At that moment, Wang Beihai couldn't wait any longer and stretched lazily, sneering, "If you don't make a move, I'll take the initiative." With that, the man only felt a blur before his eyes and lost sight of Wang Beihai. Then, he felt a chill at his back and instantly lost consciousness. "Looks like he's really out. He's not very durable." Wang Beihai clapped his hands. A few months ago, he might have been more cautious, but since breaking through to the second level of the Haotian Schoolyard, such a high-level opponent was like a child to him. Half an hour later, the police arrived at the scene, clarified the situation, and took the man and woman to the police station. Following that, Wang Beihai and Li Zhenshi continued their free clinic for the entire afternoon. Under their superb medical skills, many of the patients who came for free treatment miraculously recovered. In an instant, various news media competed to report, and the reputation of Jishir Tang was instantly spread. Late at night, Wang Beihai sat alone in his office, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "It's time to deal with the Black Gold Society," Wang Beihai muttered. For a long time, he hadn't paid much attention to the Black Gold Society, but now that they had come knocking on his door, there was no reason to retreat. Moreover, from what the man said, the next targets of the Black Gold Society would be Wulong Village and Ruying International. Ruying International. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai opened his eyes wide, suddenly remembering that there were only 2 days left until the deadline set by Ling Ruying and Ling Ingjia. Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat and quickly took out his phone to call Ling Ruying. But after dialing for a long time, there was still no answer. "This is bad." Wang Beihai frowned, recalling Ling Ingjia's cunning methods, and a sense of foreboding quietly arose in his heart. Wang Beihai glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. After some thought, he stood up and headed straight for Ruying International. Wang Beihai walked swiftly, and soon, he could faintly see the Ruying International building. At that moment, several fire trucks sped past Wang Beihai, followed by a gust of wind, carrying a burnt smell into Wang Beihai's nose. "This?" Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Turning a corner, he saw that the building where Ruying International was located was engulfed in flames, and the floor where Ruying International's offices were located was burning. "Pick up the phone." Wang Beihai hurriedly took out his phone and called Ling Ruying again, but there was still no answer. In a hurry, Wang Beihai quickened his pace. By the time he reached the building, there were already crowds of people gathered downstairs, and the firefighters were urgently devising emergency plans. Wu Annie. At that moment, Wang Beihai finally spotted a familiar figure in the crowd and hurried over to ask, who knew that as soon as Wu Annie saw Wang Beihai, she burst into loud sobs. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left Miss alone upstairs." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's head buzzed, and he quickly grabbed Wu Annie, asking, "What exactly happened?" "Today, Miss and I were sorting out the accounts. About 10 minutes ago, Miss asked me to go downstairs to buy a late-night snack. By the time I returned, the fire had already started. It's my fault for coming down by myself." Wu Annie cried, her face wet with tears. Wang Beihai glanced at her and saw that she was indeed holding a late-night snack. "It's okay. Everything will be fine." Wang Beihai consoled Wu Annie for a few moments before heading to the side of the building, bypassing the firefighters' barricade and sprinting up the burning floors. Chapter 70. The Ambush. Ruying, where are you? Finally, Wang Beihai arrived at the floor of Ruying International. As soon as he opened the door, a roaring inferno surged towards him. Startled, Wang Beihai quickly backed away, but even so, his clothes were scorched by the intense heat, leaving a large hole. This won't do. Wang Beihai glanced at the flames in the room and frowned. Charging in recklessly wouldn't just fail to find Ling Ruying. He'd be turned into roasted pork within 10 minutes. Thinking this, Wang Beihai looked around but found nothing useful. In a moment of desperation, Wang Beihai was like an ant on a hot pan, helplessly shouting into the inferno. Help! At that moment, a voice called out. Wang Beihai looked up to see a figure dart by. Ruying! Wang Beihai shouted, but received no response. Forget it. After another minute, Wang Beihai completely lost patience. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the nearby door, and with a strong pull, tore it off its hinges. Holding the door in front of him, Wang Beihai activated the Haoyan Jingqi, a righteous energy enveloping his body. With a determined gaze, he charged into the fire. In less than a minute, the iron door in Wang Beihai's hands turned red hot, and his clothes caught fire. Fortunately, the Haoyan Jingqi protected him, but the smoke from the flames was unbearable. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes passed. Wang Beihai had discarded the door, and his clothes were consumed by the fire. His once agile senses began to dull. Ling Ruying, where are you? Wang Beihai shouted with all his strength. Help! The voice from before reappeared. Ignoring everything, Wang Beihai followed the sound and found a figure in a storage room. Ruying. Wang Beihai was overjoyed and rushed towards the figure. As he got closer, the figure suddenly turned around. Wang Beihai was shocked to see not Ling Ruying but a person in a bomb-proof suit. Goodbye. The person made a farewell gesture and thrust a red-hot long knife towards Wang Beihai's chest. Exhausted, Wang Beihai struggled to dodge but found his body too heavy. He twisted his body in desperation. A sharp sound echoed as the knife pierced through Wang Beihai's Haoyan Jingqi and deeply embedded in his shoulder. Ah! The burning blade charred Wang Beihai's shoulder, causing him excruciating pain. Hee Beihai, today is your end. The mysterious figure cackled and kicked Wang Beihai several meters away. Are you from the Black Gold Society? After rolling on the ground, Wang Beihai propped himself up with his feet, glaring at the mysterious figure. Himph, Wang Beihai, do you really think you've only offended the Black Gold Society? The mysterious figure sneered, slowly approaching with the long knife. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned deeply, rapidly recalling recent events in his mind. Are you from the Li or Su families? Or from Ling Ingjia's people? Hee, a dying man doesn't need to know so much. As the mysterious figure spoke, he was already close to Wang Beihai, raising the knife to strike. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he quickly rolled to the side, barely dodging the knife. The mysterious figure's attack missed, and without hesitation, he turned the knife towards Wang Beihai's neck. A strong sense of crisis surged in Wang Beihai. Just then, he felt dizzy and weak, forcing him to gather spiritual energy in his arm to block the incoming blade. A clang rang out as Wang Beihai was knocked back by the force. Pooh! Wang Beihai spat out more blood. His nose and mouth now filled with black soot. Shaking his dizzy head, Wang Beihai struggled to stand amidst the flames, glaring at the mysterious figure. I only have one question. Where have you taken Ling Ruying? Hee, you still care about that now? The mysterious figure laughed disdainfully, then said, If you want to know, ask the King of Hell. With that, the mysterious figure lunged at Wang Beihai, slashing down with the knife. The sharp blade glinted with a chilling light. Wang Beihai, with no strength left, closed his eyes and quickly recalled Xiao Min's image. I'm sorry, Minner. Wang Beihai thought silently. After a few seconds, the expected coldness didn't come. Opening his eyes, Wang Beihai saw the mysterious figure's blade stopped 2 centimeters from his head. What's going on? Just as Wang Beihai was full of questions, a familiar voice came from behind him. Yo, didn't expect you to be so tough. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. In a daze, he saw a slender figure step in front of him, waving his hand to part the flames. Silver hair, black robe, it was Xiao Luo. Why are you here? Wang Beihai asked through his pain. Stop talking. I'm afraid you'll talk yourself to death. Xiao Luo turned around, giving Wang Beihai the middle finger. You're pretty weak. How come you weren't this scared of fire when fighting me? Remember, you owe me, Beihai, a life today. Xiao Luo then turned to face the mysterious figure. Long time no see, explosion. I see you're still as cunning as ever. The mysterious figure looked at Xiao Luo, slowly sheathing his knife, and said, Xiao Luo, you're still the same. Do you really want to oppose me? Oppose the Black Gold Society? No, no, no. Xiao Luo shook his hand. I don't have the ability or the interest. But the person you want to kill happens to be my brother, so I can't just stand by. Haha, what a joke. The legendary loner Xiao Luo. When did you ever have a brother? The mysterious figure laughed, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Xiao Luo. Let me tell you again, not just the Black Gold Society wants him dead. The Ling family, the Li family, the Su family, they all want him dead. You can't protect him. Oh. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, turning to Wang Beihai. Seems you have a lot of enemies, Beihai. Wang Beihai gave a weak smile, his voice feeble as he said, Scared? Pfft. There's no such word as afraid in my dictionary. Xiao Luo snorted, then looked at the mysterious figure. You heard that, I can't back down? Humph, this is your own doing. The mysterious figure snorted, clapped his hands, and instantly, a group of people in bomb-proof suits rushed into the fire. Today, this is where you two die. The mysterious figure waved his hand, and the newcomers surrounded Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo, pointing their black barrels at them. Hee hee, how interesting. Xiao Luo laughed coldly, his azure eyes turning crimson. Hashtag Chapter 71, Trap. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, dense flashes of firelight flickered within the inferno, and bullets rained down like a storm on Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Luo gathered the surrounding flames into a fiery sphere, enveloping both himself and Wang Beihai within it. The gunfire persisted for a full minute before finally ceasing. The mysterious figure gestured for a few men to approach and inspect. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and the surrounding flames surged madly towards the fiery sphere. We're in trouble, the mysterious figure muttered, his eyes turning cold. He quickly reloaded his gun and began firing again at the sphere, shouting, Quick, keep shooting. The others followed suit, but no matter how much they fired, the sphere only grew larger. After another round of shooting, the sphere finally cracked open, and Xiao Luo emerged with a sinister smile, his blood-red eyes and a pair of fiery wings behind him, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. After all these years, you're still as arrogant as ever, Xiao Luo said, giving the mysterious figure a mocking grin. My power is far greater than you've seen. You've finished shooting, now it's my turn. With a flap of his fiery wings, the sphere behind him transformed into countless flaming swords. A flick of Xiao Luo's finger sent the swords flying, and before the men in front of him could even scream, their bodies were pierced like sieves. Seeing the situation turn dire, the mysterious figure threw a smoke bomb to the ground and vanished into the smoke, escaping the scene. Humph, coward, Xiao Luo scoffed, then waved his hand, causing the flames in the building to dissipate instantly. After doing so, Xiao Luo's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed. You're injured? Wang Beihai frowned, noticing blood dripping from Xiao Luo's arm. Just a minor wound. I'll survive, Xiao Luo replied with a faint smile, then sat down beside Wang Beihai, clearly exhausted from the battle. Today, thank you. I owe you my life, Wang Beihai said, smiling contentedly at Xiao Luo's appearance. TCH, keep training. We haven't settled our score yet. Don't die before me, Xiao Luo responded with a chuckle. After a brief rest, Luo stood up. I'll be leaving now. Today's commotion was a bit too big. If ordinary people find out, we'll be in trouble. What do you mean by that? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Remember, Beihai, some things are unreasonable and non-existent in the eyes of ordinary people. Once such things are exposed to the public, human desires will be amplified infinitely. So, our abilities and skills should not be revealed to the public unless absolutely necessary. With that, Luo walked to the window, looked at Wang Beihai, and said his goodbyes before leaping off the high-rise and disappearing into the night. As Wang Beihai pondered Luo's words, he suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor. It's the fire department, Wang Beihai thought, realizing the danger. He dragged his heavily injured body to the stairwell and escaped to the roof via the emergency exit. Phew! Wang Beihai sighed in relief when he saw the firefighters hadn't followed him up. He leaned against the parapet, channeling the Haotian Zhengqi within him to heal his wounds. An hour later, Wang Beihai's wounds were mostly healed, except for the one on his shoulder, which was still in the process of recovery, while the others had already scabbed over. I wonder where Ling Ruying is now. Wang Beihai opened his eyes, still worried about Ling Ruying's safety. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called. Wang Beihai quickly answered, and to his surprise, it was Ling Ruying's voice on the other end. Beihai, save me. Before Wang Beihai could respond, he heard the mysterious figure's voice from the other end. Hey Beihai, your luck's not bad. Luo actually came to your aid. But don't forget, Ling Ruying is in our hands. If you want to save her, come alone to the heavenly realm within half an hour. If I don't see you, don't blame my men for being rough with her. With that, the mysterious figure hung up. Meanwhile, on the dark web, a bounty hunter named Explosion posted a bounty on Wang Beihai, offering a staggering sum of 100 million. The bounty also included the information that Wang Beihai would arrive at the heavenly realm within half an hour, causing numerous hunters to rush towards the location. What should I do? On the rooftop, Wang Beihai looked at the high-rise building labeled Heavenly Realm and hesitated. Going there in his current state was undoubtedly suicidal, but to choose to flee would be worse than death. I'll risk it. Let's fight. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he dialed Xiaomin's number, but after 3 attempts, there was no answer. Forget it. I'll talk about it if I survive. Wang Beihai pocketed his phone, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Heh, Beihai, you're completely unaware of your own abilities, a voice suddenly said, and Wang Beihai saw the Book of No Words emerge from his body. With the Haotian Jingqi Ju and the Hunyuan Ju, 2 of the top ancient cultivation methods, and the divine weapon Qi Shao, you ended up in such a sorry state. I truly feel sorry for these divine artifacts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and calmed his mind. Indeed, he had been so worried about Ling Ruying's safety that he had forgotten about the divine weapon Qi Shao. Right, I still have mental perception, Wang Beihai thought, his eyes lighting up. Just as he was about to thank the Book of No Words, it disappeared. Thank you, Wang Beihai laughed, then leaped off the rooftop, his body light as he darted between towering buildings, taking advantage of the night to steal a set of clothes. Half an hour later, in the most luxurious suite on the top floor of the heavenly realm, the mysterious figure sat on the sofa, one hand holding a glass of red wine, the other pulling Ling Ruying's hair. TSK, 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 such a beautiful face. If that Beihai doesn't show up today, it'll be a shame for my men to enjoy it, he said, glancing at the few men in front of him. All famous hunters on the dark web, here to claim Wang Beihai's head. Don't worry, boys, if that Beihai doesn't come, this beauty will be yours to enjoy first, the mysterious figure said, and the men immediately grinned lewdly. Just then, the door to the suite was pushed open, and Li Yixuan and Su Wenxing walked in. The two approached the mysterious figure, and Su Wenxing poured a glass of wine over Ling Ruying, instantly soaking her white shirt and making her alluring figure partially visible. Truly remarkable. No wonder she's called one of the 4 beauties. Su Wenxing licked his lips, then shook his head. Too bad you got involved with that country bumpkin, Wang Beihai. With that, Su Wenxing poured another glass of wine over Ling Ruying. Looks like the Ling family is on the decline. The eldest daughter in trouble, and not a single soul to help, Su Wenxing said, laughing loudly. "Shut up! Who says the Ling family has no one?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Ling Ruying turned to look, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, feeling as if 1,000 swords had pierced her heart. Chapter 72. Peril. Lingingjia. Ling Ruying couldn't help but scream out loud. The intruders were none other than Ling Tianxi and his son, Lingingjia. However, they weren't here to rescue Ling Ruying. On the contrary, they were the masterminds behind this entire scheme. Mingjia, you did well this time, Ling Tianxi said with a smile, nodding his head. Then, he turned to look at Ling Ruying, who was in a disheveled state, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "My dear niece, I've long advised you not to interfere in my affairs. Wouldn't it be better to just be a princess? You're as stubborn as your foolish parents." With that, Ling Tianxi slapped Ling Ruying across the face. Ling Ruying let out a pained grunt, her eyes filled with fury. At this moment, she had no more affection for this ruthless father and son within her family. "Ha, well done," Lingingjia said, walking over to the mysterious man and patting him on the shoulder. "We're just fulfilling our own needs," the mysterious man said with a smile, removing his mask to reveal his true face. "Butler who?" Upon seeing the mysterious man's true identity, Ling Ruying was completely shocked. This man was Hu Tian, the butler of the Ling family, and Ling Ruying remembered how kind this bespectacled uncle had been to her when she was a child. "Why?" Ling Ruying's heart ached, and she frowned, looking at Hu Tian in confusion. "There's nothing to explain. As I said, we're just fulfilling our own needs," Hu Tian said slowly, putting his glasses back on and then looking coldly at Ling Ruying. "If it weren't for our past relationship, you would have been defiled by these people by now." Hearing this, Ling Ruying's light went out completely, and she slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Hu Tian shook his head, then looked at Ling Tianxi and his son, saying coldly, "Once Wang Beihai is killed, we'll have fulfilled most of our agreement. Then, we'll help you take care of Ling Tianyu, and the Ling family will be under your control. Don't forget your previous promises. You know what happens if you offend the Black Gold Society," Hu Tian added. We know, Ling Tianxi said hurriedly, feeling a chill down his spine. "Are you from the Black Gold Society?" Ling Ruying asked in shock, looking at Hu Tian in disbelief. Then, she continued, "You just said you want to kill my father. Is he still alive? Do you know where he is?" "Miss Ling, knowing too much could cost you your life," Hu Tian snorted, grabbing a cloth from the table and stuffing it into Ling Ruying's mouth. A few minutes later, the hunters on the scene began to stir. "Why hasn't he come yet? That Beihai probably chickened out, right?" said a burly man. "I bet Beihai has run away. How about we enjoy this beauty first?" Another thin man said, reaching out to touch Ling Ruying. "Get lost!" Hu Tian suddenly stepped forward, shouting angrily, and with a wave of his hand, a flash of cold light appeared, and the man's arm was instantly severed. The man screamed in pain, clutching his severed arm. Everyone looked over to see Hu Tian standing in front of Ling Ruying with a long sword in his hand, his eyes glowing red like a bloodthirsty beast. "He's Explosion. He's the one who ranked 4th on the hunter list," one of the hunters exclaimed, and the others were shocked, their faces immediately showing fear. "I said it before, if you come here, you have to follow my orders," Hu Tian said, stepping forward and crushing the man under his foot, his eyes sweeping around the room, making everyone feel a chill. Ling Ruying, seeing this, couldn't help but tremble, praying in her heart that Wang Beihai wouldn't come. At that moment, Wang Beihai stood on the rooftop of the celestial realm, slowly opening his eyes, revealing a trace of solemnity. In fact, he had already arrived 10 minutes ago, but for safety's sake, Wang Beihai had been using his spiritual sense to investigate the situation inside the room. Feeling Ling Ruying's strong vitality, Wang Beihai couldn't help but relax. There are 12 people in the room besides Ling Ruying, for without any strength, 7 with average strength, and only 1 is a bit troublesome, Wang Beihai calculated in his mind, frowning. With his current condition, he could handle the others, but adding Hu Tian made it a bit difficult. As Wang Beihai was thinking, he suddenly heard Hu Tian's voice. If Wang Beihai doesn't come within a minute, take the girl away, Hu Tian said. What should I do? Wang Beihai was anxious. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Hu Tian in the room frowned and then waved his hand. She's yours. Seeing this, the hunters rushed forward, tearing at Ling Ruying's clothes. Ling Ruying looked at the door and then smiled faintly, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Then, with a resolute look, she slammed her head into the corner of a table. Unexpectedly, Hu Tian reacted quickly, kicking Ling Ruying away from the table. You won't die so easily, Hu Tian said, and several hunters once again surrounded Ling Ruying, who was truly despairing. At that moment, the tightly closed door of the room was suddenly kicked open. Everyone looked over to see a frail young man standing at the door, holding a long sword. Beihai. Seeing the figure at the door, Ling Ruying broke down, tears streaming down like a dam had burst. I'm here, let her go, Wang Beihai said coldly, looking at Hu Tian. You're too late, I've changed my mind, Hu Tian sneered, pointing his long sword at Wang Beihai and saying coldly, Today, you die, and she stays. You're courting death. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and the righteousness of Haoyan erupted in full force, making everyone in the room feel an icy chill. Hu Tian was momentarily stunned, looking at Wang Beihai in disbelief. It's a pity we couldn't kill you at Ruying International. I didn't expect you to recover to this state in such a short time. It was my mistake. With that, Hu Tian grabbed Ling Ruying, pushing her to Ling Ingjia, and then looked at Wang Beihai. Last time, you had Xiaoluo's help. This time, you won't be so lucky. Emph! Wang Beihai snorted coldly in response to Hu Tian's provocation. It's just as well. The previous grudge can be settled now. With that, Wang Beihai held his sword, Qi Xiao, horizontally and suddenly turned into a blur, charging into the room. The people in the room only saw a flash of red light, and when they came to their senses, Wang Beihai was already in front of them. Then, with a swing of his sword, the necks of the nearby hunters suddenly had a blood stain. With a few muffled sounds, 3 hunters collapsed to the ground, clearly dead. The remaining hunters took a step back, no longer looking at Wang Beihai with contempt, but with a hint of caution. Attack! Hu Tian shouted, and everyone rushed towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 73, The God of Death. Confronted with attacks from 4 hunters simultaneously, Wang Beihai remained unflustered. His eyes were shrouded in a layer of golden light, a result of the golden light of the Hunyuan technique. To Wang Beihai, the overwhelming assaults appeared full of flaws. While effortlessly dodging, he kept an eye on Hu Tian, who stood nearby, watching with predatory intent. For Wang Beihai, Hu Tian was the real threat. At that moment, one of the hunters activated a berserk mode, his speed surging as he charged towards Wang Beihai. An opportunity, Wang Beihai thought, his body slightly shifting to evade the hunter's lethal strike. With a swift turn of his sword, he thrust forward, and the hunter collapsed, lifeless. What a fast sword, Hu Tian muttered, narrowing his eyes, feeling an instinctive pressure. He began to circle the battlefield, his hand resting on his long blade, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Beihai, noticing Hu Tian's intent, spun 180 degrees in the air, evading the attacks of the remaining 3 hunters, and then delivered a powerful punch to the emaciated man with a severed arm. Already weakened by his injury and sustained only by special drugs, the emaciated man had no defense against Wang Beihai's assault. Before he could react, Wang Beihai's fist struck his chest, causing a loud crack. The emaciated man's chest caved in, and his body flew like a sandbag, smashing through the wall of the room. Seeing this, Hu Tian frowned and swung his blade, but Wang Beihai was prepared, dodging the attack with agility. Why the rush? Wang Beihai stepped back, smiling at the sullen Hu Tian. You misunderstand. This room is the favorite of the young master. If it's damaged, he will hold me accountable, Hu Tian coldly replied. Oh, is that so? How about this? Wang Beihai said, slicing a nearby vase with an invisible sword aura. You're courting death. Hu Tian's face darkened. If you three don't get serious, I'll kill you. Hu Tian pointed his blade at the remaining 3 hunters. Brothers, let's give it our all, one hunter shouted, injecting a stimulant that sent him into berserk mode. The other 2 followed suit, their speed and strength multiplying. Wang Beihai, unperturbed, withdrew his sword and, like an eel, deftly dodged their onslaught. Soon, the once luxurious room was reduced to rubble. Hu Tian watched, his eye twitching, knowing the drugged hunters had lost their sanity and any calls to stop were futile. Wang Beihai, if you dare move again, I'll kill her. Hu Tian pulled Ling Ruying from Ling Yingjia, placing his blade against her neck. Seeing Ling Ruying in danger, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and stopped. The hunter's attacks landed on him, sending him out of the room. The hunters pursued him to the rooftop like hunting dogs. Under Hu Tian's threat, Wang Beihai still refrained from fighting back. After several more attacks, he was battered and bruised. Another strike sent him stumbling to the edge of the rooftop. Good, push him off, Hu Tian sneered. Beihai, don't worry about me. Ling Ruying, heartbroken, regretted asking for his help and becoming a burden. She tried to slash her neck with the blade but was pulled back by Hu Tian. Miss, you're still useful. Wait until this Beihai is dead, and then we'll be a pair of doomed lovers, Hu Tian said. As they spoke, the hunters lunged at Wang Beihai. In an instant, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and with a powerful leap, he appeared behind the hunters, kicking them off the building. Using the momentum, he rushed towards Hu Tian. Hu Tian's eyes widened in shock as Wang Beihai struck him, feeling like a boulder had hit him. He staggered back, spitting blood. Wang Beihai seized the moment, pulling Ling Ruying into his arms. Are you all right, Ruying? Wang Beihai asked urgently. Ling Ruying, seeing Wang Beihai's condition, burst into tears, burying her face in his chest. You bastard, you must die today. Hu Tian, humiliated, discarded his blade and pulled out a gun, firing wildly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dodged, but with Ling Ruying in his arms, he was hit in the leg, falling heavily to the ground. At that moment, Ling Tianxi, Li Yixuan, and Su Wanxing emerged with guns. Wang Beihai, realizing the danger, summoned his sword and stabbed the ground, causing the floor to collapse. With a roar, he channeled his inner energy, causing the floor to crumble. He dropped to the lower floor, quickly placing Ling Ruying on his back, and sprinted towards the exit. As the dust settled, the others were stunned. Where is he? Ling Tianxi, furious, demanded. If Ling Ruying returns to the Ling family, all is lost. Enough, Hu Tian shouted, his expression twisted. Today, it's either him or me. He pulled out his phone. Young master, I failed. He's in the building. Useless. The voice on the other end snapped before hanging up. Within a minute, the building was sealed, and hundreds of black-clad men stormed in, searching floor by floor. Hu Tian, with a fiendish grin, drew his blade and leaped through the hole Wang Beihai had made. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai raced down the stairs, stopping abruptly at the sound of approaching footsteps. Unable to proceed, he retreated to the lobby, where lights flared on, revealing dozens of men. Beihai, go, Ling Ruying urged. Stay put, Wang Beihai smiled, securing her with a curtain, summoning his sword. Close your eyes. It's going to be bloody. With a smirk, he advanced towards the approaching mob. Chapter 74, Dawn. Kill. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the 33rd floor of the Celestial Mansion Tower. A dark mass of people, all wielding identical large knives, charged at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained calm, stepping out with a mystical gait, and lightly waved his crimson sword, Qi Shao. In the darkness, a red light flashed, and over a dozen burly men in the forefront instantly fell. However, the crowd, like relentless death soldiers, ignored their fallen comrades and surged forward even more ferociously. At that moment, Wang Beihai's heart stirred, and a golden light flashed from the book of heaven within him, revealing a set of sword techniques in his mind. Like a floating duckweed, the sword is like a shooting star. Wang Beihai silently recited, and his footwork began to shift unpredictably, causing all the large knives to strike empty air. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace. Wang Beihai's eyes opened wide, and he pierced through the crowd, then swung his Qishao sword